2, as he met with friends and family for long conversations in the hotels and casinos of the South Atlantic resort. Guevara's speech at the conference of the Inter-American Economic and Social Council addressed several important issues. First of all, he repeatedly reminded the other Latin American delegates that they should thank the Cuban Revolution for whatever U.S. assistance they might obtain. This new phase is beginning under the sign of Cuba, a free land in America, and this conference and the special treatment your delegations have received and whatever loans are approved, all bear the name of Cuba, whether their beneficiaries like it or not. 16. He was absolutely right, but his position could hardly ingratiate him with the other Latin American delegations. Guevara then compared the funds pledged by Dillon $20 billion in the following decade, a substantial figure, with the amount proposed by Fidel Castro, $30 billion, in a speech in Buenos Aires 2 years earlier. He reflected that with just a little more effort, you can reach $30 billion. 17, but, he noted, so far the U.S. Congress had approved only $500 million to finance the Alliance for Progress. His message was not terribly diplomatic, but it made its point. The United States had realized that its options in Latin America were limited, either money or revolution. This could actually work in favor of submissive governments, if they did not allow themselves to be shortchanged by the Yankees, which would eventually happen anyway. Thus, in Che's opinion, the alliance was doomed to failure. Guevara presented a second, prescient idea in his list of demands. It was practically the original formulation of what later became the Third World Agenda, taken up by many other countries subsequently regardless of their ideological affiliation. This was the first time that a developing country presented an international economic agenda to the industrialized world as a whole, on behalf of the entire Third World. The list included stable prices for the raw materials exported by poor countries, access to rich country markets, and a reduction in tariffs and non-tariff barriers to trade, financing without political conditions, financial and technical cooperation, and so on. All these ideas had been presented earlier by organizations like the Economic Commission for Latin America. They were also similar to the demands of Third World countries in later years. But Guevara's precision and eloquence gave them an exceptional prominence at Punta del Este. According to Dillon's report to Kennedy, "Dear Mr. President, Guevara's speech was a masterful presentation of the communist point of view. He clearly identified Cuba as full-fledged member of bloc, talking of our sister socialist republics. Since he attacked Alliance for Progress in its entirety and everything conference is trying to do, he made little substantive impression on delegates. However, he was aiming over their heads at people of Latin America, and we cannot from here estimate how successful he was in this effort." 18. The core of Guevara's speech lay in his comparative approach, as well as his impassioned and exorbitant predictions. The growth rate cited as a great success for all America is 2.5%. We are speaking of a development rate for Cuba of 10% without the slightest fear. What are Cuba's plans for 1980? Well, a per capita income of $3,000, more than in the United States today. They should leave us alone, let us develop, and in 20 years we'll all come here again, and we'll see whether the swan song was revolutionary Cuba's, or their own. 19. But, in fact, Che's position, in general terms, was moderate and conciliatory. During the 10 days of the conference, he repeatedly emphasized Cuba's willingness to remain within the Inter-American Community, join the newly established Latin American Free Trade Association, LAFTA, refrain from sabotaging the alliance, and try to reach an understanding with the United States. He even engaged in an outright falsehood to project a conciliatory, reasonable, and diplomatic image. What we can give is a guarantee that not one rifle will leave Cuba, not a single weapon will leave Cuba to be used in any other American country. 20. Perhaps the promise applied only to the future, as the exact opposite had been happening in the immediate past, indeed, under Che's direct supervision. But the pledge was not upheld in the following months or years either. In fact, preparations were already underway for several guerrilla expeditions to Venezuela. The Cubans could argue, as they did, that their promise depended on Washington's keeping its commitments, and that U.S. violations justified theirs. But in Punta del Este there was an unusually large gap between Che's rhetoric and his own awareness of the facts. Over and beyond the self-persuading mechanisms that the Cuban revolutionaries have always used to justify their political shifts, Che's mandate at the conference was to try and temper his government's confrontation with Washington and the rest of Latin America either in reality or in appearance. His speech was cautious with regard to the United States, especially in view of the huge expectations aroused by the international press. Observers had almost expected Guevara to mow down the delegates with his machine gun. They hoped he would call for a continental uprising, and curse the day the United States was born. *2. The head of the U.S. delegation seems to have concluded that Che's moderation gained him significant support among the Latin Americans, and he attributed it to very specific reasons. Guevara has had no success in upsetting conference, but I do not believe this was his primary purpose. He has, by maintaining relatively moderate position during working sessions of conference, made it considerably more difficult for any early action. I am convinced that his primary purpose here was to forestall such action. In this I am afraid he has had considerable success. 21. Similar motives might have led Che to meet with Richard Goodwin, Kennedy's young advisor and a junior member of the U.S. delegation at Punta del Este. Though the encounter was immediately taken up by the press, its content was not made public until 1968, when Goodwin published an article about it in the New Yorker. Over 20 years would pass, however, before Goodwin's memorandum to Kennedy was declassified. The account that follows is based on it. The meeting was promoted by the Cubans, according to both Goodwin's report and several Brazilian and Argentine journalists and diplomats who were present as it got underway. *3 The episode began when an Argentine diplomat relayed a classic Che Guevara challenge to Goodwin. Che said he sees that Goodwin likes cigars, he bets you wouldn't dare smoke Cuban cigars. Goodwin replied that he'd love to smoke Cuban cigars but that he couldn't get them. That night 2 magnificent mahogany inlaid boxes of the finest Cuban cigars were delivered to his hotel room, one for him, the other for President Kennedy. Along with them came a note with the best wishes of Comandante Escobedo Che Guevara. The next day, Goodwin received a message. Che wished to speak with him. 22. A number of go-betweens attempted during the conference to bring Che and Goodwin together with Che's approval, if not at his request. A new meeting was scheduled for the last day of the conference, but Dillon cancelled it. But the public animosity between the two countries, especially after Cuba refused to vote in favor of the final declaration, made any such casual encounter impossible. After the conference ended, another effort was made to bring them together, this time successfully, during a party at the Montevideo home of a Brazilian diplomat. There the two officials finally met, first in a group and then privately in a small sitting room. The exchange lasted 3 hours. Goodwin's memo seems to corroborate that Che took the initiative for the meeting, as he led the course of the conversation. The American limited himself to listening, taking note of Che's remarks for his report to Kennedy. Guevara, he says, expressed himself in a relaxed manner, without any polemics, propaganda, or insults, and often humorously. He left no doubt that he felt completely free to speak on behalf of his government, and rarely made a distinction between his personal observations and the official position of the Cuban government. I had the impression that he had carefully prepared his comments, he organized them very well. 23. The United States should understand, said Che, that the Cuban process was irreversible and socialist in nature, that it could not be defeated through internal divisions or breaks, or in any other way aside from direct military intervention. He spoke of the revolution's impact in Latin America, warning that Cuba would continue cultivating its links with the Eastern Bloc based upon the existing natural sympathy, and shared convictions about the appropriate structure of the social order. He then acknowledged the problems facing the revolution, counter-revolutionaries and sabotage, the hostility of the petite bourgeoisie, the Catholic Church, the lack of spare parts due to Cuba's conflict with the United States, and the shortage of hard currency. He emphasized the deficit in Cuba's foreign trade balance. The development process had been pushed too quickly, and hard currency reserves were dangerously low. Cuba could no longer import the basic consumer goods required by its population. 24. Predictably, Guevara stated that Cuba wished to seek a rapprochement with Washington, and was willing to take important steps toward that end. He proposed that Cuba pay for confiscated U.S. assets with tradable goods, that it refrain from making military or political alliances with the socialist bloc, and pledged to hold elections once the single party had been institutionalized. He even promised, laughingly, not to attack Guantanamo. So far, nothing new. The plot thickened when Che broached the matter of promoting revolution in the rest of Latin America. He never admitted that Cuba had armed, trained, and sponsored guerrilla groups in other countries. After all, Brazilian and Argentine diplomats were present. But, he insinuated, he realized that any arrangement with Washington would imply the suspension of such activities, and Cuba would approach the subject on that basis. When Goodwin returned to Washington the next day, he met with Kennedy and, at the president's request, drafted his memorandum. It circulated among the highest levels of the U.S. government. However, Goodwin recalls that Kennedy never responded to it in any formal or explicit way. 25 The memorandum recommended that the United States follow a more moderate policy toward Cuba, less obsessive but one based, nonetheless, on covert activities and the sabotage of crucial points in the industrial plant like the refineries. The government should study the problem of an economic war against Cuba through economic pressure, military maneuvers, disinformation, and propaganda campaigns. 26 But the text also recommended that the U.S. maintain an underground dialogue with Cuba, arguing that if Che, the most communist-oriented government official, wished to explore the possibility of talks with the United States, there might be other Cuban leaders even more willing to reach an understanding with the United States. This would perhaps reveal divisions within the highest leadership. Cuba's initiative did not prosper. It surfaced at an unpropitious time for Kennedy. The government of Romulo Betancourt in Venezuela was under severe pressure from both the left and the military. A reconciliation with Cuba would have strengthened the left and led to a coup d'état. In addition, Castro had become too powerful, and any sign of détente would have been perceived as a victory for him. This in turn would oblige the United States to resign ourselves to the existence of a communist, anti-American government in Latin America, which would have made other movements elsewhere more attractive. 27. As long as the Cubans do not open their own archives, if they exist and the last informed person still living refuse to speak, there is no way of ascertaining exactly what Fidel Castro and Che Guevara intended in seeking a dialogue with Washington. Guevara certainly minimized the importance of the meeting when he returned to Cuba and reported on his mission. We were invited by some Brazilian friends to an intimate gathering, and there was Mr. Goodwin. We had a meeting, a social conversation between two guests at the house of their host, neither one representing our respective governments at that moment. I was not authorized to have any sort of conversation with a United States official, nor was he. In sum, it was a short, polite, indifferent exchange, as befits two officials from countries that are officially enemies, aren't they, which had no importance until some journalist or some official, gave it all that publicity. That was all. 28. It is especially strange that Che, who a few months before the Bay of Pigs had assured the Soviet ambassador in Havana that any reconciliation with the United States would harm the cause of revolution in Latin America, should suddenly have changed his mind. And it is hardly likely that Fidel Castro would believe Kennedy open to any compromise with Cuba, when he had rejected it upon taking office, and even less so, after the Bay of Pigs. The CIA's explanation, and that of Douglas Dillon, for the shift in Cuban policy, though not for the encounter with Goodwin, was to speculate that Castro was trying to avoid being ostracized at an upcoming meeting of the OAS. They also pointed to the growing economic crisis in Cuba. 29 Though the Cuban leadership might simply have been naive, its intention in speaking with Goodwin and sending a message to the White House may have lain elsewhere. It was perhaps an attempt to convince Brazil and Argentina, critical in the upcoming OAS condemnation of Cuba, of the regime's goodwill toward the United States. Alternatively, it might have been intended as a message to the Soviet Union, which had possibly insisted that Cuba try to reach an agreement with the United States before it entered the socialist bloc and took shelter under Moscow's nuclear umbrella. Khrushchev did not approve of Fidel's announcement of the revolution's socialist character in April. According to U.S. intelligence, Che asked him for missiles during his trip to Moscow at the end of 1960, but Khrushchev flatly refused. It is also known that Castro's fervent adoption of Marxism-Leninism, barely hinted at on July 26, 1961, but fully explicit by December 1 of that year, was not well received by the Soviet leadership. The Kremlin harbored doubts about taking on a fragile Cuban economy. It is thus quite likely that Moscow jawboned the Cubans to exhaust all possibilities of dialogue with the United States, especially just 2 months after the unsuccessful Vienna summit between Kennedy and Khrushchev. In this hypothesis, Castro and Che obeyed Soviet instructions. They put forward their most anti-American leader, Che Guevara, to try and make contact with Washington, choosing a discreet but sufficiently public occasion to do so. Che presented quite reasonable proposals, in case the Americans themselves informed the Soviets about the conversation. When it became clear that, after so much effort, there would be no response from Washington, Khrushchev was left with no alternative but to help the Cubans. Another possibility involves Che's mission to Argentina during those days. He traveled secretly from Montevideo to Buenos Aires for a lightning visit with President Arturo Frondizi. If one believes the rumor that circulated before the Bay of Pigs, Frondizi had proposed to Kennedy that he mediate the conflict with Cuba, along with his Brazilian colleague President Jânio Quadros. The initiative went nowhere, but the idea lingered. When Frondizi noted Che's moderate stance, he probably thought the time was ripe to launch a new attempt at mediation. Their meeting, at the presidential residence of Los Olivos, lasted 70 minutes. Afterward, Che had a thick Argentine steak with Frondizi's wife and daughter and visited his own Aunt Maria Luisa, before returning to Montevideo. It was his first sojourn in his native land since 1953, and would be his last. The mission was kept secret, as agreed, but not for long. 24 hours later it erupted into a public scandal, precipitating the resignation of Argentina's foreign minister. Che Guevara's brief stay in the city of his youth caused such an uproar that the coup d'état which toppled Arturo Frondizi less than a year later was attributed by many to his visit. Frondizi confusedly explained in a 1992 interview that John Kennedy had asked him to meet with Che. The U.S. president wished to repair relations with Cuba after the fiasco of the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy and Brazilian President Quadros and I believed that Guevara was a communist who was a friend of the United States, while Fidel Castro was the USSR's man. 31 The reasoning is both wayward and unlikely. There is no indication that Kennedy ever believed anything of the sort. Quadros, who awarded Che the High Order of the Cruzeiro del Sur 2 days later in Brasilia, also suffered from the Guevara hex. He resigned the presidency of Brazil 1 week later, in a strangely impulsive gesture that has never been explained. A recently published book by his press secretary describes some of the political complexities involved, and Che's behavior at the award ceremony. Jânio briskly greeted Cuba's revolutionary hero in his traditional olive drab uniform. Che was tired and sleepy. He had traveled all night and seemed terribly uncomfortable during the ceremony. Quadros awkwardly put the ribbon around his neck and gave him a box containing the diploma and medal. After Guevara's brief thanks, there was a strained silence. Jânio invited Che to come into his office and, perceiving his discomfort, turned to his chief of protocol and instructed him, "Minister, take that ribbon off Guevara." The next day a rumor began to circulate that several military officers planned to return their decorations to the government, in protest over its tribute to Guevara. The rumors were true. 32. In Havana, Che faced new and serious challenges. The most important was the economy, whose performance Che himself had called the yardstick of the revolution in Punta del Este. It was in a nosedive. The other challenge was political. The time had arrived to institutionalize, the revolution by creating a sole party with a vertical structure. After the Bay of Pigs, Castro and the revolutionary leadership initiated the long and difficult process of building a political organization. In July 1961, Fidel announced the establishment of the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, ORAS. They represented the convergence of three currents: the 26th of July movement, the Revolutionary Student Organization or what was left of it, and the Popular Socialist Party. In his speech of July 26, commemorating the assault on Moncada, Fidel baptized the incipient party with a descriptive though not very exciting name, the United Party of the Socialist Revolution. Despite his announcements, time passed and the party failed to materialize. It was being organized by those few people available for the task, basically the communists of the PSP, since those of the 26th of July and the student organization were busy with government and defense activities. And the communists, led by Aníbal Escalante, the number 2 man since the 1940s, immediately set about building a traditional, old-style party. They gradually took over the entire process, setting the rules of the game and placing their own men in leadership positions. Castro began to praise them in public in a rather disconcerting way. Not very plausibly, he announced his definitive conversion to Marxism-Leninism in December 1961. When Cuba was suspended from the OAS at the end of January 1962, at another meeting in Punta del Este, Fidel issued a second Havana Declaration, reiterating even more forcefully the socialist character of the revolution. But the disputes within the revolutionary movement concerning the composition, nature, and goals of the new party were intensifying. A first ORI governing council was named on March 9. It consisted of 13 Fidelistas and 10 communists, though some of the former were more loyal to the party than to Fidel. The following weeks witnessed several attempts to restructure the leadership. Various public incidents, and a prolonged disappearance of Fidel, Raúl, and Che, pointed to a bitter internal struggle. For it came to a head on March 27, when Castro issued a violent diatribe against Aníbal Escalante, accusing him of sectarianism, which encompassed all conceivable political sins, and ousting him from the ORI leadership. This led to a general easing of the hard, orthodox, Stalinist line which had prevailed in Cuba for several months. Che had never approved of the ORI's creation under the aegis of the PSP and Escalante. Along with Juan Almeida, Raúl Castro, and Osmani Cienfuegos, he played an active though discreet role in the investigation of Escalante's activities, which led to his ouster from the new party. 33 In an interview with an Egyptian magazine 4 years later, Che explained, Escalante gradually began to take over all important positions. He used isolationist ideas which did not allow the building up of a popular party. Some of them reached leadership positions and enjoyed various privileges: beautiful secretaries, Cadillac cars, air conditioning, keeping the warm Cuban atmosphere outside. 34. Despite the accusations against Escalante, little changed. Che did not yet distance himself from the communists, though he began to view them differently. Something similar would occur a few months later with the Soviet Union after the October crisis, especially once he detected the difficulties inherent in socialist assistance to Cuba. The two issues were not unrelated. For many observers and participants, it was no coincidence that Castro launched his offensive against Escalante just a week after he instituted rationing for a large number of basic goods. The step was necessitated by a shortage of imports, due to pressure on the foreign trade balance and a trade deficit with the USSR. Under the leadership of Escobedo Guevara, the Cuban economy was sinking rapidly. Che was a man in a hurry, and not just in terms of the economy. As Fidel Castro confided to Regis Debray in January 1967, he was always one step ahead of the beat, both on the dance floor and in history. 35 Che's triumphant claims in Uruguay were only the tip of the iceberg. In Cuba he set foolishly ambitious goals, both for himself and for the island's unhinged economy. Not without reason, the backwardness, shortages, poverty, and neediness of the masses, now dignified and emboldened by the revolution, seemed to require immediate action even if it eventually proved unsustainable. In Che's view, with 85% of the economy in the hands of the people, as well as all the banks, essential industries, and 50% of agriculture, 36 the planning phase could now commence. In mid-1961, he announced an ambitious 4-year plan with outlandish goals. The adoption of an annual growth rate of 15%, to be self-sufficient by 1965 in food and agricultural raw materials except in those areas where material conditions make it impossible, to multiply tenfold production of fruits and other raw materials for the canning industry, to build 25,000 rural homes and 25,000 to 30,000 urban homes, to reach full employment within the first year of the plan, to keep consumer and wholesale prices stable, to attain a harvest of 9.4 million tons of sugar by 1965, to achieve an overall growth of food consumption of 12% annually. 37. In a nutshell, Che sought to double living standards by 1965. The objective was to produce in Cuba most of the products previously imported, to increase consumption, if only of basic goods, and to extend education and health coverage to the entire population, all without reducing sugar output. The goals were admirable in themselves, but mutually incompatible. Che paid a heavy price for his lack of training and experience as an economist, but also for his eternal political flaw. There always prevailed in him a gap between strategy and tactics, the long and the short term, the grand vision and the daily workings of bureaucracy. Thus came about the collapse of the Cuban economy toward the end of 1961 and especially in 1962–63, as a consequence of both structural factors and management errors, largely acknowledged by Che himself in 1963. The first error was to seek industrialization at top speed. Based on the Stalinist experience of the 1930s in the Soviet Union, it was further inspired by Cuba's victory at the Bay of Pigs, by Socialist Bloc assistance, and by political haste. Even if the Eastern Bloc countries had delivered on time the factories needed to produce previously imported goods, creating the new working class Che prayed for, two critical problems persisted. The first, and most intractable, was the shortage of raw materials. Where was Cuba to obtain the coal and iron to produce steel, the oils to make soap, the material for clothing, the leather for shoes? A certain quota of raw materials could be covered by the socialist camp, but many had to be imported from hard currency countries. And there were no foreign reserves, which was precisely the second problem. This had two causes. One was the very success of the Cuban Revolution. Consumption rose substantially, thanks to the downward redistribution of income and wealth, as well as literacy and vaccination campaigns. The second reason, like so many things in Cuba, had to do with sugar. Notable advances had been achieved in education. Before 1959, 40% of all children aged 6 to 14 did not go to school. By 1961, the proportion fell to 20%. That year's literacy campaign reduced illiteracy from 23% to 3.9%, though these figures might not be entirely reliable. Altogether, almost 270,000 teachers participated in the campaign, including 120,000 adults. 38 By 1965, the percentage of children enrolled in school surpassed the Latin American average by 50%, and was higher than in any other country of the region. 39 Cuba built hospitals and clinics, organized vaccination campaigns, and made an enormous effort to train physicians, in order to replace those gone to Miami. All of this cost a great deal of money, generated further demands and aspirations, and provided few economic returns in the short term. But the political benefits were considerable, helping the revolution overcome a severely trying economic situation. Many foreign observers dismissed these advances. Some particularly perceptive ambassadors, however, like that of Britain, detected them and drew the relevant conclusions. Since our own lives have become so much less pleasant, Western diplomats here tend, I think, to forget how this section of the population sees the revolution. Our social contacts are restricted to the few remaining upper-middle-class counter-revolutionary Cubans, all naturally enough burnt up with prejudice and wishful thinking. We see little or nothing of the enthusiasm of peasants living in their new settlements, of the working class using former luxury clubs and the new public beaches for the first time, their children enjoying absurdly well-equipped kindergartens and sports grounds. Still more important are the natural and perfectly healthy emotional reactions of youth, most of it underprivileged, responding to a call to work together for a brighter future and a cause they believe to be just. We are badly placed to assess the strength of these emotions, of their convictions and of their feelings of loyalty. 40. The problem resided in the meager domestic supply of goods and services, in the face of an ever greater demand. This led to increasing imports which ate into already depleted foreign currency reserves. Furthermore, exceptional projects like the literacy campaign or creating militias and sustaining them in a state of combat readiness, independently of their social and political effects, also drew resources away from the domestic production of basic consumer goods. 5 Such goods soon became unobtainable in Cuba. Almost a year before rationing was introduced, on April 14, 1961, Che confided to the Soviet ambassador that it would be necessary, though politically disastrous, to ration cooking oil and soap. 41 There had also been food shortages since the end of 1960. A second factor complicated things even more: sugar, as always in Cuba's history. Output was falling, due to drought, the early harvest of unripe cane in 1961, a more or less deliberate decision to reduce cultivated areas, and a shortage of manpower following the land reform. The Guajiros who had received land refused, quite sensibly, to continue cutting cane too. Between 1961 and 1963, cultivated areas fell by 14%, mill capacity by 42%, and yield per hectare by 33%. In 1961, owing to inertia and the unseasonable harvest of immature fields, sugar production reached a record 6.8 million tons. In 1962, it plummeted to 4.8 million, and in 1963 to 3.8 million. A study by English and Chilean economists with full access to the files of the Ministry of Industries described the catastrophe as follows. The unpredictable factors in the decline of 1962 to 63 were, first of all, the drought and, secondly, a deliberate government policy aimed at reducing sugar production to promote the long-standing objective of agricultural diversification. This decision, perhaps the single most important mistake in agrarian policy since the revolution, was made at a time of great success, just after the 1961 harvest and the Bay of Pigs victory. 42. The problem derived, in part, from an indisputable fact: the USSR was not willing, or able, to bankroll Cuba's extravagance indefinitely. As Theodore Draper concluded, the Cubans had behaved after 1960 as if the Soviets had extended not a $100 million 5-year credit but an unlimited account. 43. The Soviets were calling in their debts. The Cubans' propensity for profligacy and negligence, fully shared by Che, is evident in a letter from the Minister of Industries to Soviet Deputy Premier Mikoyan, dated June 30, 1961. It includes a shopping list exorbitant in its cost and ambitiousness, requesting among other things, an increase in the capacity of the first cast iron processing plant, built by the USSR, from 250,000 to 500,000 tons, an increase in oil refining capacity from 1 to 2 million tons a year, chemical industry and cellulose plants, valued at 157 million rubles, a thermoelectric plant for Santiago de Cuba, with a capacity of 100,000 kilowatts, a variety of technicians and specialists. 44. The combination of all these factors had a devastating effect on the economy, leading to an acute imbalance in Cuba's foreign accounts. Growing domestic consumption, plunging sugar exports, and a limited availability of hard currency bred an unsustainable deficit in the balance of payments, with far-reaching consequences for the future of the revolution. The basic problem, as described by Hugh Thomas, was never solved, neither then, nor 30 years later. To escape the monoculture of sugar, Cuba needed to industrialize. To do so it required foreign currency, and the easiest way to obtain it, then as always, was by selling sugar. Perhaps Cuba could have saved hard currency by selling other commodities on a large scale. But the market for such an expansion was that of the U.S., which was now closed. 45. Over and beyond these structural factors, a series of contingent circumstances also wreaked havoc with the Cuban economy. According to agronomists favorable to the regime, half the total production of fruit and vegetables was left unharvested in 1961 and 1962. Bottlenecks in labor, transport, and storage had a calamitous effect on consumption and living standards. In March 1962, Fidel Castro had no choice but to decree rationing for a broad variety of staples: rice, beans, eggs, milk, fish, chicken, beef, oil, toothpaste, and detergent. Che had already presented an initial mea culpa on television, recognizing that he had designed an absurd plan, disconnected from reality, with absurd goals and imaginary resources. 46. Moreover, aid from the socialist bloc did not fulfill Cuban expectations. Though the Soviets and their allies delivered what they had promised in terms of quantity, the quality and timeliness of their assistance left much to be desired. Their factories, consumer goods, and industrial inputs were less advanced and of far lower standards than Che had foreseen. Already in 1961, in a meeting with the Soviet ambassador, he unburdened himself. His criticism was directed at the countries of Eastern Europe, but one may assume it was also directed at the Soviet Union. Guevara noted that certain difficulties in the economy were being created by several socialist countries. The Czechs, for example, have imposed a very tough trade policy on the Cubans, which in Che's opinion sometimes resembles a relationship among capitalist and not socialist countries. 47. Finally, a number of administrative choices executed by Guevara himself based upon his theoretical views obstructed his management of the economy. They included highly centralized decision-making within Cuban state industries, and his attempt to abolish currency transactions among state-owned companies. The magnitude of the bureaucratic apparatus in his hands was mind-boggling: the entire sugar industry, the telephone and power companies, mining, and light industry, over 150,000 persons, and a total of 287 companies, including chocolate and alcoholic beverage factories, printing presses, and construction firms. Che's schemes regarding centralization and intercompany relations were evident from the moment he entered the ministry, though they would not become points of friction with Soviet and Communist technicians until 1963–64, when they would be roundly defeated. Initially weak, centralization became more and more pronounced. But from the instant the Ministry of Industries was established, every company had to transfer its total revenues to the ministry's accounts. In return, each firm received the funds required to continue operating, for both current expenditures and investment. No company was allowed to keep cash. In addition, there were no monetary transactions among companies, so there was no possibility of a market. The ministry's visionary projects for expansion bore no relation to reality. There were complicated plans to exploit the mineral deposits of Orient so Cuba would become self-sufficient in steel, to build machinery of all types, including mechanical sugar cane cutters, to create a new oil refinery, build new electrical facilities, expand the chemical industry, produce paper from cane trash and rubber from butane. Since Cuba had such large nickel reserves, why should it not be the second largest producer in the world? 48. Che's remarkable order and discipline served him well at the ministry, but they also had their serious disadvantages. He expected others to impose the same degree of organization, punctuality, and attention to detail upon themselves as he imposed upon himself, and sincerely believed this would somehow resolve the ministry's countless technical problems. One of his assistants recalls how Che administered the agency. He would arrive exactly at 8, and everybody had to be present at the morning meeting. At 8:10 he would close the council door and nobody else could then enter, not even the deputy minister, and he would end at 12 sharp, even if someone was in the middle of saying, "I know how to overthrow imperialism in 2 days." At noon precisely Che would say, "Gentlemen, I'll see you in the afternoon." He had an amazing capacity to summarize meetings, presenting the conclusions of a 3-hour session in 10 minutes, and was in general exceptionally well organized. Che did things nobody had done in Cuba before 49, as another colleague, who had in other respects serious grievances against Che, remarked. Che brought Cuba an administrative competence and diligence it had never achieved before, or ever since 50. This discipline existed alongside a compulsion to organize and micromanage everything, regardless of the damage done by similar efforts in the USSR and socialist countries which were, in many ways, better placed to succeed. According to the same aide, the ministry's general policies were discussed at bi-monthly meetings lasting the entire second Sunday of every other month, beginning at 2 in the afternoon and sometimes ending at 2 or 3 in the morning on Monday. Factories were grouped together by companies, the companies belonged to sectors, and the sectors supervised the companies. The person responsible for the mechanical sector, which consisted of 9 companies, had at his fingertips all the production figures of the companies, as well as all the factories in the companies. He was accountable to a deputy minister of light industry, who had 4 sectors, and that deputy minister reported to the minister, who controlled all 3 departments, light industry, heavy industry, and industrial management. On the second Sunday of each month, rain or shine, Che discussed anomalies company by company, why it had not reached its production goals, in what category, and so on. Point 51. The real origins of this extreme centralization and the ensuing complicated relations among companies were not exactly the ones Che suggested later on, during the dispute with his opponents. When the expropriations began, in 1960, some nationalized companies possessed ample funds of their own, while others were either flat broke or had very meager cash flows. At the INRA's Department of Industries, and especially at the National Bank, Che decided that all companies should deposit their resources in accounts at the central bank so they could be distributed according to the strategic priorities of the revolution. The idea was not absurd, especially if one considers that revolutionary cadres tended to be better qualified at higher levels, say, at the National Bank, than within individual companies. However, Che overestimated the administrative strengths bequeathed by Cuban capitalism to the revolution, proclaiming real but insufficient reasons to promote centralization: the island's excellent communications, highways, telex, telephones, as well as its advanced accounting practices and the small size of the country. Once the decision was taken, it was easy to justify with all sorts of considerations that would make centralization more viable in Cuba than in the USSR. For instance, we are a small, centralized country with good communications, a single language, an ideological unity that is growing ever stronger, a unified leadership, an absolute respect for the highest leader of the revolution, where there are no discussions, there is a unified management whose power nobody disputes. The entire country is mobilized on behalf of a shared goal. If our cadres were obliged to travel due to any serious administrative problems, it would not take them more than 1 day, because we even have planes, and there are telephones, telegraphs. Now we are going to link all the companies through a telephone and microwave system. Point 52. This was the logical and justifiable origin of what eventually became known as the budgetary financing system, which Che would later defend against Carlos Rafael Rodriguez and the Soviet technicians. But he soon began to advocate an extreme form of centralization and a total ban on monetary transactions among companies. His arguments rested more on Marxist theory than on economics, and revealed a peculiar indifference to actual conditions in Cuba. The bleeding of the middle classes, the administrative chaos that follows any revolution, the scarcity of goods due to the U.S. embargo, the lack of hard currency and experience, were all potential obstacles to the system envisaged by Che. The clockwork mechanisms with which he proposed to fine-tune the economy, which was indeed relatively small and manageable, simply did not exist in Cuba or in any other country, capitalist or socialist. In February 1963, Che formulated his first justification for the system's excessive centralization in an article entitled Against Bureaucracy, Contra el Burocratismo. Owing to its origins, the revolution had initially spawned a sort of administrative guerrilla warfare in which everybody did as he pleased, disregarding the central leadership apparatus. It had become necessary to organize a strong bureaucratic apparatus to implement a policy for operational centralization, strongly curtailing the initiative of administrators. 53 later, in 1964, Che would recognize that the system had serious drawbacks, a lack of cadres, excessive bureaucracy, incomplete information for decision-makers, and severe deficiencies in distribution. 54 But at the outset he was adamantly in favor of centralization, and a number of other ideas which helped exacerbate an already disastrous economic situation. The task Che set himself was in all likelihood unrealizable. Rapid, intensive industrialization had been feasible in Stalin's Soviet Union thanks to its resources as the largest country in the world. However, it had taken a huge toll in human suffering, and had led to the weak economic foundations which would become apparent only years later. Mao's great leap forward in China had also had disastrous consequences, at a human cost intolerable to a Western country like Cuba. Che could not possibly win with the cards he had been dealt. He assumed, wrongly, that Soviet aid and sheer determination, his own and that of his followers, would overcome the obstacles ahead. A less ambitious project might have achieved more lasting results and avoided painful setbacks before they occurred. But Che was incapable of a more limited vision. What's more, the political course he and Castro had chosen, both internally and externally, did not allow for more moderate plans. Given the international context, Cuba's resources, and the political goals of the revolution, most of Che's theses were bound to triumph at first, only to be abandoned later, though their replacement no longer coincided with his ideas or sensibility. The failure of Che's policies during those first years was reflected in his own rigorous process of self-criticism. In the initial phase, his vision was superficial and simplistic, though still more focused than that of the other leaders. Thus, at the first national meeting for production held on August 27, 1961, he threw down a challenge to his audience. "You have received me with a warm round of applause. I don't know if you did so as consumers or simply as accomplices. I believe it was more as accomplices. At the Ministry of Industries we have made mistakes that have resulted in considerable shortages in supplies for the population. At every turn we have had to change directors, replace administrators, send others to improve their cultural and technical capacities, and others to improve their political positions. The ministry has often issued orders without consulting the masses, it has often ignored the labor unions and ignored the great working masses, and at times the decisions of the working class have been taken without any discussion with the leadership of the ministry. There is currently a shortage of toothpaste. We must explain why. In the last 4 months, production has been paralyzed, yet there was a large stock. The urgent measures required were not taken, precisely because there was a large supply. Then, the stock began to shrink, and the raw materials did not arrive. Then the raw materials arrived, a calcic sulfate which did not have the required specification to make toothpaste. Our technical comrades at the companies have made a toothpaste, which is as good as the previous one, it cleans just the same, though after a while it turns to stone. 55. The audience at this meeting also witnessed one of the few public disagreements between Che and Fidel. After Guevara declared there was a crisis in production, Castro announced that there is no crisis of production, despite the criticism and complaints of his own economic officials. Rationing would be instituted 6 months later. In 1962, Guevara increasingly questioned the revolution's economic performance, especially at the ministry's bi-monthly meetings. He repeatedly criticized the ministry itself and the evolution of the economy, though his analysis remained shallow and short-sighted. Che still believed that any problem could be solved by dint of enthusiasm, revolutionary fervor, and unbending determination. Charles Bettelheim, a French Marxist economist who held a heated debate with Che in 1964, recalls that Guevara systematically tried to talk his way through errors and problems. He would race from factory to factory, haranguing his audience. 56 When this did not work, he would stubbornly insist until he persuaded his public or had to rush off to solve another problem. Che explained his approach as follows. As for the problem of enthusiasm, the lack of enthusiasm, the need to rekindle revolutionary enthusiasm, there is the concept of emulation. We have completely neglected emulation. It is fast asleep, it must be awakened at once. Emulation must be the basis that constantly moves the masses. There must be people who are constantly thinking of ways to rekindle it. It is not that difficult to look for ways, other ways, to engage people in the struggle. 57. Che returned to this again and again, in a strange combination of realism and utopianism. He recognized the failings of the revolution and called for more of the same, though with greater dedication. He did not relinquish his beliefs or theoretical analysis. Only in 1964 would he seek a more complex explanation for the impasse reached by the Cuban Revolution. For the time being, however, he continued to express both lamentations and exaltation. Cuba is the first socialist country of Latin America, the vanguard of America, and there is no malanga, there is no yucca, and there is none of anything else, and here in Havana rationing is more or less decent. But go to Santiago and there are 4 ounces of meat a week, everything is lacking and there are only bananas, and half the lard. Here in Havana we have twice as much of everything. All of these things are hard to explain, and we have to explain them through a policy of sacrifice whereby the revolution, and the leaders of the revolution, march ahead of the people. 58. In mid-1963, Guevara began to formulate more explicit and substantive criticisms in his writing, speeches, and interviews. He anticipated the consequences, recognizing that any viable alternative to the policies followed in 1961–62 was indeed abhorrent but necessary. Yet rather than continuing to strive for an impossible goal, or living ambivalently with an unavoidable but unacceptable situation, he preferred to flee to Africa, Bolivia, and history. Any other course would have been despicable in his eyes. If Guevara had effected the changes in economic policy that were required, he could have stayed in Cuba with full honors, his position and prestige intact. But resigning oneself to the imperatives of realpolitik and economics is not the stuff of which myths, or heroes, are made. He soon perceived the quandary into which he, and the revolution, had fallen. Guevara described it, with brutal frankness, to the Soviet ambassador as early as mid-1962. After requesting that construction proceed more quickly on an iron works in Orient whose opening had recklessly been announced for October, and about which Che had already written to Mikoyan, he admitted, "Our government has already made many different promises to the people, which it unfortunately cannot fulfill. I would not like our promise to build an iron and steel industry as the keystone of the country's industrialization to be in vain. Of course we should be more careful about the promises we make, and tell the people only about things we can really accomplish. But if the promises are already made, they must be fulfilled." 59. In a speech delivered at a planning seminar in Algiers on July 13, 1963, Che noted a series of conceptual not practical errors that had given rise to Cuba's disastrous economic situation. First, he placed them within a theoretical framework. Essentially, in terms of planning we did 2 contradictory things, which were not compatible. On the one hand, we copied in detail the planning techniques of a sister country, on the other, we remained spontaneous in many decisions, especially the political ones with economic implications, that needed to be taken daily in the process of government. 60. He provided an example of the lack of analysis and information that beset the revolution during its initial years. The government had first proposed an annual growth rate of 15%, and then studied the ways to achieve it, but, for a monoculture country, with all the problems I have told you about, to grow 15% was simply ridiculous. 61. He then criticized more specific aspects of the regime's early economic policy. First of all, Cuba attempted to become self-sufficient in an array of intermediate and consumer goods that could be acquired more cheaply from friendly countries. Secondly, we made the fundamental mistake of disdaining our sugar cane, trying to carry out an accelerated diversification, which led us to neglect the cane plantations, which together with the severe drought which afflicted us for 2 years, caused a serious fall in our cane production 62. Finally, Che revealed. In terms of income distribution, at first we gave too much emphasis to paying fairer salaries, without sufficiently considering the real state of our economy. We have a phenomenon where, in a country that still has unemployment, we lack labor in agriculture, and every year we have to levy volunteer workers. 63. The new course concentrating on sugar resulted from policies diametrically opposed to those followed thus far. It was the only option, but not the one favored by Che. He grasped possibly before anyone else that the revolution's economic policy was unsustainable, and he admitted it publicly, with his characteristic honesty and sincerity, so unusual in Cuba. But in 1962 he had not yet fully assimilated the implications of the disaster, he did not yet realize how distasteful the alternative would be. Not until Cuba signed a long-term sugar agreement with the USSR on January 21, 1964, did he recognize that the only road still open to Cuba was unacceptable to him. Though his disenchantment with the Soviet alliance began in 1961, it would reach its climax only in the first days of 1965. Its real trigger was the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when the world came closer to the nuclear precipice than ever before or since. Che's participation during those days in October extended through 3 phases, decisive before the crisis, almost non-existent while it lasted, and extremely forceful in its aftermath. 6. Che had invoked the Soviet nuclear umbrella several times in 1961. His major premise rested upon an indisputable reality: as long as the United States persisted in its attempts to overthrow the Havana regime by force, Cuba had the right and obligation to defend itself by all available means. Cuba had militias, a regular army, a flimsy air force, and huge popular support, but even altogether these were not very formidable. The deployment of Soviet short or medium-range missiles in Cuba would be a powerful deterrent. From this perspective, Cuba would become a sort of nuclear tripwire for Soviet ballistic weapons. Any attack against the island would be countered by the USSR from Cuba, in a rationale similar to that for the US missiles stationed in Germany and Turkey. The Cubans were understandably convinced, until the summer of 1962, that Kennedy, the CIA, and Miami would seek revenge for the Bay of Pigs at any cost, in a new invasion attempt. John F. Kennedy had assured several Latin American leaders from Romulo Betancourt of Venezuela, in December 1961, to Adolfo López Mateos of Mexico, in June 1962 that the United States did not foresee for the time being any unilateral action against the Castro regime. 64 But Havana believed the exact opposite, or at least it wanted the Soviets to think so. Castro pointed to a conversation between Kennedy and Alexei Adzubay, a journalist and political operative of Khrushchev's, who was also the Soviet premier's son-in-law and the director of Izvestia. According to Adzubay, during a 3-hour lunch at the White House on January 31, 1962, Kennedy conjured an analogy with Hungary to justify his policy toward Cuba. Adzubay concluded, in a report to Khrushchev forwarded to Castro, that the U.S. president was once again bent on toppling the Havana regime by force of arms. 7 Recent statements by Soviet sources continue to suggest that it was the Adzubay report which led the Cubans to insist on the issue of their defense. As a result, in the last days of April or early May 1962, Khrushchev convinced himself that Washington was determined to destroy the Castro regime. 65. Alexander Alexeyev named ambassador to Cuba in May 1962 after Kudryavtsev had earned Fidel's animosity, recounts a meeting he attended in the Kremlin. He was summoned to an office next to Khrushchev's. The meeting included the premier himself, Deputy Premier Anastas Mikoyan, Frol Kozlov, Secretary of the Communist Party's Central Committee, Minister of Defense Malinovsky, Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, and Marshal SS Byrazov, the commander of the Soviet Strategic Missile Force. In Alexeyev's words, Khrushchev started off by asserting, "We can only help Cuba by taking a very serious step. If Cuba agrees, we will place medium-range missiles on the island." Then he asked, "How will Fidel take the news?" Mikoyan replied that Castro would never agree, as his strategy was based on the force of Latin American and world public opinion. If USSR missiles and bases were stationed in Cuba, it would place itself in the same situation as US semi-dominions. Everyone fell silent except Malinovsky, who exclaimed, "How can a socialist revolution not accept our help? Even the Spanish Republic accepted it." They all decided to send a delegation to Cuba, consisting of Sharif Rashidov, the party leader of Uzbekistan, Byrazov, and myself. Khrushchev warned us before we left, "We do not want to lead Cuba into an adventure, but the Americans will accept the missiles if we install them before their elections in November '66. The Soviet delegation arrived in Havana in early June. They were met at the airport by Raúl Castro, who was still unaware of the purpose of their visit. Byrazov was even traveling incognito, under the guise of an engineer named Petrov. Alexeyev confided to Raúl that Petrov was actually the commander of Soviet ballistic missile forces, and that he requested an urgent meeting with Fidel. The latter received them immediately. Alexeyev took notes, both in order to translate and for the historical record. According to those notes, the Soviets began by stating that Khrushchev believed the strongest way to help Cuba was to place missiles on the island. Fidel replied that the idea was very interesting, but not necessary to save the Cuban Revolution. Conversely, if such a step could strengthen the socialist bloc, it was worth thinking about. In any case, he could not answer immediately. 67 Another meeting took place the following day. Cuba was represented by Raúl and Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, President Osvaldo Dorticos, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, and Emilio Aragonés. Fidel gave the Cuban reply, yes, not to bolster the Cuban Revolution, but the socialist bloc. As Castro would admit 30 years later, "We did not like the missiles. If they had been only for our defense, we would not have accepted them. Not so much because of the danger, as the damage they might inflict on the image of the revolution, in Latin America. The missiles made us into a Soviet military base, which would have a high political cost for our image. If the issue had been only our defense, we would not have accepted the missiles." 68. Fidel Castro decided to send Raúl to Russia in order to finalize the compact. Shortly afterward, the Cuban defense minister traveled to Moscow, where he received from Marshal Malinovsky a draft text which he examined page by page. The agreement proposed sending 42,000 Soviet troops and 42 24-meter missiles to Cuba. Khrushchev asked that the delegation refrain from contacting Havana by radio or telegraph, in view of the danger of American interception. The element of surprise was crucial. In August, Alexeyev returned to Cuba with the revised text in his portfolio. He transmitted it to Fidel Castro, who found it too technical. He asked the Soviets to specify how Cuba asked for their help, and to include a more political preamble. As the covenant could not be negotiated through regular communications channels, somebody had to fly to Moscow. Fidel decided to send Che and his closest aide, Emilio Aragonés, the Secretary General of the incipient Unified Revolutionary Party. These facts are not disputed by Soviet sources. But American participants, even 30 years later, retain a very different perception of the crisis. Meetings in Cambridge and Hoxsey in 1987, Moscow in 1989, and Havana in January 1992 brought together several of the principals involved, allowing them to review their interpretations. Robert McNamara, U.S. Defense Secretary at the time, McGeorge Bundy, National Security Advisor, and Theodore Sorensen, Kennedy's top political aide, have stated that none of them ever fathomed Khrushchev's motivations. They always supposed that they involved the strategic balance, Berlin, the US bases in Turkey, or internal struggles within the Kremlin, rather than Cuba itself. Sorensen, for example, speculated that if Khrushchev did not act publicly, signing an open agreement with Cuba, he must have had some more mysterious motive. 69. American sources also differ both among themselves and with their Cuban and Soviet counterparts as to the true nature of U.S. policy toward Cuba. In Bundy's words, "I remember that in the fall of '62 there was great frustration about Cuba and considerable confusion about what we should do. In my opinion, covert action is a psychological salve for inaction. We had no intention to invade Cuba, but it seems that there was a very solid picture in Moscow that we were going to do something more than we were." 70. McNamara explained, for his part, "Let me say that we had no plan to invade Cuba, and I would have opposed the idea strongly if it ever came up." He then qualified his statement, saying, "Okay, we had no intent. That's my point. We thought those covert operations were terribly ineffective, and you thought they were ominous. We saw them very differently." 71. Sergo Mikoyan, who accompanied his father, Anastas, to Cuba in November 1962, states categorically that the notion of installing missiles on the island originated with Khrushchev, who saw no other way of forestalling a U.S. invasion. 72. When McNamara asked Andrei Gromyko in 1992 why the Soviets deployed missiles with nuclear warheads in Cuba, the former foreign minister replied with brutal clarity that the Soviet action was intended to strengthen the defensive capability of Cuba, and to avert the threats against it. That is all. 73. According to Mikoyan, Khrushchev first insinuated the convoluted, half-baked scheme to his father at the end of April 1962. The deputy premier dissented, arguing that the Cubans would reject it, and the Americans would find out and raise hell. He was astonished by Fidel's acceptance, and by Beryazov's pledge that the missiles would be deployed in secret. Sergo Mikoyan does not deny that the Soviet military might have had ulterior motives, but, like the other Soviets, he swears that the main reason for sending missiles to Cuba was the defense of Cuba, though, of course, Malinovsky and others talked of the strategic balance. The problem was that Khrushchev did not think through the U.S. reaction. He believed that after they were informed of the missiles, U.S.-Soviet relations would improve. 74. Perhaps Khrushchev was seeking an inexpensive way to improve his country's nuclear balance with the United States. Perhaps the Soviet military wanted to test the Americans' defense and intelligence systems. But if Khrushchev used Castro, it worked both ways. Though the initiative for the missiles might have originated in Moscow, Fidel and Che had pulled the Soviet missile card several times. Carlos Franchi even asked Khrushchev about it in Moscow. 8 Oleg Derosenkov, Che's Russian teacher in Havana, later in charge of Cuban relations at the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party, was astounded by his first conversation with Guevara and the Soviet embassy's economic attaché, Nikolai Kudin, in July 1961. "All right, Kudin," Che asked. "Are the Americans going to attack us or not?" The Americans were just over the horizon, and Che seemed to be saying that the missiles were needed so they wouldn't come in. 75. So the idea did not suddenly appear out of the blue, many people had already conceived it. Fidel Castro emphasized in 1992 that he himself had refrained from mentioning it in his speeches, while suggesting that Khrushchev and several comrades, perhaps including Che, had discussed it publicly. 76. Actually, Castro did refer to the missiles at least once in 1960, as noted in the previous chapter. In any case, when Che and Emilio Aragonés arrived in Moscow to revise the agreement in September, they found that Khrushchev was on holiday in the Crimea. Welcomed by Leonid Brezhnev, already an important figure in the USSR hierarchy, they were promptly brushed off and told, "No, no, go and see Nikita, take the plane and go there, I don't want to know anything about this. Take it up with Nikita." 77. The Cuban envoys left immediately for Yalta. In their meeting with Khrushchev, they threshed out the crucial issue of secrecy. Like Mikoyan at the time and Sorensen 30 years later, they questioned whether it was feasible, or even desirable, to keep the operation shrouded clandestinely. Their discussions with the Soviet premier took place on a pier at the edge of the Black Sea, where all sat huddled together in the early autumn chill: Khrushchev, Malinovsky, a military interpreter, Che, and Aragons. The Cubans' main concern was to persuade Khrushchev that the missile operation in Cuba could not be kept secret for long. Their intelligence had already collected data about Cuban émigrés traveling to the United States to visit their families, or writing to relatives, reporting that missiles were being deployed. Several had discovered a truck loaded with missiles. Khrushchev turned a deaf ear, simply concluding, "We must hurry." 78. Che maintained that the two countries should sign a public military treaty. 79. Khrushchev replied that this was not possible, especially as the balance of military forces was detrimental to the USSR. He promised he would send the Baltic Fleet to North America if the Americans found out and anything happened, in order to restore the balance to some degree. 80. Fidel Castro later corroborated this account, indicating that he himself instructed Che and Aragons to insist that the military accord be made public and, if necessary, the missiles deployment as well. Khrushchev declined. As Castro was intent on letting Nikita take the final decision, 81. The course was set. Khrushchev ended the meeting with characteristic bravado and bluff: "If the Yankees find out about the missiles, I will send the Baltic Fleet." 82. Che and Aragons had their doubts. They wondered if it would really be possible to deploy the Baltic Fleet beyond its home waters for the first time since 1905, but they finally acceded to the Soviet decision. 83. Khrushchev then accepted all the Cubans' amendments to the text, down to the last comma. 84. Yet when Che returned to Havana in mid-September after a week's absence, he was uneasy. If the project could not be made public, was it sustainable? In the words of Aragons, the problem was not sending the missiles. They said the missiles were to protect Cuba's independence from an American attack. But it would have been sufficient to have a solemn declaration by the Soviet state, saying that if the United States attacked Cuba it would be an attack on the Soviet Union. The piece of paper would have been important, though of course the missiles were far more important than the piece of paper. We in Cuba wanted a public pact, because that nut Khrushchev took the decision together with only 6 members of the Cuban Communist Party leadership: Fidel Castro, Raúl Castro, Che Guevara, Bias Roca, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, and Emilio Aragons. Nobody else knew anything about it. 9. Che did not yet mistrust the USSR. He did not even imagine that Khrushchev might withdraw the missiles in the event of a confrontation with Washington. Nor had he fully assimilated the Soviets' pathetic nuclear inferiority compared with the United States. He still believed there was an essential parity between the two superpowers. Guevara even scolded Aragons for expressing his reservations. The Argentine was firmly convinced of Soviet resolve. On the way back, they encountered several Cubans in Czechoslovakia to whom Aragons complained about the agreement. Che retorted, "How can you say that? Guevara had bought the deal, lock, stock, and launching pad 3. In retrospect, Khrushchev's position was less harebrained than it seemed at the time, and Che's predictions proved only partially accurate. It is now known because Soviet participants insinuated as much at the Moscow meeting of 1989, and Fidel Castro stated so categorically at the Havana Conference of January 1992 that 20 of the 42 Soviet missiles deployed in Cuba were armed with nuclear warheads. And 6 tactical missile launchers, loaded with 9 missiles with nuclear tips, were ready to be used in the event of a U.S. invasion. 85. They entered Cuba without Washington's realizing it. Arthur Schlesinger and Robert McNamara, who both attended the Havana Conference, almost fell off their seats when they heard this. 86. Furthermore, the number of Soviet troops sent to Cuba was much larger than the Americans suspected. They estimated 4,500 in early October, 10,000 at the height of the crisis, and 12,000 to 16,000 at its end. In reality, 42,000 soldiers entered Cuba, disguised with winter clothing and even snow skis. Castro has confirmed this figure, also put forth by Alexeyev and Mikoyan. 87. In other words, the Soviets were able to deploy missiles, atomic warheads, troops, and sophisticated anti-aircraft equipment in Cuba before American intelligence caught on. So much so that Walt Rostow, then a State Department advisor, reported to President Kennedy in a top-secret and sensitive memorandum dated September 3, 1962, less than a month before the crisis, that on the basis of existing intelligence the Soviet military deliveries to Cuba do not constitute a substantial threat to U.S. security. 88. The problem was not keeping the missiles secret, but what the Soviets were willing to do with them once they had been introduced into Cuba. Neither Khrushchev nor the missile commander in Cuba dared give the order to fire when the confrontation escalated. True, Soviet military officers in the field were authorized to launch the missiles with nuclear warheads, and the U-2 spy plane shot down over Cuba on October 27 was attacked under instructions from the Soviet base in Cuba, not Moscow. The crisis intensified. Kennedy, on learning that there were Soviet missiles on the island and others on the way, ordered a naval blockade, demanding their withdrawal. Khrushchev first blustered, then blinked, in Dean Rusk's famous phrase. On October 28, he yielded to the U.S. ultimatum. The missiles were to be withdrawn under United Nations scrutiny, which Castro never accepted. In exchange, the United States promised the USSR not to invade Cuba, a pledge never made in writing, and to withdraw its obsolete missiles from Turkey, in a quid pro quo Washington never acknowledged. Castro felt terribly insulted, cheated, and spurned by the USSR, both because of its surrender and because he learned of its decision on the radio. Enraged, he called Khrushchev a xenophobe, a bastard, an asshole. 89. He soon recovered his dignity, but was unable to deter the missile withdrawal. A couple of days later, he declared at Havana University that Khrushchev had no cojones. 90. That very day, Fidel rejected the U.S. promise not to invade Cuba and submitted 5 demands: an end to the blockade and other forms of harassment by Washington, an end to exile activities against his government from the U.S., an end to all overflights, and the return of Guantanamo. The cry that echoed through Havana in those days, Nikita Mariquita, lo que se de no se quita, Nikita you ferry, what you give you can't take back, reflected the general mood in Cuba, among both the people and the revolutionary leadership. Khrushchev's decision proved costly. It was immediately criticized by the Chinese, who termed it the worst treason since that of German social democracy at the beginning of the First World War, 91, and by the Premier's enemies within the Soviet Union. Though his removal in October 1964 was not a direct consequence of the Caribbean fiasco, it must have played some role. Khrushchev attributed enormous importance to relations with Cuba, and also to China's criticism of Moscow. This is amply illustrated in an extraordinary letter he sent Castro on January 31, 1963, made public only in January 1992. 31 pages long, it is laced with barely disguised diatribes against the Chinese, and a few ominous observations about Cuba. Khrushchev insists that Castro visit the USSR in the spring, inviting him to fish, hunt, and walk with him in the countryside, to heal the wounds of October. In his words, "It seems to me that this crisis has left a mark, although barely visible, in the relations between our states. Speaking frankly, these relations are not what they were before the crisis. During the Caribbean crisis, our viewpoints did not always coincide. We did not see the different stages of the crisis in the same way. I will not hide from you, it would be senseless to do so, that any imprudent step or even any roughness in our relations could today generate several problems. One ill-advised step or one wrong sentence could make us, and you, think. It is possible that under normal conditions, no one would attach any importance to this, but under the conditions that have now been created, I would say that serenity and self-control are necessary. I have already told you, Comrade Fidel, that there now exists, in our relations with you, a certain amount of resentment, and that this harms the cause, and naturally, harms Cuba and harms us. Allow me to tell you without beating around the bush, this harms our party and our country, but these difficulties cannot benefit you either. 92. Castro accepted Khrushchev's invitation. During his stay in the USSR he renegotiated several economic and military accords, and put aside the anger and tensions of the previous October and November. He did not have much choice. Khrushchev could not continue helping Cuba while it accused him of caving into United States intimidation. Indeed, the Soviet premier had already dispatched Mikoyan to Havana in November to sue for peace and attempt to restore the Soviet Union's badly tarnished image before his Chinese rivals and world public opinion. For 3 weeks, Moscow's Cuban, as he was known at home, tried to convince the Cubans to accede to the different parts of the agreement with Kennedy and, especially, to tone down their criticism of Khrushchev. He succeeded only in part. Che Guevara was largely absent from the decisions taken during the October crisis as such. As at the time of the Bay of Pigs, he was sent to Pina del Rio as commander of the entire western region, ready to repel a U.S. invasion or, if necessary, to lead the subsequent guerrilla struggle. Rafael del Pino, a pilot hero of the Bay of Pigs, was summoned by Fidel Castro on the second day of U.S. overflights to advise him on Air Force strategy. According to Del Pino, who served as Fidel's personal aide throughout the crisis, even sleeping next door to his headquarters, Che did not meet with Castro until the crisis subsided on October 28.93. They may have been in contact by telephone, but as the Cubans lacked scramblers to encrypt their communications, they can hardly have sustained any substantive exchanges. 94 The persons closest to Fidel during the crisis, according to Del Pino, were the communist Flavio Bravo and the army's head of intelligence. 95. Che may not have participated in the intricate details of the Cuban Missile Crisis, at least not in its October phase. However, he played a significant role in its aftermath. According to Guevara's biographer Ricardo Rojo, Che was with Fidel when he learned of the Soviet decision, kicking the wall in a fit of rage. 96 Che was more resigned to the outcome, but, unlike Castro, he was sickened by the implacable realities of world politics during the Cold War. 10 He was not as discreet as Fidel in concealing his distaste, confessing his anger to the British Communist Party daily paper, though the interview was not published in its entirety, as follows: "If they attack, we shall fight to the end. If the rockets had remained, we would have used them all and directed them against the very heart of the United States, including New York, in our defense against aggression. But we haven't got them, so we shall fight with what we've got for." Che's intolerance for ambivalent emotions was catching up with him. He had been in an angry mood since the end of the crisis, as he admitted to his closest Soviet friend, Oleg Derisenko. After the missile crisis, when they enjoyed target practice together and talked things over, Che complained that he could not discuss anything with those big shots, meaning Khrushchev. One day they say one thing, and the next day another. Khrushchev had assured him that if anything happened he would send the Baltic Fleet to Cuba, and where was the fleet? Guevara was furious. 97. Che must have perceived the Soviet surrender as a betrayal. To some extent, he regretted that the crisis had not culminated in a final sacrifice. We have the harrowing example of a people ready to sacrifice itself to nuclear arms, that its ashes might serve as a basis for new societies, and, when an agreement is reached without even consulting it, and the atomic missiles are withdrawn, it does not breathe a sigh of relief, it does not give thanks for the respite. It enters the fray to make heard its own, unique voice, its own, unique fighting stance, and beyond that, its determination to struggle, even alone, against all dangers, and even the atomic threat of Yankee imperialism. 98. Che was present at all the discussions with Anastas Mikoyan except one. Most of his initial comments were devoted to emphasizing the pernicious effects on the Latin American Revolution of the Soviet cave-in, and also to cracking macabre jokes, that nonetheless contributed to making everybody relax, up to a point. On one occasion, the Soviet interpreter Castaneda had Castro insultingly comparing Mikoyan with Youthant. Mikoyan blew up, first, mistakenly, with Fidel, then with his translator, upon realizing that the offense was attributable to Castaneda, not to Castro. Che suggested a brief break, unholstered his Makarov automatic pistol, and placed it at Castaneda's side. He then quietly suggested that the interpreter shoot himself, since after Mikoyan's outburst there really was no future for him in the translation business. 99. The final exchange between Che, Mikoyan, and Alexeyev, made public in 1995 by US and Russian researchers, is of exceptional interest. It reveals Guevara's frame of mind, and the chasm already separating him from the Soviet leadership. As a conclusion to Che's golden years in Cuba, and a preamble to the decisions and disillusions ahead, it is worth quoting in its entirety. Guevara. I would like to tell you, Comrade Mikoyan, that, sincerely speaking, as a consequence of the most recent events an extremely complicated situation has been created in Latin America. Many communists who represent other Latin American parties, and also revolutionary divisions like the Front for People's Action in Chile, are wavering. They are dismayed by the actions of the Soviet Union. A number of divisions have surfaced. New groups are springing up, factions are springing up. The thing is, we are deeply convinced of the possibility of seizing power in a number of Latin American countries, and practice shows that it is possible not only to seize it, but also to hold power in a range of countries, taking into account practical experience. Unfortunately, many Latin American groups believe that in the political acts of the Soviet Union during the recent events there are contained two serious errors. First, the proposal to swap Soviet missiles in Cuba for US missiles in Turkey, and second, the open concession. It seems to me that this bears objective witness to the fact that we can now expect the decline of the revolutionary movement in Latin America, which in the recent period has been greatly strengthened. I have expressed my personal opinions, but I have spoken entirely sincerely. Mikoyan. Of course, it is necessary to speak sincerely. It is better to go to sleep than to hear insincere speeches. Guevara. I also think so. The USA, by achieving the withdrawal of Soviet missiles in Cuba, in a way received the right to forbid other countries from making bases available. Not only do many revolutionaries think this way, but also representatives of the Front of People's Action in Chile and the representatives of several democratic movements. Here, in my opinion, lies the crux of the recent events. Even in the context of all our respect for the Soviet Union, we believe that the decisions made by the Soviet Union were a mistake. I think that the Soviet policy had two weak sides. You didn't understand the significance of the psychological factor for Cuban conditions. This thought was expressed in an original way by Fidel Castro. The USA wanted to destroy us physically, but the Soviet Union, with Khrushchev's letter to Kennedy on November 27, accepting the missile withdrawal, JGC destroyed us legally. Mikoyan. But we thought that you would be satisfied by our act. We did everything so that Cuba would not be destroyed. We see your readiness to die beautifully, but we believe that it isn't worth dying beautifully. Guevara. To a certain extent you are right. You offended our feelings by not consulting us. But the main danger is in the second weak side of the Soviet policy. The thing is, you virtually recognized the right of the USA to violate international law. This did great damage to your own policy. This fact really worries us. It may cause difficulties for maintaining the unity of the socialist countries. It seems to us that there already are cracks in the unity of the socialist camp. Mikoyan. That issue worries us too. We are doing a lot to strengthen our unity, and with you, comrades, we will always be with you despite all the difficulties. Guevara. To the last day? Mikoyan. Yes, let our enemies die. We must live and let live. Comrade Guevara evaluated the past events in a pessimistic tone. I respect his opinion, but I do not agree with him. I will try during the next meeting to convince him, though I doubt my ability to do that. I am satisfied by my meetings with you. Basically, We have come to an agreement on the protocol. Besides that, I must say that I thought that I understood the Cubans, and then I listened to Comrade Che and understood that no, I still don't know them. Alexeyev. But Che is an Argentine. Mikoyan. To Che, let's meet and talk a little. Our stake in Cuba is huge in both a material and moral sense, and also in a military regard. Think about it, are we really helping you out of our overabundance? Do we have something extra? We don't have enough for ourselves. No, we want to preserve the base of socialism in Latin America. You were born as heroes, before a revolutionary situation ripened in Latin America, but the socialist camp still has not grown into its full capability to come to your assistance. We give you ships, weapons, people, fruits and vegetables. China is big, but for the time being it is still a poor country. There will come a time when we will show our enemies. But we do not want to die beautifully. Socialism must live. Excuse the rhetoric *11. Already, the Christ-like image of a beautiful death could be read on Che's face. Perhaps Mikoyan, a cultivated Russian Armenian, remembered the scene of Prince Andrei's first wound in War and Peace. Napoleon inspects the battlefield after his defeat at the Berezina and while contemplating the inert body of Andrei, who is actually still alive, exclaims to nobody in particular, "Quelle belle mort." *1 Since January, a CIA memorandum had warned, the Cuban Air Force and naval vessels capable of opposing our landing must be knocked out or neutralized before our amphibious shipping makes its final run into the beach. If this is not done, we will be courting disaster. The CIA wanted maximum air power, the State Department wanted it kept at a minimum so that the planes could ostensibly originate in Cuba. Peter Wyeth, Bay of Pigs, The Untold Story, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1979, p. 135. *2 A speech by Che a few days before the Bay of Pigs partly justified these fears. He referred to the Americans as the new Nazis of the world. They don't even have the tragic greatness of those German generals who thrust all of Europe into the worst Holocaust the world has ever known, and destroyed themselves in an apocalyptic ending. These new Nazis, cowardly felons and liars, have been vanquished by history. Eco Beto Che Guevara, Discurso a las Milicias en Pina del Rio, April 15, 1961, quoted in Eco Beto Che Guevara, Escritos y Discursos, Volume 5, Havana, Editorial de Ciencias Sociales, 1977, p. 73. *3 Other journalists have provided a different version. One journalist present at the beginning of the meeting, Daniel Garrick of Le Figaro, asserted that President Kennedy had sought the meeting, and Guevara did not present any objections. Daniel Garrick, El Europeo, Milan, September 14, 1967, quoted in Gregorio Celser, Punta del Este contra Sierra Maestra, Buenos Aires, Editorial Hernandez, 1969, p. 111. 1 To this day, Goodwin keeps in his house in Concord, Massachusetts, the more elaborate box designated for Kennedy. He kept it quite visible in his offices at the White House and the State Department during the time he worked there. Goodwin, interview with the author, Concord, Massachusetts, May 5, 1995. *4 A well-informed Western ambassador described the outcome in a confidential report to his capital, as follows: the evidence suggests that a period of withdrawal from the public view was used by Castro both to rally the support of his personal followers and to prove to the old communists that they could not maintain themselves in power without him. Finally, as an apparent compromise, old communists were given important positions in the economic sphere, most notably Rodriguez as president of INRA, while the new communists were seated a clear majority in the Directorate of ORI. Castro, with this majority support, was then able to drive out old communist Aníbal Escalante, who was made the scapegoat for the policy of working to place control of the revolution exclusively in the hands of old communists, which Castro termed sectarianism. Ambassador George P. Kidd, Canadian Embassy, Havana, to Undersecretary of State for External Affairs, Ottawa, May 18, 1962, confidential, Foreign Office Archive, FO 371/62309 REF 8664, Public Record Office, London. The term Old Communists refers to the PSP leaders. The New Communists are Fidel's men from the Sierra Maestra wing of the 26th of July movement. *5 The almost permanent mobilization of many young men in the army or the people's militias had a negative impact on the performance of industry in general. Escobedo Che Guevara, quoted in mid-1904 31-62, Sergei Kudryavtsev, Memorandum of Conversation of December 8, 1961, with the Minister of Industry Escobedo Guevara, December 18, 1961, Secret, Archives of the Foreign Ministry, Moscow. 2 In fact, Che tried to moderate Fidel Castro's initial anti-sugar compulsion. Carlos Franqui recalls a meeting in 1961 in which Che objected to Fidel's publicly censuring cane production because with Fidel's influence on cane in Cuba, there was a real danger that if he spoke against it, it would disappear. He made his anti-sugar speech anyway and the consequences were disastrous. Carlos Franqui, interview with the author, San Juan, Puerto Rico, August 20, 1996. *6 In recent years there have been many lectures and seminars about those memorable 13 days. While not everything has been clarified, a great deal of information has become available that was previously unknown. The following pages are based largely upon recent sources. They attempt to reconstruct Che's participation, rather than the crisis as a whole. *7 The Americans have always questioned the veracity of Adzube's account, but they have not yet declassified their own official memorandum of the conversation. The history of Kennedy's conversation with Adzube began with a report by French journalist Jean Daniel, published shortly after JFK's death. Daniel quoted Fidel Castro as saying that the Adzube report convinced him of a new U.S. invasion plan. In December 1963, Kennedy's press secretary, Pierre Salinger, and McGeorge Bundy, his national security advisor, both asserted, the former in public, the latter in a private memorandum to columnist Walter Lippmann, that Kennedy never used the Hungarian analogy as Adzube interpreted it. Kennedy never meant it as a threat, but as an example of how a superpower can become nervous when it sees a hostile group emerge near its border. Both Salinger and Bundy insisted that Kennedy was categorical in his statement to Adzube, when he said that the United States had no intention of invading Cuba. See McGeorge Bundy, Memorandum for Walter Lippmann, December 16, 1963, and transcript, White House News Conference with Pierre Salinger, December 11, 1963, pages 9-10. *81 Che biographer asserts, without providing sources, that Che said in 1960, in Moscow, this country is willing to risk everything in an atomic war of unimaginable destructiveness, to defend a principle and protect Cuba. Philippe Gavy, Che Guevara, Paris, Editions Universitaires, 1970, p. 96. *9 As Castro later stated, the USSR could have declared that an attack on Cuba would have been the equivalent of an attack on the Soviet Union. We could have had a military accord. We could have achieved our goal of defending Cuba without the presence of the missiles. I am absolutely convinced of it. Fidel Castro, Transcripción de sus palabras en la conferencia sobre la crisis de Caribe, Havana, January 11, 1992, Foreign Broadcast Information Service, quoted in the National Security Archive, Lawrence Chang and Peter Kornbluh, eds, The Cuban Missile Crisis, New York, The New Press, 1992, pages 336-337. 3 Emilio Aragon's, interview. It is worth noting an element that careful readers will already have noticed. The accounts given by Emilio Aragon's and Alexander Alexeyev are virtually identical, including details, sequence, and causal explanations. Needless to say, there is no longer any communication between them. Aragon's lives in Havana, a semi-outcast retiree, Alexeyev, now elderly and ill, spends much of his time in a nomenclatura hospital on the outskirts of Moscow. The two men's accounts are remarkably similar, because they were both marked by the events in question and because they are true. * 10 Che's letter to Anna Louise Strong in Beijing, on November 19, 1962, reflects his terrible ambivalence. The situation here in Cuba is one of combat alert, the people await an attack on a war footing. If we come to lose, which will happen after selling our lives very dear, people will be able to read in every nook of our island messages like those of Thermopylae. But anyway, we are not studying our pose for a final gesture, we love life and we will defend it. Escobedo Che Guevara, letter to Ana Louise Strong, November 19, 1962, quoted in Escobedo Che Guevara, Cartas Inéditas, Montevideo, Editorial Sandino, 1968, p. 14. For Escobedo Che Guevara, interview with the Daily Worker, November 1962, reproduced in Foreign Broadcast Information Service Propaganda Report, Changing Pattern of Fidel Castro's Public Statements, December 7, 1962, pages 23 to 24. The report asserts that the first three sentences quoted here were not included in the published text of the interview, though the Daily Worker correspondent did transmit them to London. Ibid, p. 25. Carlos Franqui has corroborated this omission, suggesting that Castro may have spoken to Guevara on the phone in this regard, perhaps regretting how Che always said what he thought. Carlos Franqui, interview with the author, San Juan, Puerto Rico, August 20, 1996. * 11 Memorandum of Conversation, Anastas Mikoyan with Osvaldo Dorticos, Escobedo Guevara and Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, November 5, 1962, top secret, quoted in Cold War International History Project Cold War Crises, Bulletin No. 5, Spring 1995, Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, Washington, D.C., p. 105. The quoted text is from the archives of Russia's Foreign Ministry. It has undergone two translations, Alexeyev's translation of his notes of the conversation, from Spanish to Russian, in 1962, and from Russian to English, in 1995. Chapter 8. With Fidel, neither marriage nor divorce. Here was more to Che's life than sugar quotas and missiles, though. This period saw his family grow, along with his fame and love of continual movement. His first son was born in 1962 and named after Camilo, Che's comrade from the Sierra Maestra. A third daughter, Celia, was born in 1963. Aleta, who had accompanied Che on most of his travels within Cuba, now tended to stay at home. The comfortable though far from luxurious family residence at 772 47th Street between Connell and Tulipin Streets in the Nuevo Vedado quarter, was filled with children, papers, books, and, according to neighbors, a ferocious German shepherd. Yet Guevara spent little time there, what with his trips abroad and in the interior. In the words of his eldest grandson, who recalls his mother's account, he was never home. One Che had not formed the kind of bourgeois family he so dreaded in Buenos Aires, but his household was much what it would have been anywhere. He continued to cultivate his love of reading, and spent long hours writing letters, articles, and essays, which he published at a frantic pace, as well as his diaries. Che remained as ascetic as always, strictly imposing upon himself the ethical norms of the revolution and trying to avoid any abuse of power or privilege. But Aleta, confronted daily, like many Cuban housewives, with the ordeal of long lines and shortages, sometimes used Che's official car, escort, and influence to fulfill the minimal requirements of subsistence. Che would send her to the market by bus, explaining irritably, "No, Aleta, no, you know that the car belongs to the government, it is not mine, and you cannot take advantage of it. Take the bus, like everybody else." Ricardo Rojo, who stayed with the family for a couple of months in early 1963, recalled how according to both Aleta and Che's mother, Celia, Che was bent on obtaining from his government position only the indispensable. The house he lived in, a mansion confiscated from a rich emigrant, was empty, despite the countless gifts he received during his international travels. Che simply remitted the presents, ranging from art objects to craftswork and electrical appliances, to youth training centers throughout the island, still wrapped. Point 2. His main preoccupation during this period, over and beyond his administrative and diplomatic activities, was the revolution in Latin America and, increasingly, Africa. If his chief concern after the missile crisis was the adverse effects of the Soviet surrender on the rest of Latin America, that was because of his growing obsession, theoretical, political, and personal, with one goal: to replicate the Cuban model in other latitudes, with all available means and at all costs. Che had presented the conceptual foundation for this in a 1961 essay in which he briefly first described those features of the Cuban Revolution which he believed made it unique in Latin America: the figure and earth-moving force of Fidel Castro, and the way imperialism was taken by surprise. He then presented a series of conditions which he considered common and/or constant in Latin America: the submissive attitude of the bourgeoisie, the existence of latifundia, and a poverty-stricken peasantry, a phenomenon to be found in all the countries of Latin America without exception, and which has been the basis for all the injustices committed here and the hunger of the people. Finally, Che summed up the significance of Cuba's victory as the possibility of triumph and the inevitability of triumph. In a succinct conclusion, he claimed, "The possibility of triumph of the popular masses in Latin America is clearly expressed in the path of guerrilla warfare, based upon a peasant army, an alliance between workers and peasants, the defeat of the army in a direct confrontation, the taking of cities from the countryside." 3. Che recast these ideas in a more far-reaching essay which appeared in Cuba Socialista in September 1963 under the title La Guerra de Guerrillas, Un Método. In it, he restated his previous arguments and insisted that the armed struggle in Latin America was both feasible and necessary. But the text was different from earlier versions, such as guerrilla warfare, because by 1963 the Cuban regime was far more intent on exporting the revolution. Certainly, there had been many occasions in the past when Che or other Cuban leaders engaged in undercover practices like sending arms and funds, training guerrillas, obtaining documentation, advising on logistics, and so on. But this had been more a matter of ideological inclination than state policy. After Cuba was expelled from the Organization of American States, OAS, in 1962 and found its diplomatic relations with most Latin American countries severed, things changed. There was no longer any reason for the Cubans to desist from their revolutionary endeavors in the region seen as seditious or subversive by the governments involved. Indeed, the caveats imposed on the creation of a FOCO in the original manual guerrilla warfare vanished in this one. For example, there is no further mention of the obstacle constitutional governance can represent for a guerrilla movement. *1 Furthermore, by 1963 Che had greatly consolidated his position within the Cuban government. Thus, his essays were perceived in many Latin American capitals as far more than the personal views of a Cuban intellectual or guerrilla fighter, albeit an important one. They were seen as an expression of Cuban state policy. Above all, the great difference between 1960–61 and 1963–64 was Che's personal involvement. He was now directly committed to Cuba's revolutionary adventures. 1. His first guerrilla love, quite naturally, was his native Argentina. The roundabout road Che would follow there began in a meeting with his compatriots in Cuba, many of whom gathered in Havana for Argentina's Independence Day festivities on May 25, 1962. Though the traditional roast was lacking, they sacrificed a rather scrawny calf which, together with their customary mate, sufficed for the occasion. Che had been invited to speak by the Institute for Cuban-Argentine Friendship. Having agreed with some reluctance, for he knew what a hornet's nest awaited him, he addressed the entire Argentine community of Havana, including Perón's representative John William Cook, Tamara Bunk, the young teacher and translator who had joined the Cuban Revolution the previous year, 200 technicians sent by the Argentine Communist Party, as well as a number of artists, scientists, and writers living in Havana. *2 Che's speech reflected both his strengths and his weaknesses, his successes and his failures. As an Argentine militant at the scene recalled, the Communist Party, which had sent a special plane to Havana after the victory of the revolution packed with activists and experts, had bad relations with Cuba. Cuba believed in revolutionary violence, and the party did not. Many of the Argentines began to receive training for the militias, deepening the conflict, because the party elders thought Cuba was training militias within the party, thus undermining the leadership. This led to a tense situation, verging on a break, particularly when the delegate from the party was recalled from Cuba. So Che was venturing into very troubled waters, and rapidly found himself in a delicate position. I will speak at the celebration on May 25, but only if they don't pose any conditions. 2. On the one hand, he was absolutely certain that armed struggle was the only way to bring revolution to Argentina. The only means to defeat the army and oligarchy was to unify all those political forces capable of joining in the struggle. But one of those forces, the Communist Party, was led by a notorious Argentine Soviet apparatchik, Victor Codovilla, indirectly involved in, among other nefarious acts, the first attempt on Trotsky's life in Mexico City in 1940. Codovilla rejected Che's Foucault theories, and the other opposition forces squabbled among themselves for a leadership position which they did not, in many cases, deserve. Either they featured talented personalities who nonetheless represented very little, as in the case of Cook, despite his personal association with Perón, or they were simply peopled by fans of the socialist or Castroist left, with scant links to Argentine society. Cook, who had already distanced himself from Peronism if not from Perón himself, and who was exiled in Madrid, also addressed the crowd. On that spring day in Havana, he made a fiery speech supporting Guevara's position, recalling that all the great heroes of Latin American liberation had been guerrilla fighters for Che, never one to beat around the bush, appealed for unity among traditional enemies, calling for them to rise up in arms which many did not even have or want to have. We believe we are part of an army fighting in every part of the world, and we must ready ourselves to celebrate another 25th of May not in this generous land, but in our own country, and with new symbols, with the symbol of victory, the symbol of the construction of socialism, the symbol of the future. 5. The words, gestures, and especially the intentions of Comandante Guevara could only alarm the many communists in the audience. His calls for convergence with the Peronists and among all revolutionaries, and for guerrilla warfare and revolutionary violence, inevitably antagonized the Communist Party. There was an uproar the next day, and heated arguments among the delegates. 6 The Communists were enraged, and even censured Che's speech in their publications. Guevara suddenly found himself an outcast, caught between his revolutionary goals and a dismal lack of supporters to achieve them with. His only alternative was one which Cuba and he himself would be forced to choose for years to come: the promotion of more or less explicit divisions within the communist parties of Latin America, training militants in Cuba without the knowledge or consent of their leaders, and plotting for the militants' takeover of their organizations. A private letter written by several Argentine communists living in Cuba to one of the party's leaders in Moscow illustrates the bad blood between Che and some of his compatriots. Our relations with our famous countryman Escobedo Guevara are going from bad to worse, and all of this because of the incidents involving our beloved party. We took it up with Cook and his wife and the whole group that the Cubans were training. Their defender was none other than Guevara. He was financing them. Among the members of the future commandos there was a group of Trotskyists who were going around claiming that when they have the chance to apply what they are learning they will make no fine distinction between guerrillas, the anti-Peronist military, and Stalinist communists. 7. That takeover rarely if ever materialized, but the attempts aroused infinite mistrust and resentment among party leaders. Che gradually realized that if he hoped to mount a guerrilla war in Argentina or anywhere else, he would have to do so alone, that is with individual recruits, and on the margins of existing groups. A case in point was Tamara Bunk, who often accompanied him to parties or volunteer work celebrations, or to welcome foreign delegations. Some of the Argentines who attended the independence festivities met a couple of days later to discuss the incidents and determine their future course. Several of them, not including Tamara, expressed disagreement with Che. Imbued with her communist parents' spirit of sacrifice and the recklessness that would lead her to her death in Bolivia 5 years later, Tamara stormed out, exclaiming, "I'm leaving, I'm not going to waste my time here." Che would have to make his revolution in Latin America with the Tamaras of the hemisphere and without the Codovillas. From an individual viewpoint, this had its advantages. In terms of politics and popular support, it was a disaster. This was especially true in the case of Argentina, where neither the Socialist Party, nor the Communists, nor Perón was prepared to join in a delusional armed struggle. When Cook returned to his country 2 years later, Che was left even more isolated in his Argentine aspirations. But he did not give up. In the days following that 25th of May, 1962, he confided his true intentions to more sympathetic compatriots living in Havana, who visited him at the ministry. They found him with a map of his native land spread out on his desk. Che brought out some mate and they spent 4 or 5 hours sipping it like true Argentines, exchanging countless anecdotes. One above all impressed his interlocutors. "Revolution," said Che, "can be made at any given moment anywhere in the world." "Anywhere in the world?" they asked. "Even in Argentina or La Paz?" Pointing with his finger at the city of his youth, Che proclaimed, "Even in Córdoba there can be guerrilla warfare." 9. Several Latin American countries possessed the central traits Che had described in guerrilla warfare as impediments to the armed struggle: constitutional government, elections, etc. But those obstacles now loomed larger, as they were buttressed by the Soviet Union's growing reluctance to countenance Cuban adventures, and especially by the refusal of communist parties in the region to engage in guerrilla warfare. Preliminary attempts had failed in Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Guatemala. Repression even by democratic governments was intensifying. The dangers for large mass organizations inspired or led by the communists were growing. Under these conditions, the party's willingness to take up arms, never overwhelming to begin with, faded day by day. The communists asked Moscow on occasion to intervene and temper the Cubans' revolutionary fervor. But the Soviets, who already had enough troubles with their tropical partners, preferred discretion over any public rift for the moment. So the natural candidates for armed struggle in Latin America, the communist cadres, became increasingly reluctant, and Che Guevara increasingly irritated. Faced with this growing resistance and the ever-repeated objection that the time was not ripe, Che revised his original views in the September 1963 essay on guerrilla warfare. Before, he had insisted that the creation of a guerrilla FOCO required a series of conditions, including the absence of a constitutional elected government. Now he claimed that those conditions could be self-created. The FOCO could breed the prerequisites for its own existence. Did this new idea derive from a new theoretical viewpoint? Or was it the total absence of those conditions in reality, along with Che's stubborn insistence on making the revolution here and now, which led to a retroactive justification of the FOCO's self-generation? Without a doubt, it was the lack of real revolutionaries that led Che to theorize that they were no longer necessary. At the end, he would perish surrounded by the silence of absent Bolivian campesinos and communist cadres, as his FOCO in Nankawaza created everything but the conditions for victory. Within this troubled and contradictory political context, there occurred another crucial event in the history of the Cuban Revolution: Fidel Castro's lengthy visit to the USSR in the spring of 1963. He spent over 40 days there, reaching agreements with the Soviet leadership which would have countless implications for the island's economic and political future. Despite an explicit invitation to Che from the Soviet ambassador, discussed later in the chapter, he did not accompany Fidel, though the trip was to include important commercial and industrial negotiations well within his areas of responsibility. Indeed, according to French journalist K.S. Carroll, Guevara learned of Fidel's accords with the Soviets only after the fact. 10. So much the better, The principal result of the trip was to confirm Cuba's sad fate as a single-minded producer of sugar, along with a few other raw materials and farming products, within the Socialist bloc's division of labor. Thus did Fidel explicitly renounce a project which had in fact been abandoned months earlier, the island's industrialization. Che did not forgive the USSR for its October betrayal as readily as did Castro, nor was he as quick to accept Cuba's dependence on the Soviets. *3. Fidel's visit dissipated the tensions and recriminations of the previous October. He was spontaneously acclaimed, honored, and feted by the people of Russia, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, and Georgia, as well as by the Soviet leadership, though they were perhaps less sincere. In turn, he had nothing but praise and admiration for the fatherland of socialism, especially after his return to Havana on June 3, 1963. If during October and November 1962 there had been some parallels between the Cuban and Chinese views of Khrushchev, they were now banished from Castro's political discourse. There were still occasional flourishes, remarks, or gestures, for instance, on July 26, 1963, which some observers saw as pro-China and somewhat anti-Soviet *4, but Cuba's alignment with the USSR was increasingly evident, despite its attempted neutrality in the Sino-Soviet dispute. In exchange, the Soviets paid lip service to the cause of armed struggle in Latin America, while entangling any real aid in so many clauses and reservations that Latin American communist parties could well decide to abstain from military activity without contravening any Soviet dispositions. Che's doubts as to the wisdom and decency of a hasty reconciliation with the USSR were aggravated by a new though recurrent factor, Fidel's incessant flirtations with Washington, which always allowed contradictory interpretations. Indeed, that was their very raison d'être. In the spring of 1963, a U.S. television journalist, Lisa Howard, interviewed Castro and found that he seemed amenable to an understanding with President John F. Kennedy. Washington promptly signaled its refusal. The journalist persisted in her efforts, leading in September 1963 to preliminary talks between Cuba's permanent representative to the United Nations, Carlos Lechuga, and the U.S. journalist and diplomat William Atwood. All of this occurred thanks to the good offices of Howard, who had a close relationship with René Vallejo, Fidel's personal aide and physician. He had helped set up her meeting with Castro in May. He offered to send a plane to the United States, to bring a Kennedy envoy back to Havana to negotiate. When Washington rejected the offer, Vallejo, with Howard and Atwood listening in on the call, proposed by telephone to travel secretly to the United States himself in order to launch negotiations. Kennedy's death in November put an end to the initiative. It is impossible to say whether it would have prospered, and if Castro was really willing to make the concessions demanded by Washington to re-establish normal relations. Significantly, however, the following argument emerged in several conversations between U.S. and Cuban representatives. Castro is unhappy about his present dependence on the Soviet bloc, the trade embargo is hurting him, and he would like to establish some official contact with the U.S., even though this would not be welcomed by most of his hardcore communist entourage, such as Che Guevara. There was a rift between Castro and the Guevara-Hart-Almeida group on the question of Cuba's future course. Guevara and the other communists were opposed to any deal, and regarded Castro as dangerously unreliable. *5. The analysis was not necessarily valid, nor was there a rift between Fidel and Che during those months. To the contrary, they may even, albeit for different reasons, have agreed on the necessity of reinforcing Cuban support for revolutionary groups in Latin America. Che as a matter of principle and due to his disillusion with the USSR, and Castro because he had not found the understanding he sought, either with Moscow or with Washington. Intensifying internal difficulties may also have contributed to Fidel's enhanced activism in the jungles and swamps of the region. But it was one thing to equip revolutionaries and quite another to confront the USSR. Che, who increasingly believed the two went together, simply could not tolerate the ambivalence implicit in Fidel's juggling with both. Castro thrived on the game, Che abhorred it. In early 1964, Che granted a television interview of his own to Lisa Howard, reiterating Castro's views. Top White House officials congratulated Howard for the program, even while recognizing Guevara's poise and skill. Watching the rushes of the interview 30 years later, one can only admire Che's charm, assurance, and inner strength. Even in crossing the set to light a cigarette for the journalist, he moved with incomparable elegance and grace. Despite being tired and overweight, he was still a man of exceptional beauty. The Christ-like expression of his death was already there, the ineffable, veiled sadness in his eyes portended an accepted tragedy. He is already, as Dolores Moyano Martin, a friend from his youth, wrote with Dostoevsky's portrait of Nietzsche in mind, a doomed man, even if he has not yet severed every tie with the civil order. 11 There were still battles ahead, but at some unconscious level Che may have known that he had lost his war in Cuba. A few days after Castro's return from the Soviet Union, Guevara packed his bags again and left for Algeria in early July to attend the first anniversary celebrations of its independence. He spent 3 weeks there, touring the country extensively. On his way to Algiers, he had time to reflect upon the changes and events of the previous months, Cuba's reconciliation with Moscow, Castro's critical advances to Washington, the island's dire economic crisis, his own disagreements with the rest of the governing team, and his gradual removal from economic policy making. At a planning seminar in Algiers, Che acknowledged Cuba's failure to achieve industrialization and trade diversification, as well as the island's economic debacle. His views were not that different from those of Fidel, the Russians, or the Cuban communists. But his doubts were one thing, quite another was the course the revolution was starting to adopt in economic and foreign policy terms. Algiers marked the beginning of 3 important projects for Che Guevara, 1 economic, and 2 in international policy. He was already preparing the escape route he would follow less than 2 years later. The first of Che's foreign initiatives targeted Argentina and would founder. But the second involved Africa and Algeria, and would endure. The young Algerian Republic was faced with an ominous and debilitating crisis on its western borders. King Hassan of Morocco, both on his own initiative and pushed by French and American intelligence services, had declared war on his neighbor over the territories of the Eastern Sahara. Ahmed Ben Bella, the hero of the clandestine struggle against France and first president of Algeria, had no means of defense, but he and his government enjoyed considerable international support. They had a long-standing friendship with Cuba, whose saga had closely paralleled their own. A high-level Cuban delegation had attended their declaration of independence in July 1962, and Ben Bella had visited Havana on the eve of the missile crisis. During his visit, Castro and Guevara had offered technical, medical, and, if needed, military support to defend the newborn Maghreb state. The first Cuban medical mission of 55 members arrived in Algiers on May 24, 1963, just 5 weeks before Che. It was natural, then, that the Cubans should rise to the defense of their friends when Moroccan troops took several Algerian border posts in September 1963, unleashing the so-called War of the Desert. Moroccan superiority in weapons and training boded ill for the Algerians. According to Cuba's ambassador in Algiers, he himself transmitted Ben Bella's urgent appeal for help to Cuba. Castro agreed within the spirit of adventure and internationalism which had characterized the Cuban leadership since the revolution. Ben Bella has a slightly different version. In his view, it was the Cubans who offered to help. When I went to Havana in September 1962, Castro strongly insisted that Cuba had a debt with Algeria, contracted before independence, which he wanted to pay. When Che came to Algeria, he also insisted on paying it but in kind, with sugar. And a boat loaded with sugar was about to sail from Cuba in October, to pay the debt. When Hassan attacked us, I did not ask for anything, but Foreign Minister Abdelaziz Bouteflika saw Ambassador Segura and spoke with him. And the Cubans put a battalion of 800 men with 70 tanks into the sugar boat. I found out about this several days later, when Segura came to see me and showed me a sheet of paper, torn from a school notebook, advising him that the sugar boat was also carrying 800 men and 70 tanks. But they never saw combat, for in those very days Hassan called for negotiations. That was because we sent 300,000 civilians to the border to occupy it, and the Americans pressured Hassan into desisting. 12. In the Cuban version, reconstructed by the Italian-American historian Piero Gligices, at Ben Bella's request Castro sent an advance group of Cuban officers to Algeria, rapidly backed by other units totaling 686 men and a large number of tanks. 13 Though the Cubans would have preferred to keep the operation secret, it was reported by the world press shortly after the landing at Oran. A few days later, Ben Bella began talks with King Hassan and on October 19, in Bamako, the capital of Mali, signed a ceasefire. The Cubans remained in Algeria for 6 months, delivering the military supplies they had brought and training a large number of troops. Jorge Cergera, Cuba's first ambassador to Algeria and Che's aide in all of his African expeditions, believes Cuban assistance played a key role in Ben Bella's victory over Morocco. Of course Hassan asked for negotiations. He had only 3 tanks and we took over 60. Our help was decisive. Algeria could not have negotiated on its own, pressured as it was by the Americans, pressured by the English, and pressured by everybody. 14. Thus, the growing complicity between Cuba and Algeria, whether in providing military supplies and training to guerrillas in Latin America, or acting jointly in Africa. This had been Cuba's first expedition in Africa, and Che had played a central role in it, as he would in the next 4 years. Cuba's political relationship with Algeria and Che's personal bond with Ben Bella became the pillars of Cuba's African policy, and the starting point of all Guevara's projects there in the future. The understanding between the two countries was such that the arms shipment discovered in Venezuela at the end of 1963, which would serve as a pretext for OAS sanctions against Cuba, probably originated in Algeria. As Ben Bella revealed in an October 1987 interview with the French Trotskyist Daily Rouge, Che asked him on behalf of Fidel and the Cuban leadership to send arms and trained cadres to South America. Cuba could no longer do so, as it was under close observation. Ben Bella immediately agreed. 6 On November 28, 1963, the Venezuelan government revealed that it had discovered a 3-ton weapons cache in the coastal province of Falcon, including 18 bazookas, 4 mortar guns, 8 recoilless rifles, 26 machine guns, and 100 assault rifles bearing Cuban insignia. According to available information, ambiguous but revealing, the reunified guerrillas of Venezuela had convinced the Cubans, including Che, to send them the arms they needed to overthrow the Caracas regime. Cuba simply rerouted some of the light arms it sent to Algeria, as they were no longer needed following the ceasefire signed by Hassan and Ben Bella. Despite Che's increasing involvement in African politics, this was for now only a sideshow in relation to his other pet international project, the creation of a guerrilla foco in Argentina. There was a link between the two though. Jorge Massetti, the Argentine journalist who interviewed Che in the Sierra Maestra in 1958. As early as January 10, 1962, the Cuban cargo ship Bahia de Napi had docked in Casablanca to deliver a large weapons supply to the National Liberation Front, FLN, and transfer Algerian casualties to Cuba. 15 Massetti was there to receive it. He had stayed on in Cuba after the revolution and with the support of Che and others, including Gabriel Garcia Marquez, founded Prensa Latina, the Cuban news agency, which also indulged in other activities. In 1961, Massetti resigned from Prensa Latina, due to strained relations with both the Cubans and the Argentine communists working at the agency. At the end of that year, he negotiated the first Cuban arms shipment to Algerian guerrillas and their provisional government. He remained in Algeria until its independence several months later, then returned to Cuba. In November 1962, leaving behind a newborn son, he left again for the Maghreb to receive military training. After a failed attempt by Che and John William Cook to bring Perón to Havana and transform him into a patron for the armed struggle in Argentina, Che finally resigned himself to waging the revolution in his native country with a handful of supporters, a group of heroic and misguided Argentines, and the Cubans closest to him. When Guevara arrived in Algeria in early July 1963, he first dealt with the forlorn Cuban physicians in Sétif who had not yet received their stipend, and attended the planning seminar mentioned earlier. Then he met with Massetti, by now the designated commandante of the future Argentine Foco. With his training in Cuba and Algeria, and some combat experience in the latter country, Massetti set about recruiting communist dissidents and university students from Argentina, who were all on the margins of traditional leftist organizations. He was soon forced to include several Cubans in the expedition due to the sparsity of local recruits. 3 of them participated in it directly, another 2 were involved only in its preparation. Hermes Pina, one of his bodyguards, died in the Argentine jungle of Salta. Alberto Castellanos, Guevara's driver, at whose home Che and Aleta had been married, was captured and spent 4 years in jail in Argentina. José María Martínez Tamayo, Papi, the first advance man for the Argentine affair and Che's highest-ranking personal aide, accompanied him to the Congo and helped prepare the expedition to Bolivia, where he died a few months before Che. He landed in La Paz in July 1963 to lay the groundwork for the others. And Cuba's current Minister of the Interior, General Abelardo Furry Colom Ibarra, was sent by Raúl Castro, under whom he still serves, as his closest collaborator, to coordinate the entire Operation 17. Furry first went to Buenos Aires with one of the Argentines, the painter Ciro Bustos. From Buenos Aires he traveled to Tarija, Bolivia, the jump-off point for the guerrilla expedition into northern Argentina. There they all regrouped, Massetti, Martínez Tamayo, who carried the money, Furry, in charge of weapons, Hermes Pina, and Alberto Castellanos, entrusted with logistics and security for Che Guevara, who in all likelihood had already decided to join them. Massetti had probably made a first secret trip to Argentina in 1962, along with Hermes Pina. 7 1 year later, during the summer of 1963, the aspiring guerrillas arrived in Bolivia disguised as members of an Algerian trade mission. Between September and December they journeyed several times in and out of Argentina, seeking volunteers for the Salta Foco. 4 Castellanos joined them in September. In late 1963, September, according to some sources, they made their final entrance into Argentina. Neither Massetti nor Pina would leave the country alive. By early 1964 the entire affair was over. They were never able to recruit more than a handful of inexperienced youths, devoted but completely unfit for guerrilla warfare. Their tale would impact Argentine public opinion just enough to draw the armed forces' attention but not enough to awaken the slightest glimmer of sympathy. There are 3 indications that Beto Guevara intended to leave Cuba and direct the armed struggle in his own land. First, the leaders of the Argentine expedition all belonged to his inner circle, 2 of his bodyguards, his best journalist friend, and his closest Cuban aide. Castellanos asserts that the head of Che's escort, Harry Pombo Villegas, was not included because he was of African origin and, as Che declared, "There are no blacks where we are going." 18 Guevara's 4th bodyguard, José Arguedon, was excluded because, according to Castellanos, he had seduced the wife of Pina during the latter's absence. 19 Che's 2 subsequent expeditions would also include his bodyguards or the old guard dating back to the Sierra and the invasion, Pombo, Papi, and Tuma. Carlos Coelho. And it was inconceivable, given Che's nature, that he should ever have contemplated sending his closest aides on a dangerous mission without eventually joining it himself. In the second place, when Che summoned Castellanos to the Guantanamo officer training school and announced that he had decided to entrust him with a task which could well last 20 years, he said, "I will go soon. You go and wait over there, you go and set up the group and have them wait for me." 20 By January 1964, Papi and Castellanos had arrived in Tucumán to contact possible Argentine recruits, mainly Trotskyists, Castellanos recalls. Among other things, they carried $20,000 for one Dr. Canelo in Tucumán. As Castellanos describes it. Then Papi told me that Che would not be going just then, that he would send a message to Massetti, but he told me that Che wasn't going just then because it was too complicated, that he'd go a little later. He did not say why. At least he didn't tell me. No, just that he couldn't go at that time, that we should wait for him, continue exploring, and that we should not recruit any peasants until we began fighting. 21. 30 years later in Havana, Castellanos ruefully remembers that he never harbored any doubt that his boss fully intended to join the guerrilla group in Salta. As for the presence of Colom, one of the men closest to Raúl Castro, and the reasoning behind the mission, there was no margin for confusion. Furry was always linked to Raúl, from the time of the Sierra Maestra and the Second Front. Raúl was involved in the operation because it was Che's mission. Che was already planning to leave the island *8. Finally, there was the enigma of Massetti's nom de guerre in Salta, Comandante Segundo or Segundo Sombra, Second Shadow. Both names have been interpreted as a wink to Guevara, either because the first Comandante was going to be Che, or because Segundo Sombra is a central figure in 19th-century Argentine literature, along with Martín Fierro, an occasional nickname of Che's. In any case, the double meaning is sufficiently explicit to suggest that Escobedo Guevara was determined to join the guerrillas in Argentina between late 1963 and early 1964. His instructions to Castellanos: do not recruit any peasants for the moment, just devote yourselves to exploring the area, reinforce this interpretation. Combat was to begin only after Che's arrival. Perhaps Guevara's decision to participate in the Salta team was triggered by Castro's extended visit to the Soviet Union in May 1963, or perhaps by Che's own trip to Algeria. Either way, his state of mind was limpid and manifest. After his departure from Algiers in July, he stopped in Paris for a couple of days. There he reflected upon his future in Cuba, in view of Fidel's reconciliation with the USSR and the growing controversy surrounding his management of the economy. He also delivered a talk at the Maison de l'Amérique Latine on the Boulevard Saint-Germain. There he met Carlos Franqui, who had been living in intermittent exile in Algeria and Europe for some time. Relations between them were strained. They had clashed several times in Cuba over a number of issues, but had just celebrated a virtual reconciliation in Algiers, where Franqui had interviewed Ben Bella and mounted an exhibit of Cuban art he had brought from Paris. According to Franqui's memoirs, the two now discovered many affinities. We were both friends of Ben Bella. Che was seeking another path. He considered the Cuban situation very difficult, despite an apparent lull in sectarianism and the missile crisis. It was one of our best meetings. 22. Che put his arm around Franqui's shoulders and the two went walking along a deserted boulevard in the Paris summer, cooled by the chestnut trees and the last cobblestones paving the avenues of the French capital. Guevara tried to persuade the journalist to return to Cuba, without denying the problems there and his own frictions with Castro. It was then, in the heart of the Latin Quarter, that Che gave vent to a feeling which would soon lead him away from his closest friend and dearest companion in arms, with Fidel. I want neither marriage nor divorce. 23. The phrase aptly expressed Che's quandary. It enclosed an unsustainable ambivalence, an intolerable mingling of contradictory feelings. Flight to the Argentine guerrilla operation had to wait. The revolution's internal difficulties loomed too large at the end of 1963. But in the following year a new path opened up for Guevara much sooner than he could have guessed. Jorge Massetti's guerrilla campaign ended in tragedy. Racked by internal dissensions that led to executions of its own members, and isolated from the cities, his group was easy prey for the government. In addition, representative democracy had returned to Argentina in October, with the election of Arturo Illia as president. This was no tin-horn dictatorship Massetti was fighting. The correspondence dreams, dating back to the Sierra Maestra, were no match for the ruthless competence of the Argentine gendarmerie. His column was destroyed after being undermined by its own divisions and excesses, infiltrations, army persecution, and the hardships of the terrain. Castellanos was captured on March 4, 1964. He was defended at his trial by Gustavo Roca, a Córdoba friend of Che's, who had asked his compatriot to help his friends. No one knew of the link between Castellanos and Guevara until the latter's death in Bolivia, when a photograph of Che's wedding with Aleda was published and Castellanos appeared in it as their host. As for Massetti, he was simply swallowed up by the Salta wilderness. Castellanos has his own explanation, straight from the treasure of the Sierra Madre, for the fact that Massetti's body was never found, though Che sent several envoys to search for it. He was carrying over $20,000, plus a large sum of Argentine money and 2 Rolex watches. The police probably found him. If he was not already dead from exposure, they killed him, took the money, split it up, and reported he had disappeared. If the body showed up, the money had to show up as well. 24. In many ways, the Salta operation was a dress rehearsal for the Bolivia escapade 3 years later. In Cochabamba, Papi may have met the group of Bolivian communists charged by Mario Monge, the party's secretary-general, with promoting the armed struggle in the region, the Paretu brothers, Rodolfo Saldana and Luis Telleria. Along with Papi, they would be entrusted with preparations for Che's expedition in 1966. It is possible that Tamara Bunk, or Tanya, who arrived in Bolivia in October 1964, was initially sent to investigate Massetti's whereabouts and fate, as well as that of any survivors, rather than to organize a new guerrilla campaign in Bolivia. *90 Bustos, who was arrested along with Regis Debray in Bolivia in April 1967 upon leaving Che's camp, and who was responsible for linking the Bolivian struggle and a future Argentine one, was already present at the Salta saga. He traveled from Havana to Buenos Aires with Furey, and even visited Castellanos in jail on several occasions. 25. Che may have decided not to participate in the early stages of the Salta expedition, but there is no doubt that he intended to join it sometime soon. The deaths of Massetti and Pina, and the capture of Castellanos, must have dealt him a terrible blow. This was not the first but the second time that close friends had perished in combat, under circumstances which might well have included him. He had taken leave of Julio Roberto, El Patojo, Caceres in Havana in December 1961, his travel companion and fellow photographer on the streets of Mexico City. A portrait of El Patojo would later hang in Che's ministry offices. Caceres died fighting in Guatemala, only weeks after joining a guerrilla group. Why did they have to expire putting into practice his ideas and methods? He would either share their fate, or prove that death was not the only possible outcome. There is then no mystery enshrouding the increasing strain in Che's relations with the communist parties of Latin America and the Soviet Union during 1963. Since Cuba was entering a period of creeping alignment with the Soviet Union, inevitably, Che's situation became more and more untenable. In April 1963, the Soviet ideologue Mikhail Sislov declared that the communist parties of Latin America would be wrong to pin all their hopes on the armed struggle. Revolution cannot be accelerated or made to measure, nor can it be promoted from abroad. 26 There was no explicit break, for the moment. But as Che's economic and international views drew further and further away from those of the Soviet, Cuban, and Latin American communists, the veiled discrepancies and discreet recriminations drifted toward a harsh and bitter contest of wills. So before analyzing the broad economic policy battles between Che and his orthodox colleagues, it is necessary to examine some of his chief differences with the Soviet Union. Before Castro's departure for Moscow in April 1963, Che met with the Soviet ambassador to review the trip's technical aspects. He commented that, in general, Khrushchev's letters to the Cuban leaders generally showed wisdom and sensitivity. In contrast, a recent memorandum on trade was disturbing and amounted to a provocation. When Alexander Alexeyev asked Guevara if he would like to accompany Fidel, Che jokingly wondered aloud how useful that would be, as he was perceived by Moscow as an ugly duckling and a troublemaker. 27 Alexeyev replied. I know the opposite is true, because in my country you are appreciated precisely for your honesty and sincerity, your firmness in defending your ideas, even though they are sometimes wrong, and for your courage in recognizing your mistakes, and a certain taste for troublemaking is not a defect in our eyes. 28. A further moment of tension surfaced that April. According to a U.S. military intelligence report, important segments of the Cuban militias began to be dismantled during those weeks. At the same time, military facilities at San Antonio de los Banos outside the capital and at San Julian in Pina del Rio were placed under Soviet control. The Cuban Air Force commander of the former base was arrested for refusing to transfer it to the Soviets. He was freed thanks only to Che's personal intervention. 29. Toward the end of 1963, when the Sino-Soviet conflict escalated and the USSR stepped up its pressure on Cuba to distance itself from Beijing, Che found himself complaining bitterly to his Russian friends about the Soviet bureaucrats. He proposed to his Russian teacher and friend Oleg Derisenko that the Soviet embassy organize a chess tournament and invite him, so as to ease relations with various officials who considered him fervently pro-China. As Che explained, several Soviet comrades tend to think that my views on topics like guerrilla warfare as the principal means for the liberation of Latin American peoples, or the issue of financial self-management as opposed to the system for budgetary financing, are Chinese positions and conclude that Guevara is pro-China. Can't I have my own opinion on these issues, independently of what the Chinese think? 10. Che was increasingly irritated by the Chinese issue. He reluctantly adopted Cuba's position of neutrality. We cannot even publish an article by Paul Sweezy about Yugoslavia because of our position of absolute neutrality, as we cannot intervene in any area involving the Chinese-Soviet conflict. 30. Che was troubled by the harassment of China supporters in Cuba and elsewhere, and felt that the global onslaught against Beijing was excessive. 11. In an earlier conversation with Derisenko, he had gone to great pains to deny the existence of what the Soviet official called an anti-Soviet propaganda campaign by the local Chinese embassy. The Russian envoy accused the Chinese embassy of spreading anti-Soviet literature, with a written request that it be distributed to the various Soviet specialists working in Cuban organizations. 31. Che defended it, arguing that everything was actually a provocation by another socialist bloc embassy, which, though he did not say so, was probably that of Albania. He himself had discussed the issue with the Chinese ambassador, who had denied any involvement whatsoever. The propaganda leaflets were even examined by the Cuban security laboratories and found not to be of Chinese origin. They had arrived in Cuba by some embassy's diplomatic pouch, and various Cuban Trotskyists helped distribute them, together with a Trotskyist Argentine official from the Ministry of Industries who was under scrutiny. 32. In fact, Che was being associated with China despite himself. Although he did not disguise his admiration for Mao, he called him a wise man, or his gratitude to the People's Republic. The Chinese leadership has behaved in a way that is difficult for us to criticize. They have given us considerable aid, that we cannot neglect. For example, we asked the Czechoslovaks for arms, they turned us down. Then we asked the Chinese, they said yes in a few days, and did not even charge us, stating that one does not sell arms to friends. 33. The geopolitical, ideological, bureaucratic, and effective barriers all around him were closing in. If in 1963 he traveled little, in 1964 he spent entire months away from Cuba. His pattern of flight was overtaking him once again. The disagreement among China, the USSR, and Guevara was not just ideological. Nor did it center exclusively on the issue of support for revolutionary movements in other countries, important though that was. The underlying dispute involved economic policy. In January 1964, Fidel Castro returned to Moscow to negotiate new Cuban sugar deliveries. He confirmed the island's long-term concentration on cane. Che agreed in principle, and was willing to reverse the shift away from sugar begun in previous years, but he opposed the unavoidable consequences of that decision. nor could he have been pleased by the implications of Fidel's second trip to the USSR. A confidential U.S. analysis of the mission emphasized that the USSR had strongly and successfully pressured Castro to restrain his natural impulse to promote violent revolution. Especially, the Soviets sought to prevent Cuba from intervening in any way in the Panama Crisis that erupted in January 1964. 12 In addition, they wanted Cuba to put its economic house in order, and, if it would not condemn China as the Soviets wished, at least to show a less neutral position in the conflict between Moscow and Beijing. 34 Castro did not bow to all the Soviet demands, but, as pressure on him grew in the following months, so did his concessions. If one is to believe a report from the Brazilian government to U.S. Secretary of State Dean Rusk, the Soviet ambassador in Brasilia had told Brazilian President Castelo Branco that Fidel Castro has broken his link with Beijing. The Cuban government had suspended its relations with China and was peacefully disposed toward other countries, especially Brazil and the United States. The weapons found in Venezuela last November, which caused Cuba's expulsion from the OAS, might have been sent by the Chinese. Many of the revolutionary pamphlets and other guerrilla propaganda attributed to Cuba actually came from Chinese sources. 35. Che's distress over Cuba's pro-Moscow drift may have derived from the same dilemmas shared by the millions of young people who paraded his picture during myriad mass demonstrations of the late 60s. They wanted the same ends, but not the means, they accepted the goals, but not the steps needed to attain them. In his Algiers speech, Che clearly acknowledged that the shift away from sugar had been a mistake, but he rejected the next logical step, which was to re-emphasize sugar cultivation. He did so because the economic changes underway in the USSR during the Khrushchev era awakened in him sharply negative reactions, together with the disagreement over international trade and the revolution in Latin America. They made him increasingly antagonistic toward the USSR. The Guevarist criticism of existing socialism was by now explicit, though not public, and it was indeed close to the doubts and reservations expressed by the Chinese. It stemmed from a leftist position, blaming many Soviet shortcomings on the rightist course adopted by Khrushchev. Also echoing the Chinese experience, Che drew away from the USSR due to delays in assistance and broken promises. During 1963, Che was doubly disappointed by the USSR. Guevara soon surmised that Moscow was both less able and less willing to provide assistance than he had assumed. 13. His estrangement was based upon a radical position which today might be termed fundamentalist and which was hardly distinguishable from the Chinese critique of Russian revisionism. At a Ministry of Industries meeting on October 12, 1963, he articulated his views with greater precision than ever before or after. As far as is known, his comments went unreported. Che was by now fully aware of the enormous economic difficulties confronted by the USSR. But, for him, the solution did not lie in any liberalization or Gorbachev-style reform. Rather, it was to be found in greater economic centralization and in banishing market forces from all transactions except trade with capitalist countries. Guevara's assessment was categorical. Agricultural problems in the Soviet Union today come from somewhere. Something is wrong. It occurs to me, instinctively, that it has to do with the organization of the kolkhozes and sovkhozes, decentralization, or else material incentives and financial self-management, aside from various other problems, naturally, such as giving private plots to members of kolkhozes, in sum, with the little attention they have paid to moral incentives, especially in the countryside, concerned as they were by the countless problems they faced. So the Soviet Union now has an agricultural catastrophe similar to ours, and this indicates that something is wrong. There are more signs every day that the system serving as the basis for socialist countries must be changed. 36. Che was clearly taking sides in one of the most heated, ongoing debates in the Soviet Union. On one side were backers of Khrushchev's economic liberalization, who favored reforms aimed at economic decentralization and more flexible planning, in a sort of premature perestroika generally identified with the economists Memchinov, Trapeznikov, and especially Yevsei Lieberman, on the other side were opponents to reform. The problem for Cuba, as Che saw it, was that Soviet influence no longer served to radicalize or advance socialism, but rather to undermine it. In his view, the inevitable next step would be goulash socialism, as the Chinese had labeled it, in view of its Hungarian origins. Che considered the new Cuban emphasis on agriculture and sugar to be a betrayal of the industrialization process. He related Cuba's growing links to the Soviet Union with that country's process of decentralization, so-called financial self-management, and material incentives, all in contrast to the budgetary system he advocated, which was linked, instead, to moral incentives and centralization in investment and decision-making. Guevara tended to shove all these elements into the same bag, though his opponents were not necessarily aware of the binding links among them. For their part, the Cuban company managers and high officials who supported the Soviet-inspired reforms were in a sense disciples of Lieberman without realizing it. As a Russo-French economic consultant of the Cubans at the time recalls, the champions of company autonomy and financial self-management were responding to the daily realities of administration, and not to any directives from Lieberman or the Soviet Union. 37. Che assessed all these issues in terms of a theoretical debate about the role of the so-called law of value in socialism. The term, taken from classical English economic theory and Marx's Capital, served as a euphemism for what is now called the market. In Guevara's view, the Soviet Union had fallen under the sway of the law of value, or the laws of the market. Identifying the prevalence of the law of value with his bêtes noires centralization, material incentives, and self-management, Che believed that the budgetary system is part of a general conception of the construction of socialism and must thus be studied in context. The budgetary system implies a certain way of guiding the economy, and all the relations within it, along with all the relations among moral incentives and material incentives in building socialism. All these things are linked together. Financial self-management must include material incentives as its fundamental pillar, along with decentralization and a whole organization of planning in accordance with these relations. In the budgetary system there must be another type of planning, another conception of development, another conception of material incentives. 38. As the French and Soviet economists who advised Che during the fateful years of 1963 and 1964 noted, his concerns were not just economic. Victor Bogarot and Charles Bettelheim, two French Marxist economists who assisted the Cubans in the early 60s, agree that Che was not really interested in economics. The part of his work that he most enjoyed was his daily contact with workers and staff. 39 His real goal was to abolish all market and monetary relations based on value, both among state-owned companies and within the population as a whole. The underlying rationale for his apparently technical positions on the budgetary system, his views on moral incentives and on the concentration of management in state industry, is to be found in the last essay he wrote, the one that will be best remembered, El Socialismo y el Hombre en Cuba, Man and Socialism in Cuba, 1965. But his conception of the new man that the revolution had to create was not fully developed until 1965. The disputes of 1963 and 1964 took place on a purely economic battleground, one in which he could not win, due to his lack of technical knowledge and the international context. Albin Latist, a former aide from Chile who accompanied Che on his first trip to the Soviet Union and later parted ways with him, defined three indispensable tasks in which Guevara would ultimately fail. 1. To apply the principle of individual and collective material interest in economic policy. 2. To perfect the regime of real and nominal salaries, so as to achieve a true equivalence between effort and remuneration. 3. To improve the pricing system both as an element to redistribute national income and as a factor in economic calculations. 40. Che's failure derived precisely from his tendency to see alternatives in global, abstract terms. Every little disagreement was for him a matter of principle, the reflection of a deeper divergence. His opponents openly criticized him for elevating every discussion to the category of high principles of philosophy or doctrine, even with regard to minor technical details of management or problem-solving. 41. Later, after Che left his economic policy post in Cuba, some of his ideas were retrieved by the leadership. This was due partly to another dispute between Castro and the Soviet Union, and partly to a relative improvement in the economy. Che's internationalist ventures were also presented as harking back to his domestic policy positions not in economic, but in moral and ethical terms which the revolution attempted to revive as its independence vis-a-vis the USSR waned. But, as one of his principal intellectual opponents in those years, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, noted, the economic and accounting policies implemented in the late 1960s had nothing to do with Che. 42 Fidel Castro himself commented in 1987. Some of Che's ideas were at times incorrectly interpreted, and even wrongly implemented. There was never any serious attempt to put them into practice, and during a certain period even ideas that were diametrically opposed to Che's economic thinking were adopted. 14. In his Algiers speech in July, 1963, Che expressed his regret at having forsaken the sugar industry and adopting policies leading to a disastrous balance of payments. He related the economic debacle to problems in socialist planning, as well as excessive ambition and idealism. However, though he acknowledged his mistake in underestimating the importance of sugar, he did not resign himself to a future of monocultivation for Cuba. Indeed, he saw things very differently. The single product structure of our economy has not yet been overcome after 4 years of revolution. But the conditions are there for what in time might become an economy solidly based upon Cuban raw materials, with a diversified production and technical levels that will allow it to compete in world markets. We are developing our own lines of production, and we believe that, by 1970, we will have laid the foundations for our economy's independent development, based primarily upon our own technology and our own raw materials, mostly processed with our own machinery. 43. Time would show that the agreements Castro signed with the Soviets in 1963 and implemented in early 1964 were effectively locking Cuba into its role as a sugar producer and an importer of consumer goods, energy, and light machinery. Granted, there was little choice. The monocultivation of sugar was probably the only path, or the only available path. But it was not Che's, nor one he could tout abroad, especially in Latin America. As Canadian Ambassador George Kidd noted, with his usual perspicacity, it seems that Cuba's leaders now intend to make the island a tropical New Zealand for the communist world rather than a Switzerland for the Caribbean. It is no doubt sensible for Cuba to be responsive to the needs of its principal customer. But it is hard to see how such an economic program can have much appeal to the left-wing nationalists in Latin America who are clamoring for rapid industrialization, largely of the disastrous kind Cuba undertook in the initial revolutionary period. 44. Though everybody now agreed on Cuba's need to produce more sugar, there was no consensus on the course to be followed. This was the focus of Guevara's first significant disagreement with Castro and the rest of the government. As in other instances, he was partly right. As a lucid and knowledgeable critic of Cuban agricultural policy recognized a few years later, it was undoubtedly reasonable to re-emphasize the agricultural economy, though perhaps without abandoning so many industrial projects. Che may not have been that wrong in pushing industry as much as he did. It may have seemed logical to re-establish the priority of sugar. But, as French agronomist René Dumont wondered, was it necessary to go beyond the realistic threshold of 8.5 million tons, 45? Whether these nuanced, balanced stances were compatible with Che's character and approach was another matter. The dispute over sugar and industrialization came up in a private conversation between Che and Deripaska, concerning the renewed emphasis on agriculture and the delivery of a monumental steel mill promised by the USSR. Already a bitter debate was underway in Cuba about its construction. In a confidential 1963 cable to the British Embassy from the Foreign Office, London sent Councillor Ecclesiastes, probably the MI5's man in Havana, a summary of British intelligence's evaluation. President Dordicos has now said that because of the need to develop agriculture, industrialization will have to wait until after 1965. Che Guevara, the Minister for Industry, has complained that many of the industrial installations being delivered are unsuitable for Cuba because they require imports of raw materials costing nearly as much as it would cost to import the finished product. Dr. Castro has declared that the task of industry was to assist agriculture by producing fertilizer and agricultural machinery, and he has indicated that the building of a large steel works with Soviet assistance, previously regarded as one of Cuba's biggest projects and greatly publicized in the Cuban press, could be postponed or abandoned because there were more important things to do. 46. Che did not openly contradict Castro, but he did not spare his reservations in a conversation reported by Derosenkov to Moscow. When I asked how one was to take the statement by Fidel Castro, that agriculture would be the basis for Cuba's development in the next few decades, and that it might be more beneficial from an economic point of view to invest money not in building a steel mill but in irrigation, the chemical industry, and the construction of agricultural machinery, Guevara answered that the question of building the steel mill has not yet been decided. There are many arguments in its favor, he said. Under the current international circumstances, any country that does not have its own steel will face continual difficulties in developing its economy. The Soviet Union is trying to fulfill our needs, but sometimes it cannot do so for the simple reason that it, too, has difficulties in some types of production that we lack. Let us take tin as an example. We have very good prospects to develop the production of canned fruits, but to do so we need large quantities of a special tin that the Soviet Union cannot send us. Cuba needs to develop its shipbuilding industry. We live on an island. Our trade is maritime, and we have virtually no merchant or fishing fleet of our own. But to build modern ships one needs steel, and where are we to get it? Of course we cannot import it from across the ocean. Some people, he continued, say that as Cuba does not have coke of its own the cost of steel would be very high, and so the Cubans should not develop their steel industry. But they forget that one can use progressive technology and an advanced production technology, so the import of coke is no longer a problem. For example, Japan's steel industry functions not only with imported coke but also ore, and it successfully competes with other countries. In a word, the question of building the steel mill or not has not yet been resolved, and we will strongly insist on its construction. 47. The problem was not only one of development strategies. Cuban farming, directed from the INRA by Carlos Rafael Rodriguez since 1961, was governed by principles strongly opposed by Che Guevara. Material incentives, the financial self-management of companies, high salary differentials, and relatively decentralized investment programs prevailed in the rest of Cuban agriculture, excluding the sugar industry. Those who worked more were paid more. 15, each company kept its own resources, transferring only its surplus to the INRA or the banks. In a word, the law of value was playing a central role in Cuba's socialist agriculture outside sugar. Even after the Second Land Reform of October 1963, 30% of all land remained in private hands. Bestowing priority on agriculture thus implied an unqualified preference for its most characteristic features. Converting it into the pillar of the Cuban economy, as was the case, effectively doomed the kind of socialism Che desired for his adopted country. Though he agreed that a centralized system like that which prevailed in industry could exist alongside material incentives, which were current throughout the economy, he believed moral incentives were not compatible with the financial self-management applied in agriculture. Moral incentives cannot work with financial self-management, they cannot advance two steps together, but trip each other up and fall. It is impossible. 48. In other words, the full implementation of the law of value would reinforce the status quo, the existing relations between agriculture and industry, cities and countryside, and among the different regions. As Che succinctly put it, it is now evident to me that wherever we use the law of value we are actually, through indirect methods, letting capitalism in through the back door. 49. The Great Debate, as it came to be called, was summed up in a recent study as follows. Escobedo Guevara and others contended that Cuba could not allow the law of value to determine investments without reneging on the possibility of overcoming underdevelopment. Industry did not enjoy the comparative advantage of agriculture and, therefore, was not as profitable. Self-finance planning would tend to reinforce uneven development and specialization. The budgetary system of centralized planning allowed the state to plan for the economy as a whole, correct past inequalities, and promote more balanced development. The fact that Cuba was a small country with limited wealth and an open economy compelled the state to harness its most abundant resource, the will, energy, and passion of the Cuban people. Self-finance planning advocated material incentives on the grounds of efficiency and rationality. Yet material incentives privatized conscience, and inefficiency was not restricted to economic resources. Moral incentives would develop conscience as an economic lever and further the creation of new human beings. 50. When on July 3, 1964, Che lost his direct tutelage of the sugar industry, which would now have its own ministry albeit headed by Orlando Borrego, one of his closest advisors. He could hear one shoe falling. 16 At the same time, President Osvaldo Dorticos replaced Regino Bodi at the Ministry of the Economy, and was also named head of the Central Planning Council. This amounted to a second attack on Che, not because he had a poor relationship with Dorticos but because a second power center was being established in Cuban economic policy as important as his own. Che pursued the debate throughout 1964, publishing 3 essays on his major areas of disagreement with the Soviets, the old Cuban communists, and the new Cuban technicians: centralization, the budgetary system, and material incentives. Charles Bettelheim would note 30 years later that there was always a bureaucratic bias in Che's analysis. He regarded the Cuban economy from the perspective of the large companies within the Ministry of Industries, where there could indeed be appropriate forms of oversight and control. But for the countless small firms that had been nationalized in 1963, no centralized direction was feasible. There was not enough administrative capacity, nor enough cotters or resources. Che saw the forest, but not the trees. He did not acknowledge that the changes wrought in the Cuban economy and society worked against his system. 51. He continued to develop his views during this period, within the Marxist discourse of the time but also with undeniable sincerity. The consciousness of men in the vanguard may perceive the right path to carry a socialist revolution to victory, even if the contradictions between the development of the forces of production and the relations of production which would make a revolution necessary or possible are lacking. 52. In this reply to Bettelheim, Che concluded that even if Cuba was not ready for the precise and comprehensive planning he would have wished, or the moral incentives and extreme industrial centralization he advocated, it made no difference. What counted was the prevalence of an advanced consciousness among the Cuban leadership and the most enlightened sectors of the people, for the process to be forced through. This stance permeated all his views, about sugar and industry, the budget and centralization, moral and material incentives. His positions were not strictly economic, they were essentially political, and stemmed from a central premise: consciousness, which for Che meant willpower, is the driving force behind change. Administration comes later, and is entirely secondary. Che was right, to a certain extent. If the degree of political awareness and mobilization he called for had existed, it would perhaps have been possible to run an economy as simple as Cuba's like clockwork, centralize everything in a few hands, and structure prices, salaries, and investment in light of moral criteria. Indeed, that level of activism seemed ready to dawn at certain moments of the revolution: the Bay of Pigs, the missile crisis, the literacy campaign. It was Che's misfortune that this higher consciousness always faded, and that his own passion and dedication were not shared by all, nor could they be, as he all too often failed to understand. The debate went back and forth from centralization to the budgetary system to the central management of investment, salaries, and banks. Then it would shift back to moral versus material incentives, its original starting point. Carlos Rafael Rodriguez stated over 20 years later that he and Che had small differences in our conception of incentives. 53 From a distance, the discrepancy between Che and the other economic policy makers was more a matter of degree than substance, though this did not prevent furious arguments. Che once stalked out of an INRA meeting so abruptly that even his bodyguards were left behind, according to a Soviet technician. A man so hot-headed could hardly debate matters of historical importance with any degree of calm. 54. The Cuban government mounted a retroactive whitewashing campaign to minimize its differences with Che, insisting that they were only a matter of emphasis. Thus, Rodriguez notes that Che never sought to eliminate material incentives, which is true. Nor did the old communists demand that moral incentives simply be eliminated. But the dispute whether a matter of substance or degree was very real. For Che, moral incentives were the key; for the others, it was material incentives. 17 The cycle ended with Fidel Castro's second trip to Moscow in January 1964. Cuba's alignment with the USSR was now virtually complete, and in a sense beneficial to the island, as its depleted economy was able to accumulate foreign currency reserves, take advantage of high international sugar prices, and ensure a long-term market for its produce. And so Che Guevara began his final year in Cuba relatively marginalized from the daily running of the economy. But he continued laboring in other areas of government and in his private activities. In early 1963, he turned again to volunteer work. During the sugar harvest of that year, he broke records in cane cutting and consecutive hours of labor, providing a twofold example. First, he strengthened the government's revolutionary resolve and proved that Cuba's leaders could still sustain the effort and sacrifice they demanded of the people. Secondly, he showed that volunteer work helped solve the daunting problem of scarce manpower. After 1963, the sugar harvest fell precipitously, when the government decided, in 1964, to re-emphasize sugar production. It came up against a shortage of labor. The countryside was not entirely deserted, but the rural population had fallen, and the machinery promised by the Soviets, and eagerly awaited by Che, who even experimented with several designs, never arrived. By that time Guevara's conception of volunteer work was gradually changing. He acknowledged that it could not be sustained without adequate planning. "Last Sunday I went and lost my time at volunteer work, and something happened that had never happened to me during volunteer work, except for cane cutting, which was that I kept looking at my watch every 15 minutes to see when my hours would be up so I could leave, because it didn't make any sense." 55. Volunteer work was a partial solution. Others were mandatory military service, instituted in December 1963, the first recruits were called up in March 1964, and legislation on labor norms and salary classifications, promulgated in the first half of 1964. The consolidation of the armed forces and reorganization of the militia served the same purpose, and strengthened the leadership as a whole. But they also undermined Che's influence. Indeed, neither the exiles in Miami nor the mafia in the United States considered him as important as they once had. The price on his head fell to $20,000, while Fidel Castro's was worth $100,000.56. Che continued to write essays and grant interviews to the international media. Along with Fidel Castro, he remained the most effective spokesman for the Cuban Revolution and perhaps the most credible. But the revolutionary process was foundering in Latin America, despite efforts in Venezuela, Guatemala, and Peru. He felt alone, caught in a dead end. As he wrote to the director of a primary school in the provinces, "Sometimes we revolutionaries are alone, even our children see us as strangers." 57 With each passing day, there was less for him to do in Cuba. Increasingly, he yearned for movement, for a radically different situation less fraught with ambivalence. Fully aware of his predicament, at the end of March and before leaving on a new trip to Africa and Europe, he spoke with Tamara Bunk in his office for several hours. She had by now completed her training as a Cuban intelligence agent, and Guevara gave her the following instructions: "Go and live in Bolivia, where you will establish relations within the armed forces and the governing bourgeoisie, travel around the country, and wait for a contact who will signal the moment for definitive action." 58 The contact would be Che himself, 2.5 years later. Aside from his defeat in economic policy and Cuba's alignment with the USSR, other, more personal factors were pushing him to leave. On March 19, 1964, a woman named Lilia Rosa Perez gave birth to a son of his in Havana. He was the only child conceived out of wedlock that Che would ever acknowledge, though there is partial evidence of others. Lilia Rosa was an attractive Havana woman about 30 years old who had met Che in Santa Clara in 1958, and then again at La Cabana in 1959. In 1996 she still attended the annual commemoration of the occupation of the fortress on January 2. Faithful to his heritage, Omar Perez, named after Omar Khayyam, author of the Rubaiyat, an edition of which Che gave to Lilia Rosa, is a dissident poet and translator who has, for opposing the regime and refusing military service, done time in one of the labor camps his father founded. 18 He has the eyes, eyebrows, and smile of his father. On the few occasions he has a reason to be glad, his face lights up just as Che's did. He does not speak of his lineage, though he has Guevara's long, straight black hair, prominent brow, and sad, mysterious expression. His gestures, look, and reticence also betray his antecedents. Toward the end of the 80s, Lilia Rosa appeared one day at the home of the companion of Che's daughter, Hilda Guevara Gatti, with a pile of books by Guevara and others full of handwritten inscriptions. Lilia thus confessed her past relationship with the Comandante, and introduced Omar, who became a close friend of Che's firstborn. Hilda, as she was known in Cuba, was already beset by cancer, alcoholism, and depression, the latter partly brought on by the ostracism she had always suffered from Che's official widow and children. Until her death in August 1995, she and Omar would share an especially dear part of their father's inheritance, his rebelliousness, individualism, and lack of favor with official circles. Hilda Guevara never had any doubt that Omar was her brother. She treated him accordingly, and asked her children to consider him as such. Omar's story is well known in Cuba, as is that of Che's other presumed illegitimate offspring. Omar's case is different, however, for a simple reason. Che's Mexican grandson, Canek Sanchez Guevara, told this author, in both Havana and Mexico, in a private conversation and a taped interview, that his mother, Hilda, introduced Omar to him in those terms, and loved him as a sibling. 59 The many reports about Omar, his physical likeness to Che, and the account by Che's daughter, all confirm his birthright too. It is not known if Che was aware of his son's birth in 1964, but in any case, this situation must not have been an easy one for him. He had always opposed his colleagues' frequent affairs as a matter of principle, and had succeeded in avoiding the erotic temptations of power in the tropics. But something happened in mid-1963, if not before, that can only have exacerbated his growing restlessness in Cuba. Hence his more moderate and flexible attitude in the Ministry of Industries, as was evident in the case of an official named Mesa, a director of the toy company in the ministry. A married man with children, Mesa fell in love with his secretary and was spotted with her in dubious circumstances. The case was presented to Che on July 11, 1964, 4 months after the birth of Omar. His response was revealing. No one has yet established in human relations that a man must live with one woman all the time. I said I didn't know why all the discussion was necessary, because I consider this a logical case that can happen to anybody, and we should perhaps analyze whether the sanction is not extreme. Obviously, if something happens, it is because the woman is willing, otherwise, it would be a serious crime, but this doesn't happen without the woman's consent. We have tried not to be extreme in these matters. There is also a degree of socialist saintliness in this area, and the real truth is that if one could enter into everybody's conscience, we would have to see who would cast the first stone. We have always advocated not going to extremes, and especially not making of this a capital matter, or making it public. This could go so far as to destroy homes which could have survived, as these are quite natural, normal things that happen. 60. So Che was restive, his predicament and his eternal wanderlust led him, as always, to travel. On March 17, he left for Geneva as head of the Cuban delegation to the First United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, whose Secretary General was his compatriot Raúl Prebis. Che spent most of his month abroad in Switzerland, with brief stopovers in Prague and Paris, and a couple of days in Algiers to see his friend Ben Bella. His speech at the United Nations was substantive and historic, presenting several of the concerns that would dominate his thinking and public statements in the following year. The hall at the Palais des Nations erupted into applause as Guevara made his way to the podium. He was already a legendary figure. 61 He began by castigating the conference for excluding several delegations, China, North Vietnam, and North Korea, and for inviting others with dubious credentials, like South Africa. Then he staked out his position, in ideological and political terms. We understand clearly and express frankly that the only correct solution to the problems of humanity at this time is the complete elimination of the exploitation of dependent countries by developed, capitalist countries, with all the consequences implicit in that fact. 62. Che's speech was short, ironic, and rhetorical. The imperialists will insist that underdevelopment is caused by underdeveloped countries, but lacking in vision and proposals. It was respectful of the socialist countries, but no more. Guevara repeatedly emphasized the plight of poor nations, the peoples struggling for their liberation, the needy of the world, with hardly any mention of the Soviet Union. In contrast, he subtly presented the problem that was beginning to obsess him, and which would set him increasingly at odds with the Cuban regime. He noted the worsening terms of trade, whereby the price of raw materials exported by developing countries tended to fall, while that of goods and services exported by industrialized countries tended to rise. This meant that poor nations were forced to export more and more in order to maintain the same volume of imports. He observed that many underdeveloped countries reach an apparently logical conclusion: in their trade relations with socialist countries, the latter benefit from the current state of affairs. 63 He then explained that this reality must be acknowledged honestly and bravely, granting that it was not entirely the fault of the socialist bloc. And the situation changed when countries reached long-term agreements, as Cuba had with the Soviet Union. Yet his term for Cuba's sugar pact with the USSR relations of a new type, while reflecting his conviction that it was not the same to do business with socialists as with capitalists, was hardly enthusiastic. He resented the way he was mistreated by the other socialist delegations. He simply was no longer part of the family, if he ever had been. Guevara complained of the poor impression he brought back of the contacts with Soviet comrades and the other socialist countries in Geneva, who did not trust him. The Cuban delegation was isolated. The delegations of Eastern Europe would meet and talk things over, and only afterwards, for appearance's sake, notify the Cubans of their decisions. The Cuban delegation was isolated. 64. Guevara's days in the Calvinist city of Jean-Jacques Rousseau had an element of mystery. Very few heads of delegation stayed for the entire month of the UNCTAD meeting. Che had a tense relationship with many of his fellow Latin Americans. According to a member of the Mexican mission, he was not even invited to meetings of the regional group. 65 He stayed at a modest hotel near the lake, with a large security detail, and sometimes visited with the Mexican delegates to drink tequila and sing tangos and boleros. He expressed a certain nostalgia for Mexico, asking about people and events there and recalling his time with an affection he acquired only after he left for Cuba. One day, a Mexican delegate saw him walking alone on the banks of Lake Geneva, pausing for a long time on a rock at the water's edge and contemplating the Salave in the distance. Perhaps he was reflecting upon the hard decisions that awaited him in Cuba. A lightning trip to Algeria officially to attend the first Congress of the National Liberation Front allowed him to review events in Africa with Ben Bella. By now, the African struggle for liberation had become a leitmotif in Guevara's speeches. In Geneva, he evoked Congolese independence martyr Patrice Lumumba several times. Renewed combat in the Congo and the growing weakness of the central government were the issues of the day. He met in Algiers with some of the Congolese exile leaders, and became convinced that the 1961 rebellion, crushed since the assassination of Lumumba, was about to erupt again. 19. Che's interest was not merely academic. In January he had Pablo Ribalta, a close aide of African-Cuban origins from his Sierra Maestra days, appointed the Cuban ambassador to Tanzania. The newly formed republic included the island of Zanzibar, where Cuba had had relations with the Nationalist Party. It had been training combatants and militants from the island. 66. On his way back to Cuba, Che stopped in Paris, where he had lunch with Charles Bettelheim on the Boulevard Saint-Michel. He finally admitted that he had been wrong in his appraisal of the Soviet Union and in trusting its promises on aid and development. He returned to Havana at the end of April, back to the economic controversy and his administrative duties at the ministry. Though he continued to discharge them diligently, he seemed bored and listless. His interest in economic matters was fading, and he had less influence in government deliberations. In the meantime, the team of Soviet advisors at the National Bank was gaining the upper hand. According to a British embassy cable, some observers see the recent strengthening of the Soviet team of advisors at the Cuban National Bank and other evidence of assumption by the Russians of more detailed responsibility for getting the Cuban economy to work, as a sign that both the Soviet and Cuban governments have committed themselves reluctantly to a greater degree of Russian control. 7. By November, Che was ready to ship off again, now as Cuba's representative to the anniversary of the Russian Revolution. The visit was particularly important as Khrushchev had just been ousted, and replaced by the troika of Leonid Brezhnev, Alexei Kosygin, and Nikolai Podgorny. Though there had been no love lost between Khrushchev and the Cubans since the missile crisis, the new Moscow leaders were completely unknown to them. Che's trip was a success in terms of protocol, but devoid of substance. Several witnesses remember him on the flight from Murmansk to Havana. He was euphoric, tipsy, and unusually chatty about his private life. It was during this trip that he confessed to Oleg Derisenko that he had agreed to marry Hildegard after a few too many drinks. 67. It was also then, while sitting between the Secretary General of the Mexican Communist Party, Arnaldo Martinez Verdugo, and that of the Bolivian Party, Mario Monge, that he made his marvelous comment to Salvador Cayetano Carpio, leader of El Salvador's Communist Party. "Here you have me, Carpio, sitting between a monk Monge and an executioner Verdugo." 68. On his return to Havana, Che convened one of his last official meetings with aides at the ministry. After recounting with brutal frankness his impressions of the socialist countries, he explained why he was against the so-called economic reforms underway in Eastern Europe and the USSR. His comments are worth quoting, both because they have not been published and because they reflect the dilemmas Guevara faced on the eve of his new odyssey. "In Moscow I had a meeting with all the Cuban students who wanted to talk. So I invited them to the embassy. I found myself face to face with about 50 of them. I was prepared to wage a huge battle against the self-management system. Well, I have never, during a mission of this sort, had a public as attentive, concerned, and able to understand me. Do you know why? Because they lived there, and many of the things I have told you, and tell you here in theoretical terms because I don't know any better, they know very well. They know because they are there, they go to the doctor, they go to the restaurant or to stores to buy something, and incredible things happen in the Soviet Union today." Paul Sweezy says in an article that Yugoslavia is a country headed toward capitalism. Why? Because in Yugoslavia the law of value reigns supreme, and more so every day. Khrushchev said that what was happening in Yugoslavia was interesting, he even sent people to study there. Well, what he saw in Yugoslavia that seemed so interesting to him is far more developed in the United States because it is a capitalist country. In Yugoslavia they have the law of value, in Yugoslavia they close factories because they aren't profitable. In Yugoslavia there are delegates from Switzerland and Holland looking for unemployed workers so they can take them back to their own countries, as foreign labor in an imperialist country. This is what is happening in Yugoslavia. Poland is now following the Yugoslav path. Of course, collectivization is being reversed, they are going back to private land ownership, establishing a whole series of special exchange systems, cultivating relations with the United States. In Czechoslovakia and Germany they are also beginning to study the Yugoslav system in order to apply it. So we have a whole series of countries changing course, in the face of what? In the face of a reality which we can no longer ignore, which is, though nobody says it, that the Western Bloc is advancing faster than the people's democracies. Why? That is where, instead of getting to the bottom of it, which would solve the problem, a superficial answer has been sought, which is to reinforce the market, introduce the law of value, reinforce material incentives. 69. By this time, Che had an uninhibited and definitive opinion of the socialist countries. They were losing the race with the West not because they had followed the axioms of Marxism-Leninism, but because they had betrayed them. As they realized they were falling behind in the battle with capitalism, they shifted to a diametrically different course mistakenly, in Che's view. His position, especially when viewed against the backdrop of the simmering Sino-Soviet conflict, was coming dangerously close to the edge. The communists he met on the plane from Moscow and Murmansk had just sojourned in Beijing. They had joined Carlos Rafael Rodriguez on a Latin American mission to China, hoping to mediate between the two socialist powers, following a proposal by Martinez Verdugo at the meeting of Latin American Communist parties in Havana. The Cubans were pivotal in the Latin American Communists' decision to go to China and mediate. They organized the trip and may even have instigated the Mexican proposal, while ensuring that Rodriguez would figure as spokesman. According to Martinez Verdugo, Mao received them hospitably but exclaimed, "You are here because the revisionists sent you. We do not agree with you, but we welcome you all the same." 70. The effort at mediation floundered, as would that undertaken by Che 2 months later. One of the reasons for these attempts was that Che, Cuba, and the socialist powers were about to be sucked into the African maelstrom. In the summer of 1964, Pierre Muley, Lumumba's Minister of Education and his spiritual and political heir, had rekindled the Congolese rebellion in the central western region of Kwilu. A National Liberation Committee had accomplished the same in the east and north, near Stanleyville. They all rose up in arms against the regime imposed 3 years earlier by the United Nations, Belgium, and the CIA. The Congolese government was on the verge of collapse, and Washington and Brussels stood ready to help it. When the rebels captured Stanleyville in August, Belgium and the United States became seriously alarmed. 2 months later, they flew in several battalions of paratroopers to crush the uprising, retake the city, and regain control over the eastern part of the country. Another ostensible goal was to prevent a repeat of the bloodbath that had occurred when the rebels entered Stanleyville, taking hostage the U.S. consul, dozens of U.S. missionaries, and 300 Belgian citizens and, according to some reports, executing 20,000 Congolese from the urban middle class. 71. This new rebellion in the Congo, which will be examined in further detail in Chapter 9, had a twofold effect on Che and the Cubans. First, it persuaded them that Lumumba's anti-colonialist struggle had finally revived. Second, the intervention of Washington and the colonial powers seemed to confirm the anti-imperialist nature of the reborn rebellion in Africa. Thus Guevara's wholehearted commitment to the Congolese cause, he immediately stepped into the breach to uphold what he saw as a just and ongoing struggle for freedom. Che's African campaign began in New York, where the travel arrangements were made. It would continue in Africa at the end of 1964 and throughout all of 1965. On December 9, just 3 weeks after his return from the USSR, he packed his bags again, this time on his way to the United Nations. His designation as head of the Cuban delegation to the 19th General Assembly, at its very end, made no great impression in Havana. Along with his UNCTAD mission several months earlier, it was seen by some as a sign of his fading authority. Che Guevara's appointment to lead the Cuban delegation at the United Nations seems less important. Guevara similarly represented Cuba at the UNCTAD conference at Geneva, and in any case his political advice seems to carry less weight than ever. 72. As he embarked upon the path that would lead him to glory elsewhere, Che also entered his twilight phase in Cuba. Guevara's 8 days in the United States, the first since visiting Miami 15 years earlier, afforded him little respite. His activities were varied and somewhat eccentric. An old friend, Laura Berquist of Look magazine, organized a meeting with New York intellectuals and journalists. Berquist was a childhood friend of Bobo Rockefeller, the widow of Winthrop, former governor of Arkansas. She owned a splendid townhouse across the street from the Cuban mission to the UN. The location was ideal for a security detail overwhelmed by anti-Castro demonstrations, and for a gathering of New York leftists eager to meet with Che. His interpreter was Magda Moyano, the sister of Dolores, Guevara's neighbor in Córdoba and a cousin of Sheikh Hina Ferreira. She and Che shared memories of their now far-away youth. He also appeared on the Sunday television program Face the Nation. His performance was so skillful and convincing that several Latin American governments protested to the White House over the CBS invitation. *20 Guevara met secretly with Democratic Senator Eugene McCarthy, and talked at length with Arab and African delegates in the UN corridors and delegates' lounge. He was already preparing for his next trip, which, beginning on December 18, would take him to 9 countries in 3 months and impel him to leave Cuba forever. Che's UN speech was fiery in both its tone and its content. He reiterated Cuba's traditional stance toward the United States, including the 5 points of October 1962 and Cuba's denunciation of the OAS and its Latin American puppets. The new element, however, was his emphasis on Africa. Like his Geneva address, it would be recalled as a sign of his drift away from the USSR and socialist countries. But this time he was more explicit. Though still somewhat elliptical, he skipped the euphemisms of his Geneva speech. We must also clarify that concepts of peaceful coexistence must be well defined, and not only in relations involving sovereign states. As Marxists, we have maintained that peaceful coexistence among nations does not include coexistence between exploiters and the exploited, between oppressors and the oppressed. 73. But Che's most forceful passages were those about the Congo, and especially the airlift operation of Stanleyville. Perhaps the children of Belgian patriots who died defending their country's freedom are the same ones who freely murdered millions of Congolese on behalf of the white race, just as they suffered under the German boot because their Aryan blood count was not high enough. Our free eyes now look toward new horizons, and are able to see what our condition as colonial slaves kept us from seeing only yesterday, that Western civilization conceals under its lovely facade a gang of hyenas and jackals. That is the only possible name for those who have gone on a humanitarian mission to the Congo. Carnivorous animals, feeding on defenseless peoples, that is what imperialism does to man, that is what distinguishes the imperial white. All the free men in the world must stand ready to avenge the crime of the Congo. 74. In his conversations with Americans, he staunchly defended the Cuban Revolution and refused to acknowledge any split with Fidel Castro. On television, he refrained from taking sides in the conflict between China and the USSR, highlighting instead the need for unity. He let slip some of his reservations regarding the Soviets, but with such discretion that observers were forced to read between the lines. *21 Tad Sulk, who participated in the Face the Nation program and then chatted with Guevara at length, noted Che's gradual withdrawal from economic policy making, and his growing concentration on contacts with the Third World, evidently in concurrence with Castro. Guevara seemed to enjoy this mission. 75. There was a curious element in Che's conversation with Eugene McCarthy, the liberal senator from Minnesota who 3 years later would become the principal opponent of the Vietnam War in the United States, forcing Lyndon Johnson to renounce any attempt at re-election in 1968. They met at the insistence of Lisa Howard, the journalist who had previously interviewed Che and Fidel in Havana and had undertaken to mediate between Cuba and the United States. She had attempted to persuade her contacts in the Johnson administration to meet with Che during his trip to the United Nations, while doubtless making the same proposal to him. Washington was less than receptive to her ploy. The Che Guevara matter has gone up to George Ball. The idea for now is to use a British delegate at the United Nations to make the contact. Ball and everybody else agree that we should stay away from Lisa Howard. The Englishman would say to Che tomorrow, an American colleague informs me that a press source has told him that you have something to say to an American official. My American colleague is not at all sure of the accuracy of this report. Is it true? If Che answers yes, the British contact would say something like, I got the distinct impression that my American colleague is willing to listen to what you say, but I would have to check back with him to make sure. Ball and others in state agree fully that we should not appear to be taking the initiative. In this regard, if the modalities of setting up this operation can be done only by indicating eagerness, the talk isn't worth it. I doubt whether Che has anything to say that we do not already know, but a chance to listen to him might be worthwhile. 76. As the encounter with Washington officials did not materialize, Che agreed to Howard's plea for him to meet briefly with McCarthy at the journalist's apartment. According to the senator's report to George Ball the next day, the Cuban commandante was bursting with self-confidence. He assured McCarthy that the Alliance for Progress would fail, and that Central America and Venezuela were on the brink of revolution. He then reviewed the most sensitive items on the bilateral agenda: U.S. overflights, the sale of medicines, Guantanamo, the CIA's involvement in Cuba, and so on. The most striking thing about the memorandum of this conversation, declassified just recently indeed, the identity of Che's interlocutor was revealed only in 199477, is the candor, if not impudence, with which Che boasted of Cuban support for revolution in Latin America. According to McCarthy's notes, Guevara did not attempt to conceal the subversive activities which Cuba was undertaking. He explicitly admitted that they were training revolutionaries and would continue to do so. He felt that this was a necessary mission for the Cuban government since revolution offered the only hope of progress for Latin America. 78. This happened just as Fidel Castro was trying to trade his support for Latin American revolution in exchange for peaceful coexistence with Washington. 22 And when the new Soviet leadership appeared willing to ease tensions with the United States. At that precise moment, Che used the highest level contact Cuba had had with the United States in years to boast of Havana's international ventures. The episode can only evoke his behavior 15 years earlier, at the Immigration Bureau in Mexico City, when the brash young Argentine doctor proclaimed himself a communist, damning the consequences. His animosity toward the United States had by now reached new heights. Che openly expressed his feelings during a speech in Santiago, Cuba, before leaving for New York. We must learn this lesson, learn the lesson about the absolutely necessary abhorrence of imperialism, because against that class of hyena there is no other help than abhorrence, there is no other medium than extermination. 79. This growing anger at the U.S. was perhaps a symptom of how the world was closing in on him. Throughout 1964, especially in the final weeks of the year, Che had displayed a growing restlessness and need for change. Many friends and acquaintances sensed that he was on the brink of a threshold in his life. Though none predicted a tragic outcome, many had political and personal glimpses into the change ahead. An official at the British Embassy had been cabling premonitory reports to London since 1964. It would not surprise me if Guevara himself were soon to receive a more appropriate post or a sinecure designed to free him for his important duties as liaison with other Latin Americans. Another observer who predicted a shift in Guevara's existence was Johnny Corby, an Italian journalist for El Espresso who visited Cuba during the summer of 1964 and spent countless hours in conversation with Che. I should not be at all surprised to see Che Guevara and his buddies, those traveling salesmen of the permanent revolution in Latin America, shake the dust of Castro's Cuba off their feet and head for the hills. When next heard of, they'll be heading partisan bands in the barren peaks of the Andes. 81 For the moment, his destination was Africa. Che's time in Cuba was drawing to a close. Though he would return for several months in 1966, in convalescence and in training for Bolivia, his Cuban saga came to an end, for all practical purposes, after his trip to New York in December 1964. The African and Algerian chapters of his history remained to be written. But the die was cast, particularly in that small space where two of the great epics of our age had intersected, his own, and that of Fidel Castro. During that long year of 1964, when he lost both friends and battles, undertaking endless struggles over topics crucial to the fate of the revolution, Che discovered two indisputable facts about his role in Cuba. One was that Castro held him very dear, indeed, he would back him in all his projects for Argentina, Algeria, Venezuela, and now Africa. Fidel never disputed the place Guevara had carved out for himself, or reproached him for his errors or outbursts. Che could nurture no grudges on that account. But Guevara also understood that Fidel, consummate politician that he was, did not really commit himself to Che's stances. He had to wage his own battles, and suffer his own defeats. Without ever disputing his sporadic victories, Castro never extended Che Guevara his full consent. At times, he even sided with his opponents, either because revolution oblige, or because he simply did not agree with Che's ideas. Moment by moment, battle by battle, Che gradually realized he was alone, neither with nor against Fidel. But Castro was everywhere, lacking his support, Che had nothing, no ground to stand on. His situation was untenable, the slogan of neither marriage nor divorce with Fidel became unsustainable for Che. Nothing could have affected Che more than this tangle of ambiguities and contradictions, the halftones of his twilight in Cuba. Once again, it was time to leave. Chapter 9. Che Guevara's Heart of Darkness. And the words of Ahmed Ben Bella, former president of Algeria, we arrived in the Congo too late. One echo Beto Che Guevara would spend the next to last year of his life supporting a struggle that was already over, in a dismembered country at the heart of a continent torn by age-old divisions and foreign incursions, both tragic and comic. The latest intervention pitted revolutionary Cubans led by Guevara against Cuban-born pilots recruited by the CIA, thousands of miles from their birthplace. Certainly, there was a rebellion in the Congo. Unquestionably it was the most important armed uprising in sub-Saharan Africa since its struggle for independence *1. But by the time Che began preparing for his Congo expedition, the rebellion had been crushed by Belgian paratroopers, Rhodesian and South African mercenaries, and U.S. transport planes. Operation Dragon Rouge was the code name for the new and old colonial powers' attempt to retake the city of Stanleyville. 1. The crisis erupted in July 1964. The tentative peace and territorial integrity forcibly imposed by the United Nations, Washington, and Brussels in the early 60s were coming apart at the seams. Once the danger of secession by the mining region of Upper Katanga was averted, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, lost all interest in maintaining a UN mission in the Congo. The UN withdrew in mid-1964, frustrated by its costly and discredited task. It left a vacuum behind, which was rapidly filled by the social and political forces already present at the beginning of the decade. Uprisings inspired by the memory of the martyred independence hero Patrice Lumumba immediately flared up in the western part of the country. One of them, beginning in January 1964, was led by Pierre Muley. Lumumba's first Minister of Education, Muley had spent time in exile in Beijing, and obtained Mao's support. His was the first great peasant uprising in an independent African country too, according to an admiring biographer. It was as well the first great people's revolution against neocolonialism in post-independence Africa. 3. The incumbent Prime Minister of the Congo soon resigned. In his stead, President Kasavubu named the discredited leader of the independence wars, Moïse Tshombe, who enjoyed the support of the Société Générale of Brussels, a sort of tutelary body for the Congolese semi-colony. Tshombe was despised by the leaders of the OAU, especially its most radical ones, the so-called Group of Six, consisting of Nasser, Ben Bella, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Sékou Touré of Guinea, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, and Modibo Keïta of Mali *2, who still blamed Tshombe for Lumumba's death. The rebellion quickly spread eastward, led by several of Lumumba's former aides, and by a more recently arrived and dubious revolutionary, Gaston Soumaliat. They had all previously formed a Committee for National Liberation, CNL, supported by the USSR, Cuba, and the OAU itself. Beginning in early 1964, the CNL had established bases in neighboring Rwanda-Burundi, one country at that time, on the western shores of Lake Tanganyika. By July 1964, the important mining town of Albertville had fallen. In August the rebels took Stanleyville, the provincial capital named after the New York Herald journalist of Livingstonian fame, where, according to several Western authors, they unleashed a reign of terror that killed 20,000 Congolese. For the CNL's strategy of operating from Rwanda-Burundi proved decisive. Its base there was the only one to survive the rebel defeat in late 1964. That is where Che would arrive the following April. In sum, there were 2 rebellions, 2 leaderships, and 2 guerrilla campaigns in the Congo, that of the CNL in the north and east, and Pierre Muley's in the west. The former had greater African, Soviet, and international support, the latter was better organized, had more ideological depth and consistency, and was probably more deeply rooted in Congolese society. Muley was a natural leader, and Lumumba's only plausible heir. But his movement never extended beyond his tribal base, Bapans and Bambundas, and region, Kwilu and the northeastern part of the country. In contrast, the CNL conquered a larger territorial base, but its leaders soon gained a reputation for corruption, cowardice, and internal squabbling. The radicalism of the 2 movements was very relative. The CNL leadership maintained relations with both Belgian Foreign Minister Paul-Henri Spaak and the CIA station chief in the Congo, Lawrence Devlin. 5 Even so, the rebellion came to represent a significant threat to Belgium's economic interests embodied by the archetypical Union Minière du Haut-Katanga, longtime owner of the Congo's immense mineral riches, and to the geopolitical interests of the United States, which could not possibly allow Soviet gains in Africa during its own presidential election campaign. It also posed a problem for the South Africans and ex-Katanganese, who feared reprisals for their atrocities in the early part of the decade, massacres, murders, and assaults. The CIA soon decided to help crush the rebellion with the help of anti-Castro pilots. So did South Africa, with several hundred mercenaries led by the notorious and movie-famous Mad Mike Hoare, as did Belgium with up to 450 combatants, initially sent in as advisors. By November 1964, after a campaign which succeeded in isolating the rebels in Stanleyville, there was little left to do. The death blow was Operation Dragon Rouge, when Belgian paratroopers were dropped into the east of the country by U.S. planes and reconquered the eastern capital. The results were to be expected, a bloodbath, including the massacre of thousands of Congolese by South African mercenaries and the cold-blooded murder of about 80 Western hostages. The international outcry was deafening, but the mission had succeeded. Though the rebels, called Simbas, would survive in the area for years, by November 1964 they were largely dispersed, and when, in March 1965, the white mercenaries captured the town of Wutza on the far eastern frontier, the rebellion was declared defeated. After the Dragon Rouge parachute operation in November 1964, the rebellion was not a serious threat. 6. The Stanleyville operation and its bloody aftermath were eloquently and passionately denounced by Che at the United Nations. Many saw the Stanleyville defeat as just one more phase in the struggle. In fact, it proved to be the last mass rebellion in the eastern Congo for decades, until 1996. The uprising in Kwilu dragged on until late 1968, when Pierre Muley finally surrendered, theoretically in the context of a negotiated peace, to Mobutu Sese Seko. He was promptly dismembered, and his remains readily fed to the crocodiles of the Congo River. In reality, however, his movement had been condemned by internal tribal divisions since March 14, 1965. On that day, a grave defeat shattered Muley's prestige and any faith in the future of the movement. The unity of Muleyism was broken, many youth abandoned the guerrilla movement. It was Muley's only decision based on tribal considerations, but it had disastrous repercussions for him. 7. Thus Banbela's lament that progressive forces had arrived too late in the Congo. Che, too, was late. For this reason, and many others, his expedition was doomed from the outset. Guevara threw his support behind a struggle that had already been soundly and definitively crushed. When he left New York's Kennedy Airport for Algiers, the first stop in a multi-city African tour, on December 18, 1964, the uprising in the eastern Congo was already over. His entire African saga went against the current, that was its fatal weakness. At the same time, it was rooted in undeniably historical events, the first armed, massive, revolutionary uprisings against the post-colonial regime, in a country at the heart of the African continent so important to the rest of the world that everybody, from Washington to Beijing, strove to control it. The country would prove so ungovernable and unfortunate that 30 years later it came to symbolize the epitome of a failed decolonization. Ravaged by AIDS, corruption, violence, and desperate poverty, it would gradually lose any semblance of nationhood. On its eastern borders, in the Great Lakes region, it would register one of the cruelest tragedies of hunger, genocide, and migration in modern times. Che's African tour was planned from New York, by the Cuban ambassador to Algiers, Jorge Cergera. None of the missions in Cuba of the countries Che visited were notified of his movements. 8 The Soviets were not consulted either. Comandante Guevara started off with a full week in Algiers, where he mapped out the remainder of what would be a 3-month trip. He reviewed the situation in Africa with Banbela, and met with Congolese and liberation movement leaders from the Portuguese colonies of Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. It soon became apparent to him that the struggle in the Congo faced two serious challenges. First, it required a united and centralized leadership. Military operations had to be coordinated jointly. In the next 3 months, as he traveled through 8 African countries, Guevara would return to this idea time and again, always in vain. The second challenge was equally complex. Essentially, it involved ensuring and harmonizing Soviet and Chinese assistance to both factions, that of Muley, helped by the Chinese, and that of the National Liberation Committee, supported by the Soviets. The Sino-Soviet conflict complicated the situation in Africa enormously. It also interfered with aid, which was not very timely or smooth to begin with. Thus Che's emphasis on a third task during those months, persuading Banbela and other African leaders to fill in for tardy or inadequate Soviet and Chinese assistance as much as possible. On December 26, Che left Algiers for Bamako, the capital of Mali. The idea probably originated with Banbela, who considered Modibo Keïta the senior and most respected member of the Group of 6. Che's visit did not receive much attention. The joint communiqué was not signed by any member of the Politburo or senior minister. President Keïta usually took holidays at Christmas, and there was no public welcome for Che in the streets of Bamako. Even press coverage was scant. The visit was in all likelihood scheduled at the last moment. In Mali, Che stressed that Cuba had been wrong to align itself so closely with the Soviet Union and China. This was one of his observations to the minister who received him. 10 On January 1, Che traveled to the People's Republic of the Congo, Brazzaville, where he announced that 20 young men would receive military training in Cuba. There he also forged one of the closest alliances Cuba would ever enjoy in Africa. A few months later, a detachment of Cuban troops commanded by Jorge Risqué would arrive in Brazzaville to serve as presidential guards for President Jean-François Massamba Debut. Some of the soldiers who accompanied Che to the Congo in April 1965 later joined this unit, which would stay on long after the Argentines' departure. Guevara's meeting with Agustin Jonito, head and founder of the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, would also have long-lasting effects. Cuban troops left the former Portuguese colony only in 1992. Che also visited Guinea, from January 7 to 14, renewing his friendship with Sékou Touré, who was, along with Banbela, the African leader most sympathetic to the Cuban Revolution. He was received more effusively than in Mali, except when he traveled with the president's entourage to meet with Léopold Senghor, the president of Senegal. The poet of negritude and his aides were indignant at Guevara's inclusion in talks among African leaders. Che renewed his call for support to liberation movements in Africa, emphasizing the need for unity in the struggle against imperialism. The Congolese and other movements had to be united within and among themselves, and should draw closer to the socialist countries, especially the two great powers. But not too close. In a secret cable, the CIA reported that Che's motivation in Africa was to warn their friends not to get in too deep with the Soviet or Chinese communists. According to Guevara, while Cuba was as dedicated as ever to socialism, Cuban officials were very unhappy about the depth of interference in their internal affairs of the USSR and Communist China. Guevara said that it was too late for Cuba to do anything about it, but that the Cubans felt it was not too late for the Africans to redress the situation. Guevara added that the Cubans were especially concerned about their friends the Algerians, and that he was proceeding directly to Algiers to deliver the same message to Ben Bella *3. From there, it was on to Ghana, where Che talked at length with Kwame Nkrumah, the classic archetype of Africa's charismatic and corrupt independence leaders. He also met Laurent Kabila, the Congolese leader from the region bordering on Lake Tanganyika, where Che would establish his guerrilla base 3 months later. 30 years later, Kabila, Che's chief interlocutor in the Congo, would lead the Tutsi rebellion in eastern Zaire, in the midst of one of the late 20th century's worst humanitarian crises. In May 1997 he finally achieved power in the country he had sought Che's help to liberate in the mid-60s. In late January, Guevara returned to Algiers to compare notes with Ben Bella and decide what to do next. He was increasingly inclined to participate directly in the Congolese struggle. In an interview with the official FLN daily Algiers Ce Soir, he declared that while the Congo was an African problem, Cuba was morally committed to its struggle. By now, Che's views on Africa, the Congo, and his own destiny were fairly well defined. As Ben Bella recalls, Guevara had reached the conclusion that Africa was the continent in the world most favorable for great changes. Africa set the course for the renewal of the anti-imperialist struggle. 11 In the words of Jorge Segura, Africa was for Che a sort of no man's land which the great powers had not yet carved up into spheres of influence, and where victory was still possible. 12. For several reasons, Congo-Leopoldville seemed to Che the country, or rather the territory, with the best chances for success thanks to the formidable guerrilla movement in the West and the unified forces of the Committee of National Liberation in the East. Furthermore, as the United States became increasingly involved in Vietnam, it was unlikely that it would intervene in the struggle in any direct or significant way. Finally, though the Congo was a landlocked nation with no outlet to the sea other than Cabinda, it had many neighbors: Congo-Brazzaville, the Republic of Central Africa, Sudan, Uganda, Zambia, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. It was a sort of African Bolivia. This was only one of many analogies between the two countries, and Guevara's two expeditions. Another decisive element in Che's approach to Africa, in Segura's view, was its geostrategic situation. According to the Cuban ambassador to Algiers, who would later be accused of having dragged Che into Africa by painting a rosy picture for him. 13 Guevara gambled that the Soviet Union would tolerate Cuban support for the struggle in Africa, even if this was not quite the case in Latin America. Moreover, a success in Africa might induce Moscow to view more favorably Cuba's support for the revolution in Latin America. 14. As his African odyssey progressed, Guevara became more aware of certain factors, while neglecting or rejecting others. His initial motivations were gradually buttressed or replaced by others. As Segura describes it, Guevara was profoundly moved by the poverty, backwardness, and racial and colonial oppression which had characterized Africa since conquest and colonization. He also observed at first hand the divisions among progressive forces and the mediocrity of their leaders, believing unavoidably perhaps that he could help to shape events, albeit with limited resources. He underestimated two vital points, nonetheless: the capacity of the United States to intervene in a similar way, that is, to wield enormous influence at scant cost, and the fact that the internal divisions among political leaders were a reflection indirect but faithful of profound tribal and ethnic fractures. The weakest link in the chain, however, was Che's conception of the people. There was no such thing in most of Africa. This would become evident in the course of Cuba's subsequent interventions in Brazzaville, Angola, and Ethiopia. Che was wrong to assume that opposition to the colonial powers, or, after decolonization, imperialism, would suffice to coalesce groups that had always been enemies, with nothing in common save the borders imposed upon them by the great powers. During those months, Che visited Cairo twice, once very briefly on February 11, on his way back from China, and a second time in March, when he spent a couple of weeks on his way back to Cuba. There is a record of his conversations with Nasser, thanks to notes taken by Mohammed Haikal and published 1 year after the Egyptian president's death. For first of all, Nasser detected in Che a deep personal anguish and great sadness. Che did not discuss his inner concerns. He told Nasser only that he was going to Tanzania to study the prospects of the liberation movements in the Congo. But Nasser sensed in him little enthusiasm for the project. When he returned from Tanzania along with Pablo Ribalta, Cuba's ambassador in Dar es Salaam, Guevara recounted to Nasser his visit to the guerrilla camps in the vortex of the Congo-Tanzania-Burundi. He had made up his mind to personally direct Cuban assistance to the Congolese rebels. "I think I will go to the Congo because it is the hottest place in the world today. With the help of the Africans through the committee in Tanzania, and with 2 battalions of Cubans, I believe we can strike at the heart of the imperialists' interests in Katanga." Nasser expressed his astonishment and attempted to dissuade him, explaining that a white, foreign leader commanding blacks in Africa could only come across as an imitation of Tarzan. Nonetheless, Che tried to convince the president of the United Arab Republic to help the Congo rebels. Nasser agreed, but refused to send troops. "If you go to the Congo with 2 Cuban battalions and I send an Egyptian battalion, it will be seen as a foreign intervention and do more harm than good." After several lengthy conversations, Nasser wondered how sure Che was of his plans. As Guevara confessed to him, "I have thought of going to the Congo, but in view of events there I am inclined to accept your opinion that it would be harmful. I have also thought of going to Vietnam." Anyway, as Che declared during their final conversation, he would not stay in Cuba. Nasser was struck by Guevara's preoccupation with death. He had remarked to the Egyptian that the decisive moment in a man's life is when he decides to confront death. If he confronts it, he will be a hero whether he succeeds or not. He can be a good or a bad politician, but if he does not confront death he will never be more than a politician. Some of this jibes with Ben Bella's memories. Che shared with him, too, his intention to join the struggle in the Congo. The Algerian, for his part, was bent on persuading Che to renounce his delusional project or at least not to don a prophet's robes and play Messiah with the African people. The racial issue was far too delicate, he explained. The situation in Black Africa was not comparable to that prevailing in our countries. Nasser and we warned Che of what might happen. 15. In Cairo, Guevara conversed at length with the Congolese leaders who had been exiled after their defeat at Stanleyville. Gaston Soumaliat lived on the island of Zamalek, where he received Che several times. Guevara met again with Laurent Kabila, one of the National Liberation Committee's 2 vice presidents. The other was Pierre Muley. Kabila was supposedly leading a guerrilla campaign in an area of Congo Leopoldville bordering on Lake Tanganyika. Here a new and unfortunate contradiction arose. Muley's absence and the collapse of the front at Stanleyville undermined the exiled rebels' efforts to secure funds and assistance. Their solution was, temporarily at least, to exaggerate the significance of Kabila's army in the Great Lakes region, which was in fact sorely lacking in competence, arms, and revolutionary morale. Indeed, its only true military asset lay in its potential to establish a rebel sanctuary in Kigoma, across the lake in Tanzania. When Che visited the camps from Dar es Salaam in mid-February, he perceived these difficulties as well as the fierce divisions among factions in the area. but he did not recognize that the groups on the western shores of Lake Tanganyika did not constitute a combat front in any real sense. Thus can be explained his insistence on sending Cuban troops to train and reinforce the Congolese, though not to fight alongside them, much less instead of them, as would in fact occur. Later, Che would spend long and frustrating months in the Congo waiting, in vain, for Laurent Kabila to lead his own troops into combat. Even when he finally departed from Africa, Guevara remained somewhat confused about all of this, though he had by then grasped what was actually happening in other areas. There are two zones in which one might say there is an organized attempt at revolution, the area where we are, and part of the province held by Muley, who remains a big mystery. In the rest of the country there are only isolated bands surviving in the jungle. They lost everything without even fighting, just as they lost Stanleyville without a fight. *5. In reality, the struggle in Che's area depended almost entirely upon the Cubans. As for Muley's uprising, it was dying a slow and painful death. The revolution in the Congo was over before it even began. 3 Cuban sources have confirmed that Che decided to join the Congo rebellion before he returned to Havana. The first is Cuba's former ambassador to Tanzania Pablo Ribalta, dispatched to Africa by Che as his advance man in February 1964. Ribalta believes without a doubt that Che had determined to take the revolution beyond Cuba ever since his trip to the United Nations. 16 According to Segura, the second source, there was already a conspiracy afoot when he left Algiers. He was already determined to go to the Congo. 17 The third source is Colonel Daryl Alarcon Ramirez Benino, one of the 3 survivors of the guerrilla campaign in Bolivia, who from the time he enrolled in the Congo expedition until the day of Guevara's capture in Bolivia played a crucial role in Che's life and is an invaluable witness for the following 2 years. Benino states in his memoirs 18 that he ran into Che in Algeria late in 1964. He believes that Che resolved to go to the Congo while still in Algeria. I believe he made the decision in Algeria because it was then that Che was first accused of being pro-China and a Trotskyist. He sent me from Algeria to the Congo, go with Ribalta and wait for me there. 19. So by mid-January 1965 Che was obviously inclined to head for Africa permanently. 3 elements were missing for a final decision. One was his trip to Beijing at the end of January. Another was his speech, famous because it marked his break with the USSR at an economic planning seminar in Algiers on February 24, 1965. The third was his week in Tanzania, when he visited the supposed guerrilla camps in the Congo and verified the ideal rearguard position tacitly provided by the republic founded by Julius Nyerere. The trip to Beijing took place at a time of growing tension between Cuba and China. Fidel Castro had increasingly aligned himself with the USSR in the Sino-Soviet conflict during the previous year. Cuba's neutrality first tilted toward an effort at mediation. The Latin American Communist Party mission headed by Carlos Rafael Rodriguez and cold-shouldered by Mao, and then culminated in a virtual identification with Moscow. Though frictions remained, Cuba's affiliation was now self-evident. Its progressive alignment between 1964 and 1966 has been described as follows by the most distinguished scholar of Cuban foreign policy. 7 days later, just after Guevara's charges in Algiers about Soviet collusion with capitalism, Raúl Castro went to Moscow to attend the meeting of communist parties. The meeting was boycotted by China, which finalized the split in the international communist movement. Cuba, which had not responded to previous invitations to attend meetings of Moscow-oriented communist parties in March and June 1964, at last did so, siding with the Soviets against the Chinese. On March 13, Fidel Castro warned the Chinese that division in the face of the enemy was never a correct strategy, never a revolutionary strategy. Rapid deterioration of Sino-Cuban relations followed, along with momentary improvement in Soviet-Cuban relations. By mid-1965, China was flooding Cuba with its own propaganda, aimed especially at military officers. China also announced that it would buy less sugar than expected, and sell Cuba less rice than had been agreed. It refused to extend further credit to Cuba. On January 2, 1966, In his opening address to the Tricontinental Conference, Fidel Castro denounced the Chinese government *6. A meeting of communist parties in Havana in November 1964 was crucial, both for the Soviets and the Cubans. The latter achieved a stronger commitment and greater backing from the communist parties of Latin America. 20 This was not insignificant, if one recalls Che's perpetual complaints about their lack of support. In exchange, the Soviet and Latin American party leaders wrested two major concessions from the Cubans. First, local parties would be in charge of coordinating and unifying pro-Cuba groups throughout the continent, in order to build broad political fronts and campaigns on a continental scale. Secondly, the meeting's final declaration included a strong condemnation of public polemics and fractionalized activities, in an oblique but obvious denunciation of China and its supporters in Latin America. 21 Perhaps Castro considered that the deeper purpose of the conference was to avoid division and promote unity without taking sides. But Mao and the Beijing Communists saw the conference resolution quite differently, as part of the Soviet Union's revisionist offensive. Some Latin Americans, and possibly the Cubans themselves, realized that the explicit condemnation could create problems with China. Thus the November 1964 mission to Beijing, in order to soften the blow. It wrought the opposite effect. Perhaps due to the inclusion of old communists like Rodriguez and the Chileans, the November démarche exacerbated China's irritation and failed in its attempt at mediation. Even worse, an open dispute erupted between Rodriguez and Mao Zedong. When they discussed the situation in Latin America, Mao had nothing but disdain for the Cuban Revolution. Mario Monge, Secretary-General of the Bolivian Communist Party, recalls the great helmsman's contemptuous attitude and the Cubans' reaction. Mao said it was an expression of petit bourgeois nationalism. Carlos Rafael leaped up, declaring that he would not permit such statements about the Cuban Revolution, or any doubts to be cast on Comandante Fidel Castro. 22. Nonetheless, Che and the Cubans, perhaps for different reasons, decided to undertake a second attempt at mediation, for Cuba's sake, or Che's, in the worst of cases. Guevara had several direct and immediate reasons to try. He wanted to see for himself whether the November run-in between Mao and the Latin Americans had been the fault of the Chinese or of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, his chief adversary in Cuba. 23 In Havana, Castro confided to Monge that we decided Che should go because we knew about your problems in Beijing, so we sent the person closest to us to find out the truth, and it was confirmed. Che verified the confrontation that took place. It was China's fault, period. 24. In addition, Che knew it would be very hard for him to shake off his pro-China stigma, which he had been complaining about since 1963. Any open conflict between Havana and Beijing as would take place in the coming months entailed a serious and perhaps insurmountable dilemma for Che Guevara. He had learned long since to flee this type of predicament. The ambivalence in being the only pro-Chinese Cuban or the only one who was not anti-Chinese at the height of political and ideological tensions was probably unbearable for him. 7 Better by far to avoid confrontation than be consumed by it. Che also realized that any Cuban initiative in Africa, at least in the Congo and Tanzania, could not dispense with Mao's approval. Beijing had amassed a great deal of experience in the area, its technical assistance, for instance, helping to build a railroad from Tanzania to the Atlantic, had been well received. Nyerere possessed an enduring affection for China's leaders. Zhou Enlai would visit Dar es Salaam in October 1965. Pierre Muley, the most strongly rooted leader among the Congolese rebels, was also a Sinophile. So without a green light from China, there could be no African expedition either for Cuba or for Che. Havana decided to try its hand as a go-between again in late January 1965. The mission comprised this time the Secretary of Organization of the new Cuban Party, Emilio Aragonés, a friend and close aide of Che's, and Osmani Cienfuegos, who had the full trust of Fidel Castro. No members of the former PSP were included. Che was still in Algiers according to the official organizers of his trip, Interior Deputy Minister and Intelligence Chief Manuel Pinero's team in Havana. After waiting for him in vain for more than a month in Algiers, where Pinero's team presumed him to be, Aragon's and Cienfuegos traveled to Paris. There they finally hooked up with the errant Argentine *8. They spent several days in the French capital, resting and meeting with various contacts, and waiting for a flight for Beijing. Then they left for Pakistan, to avoid a stopover in Moscow, which might have offended the Chinese, on their way to Beijing. By most accounts, the trip was an unmitigated disaster. Mao initially refused to receive the delegation. Discussions with Liu Shaoqi, President of the Republic, and Deng Xiaoping, Secretary General of the party, led nowhere. Any chance of a reconciliation between Moscow and Beijing, even any easing of tensions, was now out of the question. Zhou Enlai agreed only to send one boat with weapons to the Congolese rebels, on the understanding that they would be trained by Cuban advisors. Perhaps the Cubans did not realize they had no reason to that the most populous country in the world was on the eve of one of its recurrent convulsions, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, which Mao would shortly launch. In that context, there could be no agreement with the USSR or with Cuba. As Emilio Aragons remembers, the Chinese held fast to their basic opinion, which was that the Cuban Communist Party had wrongly aligned itself with the Soviets. We were not evil, we were good, we were communists, but we had been taken in. We did not accept that, nobody had taken us in, they were the ones who were confused. Point 25. Despite Che's careful preparations and brilliant opening presentation, the mission foundered. Aragons hoped the Chinese would come around to the Cuban view, with all its solid argumentation and indisputable principles. Indeed, when the Cubans rose from the first meeting they were ecstatic, certain that they had dispelled Beijing's inaccurate impression of their alignment with the Soviet Union. They were astounded when Deng Xiaoping launched into the same litany on the very next day, as if nothing had occurred. The Cubans were speechless. They were not yet familiar with the Chinese negotiating style, which basically consisted of repeating the same thing over and over again regardless of any objection. Che might have won a few debates, that did not mean he had carried the discussion. When Liu Shaoqi complained that the Cuban government had invited to Havana Gilberto Vieira, the Colombian communist leader who had compared Mao to Hitler, Che replied with his biting porteño irony, "If you have rehabilitated Puyi, the last emperor, why shouldn't we rehabilitate a poor Colombian communist?" 26. The remark had no perceivable effect whatsoever. Despite these underlying disputes, the Chinese treated their Cuban guests with their traditional exuberant hospitality. They even insinuated toward the end of the visit that a request to see Mao might be well received. On closing the last meeting, the Chinese delegation inquired if Che and his companions had any further wishes, aside from touring the Great Wall. They were really proposing an encounter with Mao, who would presumably forgive and absolve them. Perhaps the Cubans made a mistake in not accepting the offer, though it would have meant recognizing that the Cuban Communist Party had been taken in by the revisionists. As Aragons recalls, Che, Osmani and myself decided to ask nothing further, so as not to allow them that satisfaction. 27. After his 10 days in Beijing, Che arrived in Dar es Salaam on February 13. He was welcomed at the airport by a second-level minister, and the visit was relegated to inner pages by the local press. Perhaps Julius Nyerere already had an inkling of what was afoot. Che soon perceived the effects of his failed mission to China. The official dinner, hosted by the foreign minister, was attended by all the African ambassadors and the Soviet representative, but there was nobody from the Chinese embassy. 28. In any event, Che promptly began discussing with Congolese leaders the technicalities of Cuban assistance. He explained to Kabila that the problem in the Congo affected the entire world, not just Africa. In consequence, he offered on behalf of the government to send about 30 instructors and whatever arms we could. He accepted them gladly, recommending that we hurry, as did Somalia. The latter leader also suggested that the instructors be black. 29. Che then talked at length with the freedom fighters, to gauge for himself their willingness to enter combat. It was a large meeting, with over 50 participants from about 10 countries. Che responded to their appeals for help with caution and firmness. I analyzed the requests they had expressed, almost unanimously, for financial help and training. I explained the cost of sending people to Cuba, the amount of money and time required, and the little certainty that they would return as combatants useful to the movement. So I proposed that training take place not in our faraway Cuba, but in the nearby Congo, where the struggle was not against a puppet like Chambé, but against United States imperialism. I spoke to them of the fundamental importance of the liberation struggle in the Congo. Their reaction was more than cold, though most refrained from making any comments. Some asked for the floor to reproach me violently for my advice. They argued that their people, mistreated and debased by imperialism, would claim if there were victims that they would have died not for their own country, but to liberate another state. I tried to make them see that this was not a struggle bounded by any border, but a war against a common enemy, present everywhere, but nobody saw it in this light. It became clear to us that there was a long way to go in Africa before achieving a truly revolutionary leadership, but we were glad to have met people who were ready to fight to the end. From that time, our task was to select a group of black Cubans, volunteers of course, and send them to reinforce the struggle in the Congo. 30. There were precedents. Since 1961, Cuba had been grooming revolutionaries from Zanzibar. There were also training camps for the Algerian People's Army in the Kabylia Mountains, where 10 Cuban technicians were instructing Algerians and Africans from several countries including Tanzania. 31 Che's many talks with Congolese leaders in Algeria and Africans in Mali, Brazzaville, and Conakry also established an antecedent. The content and conditions of Cuban assistance were gradually taking shape. Initially it was intended to include arms, communications equipment, and 30 advisors who would have no combat role. Cuba also pledged to help coordinate and unify the different groups operating in the Congo, and enlist the support of other African countries if necessary, Algeria, Egypt, Congo-Brazzaville, and so on. 9 There was no mention of Che himself conducting the operation. On the contrary, the Cuban presence would be as discreet as possible, so as not to attract attention or reprisals by the Western powers. The future Cuban advisors soon began their drills on the island. Rafael del Pino recalls that he was ordered as early as January to commission a group of black Air Force officers from Pina del Rio to a special location. 32 With or without Che, the groundwork for the operation was already underway. Only a few personal decisions of Che's were still pending. Che returned to Algiers from Southeast Africa to attend an economic seminar of the Afro-Asian Solidarity Conference. He met once again with Ben Bella to review his experience in China, and discuss the next step. At that point, Che had probably not quite yet decided to leave Cuba for the Congo. He wrote as much in his journal, noting that he had not shared with Kabila his intention of leading Cuban operations in Africa. 33 He was only at the halfway point of his journey, and several decisive events had not yet occurred, in particular, the Algiers speech in which he would break with the Soviet Union, on February 24. One of the factors leading up to the speech was probably the signing in Moscow, on February 17, of a long-term agreement on trade and payment mechanisms between Cuba and the Soviet Union. The accord included a higher volume of bilateral trade, as well as a substantial increase in Cuban sugar deliveries. Negotiations had dragged on for 3 months, suggesting tensions and reluctance on both sides. The Cubans were especially concerned by the high prices charged them for Soviet machinery and equipment. There were even rumors that Castro had dismissed his chief negotiator, the economist Raúl Maldonado. Whatever his mood, though, Fidel had no choice but to cut a deal, despite Che's opposition and the fact that Moscow was clearly taking advantage of Cuba's dependence on it. Guevara's Algiers speech began with a reiteration of his traditional views. But then, in the next paragraph, Che embarked on a genuine diatribe against the socialist countries. The development of those countries now entering the path of liberation must be paid for by the socialist countries. We must not talk any more of a mutually advantageous trade based on prices which the law of value, imposes on backward countries. What is the meaning of mutual advantage when some countries sell at world prices the raw materials that cost backward countries infinite sweat and suffering, while they buy at world market prices the machines produced in large, mechanized factories? If we establish this sort of relations between the two groups of nations, we must agree that the socialist countries are, to a certain extent, accomplices of imperial exploitation, and of the immoral nature of this exchange. The socialist countries have a moral duty to cease their tacit complicity with the exploiting countries of the West. 34. Che formulated a series of precise but utopian proposals, calling for solidarity among socialist countries to finance development in the Third World and openly denouncing the behavior of the socialist bloc. He then returned to the matter of relations with the capitalist countries, warning against the fallacies of joint ventures or competition among neighboring underdeveloped countries. He concluded with an eloquent and passionate appeal to delegates to institutionalize our relations, to create some sort of unity among Third World and socialist countries. And he also touched upon his main concern of the moment, the supply of arms to liberation movements. Again, he castigated the socialist countries even while acknowledging that their support for Cuba had been exemplary. If it is absurd to believe that a company director in a socialist country at war is not going to have his doubts about sending the tanks he produces to a front where there is no guarantee of payment, it is equally absurd to examine the payment possibilities of a people fighting for its liberation. Arms should not be merchandise in our world, they must be delivered at no cost, and in whatever quantities are needed and possible, to those peoples that require them to fire against the common enemy. That is the spirit in which the USSR and the People's Revolution in China have given us their military support. But we are not the only ones. 35. As Ahmed Ben Bella recalls, Che knew exactly what he was doing. 10 He was aware of the shock he would cause, and the problems he would spark for Fidel Castro and the Cuban Revolution. The implications and repercussions of his speech were evident. The Soviets already mistrusted him, due to his real and imagined ties with China, his trips to Beijing and Africa, and his persistent opposition to their recommendations concerning the Cuban economy. Che also knew of the links between Cuba and the Soviet Union, and how they had grown tighter since the beginning of his world travels in early November. He realized that his criticism of the USSR would be badly received in Havana, opening a serious rift between himself and Fidel Castro. Time would tell just how serious it would be. As in Mexico in 1956 and New York in 1964, Che's outburst revealed powerful unconscious urges. Provocation was his preferred form of expression during moments of great tension. His solution was always to seek the most exacerbated and gratuitous extremes. This is perhaps the only way to understand the speech he made in Algiers, icily provocative. It was born in that small space between anguish and reason. Che was forced to spend 2 cold and dark days in Shannon, Ireland, in mid-March on his way back to Cuba. The stopover due to mechanical difficulties allowed him to reflect upon his future. Rafael del Pino piloted the Cubanita Aviation Britannia sent to bring him home. Che rarely flew alone, yet this time no one accompanied him. Osmani Cienfuegos was on the same flight, but traveling separately. He had come from a preparatory meeting for another conference of communist parties in Moscow. Che finally sought out Del Pino to talk, answering his query about Africa with, "Africa is really fucked, the people there are so difficult, so different." He explained that people in Africa had no sense of nationality, each tribe had its own chief, territory, and nation even though they all lived within a single country. Guevara concluded, "It's very difficult, but there is some possibility that they will adopt the revolution, because the Cubans are good at that." 11. His ruminations in Ireland and in flight rested on more upbeat prospects for the revolution that he and Castro had wrought. The situation in Cuba had improved. Even the U.S. State Department detected encouraging signs in the sugar harvest and the country's economic performance. 36 The circumstances that had prevented him from leaving for Argentina the year before were hence no longer valid. Similarly, though he had lost many ideological and policy battles, at least he was satisfied that his opponents had not won either. Carlos Rafael Rodriguez had just been removed as director of the INRA, and its new head, under Fidel Castro himself, was a young fidelista, Raúl Curbelo, without any links to the old communist guard. Che could now depart, if he so wished, and he nurtured powerful political and personal reasons for doing so. Distinctly marginalized from economic policy making, he no longer even attended negotiations with the Soviets. All of his theses had been defeated. In March a rumor circulated that, due to Foreign Minister Raúl Arroyo's illness, Guevara would be chosen to replace him. The scuttlebutt seems implausible. After Che's denunciation of the USSR in Algeria, he could hardly be expected to function as chief diplomat to a socialist bloc country. The more likely explanation was that transmitted to the Italian Communist Party by Saverio Tutino, the Havana correspondent for El Unita. Aside from being the shrewdest foreign journalist on the island, Tutino had unsurpassed contacts among the Cuban nomenclatura, including Manuel Pinero, the intelligence chief, and had the political and intellectual capacity to understand the vicissitudes of the Cuban situation. His interpretation was cited in a long cable from the British Embassy to London. Castro had decided to remove Che from all economic duties, as had indeed already occurred. In fact, what with Guevara's travels and the prior transfer of Che's closest aides. But, out of friendship, respect, and necessity, Fidel had offered Che a high political position in recognition of his rank and trustworthiness. According to Tutino, Che had agreed to resign from the Ministry of Industries, but rejected any other post because, though his ideas had been defeated, he still believed in them. It would have been wrong, dishonest, and futile to work for something in which he did not believe. 37. In addition, Che seems to have resigned himself momentarily to the fact that, given the annihilation of the guerrillas in Argentina and the precariousness of movements in Colombia, Venezuela, and Guatemala, there was scant hope that revolution could succeed in Latin America without triggering an immediate U.S. intervention. A British report based on previous analyses by the United States noted that in Algiers, even the indomitable Che Guevara seemed pessimistic about the possibility of more Cubas emerging in Latin America. The United States, he said, would intervene to prevent it. *12 In contrast, there were many reasons for reckoning that Moscow's vehement opposition to any further Cuban ventures in Latin America would not apply in Africa. After all, the Soviets themselves shipped arms to the Congo rebels, if only not to lose face vis-a-vis China. And U.S. involvement in the Congo and neighboring countries, though not insignificant, could not be compared to its interest in the Americas. If there was nothing useful left for Che to do in Cuba, and his prospects in Latin America seemed just as bleak, then the logical next step was Africa. His mind was made up. The only thing lacking was to discuss things with Fidel, obtain his support, and get to work. But even a full-fledged revolutionary does not live off politics alone. Two other factors impelled him to escape. The first, already mentioned, was his ruined marriage. His home life was a shambles. As he admitted to Nasser, "I have already broken 2 marriages." 38 Once again, he had been absent when Aleda gave birth, this time to his son Ecobedo, on February 24, 1965. Che was consumed anew by his fever for movement, and the troubled, precarious state of his affective relations, far from tying him down, was pushing him further and further away. Another loss, no matter how unexpected, was confirmed in Paris at the end of January. His Córdoba friend Gustavo Roca, who defended the survivors of Jorge Massetti's guerrilla campaign in the Argentine courts, recounted the sordid details of the debacle in Salta. The news must have affected Guevara deeply, with both pain and a predictable sense of guilt. It was no longer possible for him to keep sending others into combat while remaining safely on the sidelines. Finally, there was Che's relationship with Fidel Castro. He had sworn that there would be neither marriage nor divorce, but this balance became increasingly precarious the longer he stayed in Cuba. Guevara could not countenance the changes Castro was effecting, or promoting, on the island. Nor could he break with him, or wish to. He never imagined himself playing the role of a Trotsky, or even an anti-Trotsky, as a marginalized leader who nonetheless defends himself while he still possesses the means to do so. As he waited in Ireland for his plane to be re-outfitted, he wondered how to resolve these many dilemmas. There was not much time left. Guevara landed in Havana on March 15, 3 months after his departure. Fidel, Raúl, President Dordicos, and Aleta were at the airport to greet him. But something was wrong. Instead of holding a press conference or delivering a televised report on the results of his trip, Che disappeared for several days. He spent 40 hours talking with Fidel, Raúl, and several others. There is no eyewitness account, thus far, of that stormy exchange. Neither Fidel nor Raúl has spoken of the meeting, even to their closest friends. And if Che kept notes, his widow has not made them public. However, 2 indirect witnesses have provided their version of events. It is thus possible to surmise the content of the meeting, particularly since we know, as mentioned earlier, that when Che landed in Havana his decision had already basically been made. His conversation with Fidel might have been a catalyst, a trigger, but it was not the cause of Che's departure from Cuba. Less than a month later, as the United States Congress approved the Gulf of Tonkin resolution formally inaugurating large-scale U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, Che would leave the island. Che's aide Benigno has provided the following reconstruction of a heated dispute between Raúl and Che, and Fidel's refusal to take sides. It is a highly plausible account, due to the quality of the source, 13 to the fact that it corresponds with what is known of Fidel's position vis-a-vis Guevara, and to its similarity with the discussion between Carlos Franqui and Raúl Castro the year before, when the latter accused Che of being pro-Chinese. 14 Because the report is unpublished, it is worth reproducing verbatim, as narrated by Benigno, without any stylistic changes or deletions, aside from idiomatic repetitions. Che was accused of being a Trotskyist and pro-Chinese. When he came back from Algeria, I know there was a strong discussion between him and Fidel, which upset him very much. He even left for Tope de Calantes for about a week, with very serious asthma attacks. I know this from Comrade Arguden, one of his personal bodyguards. Arguden was working as his bodyguard. He told me about it because we were comrades in Che's escort and I was away. He told me, "Shit, I'm worried. What's going on?" I overheard a very big argument between El FIFO and Che. So I asked him, "What about?" He said, they were discussing Chinese policy and discussing another Soviet leader, for he was semi-literate. So I mentioned the names of several Soviet leaders. He said, "No, it was one that's already dead. The one they call Trotsky," and they said to Che that he was a Trotskyist. Raúl said that. Raúl was the one who said he was a Trotskyist, that his ideas made it clear that he was a Trotskyist. Arguden told me that Che got up very violent, as if he were about to jump on Raúl, and said to Raúl, "You're an idiot, you're an idiot." He said he repeated the word idiot 3 times, then he looked over at Fidel, says Arguden, and Fidel did not respond. When Che saw that attitude, he left very upset, he slammed the door and left. And then, a few days later, he decided suddenly to leave for the Congo. He went to Tope de Calantes for a week, to a sanatorium in the center of the country. He had several terrible asthma attacks, apparently because he was so upset. I remember it perfectly, just as I am telling it to you word for word. Arguden and I had things worked out this way: if we were present at some big meeting I would tell Arguden what had happened. When he was on duty he told me. So he told me about a week later, 2 days before I took the boat to Dar es Salaam 4. Carlos Franqui has furnished his own description of the dispute and its causes. His source is Celia Sanchez, Fidel Castro's assistant, companion, and confidant, who died in 1980. What is certain is that Guevara was received at the airport when he returned by Fidel Castro, Raúl, and President Dordicos, energetically reprimanded, accused of indiscipline and irresponsibility, of compromising Cuba's relations with the USSR. Fidel was furious over his irresponsibility in Algiers, as he said to many, including myself. Guevara acknowledged that what they said was true, that he had no right to say that on behalf of Cuba, that he accepted his responsibility, but that was his way of thinking and he could not change it. That they should not expect a public self-criticism, or any private apology to the Soviets, and with his Argentine humor he said that the best would be for him to punish himself, that he would go and cut sugarcane. 39. Raúl Castro had just returned from Moscow. On the very day of Che's anti-Soviet diatribe in Algiers, Fidel's younger brother had met with the new leadership in Moscow, along with Osmani Cienfuegos. The two were attending a preparatory meeting for the International, China, Conference of Communist Parties, scheduled for the following month of March. Raúl evidently received acerbic complaints about Che's performance from the Soviet leaders, not only about his economic positions in Cuba and insolence in Algeria, but for his repeated marks of sympathy toward China. So it turned out that Raúl Castro, who had always favored Cuba's ties to the socialist bloc, who had obtained arms and then missiles to defend the island, had supported greater alignment with the USSR and opposed China, was the man to whom the Soviets presented their long list of grievances against Guevara. Shortly after the argument, on March 18, Raúl traveled to Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, and again, on 2 occasions, to Moscow, to placate the Soviet leadership and participate in the conference. 15 Both Raúl, in principle, and Fidel, pragmatically, understood that Cuba would have to take sides in the Sino-Soviet conflict. On top of that, all the personal resentments between Raúl and Che had reached a head. Che had lost his battle and nobody, not even Fidel Castro, could save him. It was almost certainly at that time that a unit of about 100 men, commanded by Che, was formed to train and support the Congo freedom fighters and, if necessary, to fight at their side though never in their stead. Perhaps some of the combatants were selected before the hasty decision to send them was actually made, others, like the subordinates of Rafael del Pino in the Air Force, were called up a few days before Che's return to Cuba. Del Pino was instructed to pick out the blackest troops from the Holguin base, especially those with anti-aircraft combat experience, since a large number of anti-Castro Cuban pilots were already in action against the Congo rebels. Del Pino selected 15 pilots, including Lieutenant Barkelli, who, under the name of Chango or Lawton, would save Che's life 8 months later on the banks of Lake Tanganyika. There were many considerations involved in Cuba's resolution to dispatch an expeditionary force into the heart of Africa. If there was any doubt in Che's mind, it was dispelled by Fidel's attitude. Not because they had fallen out, or because Castro had reprimanded him for his anti-Soviet outburst in Algiers, his pro-Chinese position, or his 3-month leave from government duty, but because of Fidel's conscious non-involvement in the successive watersheds of the revolution involving Che. The fact that Castro had not sided with him, and had allowed Raúl's accusations to stand, left Guevara with little choice. It was time to leave. Fortunately, the path was now open, there was a struggle in which he could participate in a dignified and effective way. There was even a chance that the Soviets and their friends would increase their support for the revolution in Latin America if the African expedition succeeded. 40 Besides, Cuban penetration on the continent was not limited to Che's presence in Congo-Leopoldville. A few months later, another Cuban contingent was sent to Congo-Brazzaville. By mid-1966, over 600 Cuban officers and troops were operating in Africa. In the summer of that year, a group of them stationed in Brazzaville saved President Alphonse Massemba Dibat from a coup d'état. Furthermore, the Congo rebel groups, though not ideal, had the great merit of existing. They embodied the first post-colonial struggle in independent Africa, and thirst for assistance from Cuba. Che's initial contact with them had not been in vain. Their cause was a good, if temporary, substitute for what he had really sought since 1963, a return to his native Argentina, regardless of the local conditions. According to Emilio Aragons, who would soon join Che in the Congo, two obsessions clashed. Che wished to return to his country of origin, and Fidel Castro wanted to save him from death at the hands of the Argentine army. I knew that his dream was to go to Argentina, that was his ultimate goal. I believe Fidel encouraged or facilitated Che's trip to Africa in order to save him from a trip to Argentina. Fidel knew that the Argentine army was not the same as Chambe's soldiers. Fidel found the solution in an expedition to Africa, where there was less danger from a Yankee intervention. I think Fidel sold him on Africa. I think Che came back enamored of Africa because he spoke with all the African leaders and came out of there very enthusiastic. It seems to me that Fidel wound him up because there was less risk. Rather than sending him off to Argentina, he delayed him in Africa, where things would be different because there would not be such a brutal reaction, nor could there be in any other country. Nobody would pay much attention to something happening in the jungle. This is a subjective view. I have not discussed the matter with Fidel. What Fidel wanted was to gain time. Fidel could not go against the deal they had made in Mexico, but he was trying to make sure by any means that Che would not be killed. *16. The pact in Mexico referred to by Aragons allowed for a separation, but certainly did not cause it. Fidel Castro has recalled several times how, when Che joined the Granma expedition, they agreed that the Argentine would be able to follow his path regardless of any consideration of state or political obligation. Thanks to this pact, Che could leave without remorse, though in fact over the next year and a half, he would anguish repeatedly over quitting the government on an island with such severe shortages in qualified, devoted cadres. If anything made Che think twice about leaving, it was the prospect of jumping ship with a masterful captain but few and mediocre lieutenants. The friends' discussion during March concluded with these words: Che's bitter and categorical, Fidel's reluctantly resigned. All right, the only alternative left me is to leave here for wherever the hell, and please, if you can help me in any way in what I intend to do, do so immediately, and if not, tell me so I can see who can. Fidel said to him, No, there is no problem there. 41. Che prepared for his departure. On March 22, he convened his last meeting at the Ministry of Industries and delivered a couple of talks, one in general terms, and one within the governing council. At both meetings he recounted his experience in Africa and highlighted the similarities between Cuban and African culture, emphasizing the African roots of modern Cuba. He did not say that he was leaving for Africa. From the outset, he agreed with Castro that they would explain his absence by saying that he had gone to cut sugar cane in the province of Orient. The deception was quite plausible. Everybody knew that Che had a penchant for volunteer work. The main point was to gain time. 5. Che's cover could not last forever. Soon, it would be necessary to account for his whereabouts, but by then he and his expeditionary force would be in the hills of Africa. Before leaving, he sent books, gifts, and elliptical letters of farewell to his friends. He also selected the aides who would accompany him, among them, Victor Drake, a black combatant from the old student directorate, Poppy, Jose Maria Martinez Tamayo, and Pombo, Harry Villegas, who this time could be included precisely because he was black. Almost all the 130 Cubans who landed on the shores of the Great Lakes were black, and many of them volunteers, but not all went entirely of their own free will. A large number of volunteers were completely unaware of their geographic and political destination. Evidently, security had to be tight. But the ignorance of the internationalists about their mission would have dire consequences. So Che would conclude at year's end, devastated by defeat and dysentery. In Cuba very few of our principal military or mid-level cadres with good training were black. When we tried to send primarily black Cubans, we sought them out among the best elements of the army, with some combat experience. The result is that our group has a very good combat morale and precise tactical knowledge in the field, but little academic training. The fact is that our comrades had a very scant cultural background, and also a relatively low political development. 42. As Aragons would exclaim months later in the Congo, "Shit, Che, nobody knows what the hell we're doing here, No wonder the Cuban troops were soon overwhelmed by discontent, rage, and indiscipline. But Che was, as always, in a hurry. The whole process of selection, training, and transport lasted less than a couple of months. At daybreak of April 2, 1965, Che's head shaved and with a dental prosthesis in place, he, Drake, and Poppy departed from Havana's Jose Marti Airport for Dar es Salaam. As Castro would reveal 20 years later, I myself suggested to Che that he should gain some time and wait, but he wanted to train cotters, develop through experience. 43. The account of Celia Sanchez quoted by Franqui, whereby Che left Cuba without taking leave of Castro, rings true. 44. In mid-April, Franqui was summoned by Castro late one night to his house on Calle Once, where the Comandante was deeply distressed, pacing back and forth like a lion in a cage. He had seen him in that state only twice before, at the Miguel Schultz Immigration Bureau in Mexico City and in the Sierra Maestra in June 1958, when Batista's counteroffensive came within half a kilometer of his general headquarters. Castro ordered him to seek out Italian publisher Giangiacomo Feltrinelli, who was about to return to Milan from Cuba, to tell them that rumors of Che's death in the Dominican Republic were false. Che was alive and well, he said, and had gone to Vietnam. Franqui dissuaded Castro, explaining that the story would create more suspicions than it would dispel. But he understood two things: Che was not in Vietnam, and Fidel was enormously upset at his friend's departure. With or without a hug from Castro, Guevara finally departed Havana, leaving Celia Sanchez a goodbye letter for Castro. Afterwards, Celia told me Fidel was quite upset because he had not been able to see Che before his departure. He had so much work those days. 45. The departure of the other combatants who would arrive in Tanzania little by little was also arranged in haste, as were the arms shipment and messages to the families and governments involved. A first unit, commanded by Che, landed at the Tanzanian capital on April 19. 4 days later they embarked upon their trek across the savannah to Kigoma, a god-forsaken village on the lakeshore facing the Congo. 46. Che's insistence on a secret operation contrasted with Fidel Castro's political need to keep his principal partners informed. The itinerary followed by most of the combatants was fairly straightforward, passing through Havana, Moscow, Algeria, Cairo, and Dar es Salaam. 47. Che's trip, however, was more roundabout and lasted 17 days, in order to avoid arousing undue curiosity including in friendly countries. Even in his journal, Che noted that he could not divulge the stops on his slow passage to Tanzania. According to a Cuban intelligence source who worked at the Cuban embassy in Prague, Che, Drake, and Poppy arrived in Prague directly from Havana, and remained there for several days without the Soviets' knowledge. It is possible that they then traveled less directly, through Belgium, Paris, and Madrid. 17. Whatever the road, the effort was in vain. During those very days, Fidel Castro shared with the Soviet ambassador in Havana one of the best-kept secrets in the world. Alexander Alexeyev had visited Che at the Ministry of Industries in late March, asking whether he would be accompanying Fidel and the diplomatic corps to the sugar harvest in Camagüey. Che replied that he wouldn't, as he was off to Orient to cut cane for real, not make-believe. Alexeyev cautioned him gently but a bit late, "There's no sense in fighting, Che." To which Che answered, "All the same, I'm not going." When the Soviet ambassador met with Fidel in Camagüey on April 18 or 19, he was still disturbed by Che's tense attitude. Fidel took him by the arm, leading him away from the others, and whispered, "Che did not go to cut cane, he's left for Africa. Che believes Africa is a no-man's land, where neither Europe, the USSR, or the United States has hegemony. It's the right place for Cuba. You know he is a revolutionary and this is how he can help the world. Don't transmit this to Moscow by radio or in code, but I want you to know it and inform your leaders in person whenever you can. 48. According to Alexeyev, the USSR never discussed or protested Che's presence in the Congo, at least not through its diplomatic mission. Moscow evidently considered that if Fidel had decided Che should go to the Congo, it was all right with them. Oleg Derisenko, Nikolai Leonov, and other Soviet diplomats in Cuba at that time corroborate that the USSR knew what was going on, but never raised any objections or interfered with Cuba's African venture. Fidel's deference to the Soviets undoubtedly placated them, as did Raoul's when he attended the Conference of Communist Parties in April. In contrast, Che did not even tell his mother about his plans, which would lead to a series of misunderstandings. While in Havana in March, Che had met with Gustavo Roca, who would soon return to Buenos Aires. He asked him to remit a letter to his mother, who was dying from cancer. Celia received the letter, dated March 16, at the hospital in mid-April. Part of its content is known thanks to her reply, sent to Cuba with Ricardo Rojo, a copy of which he saved and published in 1968. Che wrote to his mother that he intended to leave the revolutionary government and go off to cut cane for a month, then he would manage a factory for the next 5 years. He warned his mother not to travel to Cuba for the moment, and told her about his family and the birth of his son Ecobedo, in a perfunctory tone for which Celia would bitterly reproach him. Her reply never reached Guevara. The mail service in the Congolese guerrilla camps left much to be desired. Celia questioned him sharply, wasn't there a better use for her eldest son's talents than cutting cane or managing factories? Celia's condition worsened in mid-May. She asked Rojo to call Che in Havana. Aleda, who answered, reported that Che was in Cuba, but not accessible by phone. A couple of days later Aleda returned the call, only to say that her husband had not been in touch. Che's family in Argentina was heartbroken. His mother died 2 days later. His siblings would not know until much later where their eldest brother was, or why he could not contact his mother on her deathbed. Che's younger brother Roberto did not learn of his trip to the Congo until the end of 1967, when he met with Fidel after Guevara's execution in Bolivia. 49 Even when his mother was dying, Che followed the law of the revolution. Soviet diplomats knew more about his movements than his own family in Buenos Aires. Between Che's disappearance on March 22 and October 5, 1965, when Fidel read publicly his letter of farewell from Cuba, countless rumors proliferated concerning his whereabouts and his relationship with Castro. 18 Cuba's intelligence services added to the confusion through a disinformation campaign. So the word spread that Che had gone to fight the U.S. Marines in the Dominican Republic, or that he had been seen by a priest in the state of Acre in Brazil, or that he lay ill in a Cuban sanatorium, or that Castro had had him shot. U.S. intelligence also floated stories, in the hope that someone would slip up and tell the truth, but to no avail, except in the Congo itself. The Cubans' expertise in this area, and Che's obsession with secrecy, functioned more than adequately until July, and even then the CIA refused to believe its field officers' reports. In contrast, the substantive rift between Castro and Che became increasingly public. Embassies and intelligence services alike reported and analyzed it in depth, though somewhat late in the game. The best summary is to be found in a CIA intelligence memorandum drafted on October 18, 1965, a few days after Fidel revealed Che's decision to lead a revolution elsewhere. 50 Aside from listing previous disagreements among Che, the Soviets, and the Communists, the U.S. report examined Che's growing distance from Castro. It began on January 21, 1965, when the Cuban leader announced that the best 5,000 cane cutters would receive prizes, such as motorbikes, trips abroad, and first-class holidays in Cuban hotels, effectively putting an end to moral incentives. Already in December 1964, the government had announced a pilot program of contractual salaries, profit sharing, and prizes for workers. Later, during his 26th of July speech in Santa Clara, Fidel Castro, with a huge portrait of Guevara as a backdrop, denounced moral incentives and administrative centralization. His presentation was polished and well-reasoned, and its central message was clear. Nor can we have idealist methods which conceive of all men obediently following the concept of duty, because in real life we cannot think like that, nor choose those paths which seek, above all else, to awaken selfishness in men. It would be absurd to try to convince the great mass of men who cut cane to make their best effort out of duty, regardless of whether they make more or less. 51. Fidel resumed his attack on September 28, asserting in a speech that he favored local development and administration. 52. Finally, among the list of divergences between Che and Fidel there was the structure of the Central Committee in Cuba's newly founded Communist Party. The announcement of its creation was the occasion Fidel chose to make public Che's letter of renunciation. This was largely unavoidable, as Guevara was not among the members of the Central Committee. Indeed, in his farewell letter he had discarded his Cuban citizenship. But his closest aides at the Ministry of Industries were not included in the party's governing body either. Furthermore, the only cabinet ministers left out were those most identified with Che: Luis Alvarez Ram, the Minister of Finance allied with Che in his dispute with the National Bank, the Minister of Sugar, Orlando Borrego, and Arturo Guzman, who replaced Che at the Ministry of Industries. Salvador Villaseca, the mathematics professor who was a close friend of Che's, was also excluded. Che's economic policy team had been politically annihilated. Guevara did not take his succession of economic policy defeats quietly. He responded in two steps: first, in an interview with the Egyptian publication Al Taliya, in April 1965, which has never been published in Cuba, and, second, in his most famous essay, El Socialismo y el Hombre en Cuba, Socialism and Man in Cuba, originally published in Uruguay in March 1965, and written during his official African tour. In the Egyptian interview, Guevara launched his offensive on two fronts, one directly related to Cuba, and the other to the Sino-Soviet conflict. He was categorical about material incentives, saying that Yugoslavia has given preference to material incentives, and that they should be liquidated. He rejected the idea that workers should participate in setting salaries, and all profit-sharing and prize schemes. In his words, an automatized industry which distributes high revenues only among privileged workers is denying those resources to the community as a whole. The efforts of those workers in high-revenue companies are like the effort invested by farmers in their own plots of land. Such conditions create a privileged group and strengthen capitalist elements. 53. This was a direct response to the decisions taken in Cuba over the previous months. Che also expressed his contradictory feelings about Yugoslavia's international position, and his exasperation with the communist movement worldwide. We differ in two ways from the Yugoslav experiment, in our reaction to Stalinism, and our opposition to having the Soviet Union dictate to us its economic and leadership ideals. 54. Though some of the meaning may have been lost in translation from Spanish to Arabic to English, it was clear that Che's criticism of Yugoslavia was similar to China's. Che did not share in Tito's emphatic anti-Stalinism. On the contrary, his view was closer to that of the Chinese, who saw in Tito's and Khrushchev's anti-Stalinism a fatal sign of revisionism. In El Socialismo y el Hombre en Cuba, Guevara returned to the issue of moral incentives and responded to some of the criticism he had received. The temptation to follow the beaten path of material interest, as the motor for accelerated development, is very great. The danger is that the trees can prevent us from seeing the forest. By pursuing the illusion of achieving socialism with the blunted arms bequeathed us by capitalism, merchandise as economic unit, profitability, individual material interest as driving force, etc., one could well arrive at a dead end. So to build communism, one must make a new man together with the material base. It is very important that we choose the right instrument to mobilize the masses. That instrument should be of a moral nature, fundamentally, without neglecting the appropriate use of material incentives, especially of a social nature. As I have said, at times of extreme danger it is easy to magnify moral incentives, but to keep them effective, we must develop a consciousness where values acquire new categories. 55. Guevara went on to describe the past errors of the Cuban government, and the special features of the revolution, though the two were not necessarily related, in his view. He avoided making any link between the Caudillo-style leadership of Fidel Castro which he praised and the revisionism he condemned. This is perhaps why he found it difficult to criticize the revolutionary process as a whole, in any effective or constructive way. If one compares his statements about Fidel with his analysis of the mistakes committed in Cuba, the Guevaran predicament becomes apparent. He is in effect denouncing the errors while celebrating their causes. In large public gatherings one may observe something like a dialogue between two tones, whose vibrations provoke new ones in the listener. Fidel and the masses begin to vibrate in a dialogue of increasing intensity until reaching a climax in a sudden finale, crowned by our cry of struggle and history. It is difficult, for somebody who has not lived the experience of the revolution, to understand that close dialectical bond between the individual and the masses. In our country, we have not made the mistake of a mechanistic realism, but have gone to the other extreme. And this is because we have not understood the need to create a new man. The reaction against 19th century man has made us fall anew into the decadence of the 20th century. This is not too serious a mistake, but we must overcome it, so as not to open a channel for revisionism. 56. Finally, Che commented briefly but insightfully on his own journey as a revolutionary, and the ties between the new man and himself. The new man is, in a sense, the Cuban communist, the veteran of the Sierra Maestra and volunteer work, of the Bay of Pigs and the missile crisis, of international missions and solidarity. In a word, he is very much like Che Guevara. Che never lacked a capacity for self-analysis, or a clear idea of his own destiny. Indeed, the fantasy of a chosen fate had obsessed him since his youthful nights in Chuquicamata and the Peruvian Amazon. For him, the new man and the revolutionary leader are fused into one exemplary individual. He comfortably identifies himself with a new man who has yet to see the light of day in Cuba, and never will. In our ambition as revolutionaries, we try to advance as quickly as possible, clearing paths, by our example. The leaders of the revolution have children who, in their early babbling, never learn the word for father, women who are ready to sacrifice their lives in order to take the revolution to its ultimate goal, friends who are strictly comrades in the revolution. There is no life outside it, the revolution. In these conditions, we must have a large measure of humanity, a large sense of justice and truth. Every day we must struggle to transform that love of a living humanity, into actions which will serve as an example. 57. Che soon found himself forsaking these Marxist polemics and testamentary preoccupations, as well as the intrigues of Havana and his economic failures. Once again, he was on the road, lured by the enrapturing mystery of Africa and the excitement of combat. After minor incidents and rising impatience, in the last days of April he finally arrived at the freedom fighters' camp in Kibamba, where he and his companions were received with military honors. There, on the western shores of Lake Tanganyika, the Cubans introduced themselves: Drake, or Moha, number 1 in Swahili, Martinez Tamayo, or Mbili, number 2, and Che, or Tatu, number 3, registered as interpreter and physician. They would spend 7 months in the area, waiting for a war that never came. From the outset, they faced a disconcerting dilemma: whether or not to divulge to the Congolese and Tanzanian leaders the true identity of Tatu. Laurent Kabila, head of the rebels in the zone, preferred Che's presence to remain secret. Accordingly, Cuba's ambassador in Dar es Salaam, Pablo Ribalta, did not reveal it to President Nyerere until after Che's departure in November. But the envoy was pulled in opposite directions. On the one hand, Che had entered Tanzania without the consent of local authorities, and he wanted the ambassador to inform the central government as soon as possible. On the other, Havana repeatedly instructed him not to reveal Tatu's identity. Ribalta was in despair over these contradictory demands. 58. The reasons for this indecision were obvious. The news that over 100 Cuban advisors had arrived could in itself internationalize the conflict. The fact that they were led by Che Guevara would, in addition, attract countless South African mercenaries, as well as US and Belgian reprisals which would quickly neutralize any conceivable advantages ensuing from Cuban solidarity. Since Kabila was still in Cairo with his lieutenants, where a conference supporting the Congo rebellion had established a Supreme Council of the Revolution presided over by Gaston Soumi-Alot, Che had, by default, an excellent justification for entering the Congo without telling anybody. To be frank, I was afraid that my offer of support might cause extreme reactions, and that some of the Congolese or the friendly government of Tanzania might ask me to stay away. 59. He soon realized that he was spending most of his time waiting for a shoe to drop, the arrival of Kabila or his aides, the refurbishing of a deserted camp, the authorization to move on to another hill, the landing of visitors or supplies from Havana. He worked as a doctor and helped train the Congolese troops. As he complained in his journal, we had to do something in order to avoid complete idleness. Our morale was still high, but some comrades began to grumble as they saw the days pass in vain. 60 In early May the rest of the Cubans arrived, so did Kabila's deputy, who reiterated his chief's orders to keep Che's identity secret. Che was learning patience and humility the hard way. In the meantime, he was initiated into the mysteries of the Dawa, the magical belief of Congolese fighters in a potion which Muganas, sorcerers, rubbed over them, and which had the supernatural power to protect them from enemy bullets but only if they believed in it. Guevara reflected that while Dawa might boost courage in combat, it could also work against the Cubans if there were many casualties and the Cubans were held responsible because of their lack of faith. He discovered the political and personal consequences of his bizarre situation almost immediately. First, he was felled by an acute tropical fever which caused in him an extraordinary fatigue, so I didn't even want to eat. His health, always fragile, was no match for the natural hardships of the terrain. Then Kabila's deputy, who was nominally serving as the struggle's temporary leader in the field, decided to proceed with an absurd project, to attack Albertville, a large mining town about 200 kilometers south of the main guerrilla camp. The conditions for doing so were sadly missing, as was the chain of command needed to rescind his order. Neither Kabila nor his deputies were in any position to lead. Not only were they absent most of the time, they lacked the capacity. And there was nothing Che could do. He was not the leader. Predictably, he suffered constant asthma attacks, losing 1/4 of his body weight. He was in the kingdom of ambivalence, as it was aptly described by Oscar Fernandez Mel, his comrade in arms from Santa Clara, who was sent by Fidel to watch over him. He was not there as leader, or anything. His role was one that he especially hated, to send people, without going himself. 61. At the end of May an envoy from Havana arrived, bringing the news of Celia's imminent death in Buenos Aires. Che's state of mind may be surmised from his journal's May summary. The main defect in the Congolese is that they don't know how to shoot. Discipline here is very poor, but it seems that things are changing on the front. Today we can say that the apparently greater discipline on the fronts was false. The main feature of the People's Liberation Army is that it was a parasite army which didn't work, didn't train, didn't fight, and demanded supplies and labor from the population, sometimes by force. It is clear that an army of this sort can be justified only if it occasionally fights, like its enemy counterpart. But it didn't even do that. The Congolese revolution was irreparably doomed to failure owing to its internal weaknesses. 62. According to Che's journal, this state of affairs prevailed throughout the region, not just at the camp in Kibumba. The findings of the reconnaissance missions sent by Che to other localities Baraka, Lulimba, Katenga were discouraging. They unearthed drunkenness, dissipation, and laziness, and absolutely no disposition to fight or even resist. At the same time, the camps teemed with weapons. Shipments from the USSR and China, via Tanzania, were flowing in. In June, Zhou Enlai visited Nyerere in Dar es Salaam, promising greater support for the Congo rebellion and providing Kabila, once again, with a pretext to remain far from the combat zone. Time was passing, without any prospect of action, 2 months already, and we had still done nothing. The only plausible military target was still Albertville, far beyond the reach of the Congo revolutionaries and their Cuban advisors. In truth, Che was cornered. When the troops of South African mercenary leader Mike Hoare and his small air force concluded operations along the border with Sudan and Uganda and headed south, there would be no way to repel them. In part simply to do something, and also to forestall a possible defeat, Che and Kabila agreed in an exchange of letters quoted in Che's journal to attack the village of Front de Force or Bendera, about 40 kilometers south, near a dam not too far from Albertville. Che would have preferred to restrict hostilities to the town of Katanga, smaller and more accessible. But Kabila insisted on Bendera, despite the risk of alerting Tchambe's forces to the Cuban presence. Che was anxious to participate directly in the attack, but had to restrain himself, lacking Kabila's express authorization. Instead, Drake was given command of the fewer than 40 Cubans and 160 Rwandan soldiers assigned to capture Front de Force. The attack in the last days of June was a military disaster. Even worse, it disclosed the Cubans' involvement. 4 of their soldiers died, the bodies were recovered by the mercenaries. The Cuban combatants had failed to follow Che's strict orders to strip themselves of all personal belongings and documents before engaging the enemy. When the South Africans examined the bodies and supplies, they discovered their nationality and sent a report to U.S. advisors in the Congo. 19 Lawrence Devlin, the CIA station chief, confirmed his suspicions. The rebels near Albertville were receiving Cuban support. 6 The news spread rapidly. It was published by the press in Dar es Salaam a couple of weeks later, and the mission's cover was effectively blown. In his journal summary for June, Che wrote, "This is the worst state of affairs so far." 63 Laurent Kabila persisted in his passivity, but each time Che suggested that he inform the Tanzanian government of his presence, Kabila refused. The defeat at Front de Force further undermined the Cubans' morale. Bitterly resentful, they now realized that the Congo rebels would not fight. They either dropped their rifles and fled, or else shot into the air. Several members of the expedition expressed their desire to return to Cuba. Most painful for Che was the case of Satani, the Chinaman, an aide from the time of the Sierra Maestra, who argued that he had not been told how long the war would last, in Che's view, 3 to 5 years. Because Satani was a member of his personal escort, Guevara could not allow him to leave, yet forcing him to stay against his will proved counterproductive. For the first time, Che was confronted in the flesh, and under combat conditions with the effects of his own intransigence. The others could not or would not keep pace with him. They lacked the determination, the vision, and mystique to bear the adverse conditions of the Congo. Che finally met with Kabila at Kigoma on July 11. The African stayed only a few days, as he had to return to Dar es Salaam in order, he said, to confront Sumialat, who was passing through the Tanzanian capital. 64 Kabila's new departure was the last straw for the Cuban troops. Their morale was now completely crushed. Quite justifiably, they were unable to comprehend why their leaders never even appeared in the area of operations, much less participated in or commanded them. Tensions within the Cuban camp were growing apace. 2 physicians and several members of the Communist Party threatened to leave, and Che reacted violently, though less so, he thought, than on previous occasions. He decided to leave for the front, only to meet with the veto of the African leaders for the obvious reason, in his view, that they would lose face when their troops perceived that the man from Cuba was willing to go to the front and they were not. 65. The situation improved slightly at the end of July, when an ambush mounted by 25 Cuban and 25 Rwandan troops met with success. Yet several Cubans still wanted to return home. Che described his own position with ironic sadness, "I'm still here on a scholarship." 66 By August 16 he no longer cared about Kabila's authorization, but simply left for the front. That same night he arrived in Bendera, exhausted and feeling like a delinquent. There he uncovered vast supplies of weapons, but the rebel forces were completely dispersed along the Albertville highway. At least he felt closer to events, participating in an ambush and a shootout near Front de Force. The adrenaline was flowing again. His August summary was the most optimistic so far. My scholarship days are over, which is a step forward. In general, this month has been very positive. Besides the front de force operation, there has been a qualitative change in the people. My next steps will be to visit Lombo in Lulimba and visit Kabamber, then convince them of the need to take Lulimba, and keep going along that path. But for all this, it is necessary that this ambush and subsequent operations be successful. 67. Che's debacle in the Congo did not go unnoticed in Havana, though reports were fragmentary, and distorted by their bearers' illusions. After the first defeat at Front de Force, Che sent a letter to Fidel through Antonio Machado Ventura, the Cuban physician and high official who had arrived in May bringing the news of Celia's illness. When he received the letter in Havana, Castro summoned Emilio Aragonés and General Aldo Margals to a meeting with Osmani Cienfuegos and Manuel Pinero. The latter had not yet intervened in Che's African adventure in any way. Indeed, months earlier, Pinero had sought out Aragonés at his party offices with a Mexican journalist from Siempre magazine, asking about Che's whereabouts. Guevara had already been in the Congo for a month. When Aragonés arrived, Fidel said to him, "Read this." Che's terrible predicament was brutally expressed in the letter. He described the disaster of Front de Force, where the Africans had fled and Che had lost several officers. During the retreat, a group of deserters had assaulted a soft drinks truck. Fidel interpreted the letter accurately. Far from being a cry of despair or regret, it was a lucid and professional analysis. Others, like Pinero, considered it unduly pessimistic. His reaction, according to Aragonés, was, "Shit, he's gone crazy." Fidel thought it over, and decided to order Aragonés and Fernández Mel to Africa. He did not send them to rescue Guevara but to help him. And if there was nothing to be done, they should bring him back to Cuba. 68. Fernández Mel retains a slightly different version of events. When Manuel Pinero went looking for him at the beach where he was enjoying his summer holiday, he felt he was being given a chance to join his friend and former commander in combat. Indeed, Pinero's description of events in the Congo was not particularly negative. I talked with Pinero and Pinero told me the exact opposite, that the expedition was a phenomenal success, that the Force Bendera operation had been a success and that everything was going well. That's what I was told, and I left with that impression because Aragonés did not tell me anything either, or tell me anything about Che's letter. I didn't even know the letter existed. 69. Between the end of August and November 21, when the Cubans were expelled from the Congo, Aragonés and Fernández Mel never left Che's side. Guevara did not welcome them with any great pleasure, construing their arrival as a bad omen for his mission. 20 They were both surprised to find that Che was practically a prisoner in his own base. They didn't let him move even after he had asked for permission 200 times. 70 Che was gradually losing his self-control. His outbursts were becoming more frequent, against both the Congolese and those Cubans who had given up, demanding of them and himself rising levels of effort and sacrifice. He often applied to them the most terrible punishment of all, leaving them without food for 1, 2, or 3 days. This, he argued, was the most effective sanction in guerrilla warfare. The two emissaries were astonished when Fernández Mel, as the expedition's chief of staff, asked Che to order boots for his troops from Kigoma and received from him the laconic reply, "The blacks go barefoot, the Cubans must do the same." When the chief of staff asked for vitamins and salts, Che's response was, "Do underdeveloped peoples have access to vitamins?" Fernández Mel tried to argue, but met only with sarcastic comments and criticism. He did observe, however, that the troops were losing respect for their leader and were ready to do almost anything to escape. One night by the campfire, a combatant handed a note to Aragonés. It read, "Comrade, you are a member of the party secretariat just like Che. Che is blinded, you must get him out of here." 71 Such insubordination was unacceptable in guerrilla warfare, but Che's brooding isolation was even more damaging. The Cuban envoys also confirmed that the military situation, precarious to begin with, was rapidly deteriorating. The slight improvement in August had led only to a more forceful response by the government and the South Africans. According to Major Bame Hardené, the Belgian Chief of Staff of Ops/SUD, Belgium's military mission in Albertville, careful intelligence work with the prisoners suggested that the rebels were stronger than originally estimated. The certainty that there are numerous Cubans on Congolese soil aggravates the rebel threat against the cities of Albertville and Congolo. *21 The Belgians resolved then to retake the initiative and launch an offensive as soon as possible, preferably before the end of September. Led by Mike Hoare's 5th Battalion of South African Commandos, a total of 350 men, within 2 months they surrounded the rebels at their Kibumba base. The mercenaries were confronting their most severe challenge thus far in the Congo. The rebels, especially the Rwandan soldiers, were defending themselves more energetically. Moreover, as Major Hardené also noted, the Congolese government troops demonstrated the same limitations as their enemy counterparts. At the first shot they simply threw down their arms, they never aimed, took to their heels at the earliest opportunity, and spread the myth that the rebels were invincible. Despite all this, the 2 battalions, the South African Mercenary Unit and the Congolese troops commanded by Belgians, advanced relentlessly toward the lake. Unable to destroy or capture the rebels, they would soon drive them across the border and back into Tanzania. Just as Guevara had feared, news of the Cuban presence soon reached the Congolese authorities and the CIA. According to Major Hardené, the South Africans report that the rebel units display discipline and aggressiveness, and that they move in the field like well-trained troops. They have not detected any Cubans, but are certain of their presence because several messages in Spanish were intercepted by the 5th Commando's portable radios. .72. At the Battle of Baraka in late October, where the rebels suffered hundreds of casualties, the South Africans detected several white Cubans leading the opposing forces, but were unable to capture any. For its part, the local CIA station was by now positive that Tatu was none other than Che Guevara, but it was never able to convince the top brass in the United States. Lawrence Devlin, the station chief who years later would be accused of masterminding the assassination of Patrice Lumumba in early 1961, had suspected it even earlier. He showed photos of Che to 12 prisoners, who stated that they had talked with Tatu in Kibumba and later in Bendera. In the pictures he alternately wore a mustache or a beard, or was clean-shaven. 11 of the 12 soldiers recognized Tatu, making his identity virtually certain. 73 Shortly afterward, Devlin confirmed Che's presence thanks to war diaries seized from fallen rebels. But CIA headquarters never listened. 74 Fernandez Mel surmises that the Americans did not care whether Che was in the Congo. *22 Che was worried that they would find out. 75 But perhaps he was wrong, had his presence been made public. Che might have developed into the guerrilla leader that he really was, instead of always fearing that Kabila shitface and the Tanzanian government. Perhaps that prevented Che from becoming in Africa the great guerrilla fighter and political figure that I knew. 76. Gustavo Villoldo, a Cuban exile who fought at the Bay of Pigs and was sent to the Congo by the CIA to help the Tshombe government, recalls that he knew Che was in the Congo, and became infuriated on learning later that the Cubans had escaped. He confronted his recruiter, declaring that he hadn't come all the way to the Congo to fight the Castro regime, only to see the Cubans return home safe and sound. 77 The most fervent desire of the anti-Castro Cubans, who were all white, according to Devlin, was to simply exterminate the Castroists, who were all black, except for Che, Papi, Benino, Fernandez Mel, and Aragons. For their part, most of the latter had only one wish at the end: to escape. Aside from a few machine gun exchanges involving aircraft and troops along the Albertville Highway, the two bands of Cubans never came face to face. 78. Che spent the months of September and October exploring the area. He visited Fiza, Baraka, Lalamba, and other towns, whose local bosses and troops unfailingly asked for Cuban funds and soldiers. While traveling on foot from town to town, Che found himself under fire from the mercenary and anti-Castro Air Force several times, though he was never in any real danger. He constantly debated whether to disperse his small unit. As he noted, he never deployed more than 40 men fit for combat, owing to illness and disciplinary problems, so as to restructure the Congolese combatants, or else concentrate his troops in order to develop an effective fighting force. By the end of September, however, this was a moot question. The rebel group was disintegrating anyway. Che bitterly reproached himself for his own blindness. Our situation was getting more and more difficult, and the notion of building an army was slipping through our fingers, with all its arsenal of weapons, men, and munitions. Still imbued with a sort of blind optimism, I was incapable of seeing it. 79 One of the reasons for his misguided confidence was that no one dared tell him the truth. Nobody ever confronted him. 80 Even senior officers feared that any doubts or questions they raised would be diagnosed as signs of cowardice. For his part, Che always thought in terms of his experience in the Sierra Maestra. He expected the Congolese to react similarly, and they never did. 23. Fidel's envoy, Health Minister Machado Ventura, returned at the beginning of October, bringing news of a much trumpeted visit by Gaston Somalia to Havana in September and a message from Fidel. According to Che, Castro advised him not to despair. He asked me to remember the first period of the struggle and recalled that these problems happen, emphasizing that men are good. 81 The fact that Che had never fully revealed the hardships he faced had evidently reinforced the impression in Havana that he was behaving with undue pessimism. On October 5 he wrote a long letter to Fidel, whose main paragraphs are worth quoting at length. I received a letter from you which aroused contradictory feelings in me, as on behalf of proletarian internationalism we make mistakes that can be very costly. Besides, I am personally worried because, either due to my lack of seriousness in writing or because you did not fully understand me, it might appear that I suffer from the terrible disease of pessimism without cause. When your Greek present Aragons arrived, he told me one of my letters had given the impression of a condemned gladiator, and the minister Antonio Machado, when he gave me your optimistic message, confirmed your opinion to me. You will be able to talk at length with the bearer of this, and he will give you his impressions firsthand. I will say only that here, according to those close to me, I have lost my reputation for objectivity because I am unduly optimistic in the face of the existing, real situation. I can assure you that if it weren't for me this lovely dream would have disintegrated entirely amid a general catastrophe. In my previous letters I had asked you not to send lots of people, but cotters. I said we are not short of weapons, aside from a few special ones. On the contrary, we have too many and not enough soldiers. I especially warned you not to give out funds except in very small amounts and only after many requests. None of these things have been taken into account, and extravagant plans have been made which risk discrediting us internationally and putting me into a very difficult situation. Forget about sending more men to ghost units. Prepare me up to 100 cotters, who should not all be black. Treat the issue of the boats very tactfully. Do not forget that Tanzania is an independent country and we have to play it clean there. Send, as soon as possible, some mechanics and a man who can navigate to get us across the lake at night in relative safety. Don't repeat the mistake of giving out money. Have some trust in my judgment and do not judge by appearances. Shake down those in charge of transmitting accurate information, who are not capable of untangling these knots and present utopian images that have nothing to do with reality. I have tried to be explicit and objective, concise and truthful. Do you believe me? 82. Che refers, at the end of this letter, to a problem which would pursue him until the end of his life at Quebrada del Euro, a couple of years later. Since the middle of 1965, the person in charge of follow-up, support, communications, and logistics for him was Manuel Pinheiro, Undersecretary of the Interior and chief of his own so-called Liberation Section. Aragonza's departure from Cuba deprived the party of this responsibility, and Ousmane Cienfuegos traveled too often to accomplish the task. In early August, two of Pinheiro's aides arrived in Dar es Salaam. One was Ulysses Estrada, in charge of African affairs, of African origin. In the mid-70s he would become Cuba's ambassador to Jamaica, from which he would be expelled for mischief-making and interference. The other was a minor official called Rafael Padilla. It is to them that Che referred when he warned Castro to beware of reports from Tanzania. Those familiar with Pinero's team, which would later become the Americas Department of the Communist Party, over several decades, know that it had, among many qualities, two enormous defects. Anybody whose responsibility it is to export the revolution must believe in it. And those who request a constant flow of money, arms, morale, and diplomatic support from the government for their revolutionary efforts abroad cannot be bearers of bad tidings or pessimists. Pinero and his team were always strong supporters of the struggle in Africa and Latin America, their faith and enthusiasm never flagged. But the other side of the coin lay in their inevitably diluted, ingenuous, or frankly falsified assessments about the real situation abroad. The work of the Ministry of the Revolution was always hampered by exaggeration, an underestimation of obstacles, and an incapacity to gauge the real balance of power. Che suffered the consequences of these illusions, so dear to the revolutionary establishment. They were not fatal in Africa; in Bolivia, they would be. The second defect of the Cuban services assigned the role of promoting insurrection all over the Third World was their lack of experience. This was unavoidable in a young revolution willing to undertake anything but lacking the cadres to do so. The officer in Havana trying to follow events in the Congo, Bolivia, El Salvador, or Nicaragua relied upon his agents in the field. Pinero depended upon both, and Fidel on Pinero. But in 1965, Ulysses Estrada had never set foot in Africa, and neither had his superior in Cuba. The information from the front was a disaster, and the conclusions drawn from it by Pinero, Raúl Castro, and Fidel Castro were completely groundless. That is why Che asked Castro in the letter quoted above not to believe reports from Dar es Salaam. That is why Che landed in Bolivia a year later under adverse conditions which precluded any possibility of success. Aside from the internal divisions in the Cuban camp and the interminable string of defeats, Che's state of mind was also affected by his health, which was deteriorating day by day. He was plagued by chronic diarrhea, probably dysentery. His determination and resistance were fading quickly, and his decline was reflected in his treatment of both Congolese and Cubans, even those closest to him. His state of mind was not even at half capacity. I think that is why he was even more susceptible to asthma. He had a diarrhea which lasted almost 2 months, plus the asthma which afflicted him constantly. He was fading day by day and was always in a bad mood. I don't mean to say that he treated us badly, no, but we always saw him alone with his book, reading, and we no longer saw in him that earlier disposition. He stopped meeting with us as he had at the beginning. We realized this was not the Che we knew. We asked ourselves, what's wrong with Che? One of us went to ask him and was scolded for his trouble. 83. The last straw was the news Che received sometime between the 6th and 10th of October, in Havana. Fidel Castro had made public Che's letter of farewell. This was the famous declaration in which he took his leave of Cuba and Castro, resigning from all his posts and titles and his Cuban citizenship, in which he renounced all power and began his public pilgrimage toward crucifixion, after giving up all his worldly possessions. In the letter, Guevara recapitulated his years on the island and assumed full responsibility for his future actions, whatever they might be. The logic behind Fidel's reading of the text was impeccable. He was then announcing the composition of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, and no one would have understood Che's exclusion from it without some sort of explanation. Furthermore, the international campaign of rumors about him was out of control. The pressure was becoming untenable. 24 Over and beyond the beauty of Guevara's text, it is probably his most austere and deeply felt piece of writing. Its publication triggered a chain reaction around the world, especially among the small circle of sick Cubans on the run in the Congo. Aragonés and Fernández Mel have differing accounts of how Che learned about Fidel's publication of his letter. 84 The former swears that he found out through a report on Radio Beijing. The latter asserts that Drake told him, after receiving a packet of letters and magazines from Havana. The two senior Cubans recall Che's bewilderment and resignation on hearing the news. In the personal reflections which conclude his journal, Che suggests that the letter had a devastating effect on his troops. It made the comrades see me as a foreigner among Cubans, as when I started out in the Sierra many years before. At that time, I had just arrived, and now I was leaving. Many things that had been shared were now lost. This separated me from the troops. 85. But the most serious consequence of the publication was not Che's estrangement from the Cuban soldiers. A greater dilemma was that his bridges were now effectively burned. Given his temperament, there was now no way he could return to Cuba, even temporarily. The idea of a public deception was unacceptable to him. Once he had said he was leaving, he could not go back. A direct eyewitness, Benino, recounts a far more dramatic scene than the previous comments suggest. When Drake arrived and said that there had been a public event in Cuba where Fidel had read the letter, Che was sitting on a log. He had fever, aside from his asthma and diarrhea. He leapt up and said, "Say that again, say that again." "How was that?" Drake was taken aback and said, "No, Tattoo, look, it was like this and this is what I was told." Then he began to explain it to him, and Che started pacing back and forth muttering things that we couldn't make out. "Shit-eaters," he said, "they are imbeciles, idiots." We started to move away, because when he was upset we used to leave him alone like a lion. We didn't want to cast a shadow. Nobody wanted to be around because we had already had the experience of seeing him angry. 86. Che's problems were multiplying, and seemed to have no solution. Even an event which might have filled him with joy and nostalgia, his first and only combat in the Congo, was a disaster. The camp, with its deposit of gunpowder and equipment, mortars, radios, and so on, was attacked on October 24. Guevara hesitated between withdrawal and resistance, finally choosing the latter. But the Congolese took to their heels as usual, and Che himself had to sound the retreat, after holding out on a hill for several hours. The gunpowder, equipment, and position were lost. The Congolese had once again proved unfit for combat. As Che concluded in his journal, "Personally, I felt terribly depressed. I felt responsible for the disaster due to my lack of foresight and weakness." 87. Perhaps by then Che had reached the same conclusion as the Africa specialist at the U.S. National Security Council, who reported on October 29, 1965, that the war in the Congo is probably over. 88. From that time, Che's relations with his Cuban troops went into a tailspin. None of them believed in victory anymore, and most, about half, in Che's estimate, would have returned to Cuba if given the choice. There were complaints on all sides. Some wondered why, if revolutions could not be exported and the Congolese refused to fight, they were there in the first place. Aragons reminded Che that he had been a Cuban much longer than Che had, and strongly suspected that the troops' grumbling was increasingly directed against their leaders. As Aragons recalls, Che's instructions approached the absurd. He demanded that the rebels requisition food from the enemy, but the enemy had no food, and, in fact, there was no enemy, so we all ate yucca with no salt. The Cubans were outraged when the Congolese refused to continue carrying supplies, screaming that they were not trucks to run around loaded with equipment. Toward the end of his stay, as Che was reading one of his many books at a camp outside the Kibumba base, the telltale sound of an approaching bombardment led him to instruct Fernandez Mel, "Make sure they put a Cuban at the door of each hut so the Congolese won't escape." He returned to his book and a few minutes later the government forces attacked. The Cubans could not tell by which route the South Africans advanced and the Congolese fled, so Che could not decide in which direction to retreat. When the firing and shelling made it impossible to stay in place, Che ordered, "Let's leave by that path down there, and hope they'll come the other way." 89. There was nothing left by now but such hopes. Beginning in October, three factors contributed to the Cubans' final departure from the Congo. Their situation was deteriorating daily. Che no longer attempted to deny its seriousness, especially as the mercenaries and the Congolese army continued their advance toward the lake, retaking villages once under rebel control. In his October summary, his last in the Congo, Che admitted frankly, a month of disasters without any extenuating circumstances. To the disgraceful fall of Baraka, Fiza, and Lubangia, we must add, total discouragement among the Congolese. The Cubans are not much better, from Tembo and Siki Aragons and Fernandez Mel to the soldiers. 90 So, regardless of any external considerations, Guevara's adventure in the Congo was drawing to an end. Che either would flee, would be captured, or would die on the shores of Lake Tanganyika. The Cubans were surrounded by mercenaries to the north and south, on the west was a mountain, and to the east the lake. But two additional factors also shattered Che Guevara's African dreams. Thanks to Che's letters and his envoy's reports, Fidel Castro was forced to conclude that the African expedition was foundering. He promptly shipped communications equipment to Tanzania and sailors with suitable boats to prepare for an eventual retreat. And he dispatched Osmani Cienfuegos to persuade Che to recognize defeat, abandon the expedition, and save himself. 91 Finally, Fidel wrote a letter which Che received on November 4. We must do everything, except for the absurd. If in Tatu's view our presence becomes unjustifiable and futile, we must think of retreating. We must act in accordance with the objective situation and our men's frame of mind. If they believe we should stay, we will try to send whatever human and material resources they consider necessary. We are worried that you will make the mistake of fearing that your attitude will be considered defeatist or pessimistic. If you decide to leave, Tatu can stay the same, either returning here or staying somewhere else. We will support any decision. Avoid annihilation. 92. The letter expressed Fidel's unmistakable hope that Che would leave, and offered him a way out, either returning to Cuba or undertaking a new mission somewhere else. Castro could imagine that Che would not come back after his farewell letter, but he did not want Che to leave immediately for Argentina. In fact, Fidel was already devising an alternative for his uncomfortable companion. Further events in October dealt a final blow to Che's heroic and absurd attempt to lead a revolution in the heart of Africa. On October 13, 1965, just before an OAU summit meeting scheduled in Accra, President Kasavubu dismissed Prime Minister Tshombe. 1 month after Che's departure, Kasavubu would in turn be overthrown by Mobutu *25 but for now, having disposed of Tshombe, the Congolese leader adopted a more conciliatory stance toward his neighbors. He had fulfilled their central condition for peace with the organization. For its part, the group of radical states had lost any reason to continue supporting the rebels. Indeed, several leaders had already ceased to do so. Benbella was deposed by Houari Boumediene in June, Obiot of Uganda had already suspended his assistance, and Nkrumah of Ghana would fall a few months later. Julius Nyerere, the rebels' foremost supporter, found himself practically alone, without any real rationale for continuing to support a struggle which was disintegrating anyway. Nyerere even proposed to Kasavubu that he meet with the rebel leadership immediately after the Accra summit. The Congolese president opened talks with Congo-Brazzaville as well, aimed at reducing its aid to Pierre Muley's rebellion in Kwilu. By the end of October the situation in the region had changed radically. The front of progressive countries was crumbling in tandem with the front by the lake. The missing link was for Nyerere to ask the Cubans to depart, along with the South African mercenaries, in accordance with the Accra resolutions on non-intervention. He did so at the beginning of November. Mike Hoare left the Congo that month, though his men lingered on through the following year. On November 1, the Cubans received a message from Dar es Salaam. Nyerere formally requested that Cuban assistance be discontinued. This effectively cut off all aid to the Congo rebellion or what was left of it. As Che noted, it was a death blow to a dying revolution. 93. But the exhausted and undernourished Argentine was not yet ready to capitulate. As long as the South African mercenaries were still operating in the Congo, he felt it would be unfair to leave unless the Congolese rebels themselves asked him to. The only leader to be found in the area was Masengo, Kabila's lieutenant. He and Che met in mid-November, as the mercenaries closed in around them. Che presented the alternatives, resistance and death, or retreat. Masengo objected, "No, I don't agree. If we are not capable of contributing a Congolese fighter, a single one, beside each Cuban in order to die together, we cannot ask the Cubans to do so." Che's response was, "Fine, but the decision has to come from you and has to be perfectly unambiguous. Whatever you decide we should do, we will do it, but the decision is clearly yours." 94. The nearest hill had already been captured by the enemy. The last, sacrificial battle seemed imminent. The Cubans insisted on a formal request for their departure. "You must give us a document saying that you believe the Cuban advisors should withdraw, as their presence here has exacerbated the repression." Che reiterated, "Look, they are already here, the issue for us is to be ready for a final confrontation. The situation is clear, resistance and death, or retreat." 95. Finally the Congolese agreed, and the Cubans prepared to board the boats that would carry them to safety. Che strove one last time to keep his dream alive. Just as they were about to embark, he advised Aragon's and Fernandez Mel that he would rather stay behind with a few men and begin a long march over 1,500 kilometers through the Congo to Quillo to join Mule in the west and resume the struggle. His friends were stupefied. Fernandez Mel threw his hat on the ground and finally lost all patience. Aragon's, older and wiser, argued, "Listen, Che, I have obeyed everything you have said here without discussion, to the letter, as your subordinate. But Che, let me tell you this, don't even think that you can dare to tell me to leave while you stay here." 96. Che relented, but only outwardly. He still had one card to play. Quick to find a last pretext, he then proposed, "I'll stay here with 5 strong men to recover our dead or missing in action." The idea of leaving completely and departing as we had arrived, leaving behind defenseless peasants and armed but defenseless men, given their little capacity to fight, defeated and feeling that they had been betrayed, hurt me deeply. 97. The boats were filling with women and children, families from the rebel villages fleeing the mercenary advance. Lawton, the Cuban in charge, was horrified to see his precious boats filled with civilians pleading not to be left behind, while his commander refused to embark. Che withdrew to his last line of defense, "The women and children must go first." Lawton objected that he had other orders, explaining to Che, "Look, those blacks belong here in the jungle, they are willing to live here. These blacks are not whom the mercenaries are after. They are after you and the black Cubans." Che insisted, "When they get here, they are going to massacre these people." Lawton retorted, "Yes, but my orders are that those who must not be massacred are yourselves, and I have to get you out. I respect you, but I am here under orders from Fidel. If I have to tie you up to take you out of here, I will." 26. Che acceded. As Che wrote at the beginning of his Congo journal, the entire venture was the history of a failure. 98. There were many reasons. Some he accurately recorded, others escaped him, and have become apparent only after 30 years. As Ben Bella lamented, Che arrived in the Congo too late. His rhythms, impulses, and inner demons were not those of the struggle in Africa. He tried to replicate in the Congo his epic of the Sierra Maestra, but neither the copy, nor the original, was rooted in reality. But perhaps the crudest negation of his delusion lies in a peculiar footnote, which may serve as an epitaph to this chimerical episode. 3 authoritative sources have posed the same question and offered different answers, in a bizarre recreation of Machiavelli's Mandragola. How was it possible for 100 Cubans and dozens of Rwandan and other rebel fighters from Kibumba to cross, in the light of dawn, and under zealous pursuit by their adversaries, a lake which was intensively patrolled by speedboats from South Africa, the CIA, and the Congolese army? Benino raises the issue with greater precision. The Cubans were ready to fight to the last man, as they traversed the lake in their leaking and overcrowded vessels, surrounded by enemies who were fully aware of their schedule and itinerary. But they did not have to. Either nobody saw them, or those who did decided not to attack. 7 The outcome was hardly believable. The Cubans, though surrounded, were able to escape safely. The Belgian military mission was furious, they were not convinced that the Cubans had left for good. Devlin offers a plausible explanation in the African context. I assigned a boat to prevent the Cubans from crossing the lake, but it broke down, and the Cubans got away. I will never forgive myself. 99 Major Hardin recalls his own perplexity. Weather conditions had improved, so the command post and Ops/Sud were directing operations from a plane. They realized that the Cubans were fleeing on several boats, crossing the lake or navigating southward along the coast. For reasons that will never be explained, the ANC planes and boats piloted by mercenaries were not only not there despite orders, but did not respond to calls from the plane. This bad execution of orders allowed the Cubans to escape. 100. But Jules Gerard Liboy, who has been studying the wars in the Congo for 30 years at the Centre de Recherche et d'Information Sociopolitique, CRISP, in Brussels, finds incomprehensible the failure of the Belgians, South Africans and anti-Castro Cubans to prevent Che from leaving the Congo. In his view, Ops/Sud ordered the Congolese battalions under its jurisdiction to let the Cubans get out alive. The two Belgian CIA pilots were confined to their hotel rooms. According to Gerard Liboy, the CIA station chief in Albertville confessed to two Belgian officers that he had received instructions to avoid any incident with the Cubans before December 1. The CIA ordered its aircraft and boats to effect an operational destruction of the enemy, but the order was not obeyed. 101. Gerard Liboy relates the mystery to another event that was taking place at the same time, on the other side of the planet, the so-called Camarioca immigration agreement between Cuba and the United States. Negotiated through the Swiss ambassador in Havana, it contemplated the emigration, over several months, of tens of thousands of Cubans wishing to leave the island. During the first year of the agreement's application, more than 45,000 Cubans would fly to Florida. On October 27, Castro had announced that he was willing to allow those who wished to leave to do so. The only problem, he said, was that Washington refused to grant them entry visas. Castro's speech eventually led to the agreement, made public through simultaneous press releases in both capitals on November 4. Gerard Liboy believes that the accord on a terribly delicate issue, which would resurface during the Mariel Exodus of 1980 and in the summer of 1994, with the Cuban raft people led the United States to avoid any conflict which might have blocked its implementation. In this perspective, it seems logical that Washington should have instructed its missions abroad to avert any friction or confrontation with the Cubans during those weeks, until the Camarioca agreement had been fulfilled. Obviously, the U.S. government had not foreseen that its general guidelines would allow Che Guevara to escape. Officers in the Congo may well have misinterpreted the instructions, and allowed the encircled Cuban fighters to flee from Kibumba. None of the U.S. officials involved in these mysteries and contradictions recalls any such indication, or gives the interpretation much credence. Devlin says he never received any such order and, at the request of this author, consulted with his former subordinates in Albertville, particularly Richard Johnson, the CIA base chief. They do not remember anything of the sort either. Gustavo Villoldo swears that he never would have followed such an order if he had received it, but he did not. William Bodler, the U.S. diplomat who negotiated the Camarioca agreement, does not remember any such trade-off or unilateral decision by Washington. 102. However, the mystery remains, how and why was Che allowed to leave the Congo? It would be only one of many ironies in his life if he survived his African expedition thanks to this strange coincidence. Perhaps the 2 years of borrowed time left him were the result of an uncanny convergence of interests involving Fidel Castro, the immigration and diplomatic authorities of the United States, the CIA, and South African mercenaries, all coming together on the shores of Lake Tanganyika. If his life had ended there, his sacrifice would have been just as noble, and his myth still one of the greatest in our century. But it would have been different. Che himself wrote the best appraisal of his role in the Congo campaign. He concluded the next to last and still unpublished book of his life with a stark evaluation of his performance in Africa. My hands were tied by the somewhat unusual way I entered the Congo, and I was never able to overcome that disadvantage. My reactions were uneven. For a long time I had an attitude which might be termed complacent and, at times, I had very offensive and hurtful outbursts, perhaps due to something innate in me. The only people with whom I had appropriate relations were the peasants, for I am more accustomed to a political language, direct explanations, and teaching through example, and I think I would have been successful in that field. As for relations with my men, I think I sacrificed myself enough that no one can reproach me in any personal or physical aspect, though I was able to satisfy my two great addictions in the Congo, tobacco, which I hardly ever lacked, and reading, which was always abundant. The discomfort of having tattered boots or a dirty change of clothes, or eating the same food as the troops and living in the same conditions was not a sacrifice for me. Especially, the fact that I could withdraw into my reading and flee from daily problems tended to separate me from the men, aside from certain aspects of my character which make intimate communication difficult. I was hard, but I don't think I was excessively so, or unfair. I used methods which are not practiced in regular armies, such as leaving soldiers without eating. It is the only effective method I know in guerrilla warfare. At first I tried to apply moral coercion, and failed. I wanted the troops to see the situation the way I did, and I failed. They were not ready to look optimistically toward a future hidden by the black fog of the present. I was not brave enough to demand the ultimate sacrifice at the moment of truth. This was an internal, psychic block in me. For me it was very difficult to stay in the Congo. From the point of view of a fighter's dignity, it was the right thing to do. From the point of view of my future, though it was not the best thing to do, that made no difference at the time. While I struggled to make a decision, I knew how easy it would be to make the ultimate sacrifice, and this worked against me. I think I should have imposed that final gesture upon a few chosen combatants, just a few, but we should have stayed. I have emerged believing more than ever in guerrilla warfare, but we failed. My responsibility is great. I will not forget this defeat or its valuable lessons. 103. Chapter 10. Betrayed by whom? In Bolivia? L. Ifa had stopped smiling on Che Guevara, but his prodigious willpower and luck held out long enough for one last adventure. The man who emerged from defeat and despair in the Congo still possessed inner strength and convictions, though he was not unscathed. Having lost more than 40 pounds, he now weighed less than 110, his asthma and dysentery had taken an enormous toll. One even worse, the discouragement and gloom caused by failure had rapidly turned into depression. Being cooped up for several weeks in a tiny bedroom and office set up for him on the first floor of the Cuban embassy in Dar-es-Salaam did not help. He began to recover from his various illnesses and dejection only as plans for the future gradually took shape. His secretary during those months in Tanzania recalled, "I don't think he left in a spirit of defeat, but rather with a critical attitude toward the organization's political leadership, with a spirit of love and compassion toward the Congolese brigades." 1. During the time he spent with Pablo Ribalta, the Cuban ambassador to Tanzania and his old comrade in arms, in the Tanzanian capital, Che made two crucial decisions: he would not return to Cuba, and his next destination was Buenos Aires. As Benigno recalls, he did not want to go back to Cuba in the least. The reason was understandable: Fidel Castro's public reading of his farewell letter rendered it impossible. Che would not have violated his pledge for anything, even if it had been possible for him to return to the island in secret. Having renounced all he had in Cuba, he could not go back vanquished and humiliated. The course taken by the Cuban economy was foreign to him. His supporters had been left out of the new Communist Party's Central Committee, and his international strategy had foundered in the harsh realities of Africa. He had nowhere to go. So he decided to seek out his original starting point not as a prodigal son rejoining family and country, but to make the revolution where he had always hoped, in Argentina. Angel bragger, Lino, who dealt with Bolivian affairs for Cuban intelligence, had no doubts. After his recovery in Dar-es-Salaam, Che's sole desire was to head for Buenos Aires, with or without preparation, resources, or company. He planned it in a very heroic way, practically without any conditions. It was very similar to staying on the shores of Lake Tanganyika, almost without support. It was like staying to fight on the banks of the river, on open ground, against superior forces about to win *2. Che's final months in Africa were largely devoted to an ongoing dispute with Havana. Guevara wanted to leave immediately. Castro resorted to a series of stratagems and pretexts to keep him from going and being killed by the Argentine gendarmerie, which Emilio Aragon so justifiably feared. One of the first weapons Castro used was Aleta, Che's wife. Another was Ramiro Valdez, Che's closest friend in Cuba and his children's guardian in the event of his death. Ribalta later recalled Aleta's trip to Tanzania. His wife arrived in Dar es Salaam. They were staying at the embassy. Che was very friendly, very happy. They talked about the children, they hugged. She stayed until later. 3. As a source in the Cuban security machinery retold it, there was an ongoing struggle with Fidel to keep Che from going to Argentina and make him come back to Cuba. Fidel sent Aleta and others to see him. Che wanted to leave directly for Buenos Aires. Fidel invented Bolivia for him, using all the resources there, to convince him to return to Cuba and not go to Argentina. 4. Che was drawn by degrees to the idea of Bolivia, or in any case to a stopover there before going to Argentina but not Cuba. In the southern fall, he dispatched José María Martínez Tamayo, Papi, to Bolivia to prepare his trip to Argentina. He also instructed Pombo and Tuma to travel to Bolivia to recover some old suitcases filled with dollars, left over from previous adventures, and to wait for him on the Argentine border. However, the two aides stopped in Cuba, where the authorities convinced them to change their plans at least until July, when they finally landed at La Paz. 5. While waiting, Che spent his free time writing his favorite activity, apart from combat and literature. Working from notes taken in the Congo, he began drafting the manuscript repeatedly quoted in the previous chapter, Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria, El Congo. Coleman Ferrer, a young secretary at the Cuban embassy in Dar es Salaam, served as his assistant. Che dictated his text, Ferrer transcribed it, then Guevara revised and corrected the final manuscript. In the words of Ferrer, Che basically spent the days marking time, preparing the conditions for a change of scenery. As Oscar Fernandez Mel recalls it, one of Che's great virtues was the way he enjoyed reading, though he also had more exacting tastes and ways of spending his time. He could read for hours, he had a good time even when he was alone. 6. He was extremely meticulous in his work. In Ferrer's words, he was careful in the things he was going to write, avoiding any mistakes. He took great care, he analyzed and reread the transcription repeatedly. 7. The book left little time for other activities, he wrote day and night. His only distraction was an occasional game of chess with me. One day when I was about to checkmate him, he looked at me as if he had not realized what was happening. It was obvious that he wasn't really in the game. 8. Finally, at the end of February or beginning of March 1966, Che agreed to leave for Prague and plan the next phase of his life, desisting from flying to Argentina. 3. The person assigned to accompany him to the Czech capital was Ulysses Estrada, Companeiro's officer for African affairs. Che would spend more than 4 months there, recovering from illness and depression. Castro sent his own physicians to treat him and preparing the new expedition. The Cuban official from Companeiro's team who received him, José Luis Ojaldo, initially found him an apartment in the city, then moved the group to a house approximately 20 kilometers away in the direction of Litici. Estrada stayed about a month with Che before being replaced by Juan Carretero, later known as Ariel, the bearer of coded messages between Bolivia and Havana, and Alfredo Fernandez Montes de Oca, alias Pacho or Pachungo, with whom Guevara would travel to Bolivia in November. Estrada recalls his weeks in Czechoslovakia in varying shades of gloom, the Central European winter, Che's somber mood, their uncertainty about the future. It was not by any means a happy or hopeful time. I stayed with him until he decided to return to Cuba. We were living in a worker's apartment, where Che could supposedly have some peace and quiet. We lived a bit on tenterhooks. We hardly went out, and when we did, with comrade José Luis, we went to the outskirts of Prague, to restaurants outside the city, in the countryside. I attracted a lot of attention. The waitresses wanted to touch my hair, and Che said to me, "Look, I hope I won't be found out because of you, you attract a lot of attention. Everywhere we go people look at you. You have the privilege of being black, in other parts you are discriminated against but here they admire you, so I'm going to ask Fidel to send me someone else *4. These were perhaps the worst months of Che's life, dark and solitary, permeated with uncertainty. According to an uncorroborated but plausible report, Che spent weeks recovering from intoxication induced by a Soviet-made medication for asthma whose expiration date had passed. Beset by illness, he was also subject to pressures from all sides. Life had deprived him of those certainties that had allowed him until then to resist contradiction and determine his own fate. The months dragged by, punctuated only by efforts to keep his presence secret and to organize from afar his next attempt at revolution. The Czechs were never informed that Guevara was in their country, or at least, this is his companion's opinion to this day. Che's obsession with secrecy made his movements hard to detect, but it seems doubtful, given the precedents, that Castro would have kept his famous friend's whereabouts from Moscow. Moreover, the maneuvers must have awakened some suspicion. Why were there suddenly so many Cuban conspirators in the heart of Central Europe? Castro was willing to try anything to induce Guevara to postpone his return to Buenos Aires, or at least to prepare for it appropriately. *5 Aleta joined in the chorus, visiting Che again in Prague, as did Ramiro Valdez, whom Benigno met in Moscow between flights. He believes it was Ramiro who finally convinced Che to return to Cuba. 9 Another visitor to Prague was Tamara Bunk, Tanya, the Argentine-German translator turned Cuban intelligence agent, according to Ulysses Estrada II, who was her lover for over a year. After the Cubans lost touch with Tanya in La Paz, she was indirectly summoned to Prague to evaluate her work and prospects in Bolivia. Tanya was left without communications for a year in La Paz. Finally contact was made with her first in Mexico and then Czechoslovakia. Her codes were changed when she was in Czechoslovakia. She went to Czechoslovakia where she was retrained and taught the codes, the radio schedule, and other operative things. It all took place in Prague. 10. According to Ulysses Estrada, the Cubans found a farm outside Prague where they could hold their meetings with Tamara Bunk. This is where Che spent time with Tanya. One gossip about a romance between her and Che became even more insistent, though it did not begin in Prague. Indeed, the scuttlebutt had been circulating for years, due to the pair's many joint activities in Havana. Some sources in the Cuban intelligence services even speculated that Guevara's real reason for dismissing Estrada was to have Tanya to himself in Prague. This is not impossible. Nor should one neglect the rumor that Che and his wife had a serious dispute during one of her visits, precisely about Tanya. Be that as it may, these missions, maneuvers, and promises gradually shaped the expedition to Bolivia. Everybody involved: Aleta, Castro, Ramiro Valdez, Manuel Pinero, Che's closest subordinates, and Tanya offered an alternative. It was no easy feat. In order to prevent Che from risking his life in Argentina, there had to be an alternative course that was both feasible and close or adjacent to his native land. The first choice was Venezuela. Carlos Franqui claims that Fidel Castro used his good offices with the Venezuelan guerrillas to try to persuade them to receive Guevara. They refused. 11 This is confirmed by Teodoro Petkov, a Venezuelan guerrilla leader who was in jail at the time and is now a Minister of State. 12 German Laret, a former representative of the Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional in Havana, notes that a precedent existed. The Cubans had been trying to integrate Che into the Venezuelan guerrilla movement since 1964 *6, but the movement was faltering. Internal divisions, a government counteroffensive, and the international context made it a dangerous option for Che. Furthermore, the Venezuelans themselves opposed his involvement because, according to Petkov, it would have confirmed accusations that the guerrillas constituted a foreign presence there. In early 1967, with Che in Bolivia and the Venezuelan guerrilla campaign breathing its last, Fidel Castro launched a fierce attack on its leaders, accusing them of having betrayed the struggle. So Venezuela was not an option. Another possibility was Peru. The 1963 guerrilla campaigns of Luis de la Puente and Hugo Blanco had held out some promise. But Blanco's semi-Trotskyist movement in Valle de la Convention came to an abrupt end when he was arrested on May 29, 1963. Weeks later, another revolutionary group, headed by the young poet Javier Giraud, was liquidated as it entered Peru from Bolivia, at Puerto Maldonado. There was also a more typical Castro-style FOCO, led by de la Puente, which launched a somewhat successful offensive in June 1965, but its ranks were decimated between September 1965 and early 1966, when its leader was killed in combat. One final attempt, a new front headed by Hector Béjar, failed in December 1965. Moreover, Peru's Communist Party had systematically opposed all of these efforts, arguing that conditions were not ripe and the armed struggle was not the best way. The Cubans, despite their original intentions, informed the Peruvians of their government's decision to begin the struggle first in Bolivia, and later in Peru. *7 The circumstances were not appropriate. They invited the Peruvians to continue working jointly with them, sending men to Bolivia to set up a FOCO there and extending it later back home. There were few places left. The traditional animosity between Fidelistas and communists in Latin America posed real problems, both in the field and in winning Che over. Worse still, the entire operation had to be presented to him as temporary, as a mere stopover on the way to his native country. This led to the idea of creating a mother guerrilla force, which would give birth to various offshoots, mainly, of course, in Argentina. These reasons, and the resources available to the Cubans in Bolivia, made it the best choice. All that remained was to convince the Bolivians and Che himself. Bolivia offered a number of advantages for the creation of a guerrilla FOCO. There was already, within the Communist Party, PCB, a nucleus of cadres linked with Cuba. Similarly, a small group of Bolivian students had received training in Cuba in 1965. Some of them would die with Che, others would remain in Havana during his Bolivian epoch. In the view of Mario Monge, Secretary General of the Communist Party at the time, a peculiar relationship had developed between the PCB and Havana since 1962. In 1962, the Peruvian Communists sent a group of students to visit Cuba, where they received military training without the Peruvian party's knowledge or consent, as often happened. Once armed and ready for combat, they returned to their country via Bolivia, the best clandestine route. When the Cubans asked Monge to help them out, he replied that they should address themselves to the Peruvian Communist Party. The Cubans retorted, "The Peruvian party sent these people to Cuba, and now refuses to take responsibility for them." 13. The plot thickened. Monge traveled to Havana, meeting several times with Manuel Pinero and finally with Fidel Castro. For the Bolivian party to sidestep that of Peru, and help a Cuban-trained group of guerrillas to start fighting without the consent of its Peruvian counterpart, broke all the rules governing relations among sister parties. Fidel did all he could to convince Monge. "Look, we have had our experience. We're not going to prevent these young people from having theirs. If I ask you, independently of your views, to help these boys travel through your country, giving them the opportunity that we had, why shouldn't they have the same opportunity? They are young, as we were. Why don't you help them get through on behalf of proletarian internationalism?" 14. This led to the creation of a special clandestine military apparatus within the PCB, exposing it to very real risks in its relations with other Latin American parties. The Cubans soon started over, asking Monge to help mount the Salta expedition of Jorge Massetti. One of Che's aides visited Monge and declared without further ado, "This is a request from Che, I am here on his behalf. And I want you to help send people to Argentina." 15 Monge replied that he could not undertake such a commitment alone, he would have to inform the rest of the leadership, especially Jorge Cal, the party's number 2 man, who would replace Monge as Secretary General in 1968. When Cal learned of the request, he objected, "There you go again, first in one place and now in another. We have to tell the Argentine communists that the Cubans are meddling in their country." Monge agreed, but asked, "If they send people, what can we do? Che is behind this, and they've asked me to take on the logistics." 16. It is worth recalling that the Communist Party of Argentina was strongly opposed to the Castro line in Latin America. Its leader, Victor Codovilla, had taken a vehement stand against Guevara and his theories. This mattered little to Fidel, however, he personally reiterated the request, emphasizing that it was Che's operation. And as early as mid-1963 he offered the following analysis of Bolivia. "I am very sorry for you and for Bolivia, because it is very difficult to conduct guerrilla warfare over there. You are a landlocked country, you've already had a land reform, so your fate is to help revolutionary movements in other countries. One of the last countries to achieve liberation will be Bolivia. Guerrilla warfare is not possible in Bolivia." 17. Che had maintained the same position, to Monge's surprise, during a conversation with him in Havana in 1964. "I've been in Bolivia, I know Bolivia, and it is very difficult to have a guerrilla struggle in Bolivia. There has already been a land reform, and I don't think the Indians would join a guerrilla struggle. That is why you must help operations in other countries." 18. As stated, Che's aide, José María Martínez Tamayo, Papi, arrived in Bolivia March 1966. He immediately began preparations for Che's new expedition, based upon all these precedents and his old friendship dating back to the Massetti affair with several Bolivian communists, including the Paredes brothers, Inti and Coco, Jorge Vázquez Viana, El Loro, Rodolfo Saldana, Luis Telleria Murillo, Orlando Camba Jimenez, and Julio El Nato Mendez. Despite Fidel's and Che's misgivings, many factors pointed to a successful operation in Bolivia. There was already a unit of young guerrillas with Cuban links within the country. The PCB's leadership recognized that Havana, despite some contacts with pro-China dissidents, had never interfered in the party's affairs or tried to mount a guerrilla foco in Bolivia as it had in Peru, Argentina, Venezuela, Guatemala, and Colombia. The Bolivian communists were at least formally receptive to the arrangement. But this did not imply that Monge, Cal, or the other national leaders, in contrast to the party's youth movement, supported the armed struggle, or that they enjoyed a broad margin of freedom vis-a-vis Moscow, allowing them to align themselves with Havana. Indeed, the secret archives of the Soviet Union include the minutes of a 1966 Politburo meeting of the party's Central Committee, approving a payment of $30,000 to the PCB in 1966, and of $20,000 to the Bolivian party's electoral arm, the National Front. 19 This was a considerable sum, given the party's tiny dimensions, enough to cover many of its expenses, and thus a powerful form of persuasion. Still, Monge and the rest of the leadership were less reluctant than other Latin American groups to embark on the military road to power. In fact, Monge received guerrilla training in Cuba during the first half of 1966. He placed the PCB's small secret operations unit at the disposal of the Cubans, and several of its members, including the Paredes brothers, spent weeks or months training on the island. Bolivia seemed a natural alternative to Che's Argentine project. It had historical ties with the Cubans and a favorable geography which included 5 borders, valleys, and mountains, tropical and snow-covered regions. The presence or absence of the political conditions needed to trigger a revolutionary process never figured as a central issue. The main point was to find a project for Che, and to have the requisite resources at hand. During his stay in Prague, Che continued to negotiate with Cuba, even as he pushed forward with preparations for South America. The more he insisted on going to Argentina, either directly or after a short stay in Bolivia, the more Havana tried to persuade him to return to Cuba, and proceed to Bolivia only when everything was ready. Guevara described his dilemma in a dialogue with Monge on December 31, 1966. See. You know that I left Cuba in an elegant and dignified way. Fidel insisted several times that I return, but I was cooped up in an apartment in Czechoslovakia, trying to find a way out. I couldn't go back to Cuba, I couldn't show my face there again. That option was closed for me. Monje. And why did you find the solution here? You've fallen into a trap here. 20. Perhaps one of the greatest misunderstandings or deceptions in Che's Bolivian saga was the confusion between traveling through Bolivia and actually creating a foco there. According to Castro, Mario Monge was responsible for the betrayal that led to Che's death. The Bolivian agreed to support Guevara's quest for revolution, and then reneged on his promise. Monge, however, claims that he acceded to a very different request. When he saw Castro in May 1966 on a flight from Santiago to Havana, Fidel said to him, "Listen Monge, I am grateful for the help you've given us, you've always fulfilled everything we have asked for. Now there is a mutual friend of ours who wants to return to his country, and I ask you personally to choose the people who will protect this man. No one can doubt his rank as a revolutionary. He wants to return to his country. This has nothing to do with Bolivia." 21. Monge immediately agreed. This time he was not dealing with Peruvians or Argentines, but with a leader of the Cuban Revolution whose destination was Argentina. He did not hesitate to commit himself, he knew that the man in question was Che Guevara. The rest of the PCB leadership was not aware of this, but was nonetheless well disposed toward the Cuban request *8 as Jorge Cal confirms. We thought it was a repeat of Massetti's expedition. Though we did not have a script, we were involved in a series of events that gave us a certain perception of what was happening and where things were headed. Nankawazu is in an area close to Argentina, it's closer to Argentina or Paraguay than to La Paz. There is no population to feed a guerrilla campaign, in a province which is almost as big as Cuba, 82,000 square kilometers and 40,000 inhabitants. We thought the idea was to set up a base to send a group to Argentina. 22. The PCB lent the Cubans the four cadres who had previously worked with them, Roberto Coco Peredu, Jorge El Loro Vázquez Viana, Rodolfo Saldana, and Julio El Nato Mendez, and also, marginally, Luis Telleria. The first three were dispatched to Havana almost immediately to receive further military training. They returned in July via Prague, where they probably met with Che. Back in Bolivia, they recruited a group from the communist youth and sent them to train in Cuba, along with Coco's brother Inti Peredu. The operation had already extended far beyond its original scope of expediting Che's getting to Argentina. The goal was now to establish a mother guerrilla movement in Bolivia. The Upper Peruvian, as Monge was known for his inscrutable nature, now believes that Fidel deliberately deceived him, as he very likely did. There is, however, another hypothesis. When Castro made the deal with Monge, he might well have believed that Che would indeed merely pass through Bolivia on his way home. After all, he had perhaps not yet convinced him to stay in Bolivia. It is not evident that Fidel initially misled Monge. Similarly, the Bolivian communists never directly expressed to the Cubans their opposition to the armed struggle. When Pombo and Tumo landed in La Paz toward the end of July and held their first meeting with members of the party, they were assured that Monge would join the armed struggle, and if he did not, the rest of the party would. 23 At the same meeting, Monge himself promised Che's representatives at least 20 guerrilla fighters. When the Cubans tried to ascertain what would happen if Che joined the operation, he responded, "If that were the case, I would fight by his side no matter what." 24. None of them put their cards on the table. On the contrary, everyone indulged in a game of deception, as Cal confessed later. I am proud of having misled them completely. One day I was pro-guerrilla, the next day they perceived me as anti-guerrilla. In other words, I misled the Cubans. 25. Che remained in Prague until July, if we are to believe William Galvez, author of an as yet unpublished official Cuban biography of Che *9. Regardless of the dates, the indisputable fact is that he finally decided to return to Cuba. He was received by Raúl Castro, who appeared at the old Rancho Boyeros airport on a mission of peace and reconciliation. Che immediately traveled to a rest home at San Andrés de Tiguanabo, at the foot of the Cordillera de los Órganos. There he spent several weeks recovering from his Congo ordeal. He also launched preparations for the new expedition, hoping to avoid the errors which had doomed his mission in Africa. But as a friend lamented years later, his obsessive attempt to do things differently this time led him to commit countless other mistakes. What he did in Bolivia he should have done in the Congo, and vice versa. On this occasion, Che handpicked his team. With help from René Tomasevich, Companero staff, and Raúl Castro, he selected his men from a carefully prepared list. Many who wished to be included were not Ulysses Estrada, Emilio Aragons, Alberto Mora, and Haiti Santamaria, among others. Che began contacting revolutionaries in Bolivia, deciding where, when, and with whom he would start operations. Several questions arose immediately. Should the campaign center on the Alto Beni in the northwest of Bolivia, and especially in a small semi-tropical area called Los Yungas, or in the southwest, in the basin of the Rio Grande, near the oil center of Camaray? Should he rely upon the Bolivian Communist Party which, according to Fidel Castro and Manuel Pinero, was now fully devoted to the armed struggle? Or was it better to seek an alliance with the Maoists, including a group headed by Oscar Zamora, whom Che had met in Havana in 1964 before Zamora was expelled from the PCB for his pro-China leanings? Was it preferable to cast his lot with the Cuban establishment, especially the staff of Pinero and Raúl, which had so seriously let him down in the Congo with its irresponsibility and incompetence? Or should he mount his own network for communications, support, logistics, and intelligence? He struggled with these choices from July to November, when he finally left Cuba for good. But he never reached any explicit conclusions, aside from the location of the foco. And even here, his decision was more the result of circumstance than of conscious deliberation. The process of selection was soon complete. The team included many of the cadres linked with Che since the invasion from the Sierra Maestra in 1958, several who had accompanied him to the Congo, and others from the Ministry of Industries. They were secluded in a training camp in the province of Occidente, then transferred to Che's villa in San Andrés. There, in September, René Tomasevich led the guerrillas to the terrace, where they met a bald, elderly man of medium height, clean-shaven and wearing glasses, who promptly started screaming at them, calling them incompetent shit-eaters unfit for guerrilla warfare. Several of them grew increasingly irritated. Finally, Jesus Suarez Gayal, El Rubio, Deputy Minister of Industries and a companion of Che's since the Battle of Santa Clara, saw through the disguise and hugged his old boss. 26 The 20 or so recruits were filled with pride and joy. The honor of being chosen for the mission outweighed any doubts or fears they might have harbored. They did not know that most of them would die in the wilderness of Bolivia. Their training went into high gear after Fidel Castro's birthday on August 13. Che began by laying down the law. The men would have to forget about their officer's rank, for in Bolivia they would be mere foot soldiers. Shooting practice started at 6 in the morning, 1 hour after reveille. There was 1 hour's rest at 11, and then a forced march of 12 kilometers in the nearby hills with a 20-kilo rucksack. The men were entitled to another hour's rest at 6 in the afternoon, followed by courses in general culture, languages, history, mathematics. Finally, at 9 there were 2 hours of Quechua, the indigenous language of Bolivia. Che's reasoning was obvious. In order to avoid a repeat of the Congo, he needed guerrilla fighters well versed in political and military affairs, who understood their mission and were ready to die for it, a battalion of Che Guevaras. Visitors dropped in every weekend, either high officials or Fidel Castro, who came several times. Castro explained to the guerrillas the purpose and logic of their mandate, which was to distract the United States. As Castro put it, Cuba's obligations as a sugar producer were taking up too much of the population's time and energy. This was undermining efforts in education and economic diversification. Each combatant cost Cuba $10,000, imperialism should be made to pay $100,000 for each fallen warrior. The struggle in Bolivia would be to the death, and would last from 5 to 10 years. Its real goal was to reduce the pressure on Cuba. Fidel's reasoning, though not absurd, was actually an ad hoc justification for a decision based on other factors. True, there was an important, if recent, precedent: Cuba's support for revolutionary movements in the rest of Latin America. But there was a slight difference in the case of Bolivia. Unlike Venezuela, Nicaragua, Haiti, or even Colombia, it had no rebel movement of its own. The Cubans would serve as a revolutionary spearhead, not as reinforcement. The PCB's apparent willingness to engage in the armed struggle did not mean there was a FOCO already in existence. Che and the Cubans did not sweep down upon Bolivia to join a process already underway but to initiate, single-handedly, a guerrilla movement. This was an extreme interpretation of Guevara's view that pre-existing conditions were not necessary, they could be created from outside. For the first time since the invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1959, which had witnessed the massacre of the entire expeditionary force, a large number of Cubans were being sent to fight in Latin America despite the total absence of a local movement. The guerrilla campaign in Bolivia was intended and designed for Che Guevara. Since there had to be a FOCO, it was better to bestow an ideological basis on it than to establish it in a void. Thus the ex post facto rationale of distracting imperialism and breaking the U.S. stranglehold on Cuba. A revolutionary victory elsewhere in Latin America would indeed provide the island with much needed respite. But if the struggle was identified with Cuba, the price to pay would be as high as the benefits accrued. This is what happened with the Sandinistas in Nicaragua 10 years later, though in relative terms the Cuban presence there was more significant than in Bolivia. Cuba derived undeniable benefits from its involvement in Nicaragua, it also paid a very high price. Bolivia was Castro's last gamble, he would either win or lose all. If the expedition prospered, or the mother FOCO ignited a successful revolution in a neighboring country, U.S. pressure on Cuba would recede. If it failed, Castro would resign himself to an indefinite alignment with Moscow, until the United States called a truce or a new opportunity emerged. Roughly coinciding with Che's time in Bolivia, Castro's tone and attitude toward the Soviet Union underwent an undeniable change. He renewed his support for revolution in Latin America and, in early 1968, endured the worst crisis yet in his relations with the USSR, when it virtually suspended oil shipments to Cuba. The price to pay appeared only after Che and the FOCOs in other countries had been defeated. In August 1968, when the Soviets invaded Czechoslovakia, Fidel had to bow and accept an event which would change forever the course of socialism in Cuba and the world. This was the real consequence of Che's debacle in Bolivia. The future of Latin America might well have been quite different if the Argentine revolutionary had not been killed at La Higuera. But effects are not causes. Bolivia was a compromise solution for Che, not a strategic goal for Cuba. Preparations for the expedition intensified. A number of Bolivians arrived for training in Cuba while Pombo, Papi, and Pachungo looked after the final details in Bolivia. Tanya, back in La Paz after her trip to Prague, served as liaison. She hid the Cubans, established contact with local groups, and took charge of the mission's logistics, money, safe houses, documents, and weapons. Very quickly, however, the Cubans understood that their Bolivian expedition was no picnic, and that something was terribly wrong in the Andean crests and valleys. Their relations with the Bolivian party became increasingly tortuous. After Monge and the PCB leadership realized that the Cubans did not just intend to use their country as a transit lounge en route to Argentina, but hoped to establish themselves in Bolivia itself, they were outraged. When the Cubans requested the 20 men they had been promised, Monge feigned surprise. He was having problems, he explained, with his Central Committee, which was opposed to the armed struggle. Guevara's lieutenants sensed great uncertainty about the Bolivians' decision to join the armed struggle. The situation was at an impasse. Nothing could be done, all plans were put on hold, there is apathy, and little enthusiasm, over all this. The Cubans concluded, we are the ones doing all the organization, and they are not helping us. 27 Their reports to Havana were received with surprise and disappointment, they are crazy over there because nothing is ready here. 28. Things got worse late that southern winter, when an enigmatic figure arrived on the scene, the French writer Regis Debray, who had already traveled in Bolivia during 1964 partly on his own, partly as an emissary sent by pro-China groups in Paris to recruit Bolivian Maoists. Now he had been dispatched by Fidel Castro with a slightly different mission. He was to study the different regions of Bolivia to determine the best location for a foco. His other task was to initiate talks with the pro-Chinese labor unionists of Moises Guevara, who had broken both with the PCB and the Maoist group led by Oscar Zamora, with whom he also spoke. 10 Debray's mission was thus twofold, to find the optimum site for a foco, but also to persuade Che that the Bolivian venture was possible. Debray's links to Castro were well known. During those weeks, his book Revolution in the Revolution was published with Castro's endorsement. To Mario Monge, it was Debray's appearance in September, along with the presence of Pombo, Papi, and Tuma in La Paz and Cochabamba since July, that tipped him off to the real nature of unfolding events. Fidel's original story of smuggling a high-ranking Cuban into Argentina did not square with the arrival of important figures like Debray and Che's lieutenants. As Jorge Call also recalled, we had known Debray for a long time, we knew about his links to the Venezuelan guerrillas and his ideas, which were aligned with those of the Maoist dissidents. 29 When the Bolivians detected his presence at Los Yungas, they realized that the Cubans were misinforming us, they had not given us the whole script. 30 The day Monge glimpsed Debray in Cochabamba, he became furious and demanded of Papi and Pombo, "What is Regis Debray doing in Bolivia? You know him, but we have no contact with him. He has come for you to start a guerrilla struggle." "No," said the Cubans, "we have nothing to do with him." Monge replied, "That remains to be seen. You are trying to develop a guerrilla struggle here, and you are not respecting the plan." 11. A new series of arguments broke out, pitting Monge and most of the PCB leadership against Castro and Companero, with Che as a more or less innocent bystander. The Cubans were playing a double game. They wanted Monge to participate in an armed struggle which he did not support and did not believe possible, for simultaneously, they were attempting to infiltrate and divide Bolivia's Communist Party, reinforcing partisans of military action like the Paredes brothers, Jorge and Humberto Vázquez Viana, and the youth movement led by Loyola Guzman. It was only natural that Che and the Cubans should have identified with that sector of the party. Links of solidarity, affection, and shared experience, as well as broad ideological affinities, bound them together. But so that their friends would not be forced to choose between the armed struggle and the party line, it was vital that Che and the Cubans also maintain cordial relations with the PCB leadership too. The radical break would come later, leading to open hostility on the part of the PCB. For the time being, however, comedy seemed an indispensable part of the plan, and the only way to achieve it was through duplicity and deceit. Che and his companions were right to believe in the courage and dedication of the communists, whether the youth movement or pro-Castro dissidents, but they paid a high price for their cultivation of the PCB at the expense of other groups. Their efforts cost them time and energy that could have been better spent elsewhere, and their role was inevitably tainted by mystery and ambiguity. Monge soon started weaving his own traps and tricks. First he tried to change the location of the Cuban base, shifting it away from the more advantageous setting of the Alto Beni and Los Yungas, in order to achieve his own goal, to get Che and the Cubans out of Bolivia as quickly as possible. The difference between the initial site in the northwest and Nankawazu in the southeast was obvious. The former had no outlets, ideal for a struggle within Bolivia. It was unsuited for a mother column meant to branch off into other countries or to cross quickly and secretly into Argentina, which the second location was quite appropriate for. Next, Monge convened the party's Politburo and solemnly announced, "Gentlemen, the guerrilla struggle is beginning in Bolivia in September or October. Regis Debray is studying the terrain in Bolivia." 31 Then Monge decided to travel to Havana, either to ratify his initial agreement with the Cubans or else to cancel it entirely. Concurrently, Fidel and Pinero were concealing from Che the full complexity of the issues and positions involved. On the eve of his departure, Che did not know that Monge was insincere in his pledge to join the armed struggle, or that the Bolivian was also, to some extent, being misled, or that the communists behind the plan represented only a marginal faction within the PCB. Castro's motives were fairly straightforward. In contrast to Argentina, what made Bolivia attractive as a possible place for a foco was that Cuba possessed serious and significant political assets there. It would have been counterproductive to share with Che the intricacies, dubiousness, and precariousness of those assets or resources. Guevara would merely have concluded that he should go to Argentina after all. But this gave rise to a chain of misunderstandings, euphemisms, and simulations which all pointed in one direction: to unleash the armed struggle in Bolivia, at almost any cost. Later, the same web of deceptions would converge on a tragic outcome: complete failure, and the heroic or simply brutal death of the participants. The final weeks at San Andrés de Tiguanabo were devoted to further training, and to preparing false biographies for the Cubans. Of the 21 guerrilla fighters, some, like Che, would pose as Uruguayan, others as Peruvians or even Bolivians. 32 They eventually included 5 members of the party's Central Committee and 2 deputy ministers of state. Guevara devised the preliminary plan and a long-term schedule that would never be followed. The strategy was to open 2 fronts, one near the city of Sucre and the other in the Alto Beni. By December 20, all the Cubans and 60 Bolivians would be in place. This initial nucleus would establish, not a foco, but a school for Latin American guerrillas. Their camp would be secret, isolated, and impenetrable. They would not attempt to infiltrate inhabited areas, recruit peasants, or obtain supplies. In early 1967, a call would be issued to most of the revolutionary leaders of Latin America, asking them to send their best cadres using routes facilitated by Monge and the PCB*12. Several national columns would then break out toward their respective countries, for training and reconnaissance purposes rather than combat. After various rehearsals, they would slip into the neighboring nations, with Che leading the Argentine column. 5 Before this, however, the guerrillas would make their first public appearance in Bolivia on July 26, 1967, attacking a military base at Chuquisaca, in Sucre. This would furnish them with their first combat experience. 33 There is an obvious parallel here to the Sierra Maestra, for instance, the creation of a mother column dividing into several smaller ones. D-Day was set for October 15. The training camp at San Andrés was dismantled and the guerrillas began departing for Bolivia in small groups, all traveling in roundabout and complicated ways. The operation was successful in terms of secrecy, but it required an enormous effort that was short-lived. As Che confessed to Renan Montero, one of his urban cadres in La Paz, the Bolivian government's security measures were far less strict than he had suspected. All the energy and trouble devoted to penetrating the country in secrecy were partly unnecessary. 3 Or perhaps, Che's exertion had another purpose. The Soviets probably did not find out immediately about the mission to Bolivia. This time, Castro did not discuss the matter with Ambassador Alexeyev. Still, a secret CIA report stated a year later that Castro informed Brezhnev that Escobedo Che Guevara with men and material furnished by Cuba had gone to Bolivia in the fall of 1966. 34. Nonetheless, Che's effort took its toll. A few days before his departure from Cuba, an incident took place that illustrated his obsession with secrecy, as well as his mood and that of his companions. Aleda often visited Che at the camp, but on the eve of his departure, When the other combatants had been refused permission to take leave of their families, Ramiro Valdez drove her so she could spend some time with her husband. Che was furious. He insulted Valdez and forbade Aleda even to exit the car. In the midst of the altercation, Fidel arrived. When he realized what was happening, he persuaded Che to allow all the guerrillas to see their loved ones before flying off, arguing that it would not pose any great threat to security. Guevara relented, and finally allowed Aleda to stay with him in San Andres *13. The outrageous demands Che placed on both himself and others would play a central role in the Bolivian debacle. The disinformation campaign mounted for the Bolivian expedition was extremely effective. If the same amount of time and effort had gone into other areas, the mission's outcome might have been different. Ramiro Valdez and the Interior Ministry fabricated a cover for each of the combatants. Supposedly, they were off to study in the USSR. They received fake letters, postcards, and documents in order to deceive their families, and were even asked for a list of the presents their wives and children might expect from the socialist bloc. It is said that just before the departure, Che and Fidel held their last private conversation while sitting on a log in the ravine of San Andres 6. An official from the Interior Ministry who attended the training program but was excluded from the mission at the last minute overheard part of their conversation, and deduced the rest from their body language. Castro did the talking, while Che was sullen and withdrawn. Castro was vehement, Guevara quiet. At last Fidel ran through all the problems, both inherent and circumstantial, in the Bolivian expedition. He emphasized the lack of communications, Monge's hesitations, the organizational weaknesses of Inti and Coco Peredu. He intended to dissuade Guevara, or at least induce him to postpone his trip. Both finally stood up, gave each other several slaps on the back, less than blows, more than a hug. Fidel's gestures revealed his desperation at Guevara's stubbornness. They sat down again for a long while, in silence. After a while, Fidel got up and left. Che was overtaken by impatience, for the last time in his life. He realized, though perhaps incompletely, that the plans for Bolivia were unraveling. Mario Monge's sabotage became increasingly explicit as he discovered the mission's true scope. His meetings with Pombo along with Debray's movements confirmed his suspicions, as had his colleagues' trips to the island. The Cubans were planning to mount a foco in the Alto Beni. As previously noted, Monge decided to render the location unusable by revealing it in the right quarters. In doing so, he forced Che's lieutenants to shift from the Alto Beni and Los Yungas to another area entirely, the canyon of Nancahuazú in southeastern Bolivia. The new location was completely unsuited to guerrilla warfare, though perhaps adequate to conceal an isolated school for cotters or to launch an expedition to Argentina. *14 Monge now acknowledges that he was behind the shift to Nancahuazú, though he knew it might become a trap. He wanted to push Che as close to Argentina as possible, effectively forestalling the armed struggle in Bolivia. 7. Debray adds a further complication. In his view, the best political text he has ever written was precisely the report Fidel requested of him and which he delivered to Companero, where he explained why the Alto Beni was an ideal location for guerrilla warfare, due to its climate, geography, urban and rural political history, and so on. However, Debray believes that Che never received the report, nor did he ever assimilate the enormous differences between the Beni region and the southeast too. In April 1968, several months after Che's death, a meeting was held in Havana reuniting the three recently arrived Cuban survivors plus the youngest Peredu brother, Antonio, the brother of Jorge Vázquez Viana, Humberto, Juan Carretero or Ariel, and Angel Bragar or Lino. Pombo explained, "We thought the plan was to develop the struggle in the north. We were not going to conduct operations in Nancahuazú. 35 Addressing Ariel, he added, Che was tricked. We had been told this was an area for settlement, and it wasn't. We should review the reports, they must be somewhere." 36 This suggests, as Humberto Vázquez Viana concluded, that the location was chosen without any previous research. In short, Pombo and Poppy knew next to nothing about the terrain. *15 Furthermore, Che made no secret of his dissatisfaction with his envoy's performance. Papi Martinez Tamayo relates in the unexpurgated edition of Pombo's journal how Che once complained that his big mistake had been to send him to Bolivia, as he was useless. Papi recalled that Che's criticism had hurt him enormously, for he was there not because he was particularly interested in Bolivian affairs, but out of personal loyalty to Che 37. This was doubtless another consequence of the Congo debacle. Che mistrusted Cuban intelligence, choosing instead to rely upon his own team. None of Pinero's men were sent to Bolivia in advance. None of the officials previously stationed at the Cuban embassy in La Paz were asked to help. Debray's opinion was not taken into account, not even Furry, the confidant of Raúl Castro who helped prepare the Salta expedition, was heeded by Che. After the intelligence fiasco of the Congo, he was wary of everyone save his closest aides, but, as he acknowledged to Monge later in the year, they were military men, not political operators. Even so, while Che was in Cuba, all the information from Bolivia was filtered through Pinero's team. Pinero himself, Barbaroja or Redbeard, Armando Campos, and Juan Carretero visited him almost every weekend. As Benino put it, everything Che received went through Pinero. They sent Che information about everything that was being done in Bolivia, supplies, logistics, and he received nothing but wonderful news. 38 Guevara was right to mistrust Cuban intelligence, for they committed the same mistakes they had made in the Congo. In August, Che instructed Pombo, Tuma, and Papi to purchase a place in the Alto Beni. The PCB cotters went along. However, pressured by Monge and the need to maintain cordial relations with the PCB, they, too, had opted for the southeast. When they informed their leader that they had bought a property in Nankawazu and were already squirreling away weapons there, they presented him with a fait accompli. Che acquiesced. He had not seen Debray's text, and his own intentions were still somewhat vague. Was his intention to create a foco in Bolivia, or just to pass through on his way to Argentina? There was no time to review the plan. *16 If Che had overruled his envoys in Bolivia, he would have had to start over from scratch. This would have entailed delaying his departure to Bolivia, as he could not remain in urban areas indefinitely. He would have to travel to a camp very quickly, to avoid leaks and betrayals. But there would be no camp if there were no farm, and there would be no property if he did not take advantage of the one already acquired by the PCB. Rather than wait, Che decided to leave Cuba as soon as possible. Quite justifiably, he feared that any further delay might jeopardize the entire project. Either Monge and the PCB would compromise him by revealing the entire plan, or Castro would abort the mission when he realized that preparations were not going smoothly. As Angel Bragger, Lino, recalls, there was no time to mount anything else. 9. When Che arrived in Bolivia, he discovered that the 20 guerrillas requested by Fidel and reluctantly granted by Monge were nowhere to be found. Instead of repairing relations with the Bolivian communists, or with Oscar Zamora's pro-Chinese faction, which ultimately decided to keep its distance from the expedition, or even reorienting the entire mission toward the Bolivian miners and popular movement, Che decided to recruit his men through the dissident Maoist splinter group led by Moises Guevara. This required casting a wider net, with slacker requirements and greater chances for mistakes and infiltrations. Recruits enticed by money or promises were more likely to desert after their first brush with combat. However, more careful screening procedures would have delayed the entire operation, since the campaign could not begin without Bolivian combatants, and Monge's forces were now reduced to only 4 or 5 cotters, some of whom were delegated to the cities. The only people left were discouraged Peruvians and overzealous Cubans. The mission had to incorporate more Bolivians. All of these obstacles might have led anyone else to rethink the whole project, or in any case delay it. But Che characteristically decided to outrun the problem. He opted to proceed with the plan as scheduled with the resources at hand. A more sensible and prudent man, with more time and patience at his disposal, might have stopped at the edge of the cliff. Before leaving, he bade farewell to Aleda and the children. Disguised as a bald, fat and short-sighted Uruguayan bureaucrat named Ramon. He had dinner with his daughters without revealing his identity. They would learn it only later, when reports of his death were confirmed. On October 23, he flew from Havana to Moscow, together with his traveling companion, Pashungo. From there he skipped over to Prague, then by train to Vienna, Frankfurt, and Paris, where he took a plane for Madrid and Sao Paulo, finally reaching Corumba, on the border between Bolivia and Brazil, on November 6. After crossing uneventfully, he and Pashungo were met by Papi, Renan Montero, and Jorge Vázquez Viana. They then journeyed by jeep to Cochabamba and La Paz. Vázquez Viana, intrigued by his passenger's features, was shocked to discover that he was the legendary Comandante Guevara. He'd had no idea. For a long time, Che's itinerary was an object of uncertainty and conflicting accounts. First of all, there were discrepancies in the passports he used. When the Bolivian army entered his camp and recovered a large number of documents, they found 2 fake Uruguayan passports with identical photographs, one bearing the name Adolfo Mina Gonzalez, the other Ramon Benitez Fernandez. They both contained entry and exit stamps issued by the Madrid airport, with different dates in October. Che was also cited a number of times in various parts of the world. Betty Fegan, the former wife of Che's Córdoba friend Gustavo Roca, recalls that her husband told her in September or October 1966 that he would be away for several days. Upon his return, he claimed that he had met with Guevara in Tucumán or Mendoza. Betty's sister Nora, who had known Escobedo in his youth, swears that she saw Escobedo walking in shirt sleeves along Mongetas Street in the Chilean capital, near the golf club, in the southern spring of 1966. Though disguised, he was recognizable to anyone who knew him well. Nora waved, but Che signaled that she was not to express any recognition or greeting, and so she continued on her way. When she related the incident to her husband, he asked her to forget the matter entirely, otherwise, he would be obliged to notify the Argentine National Intelligence Service attaché in Santiago *17. It was also rumored that Che passed through Córdoba, even staying at the home of a Beltran family on the outskirts of the city. None of these assertions should be dismissed, considering the absurd veil of secrecy still imposed by Cuba on the details of those weeks. Several authors, ranging from the Argentine Hugo Gambini to the Bolivians González and Sánchez Salazar, mention various stopovers in the course of Che's trip to Bolivia. General Alfredo Ovando, the highest-ranking Bolivian officer in the campaign to capture Che, announced months later that he had entered Bolivian territory between September 15 and 22, 1966, and that he returned on November 24.39. Daniel James asserts that Che zigzagged through Bolivia and several other Latin American countries during the first half of 1966. He quotes an article from the Mexican daily Excelsior published on September 14, specifying the precise day of Che's entry into Bolivia 2 months before the generally accepted date. 40. However, there have been so many published accounts, and so many attempts to mislead researchers, that one may safely conclude that Che's itinerary from Cuba to Bolivia was in all likelihood the one revealed by the captured documents. In any case, he finally completed his long journey and arrived at the Nancahuazo camp in early November. He discovered that none of the carefully laid plans had been executed, there were few weapons, and no communists other than those he already knew. Monge was not even in the country, the team's communications equipment was virtually useless, and the area presented innumerable problems. Che's optimism allowed him to overcome some of these setbacks, though when Benigno arrived on December 10, he found him in a state of horrible impatience and in a very bad mood. 41. But nothing mattered. The excitement of being in the mountains, ready for combat, finally free of the ambivalence of Prague and Cuba, helped Che to forge ahead. No obstacle seemed too great, and the well-trained Cuban recruits were able to accomplish their initial aims despite a series of hindrances. The country in which Che had chosen to light the fires of Latin American revolution was no longer the one he had known in 1953. Bolivia's chronic political instability had gradually given way to an incipient institutionalization, as represented by the more or less democratic election of President René Barrientos in July 1966. Its relations with the United States, born of Milton Eisenhower's mission in 1953 when Che was hitchhiking through the Andes, had developed into close ties of aid and complicity. By the mid-70s, American military assistance per capita was the highest of all Latin America, and second only to U.S. aid to Israel. Over 1,000 Bolivian officers had been trained at Panama's School of the Americas. Cooperation between the two armies reached such heights that when Barrientos requested a U.S. Air Force plane for a vacation trip to Europe, his petition was instantly granted. 18 There was no doubt of Bolivia's submission to the United States, but the nationalism of its 1952 revolution had given that submission an idiosyncratic bent. Bolivia was still, first and foremost, a very poor country after Haiti, the most backward in all of Latin America. A large part of the population lived in rural, marginalized, and poverty-stricken areas. But, as in Mexico, its poverty was very special. The peasants had received land thanks to an agrarian reform, the workers belonged to powerful labor unions that were alternately banned and rehabilitated with astounding frequency. The country's natural resources, mainly tin, antimony, and petroleum, had been nationalized by the revolution. The armed forces, always ready to take a hand in government, held the Latin American record for military pronunciamientos, but they displayed a peculiar combination of nationalism and pro-U.S. conservatism reminiscent of Brazil. The nationalist revolutionary movement of Victor Paz Estenssoro had withdrawn from the government. The Confederation of Bolivian Workers, or COB, was in the opposition, and Bolivian civil society enjoyed a vigor and pluralism that few other countries in the region could boast. Finally, the election of Barrientos, an Air Force officer who was a founder and strong supporter of the Armed Forces Program for Civic Action, reflected still another unique feature of Bolivian politics. Since 1952, the coexistence of the old army, trained early in the century by the Germans, with peasant and worker militias had led to a close linkage between the military and the peasant caciques involved in land reform. Ever since the Alliance for Progress, the Program for Civic Action had allowed the armed forces to take the political initiative in fulfilling the local needs of the population. For instance, building schools and roads in rural areas. 42 Barrientos was fluent in Quechua and was genuinely popular among the peasants, not because of any personal charisma, but thanks to that precedent and tradition. Shortly after taking office in 1966, he signed a military peasant pact which, among other things, pledged that the armed forces will enforce respect for the conquests achieved by the majority classes, such as the land reform, basic education, the workers' right to unionization. For their part, the peasants will firmly and loyally support and defend the institution of the military at all times. They will place themselves under military orders against all subversive maneuvers of the left. 43. The complexities of politics and culture in Bolivia went far beyond the cartoon vision of the country held by many Cubans. They tended to see it as a prototypical banana republic, bursting with mining resources and an impoverished population just waiting to be liberated. In fact, a strong indigenous composition did not interfere with a widespread nationalism, especially among the armed forces. This would frustrate many of the expectations harbored by Che Guevara. The country presented a further paradox. On the one hand, it possessed a highly politicized, radical labor movement, concentrated in the powerful Confederation of Bolivian Workers, of leftist and occasionally Trotskyist inspiration. The miners' unions, in particular, wielded enormous influence despite their status as a minority due to their central role in the economy. In 1965, mining represented only 2.7% of the working population, but accounted for 94% of exports, which in turn constituted a high proportion of GDP. 30,000 tin miners fed a country with 5 million inhabitants. 44. On the other hand, the left itself was extremely weak. Its foundations had been undermined by the revolution of 1952. The Communist Party, Maoist groups, and civil organizations, though not insignificant, were fiercely divided. Hence the CIA's evaluation of Bolivia, in a secret report of 1966, as a country hardly ripe for revolution. The American Intelligence Service rated Bolivia as the last among 9 countries unstable enough to warrant U.S. intervention. 45. Such was the country where Che hoped, in November 1966, to implement a project radically different from his original plan. There would be no guerrilla movement in Peru, and things had not worked out quickly enough in Argentina, so Bolivia was chosen as the cradle for Latin American revolution. And it would all happen in Nankawazu, the worst possible place for a guerrilla foco. Here there were no communications or landless peasants, on the contrary, the few and dispersed inhabitants were more like settlers, having benefited from land reform. Nor was there much vegetation, wildlife, or water, all indispensable factors in guerrilla warfare. Instead of a well-organized support team, Che found a reluctant communist party, with devious leaders and a few enthusiastic but marginal cadres. Yet less than 3 months after his arrival in the Rio Grande Basin, the training camp and school for Latin American guerrillas unwittingly became a deadly combat theater. Che's expedition never recovered from its ill-starred beginnings. It lurched from crisis to crisis, starting with the guerrillas' arrival in early November and concluding at La Higuera in October 1967. The details of the Bolivian saga are well known, thanks to Che's diary and numerous other accounts. This analysis will consequently focus on the campaign's successive tribulations, and Guevara's increasingly desperate and contradictory reactions to them. His fate was fast approaching. Che did not have a death wish, but since his early youth he had yearned for a Christ-like destiny, an exemplary sacrifice. He would soon achieve it. The first crisis was the unexpected resolution of the Communist Party's ambivalence. Its endless hesitations were no longer tolerable, as they became a real threat to the expedition. The weapons never arrived, the urban network was never formed, the combatants never appeared, and Mario Monge was traveling in other parts of the world. Returning to Havana in June from a trip to Moscow, he refused to stop in Prague, probably believing that the communists would try to unite him with Guevara so that the commandante could pressure him personally. 19 Castro intercepted him in Havana on his way back from the Bulgarian Communist Party Congress in December 1966. Monge, he said, would be guided to Che's camp upon his arrival in Bolivia, though Castro did not divulge the camp's location or tell him it was in Bolivia 11. On his return to La Paz, Monge called an urgent meeting of the party leadership. Announcing that he had been invited to meet with Che at his camp, he requested that the Politburo and Central Committee convene as soon as he came back. Monge knew that there could be no agreement with Che. His goal consisted in preserving the party's unity at any cost, as its Castroist faction, the youth movement, the clandestine operations unit, and so on, would obviously support the Cubans and join the armed struggle. On December 31, Tanya escorted Monge to Guevara's headquarters, by then a full-fledged base with the capacity to house and feed about 100 men, with several secondary camps removed from the Calamine House, as it came to be known because of its corrugated tin roof. The base also included an auditorium for lectures, a bread oven, and a defense system, complete with communications equipment and caves for food, supplies, medicine, and documents. The meeting was bound to be tense. If Che's plan hinged on help from the Bolivian Communist Party, and that help was no longer forthcoming, aside from the participation of a few heroic individuals, then the entire project was meaningless. According to Monge, Che led off the discussion by acknowledging that he and Fidel had duped him. "We have, in reality, deceived you. I would say it was not Fidel's fault, it was one of my maneuvers as he made the request on my behalf. I initially had other plans and then changed them. Forgive the comrade with whom you spoke, he is very good, absolutely trustworthy, but not a politician, that is why he did not know and could not explain my plans. I know that he was very rude to you." 46. The comrade was Papi Martinez Tamayo. The initial project was to travel to Argentina. This hypothesis has already been suggested, Perhaps Castro initially suspected he would not be able to dissuade Che from his original scheme. Monge's version is also plausible. Che himself admitted that the Cubans had deceived him. Their true intent may always have been to create a guerrilla foco in Bolivia, aware that neither Monge nor the other communist leaders would ever agree. Che then proposed that Monge become part of the armed struggle as its political leader. He himself would retain military command. The Bolivian agreed to resign from the party and join the guerrillas, on 3 conditions: 1. The creation of a broad continental front, beginning with a new conference of Latin American communist parties; 2. That the armed struggle should go hand in hand with insurrection in the cities. Under the coordination of the Communist Party, a national political front should be established including groups throughout the country, united under a single revolutionary command, and 3. That the struggle not be limited to guerrilla warfare, it should include other activities. The military command would be subordinate to the political leadership, headed by himself. Monge would not accept a foreigner in that position. No matter how illustrious or experienced, the top leader must be a Bolivian. If one believes the journals of some of Che's aides, Monge also insisted that the pro-Chinese group of Oscar Zamora be excluded, and Che agreed, admitting that he had been wrong about Zamora from the outset. 47. Che wrote in his diary, however, that the 3 demands seemed dishonest and contrived to him. What the Bolivian really wanted was a complete break, thus he fabricated conditions that he knew were unacceptable. 20 Che warned Monge that resigning as Secretary General of the PCB would be a mistake. As for Monge's international requirement, Guevara was partly indifferent, partly skeptical. It resembled transforming poachers into gamekeepers. And he rejected categorically the condition regarding the struggle's leadership. I could not possibly accept it. I had to be the military commander, and could not accept any ambiguities in that area. 48. This was Che's fatal mistake, in the view of Emilio Aragonés. A more politically minded person would have accepted Monge's requirements, leaving it for later to find a way around them. Fidel, for instance, would have agreed 12, but Che almost preferred to do without Monge. Perhaps he still believed in the fantasies of Cuban intelligence, which continued to insist that most of the members and leaders of the Communist Party would rally to his cause and leave their Secretary General behind. This might explain the following entry in his journal: Monge's attitude might delay developments in one sense, but in another helps free me from any political obligations. 5. But Che was completely mistaken. Just 11 days later, Monge obtained the full support of his Politburo and Central Committee, which drafted a unanimous collective letter to Fidel Castro reiterating their position vis-a-vis Che Guevara. 3. All was not lost, however. When PCB No. 2 man Jorge Cal and Communist labor leader Simon Reyes met with Castro in Havana at the end of January in an attempt at reconciliation, Fidel notified Che that he would be hard with them. They then decided to revise their attitude, in view of Castro's emphasis on the project's continental nature. In a sense, this was a new deception. Any alternative plans for other countries were by now purely imaginary. If they had ever existed, the Peruvian project had long been abandoned. Nothing was happening in Argentina, and the Brazilian option had always been a fantasy. Fidel tried to play down Che's intransigence, explaining that Che wanted to lead the Bolivian guerrillas precisely because it was part of a regional strategy. He brought all his gifts of persuasion into play, largely in vain. The meeting was acrimonious in tone, according to a secret report sent to the German government by a member of the Politburo, Ramiro Otero. A partisan struggle was imposed on the Bolivian Communist Party by its comrades from Cuba and other countries. The PCB wrote a letter to Fidel Castro, asking that it be allowed to determine the when and the how of the struggle. Fidel reacted negatively. The result: the party's propaganda apparatus was completely dismantled, the party banned, the members of the Politburo detained. Comrade Otero sees contradictions between Guevara and Fidel Castro. He believes Che is more intelligent, but more dangerous politically. 21. While in Havana, the Bolivians nominally pledged to extend Che logistical support at least, and if possible to send him more people. As late as the beginning of February, Pombo noted in his diary that the guerrillas were still expecting a new Monje visit. 49 According to Benigno, as many as 36 Bolivians trained in Cuba could have joined the expedition, but never did. 50 Any further discussion of the agreements reached in Havana soon became irrelevant. However, once fighting broke out on March 23, new trips by communist leaders were simply out of the question. The Congo was still casting its long shadow. After 8 months of waiting inertly in the African savannah because he lacked the authority to act, Che could not tolerate any ambivalence in this regard. 13 In another context he might have accepted a leadership council, or some compromise solution that would have satisfied Monje without surrendering to him full command. But after his cavalry in the Congo, Guevara was unwilling to make any concessions. The talks ended in complete disagreement. Monje asked to address the Bolivian communists who had already joined the guerrillas to explain his stance. Che agreed, adding that all those who wished to leave the camp and return with their leader could do so. None did. Monje presented his position, but soon found his worst fears confirmed. The Cubans had turned his people during their training in Cuba, especially the Paretos. He ended his talk with a prescient warning. When the people find out that this guerrilla movement is being led by a foreigner, they will turn their backs on it and refuse to support it. I am sure it will fail because it will be led by a foreigner instead of a Bolivian. You will die heroically, but have no chance whatsoever of winning. 51. Che did not blink, but attempted to minimize the effects of Monje's decision. As Benigno recalls, he tried not to show it but imagine, this forced him to change his entire plan. He called us together and said, "Well, this is over before it even began. There is nothing left for us to do here." He gave both the Bolivians and Cubans a chance to leave if they so wished, and if any Cubans wanted to go over to the Bolivians they could do that. Nobody would be seen as a traitor or a coward. 52. After the failed talks with Monje, attempts to recruit other groups were stepped up, especially the faction led by Moises Guevara. In the meantime, Che decided to organize a reconnaissance and training march scheduled to last between 10 and 20 days, it would drag on for weeks. Che left 4 men at the camp to receive visitors and recruits, and formed 3 teams for the mission, a vanguard unit of 5 men, led by Marcos, Antonio Sanchez Diaz, a main unit commanded by Che himself, consisting of 18 men, and a rearguard of 6 men under Joaquim, Juan Vitalio Acuna. The 29 guerrillas, 15 Cubans and 14 Bolivians would return in rags, exhausted and discouraged. The expedition, originally meant to be of relatively short duration, extended over 6 interminable weeks. The men trekked through canyons, rushing streams, uninhabited villages and roads, exploring rocky crags and mountain passes as far north as the Rio Grande and the Rio Macicari. 2 new recruits, Benjamin and Carlos, drowned without ever having fired a shot. The dense, thorny vegetation, mosquitoes and other insects, including the burrow, a fly which deposits its eggs under the skin, the lack of wildlife to hunt, heavy rains and swollen rivers made up a terrain very different from that of the Sierra Maestra. The explorers had to clear their way with machetes. By the 3rd day, several guerrillas were without boots, and all suffered from hunger and thirst after their food supplies ran out. Lack of discipline and petty thievery prompted Che to begin meting out the worst punishment of all, suspending food rations. The guerrillas had to sacrifice a horse they had bought just 2 days before, leading to an orgy of horse meat, as Che called it, and the resulting intestinal ravages. Logically, tension soon rose to dangerous heights, with constant arguments and quarrels. The reconnaissance mission was useful in that it exposed all of these problems, but it proved very costly for an incipient guerrilla campaign. Tragedy struck on March 17, when a raft overturned in a torrential river, rucksacks, ammunition, and 6 rifles were lost, and 1 man drowned, the best Bolivian in the rear guard, according to Che. The group finally returned to the base on March 20, devastated by 6 weeks of hunger, thirst, exhaustion, and conflict. Visitors were shocked by Che's appearance, emaciated, his feet and hands swollen, he had lost more than 20 pounds. Back at the camp, he found terrible chaos. Moreover, the secrecy so vital to the camp, guerrillas, and the commandante himself had been violated. Desertions within Moises Guevara's group, the suspicions of local residents, the diligence of the CIA and Bolivian intelligence services, and encounters with several oil technicians from Camaray had finally alerted the Bolivian army. It immediately headed for Nankawazu. A series of events took place between March 11 and 17 that proved fatal. 7 men belonging to the Moises Guevara faction had finally enlisted in mid-February. One would accompany Che until his death and, like him, would be executed. 3 others would betray him during those fateful days in March. Though nobody surmised it at the time, the Interior Ministry's Bureau for Criminal Investigation was tailing Moises Guevara. In March he was followed to Camaray. When he climbed up to the camp, accompanied by Tanya and Coco Peredu, he was tracked by the police. A report was duly remitted to the Army's 4th Division stationed in Camaray. 53 On March 11, 2 of Moises Guevara's men commissioned to hunt for the day, Vicente Rocabada Terrazas and Pastor Barrera Quintana, quietly slipped out of the main camp, dropped their weapons, and fled toward Camaray. On March 14, they were captured by the police and handed over to the 4th Division. The 2 men proceeded to recount everything they knew about the guerrilla base, describing its location, composition, and, especially, Che Guevara. They furnished the authorities with his aliases, entry dates into the country, and other details. Neither of them had ever seen him, as he was away on the reconnaissance mission when they arrived. 22 Rocabada even confessed that he learned Che's identity on January 12, before entering the camp, when Moises Guevara first asked him to join the guerrillas. The handful of Cubans in Bolivia were thus condemned by 2 devastating errors. First, Moises Guevara was lax in his recruitment procedures. He exaggerated his group's real strength to Che and, in order to save face, enlisted whomever he could, even offering volunteers money or stipends. He also misrepresented the strength of the guerrilla force to prospective recruits. The latter were further offered the incentive of fighting under the legendary Che Guevara. The men thus enlisted not surprisingly deserted at the first opportunity. This was not just Moises Guevara's fault, however. Once freed of his obligations to the Communist Party and eager to enlist more Bolivians, Che himself pressured Moises to hasten the pace of recruitment. As he noted in his January summary, the slowest part has been the incorporation of Bolivian combatants. 54. Secondly, Che's absence caused lapses in the Cubans' discipline. Despite their long training at San Andrés Taekwondo, elementary security norms were violated. They were indiscreet with both Moises Guevara's men and other visitors to the camp. There was an enormous, almost obsessive, amount of picture-taking, involving Che himself. Rocabada and Barrera's betrayal, and the precise and detailed information they provided, led the army, already alerted to the possible presence of armed men in the area, to order a patrol to investigate the Calamine house at Nankawazu. The guerrilla camp was half empty. 30 men were away on the reconnaissance mission. The others retreated to secondary bases, leaving only a single guard in their main camp, Salustrecoccoc, one of Moises Guevara's recruits. When the army patrol arrived, the Bolivian surrendered without a fight and, on questioning, confirmed the information previously supplied by his 2 companions. 500 meters from the house, the military found the remains of a temporary camp, including 6 suitcases full of clothes with Cuban and Mexican labels. The army benefited from the testimony of deserters. But Bolivian Army Chief of Staff General Alfredo Ovando revealed several months later that his men had already detected 5 foreigners in the area since late February. The outsiders had reportedly inquired of local inhabitants about fords across the Rio Grande. They were later seen swimming, and drying large wads of U.S. and Bolivian money in the sun. In addition, the reconnaissance platoon led by Marcos was separated from the other 2 groups and returned to the camp before them. This led to an incident at the Tatarenda water station, when Marcos boasted of his guerrilla's prowess before an oil technician named Epifanio Vargas. His suspicions aroused, Vargas followed the platoon and then rushed to Camaray with the news. Furthermore, since the creation of the guerrilla Foco in November, a local resident named Ciro Algaranaz had demonstrated immense interest in the daily life of the camp. He even offered to help the supposed farmers, assuming that they were cultivating coca crops and producing cocaine. Algaranaz assigned one of his laborers to watch the Calamine house. When the armed forces arrived in March, they corroborated all the suppositions and information delivered by Algaranaz and his hired hand. So there were many clues signaling the presence of armed men by the time the chief of the Army's 4th Division dispatched his patrol to investigate the farm. Marcos and his vanguard group ran into the Army patrol. After killing a soldier they promptly retreated, dodging combat and abandoning the farm. The military returned to Camaray, humiliated but bearing a priceless trophy, confirmation of the existence of a rebel group in the Nankawazu Canyon. The war was starting in the worst possible conditions. The recently regrouped guerrillas did not even have time to rest, incorporate their new recruits, attend to visitors, or bolster their supplies. They were immediately confronted with the consequences of having lost their cover. Marcos had already exasperated Che during the march by his constant bickering with the others, and especially with Pashungo, who was also the object of several of his leaders' outbursts. When contact was re-established and Guevara learned of Marcos's retreat and the army's discovery of the Calamine house, he exploded in anger. A guerrilla must never retreat without fighting, there can be no victory without combat, as Che noted in his journal. According to Regis Debray, Che was furious, screaming, "What's going on here? What sort of a fuck-up is this? Am I surrounded by cowards and traitors? I never want to see your Bolivian shit-eaters again, they're punished until further orders." 55 No matter that the defensive position was intended to mount an ambush, no matter that a long discussion took place among Marcos, Rolando, and Antonio, Orlando Pantoja, about the strategy to be followed. Depressed by the string of misfortunes, worn out by hunger, thirst, and illness, and ravaged by his chronic intestinal problems and all the jealousies and intrigues, Che made one of the most critical and questionable decisions of his life. Despite his experience and the unspoken but evident disapproval of his subordinates, he organized an ambush against the military unit that would doubtless appear in the wake of the discovery by Army headquarters of the rebel camp and the death of a Bolivian soldier. The guerrillas were not at all prepared to initiate hostilities. Their lack of cohesion, and the very nature of the whole long-term strategy, argued against the notion of immediate combat. Though the initial skirmish had exposed them, there still would have been time to escape and avoid contact with the enemy. Che chose the opposite course. His decision was deliberate and unavoidable, according to both Humberto Vázquez Viana, a member of the Urban Network, and Gary Prado, the Bolivian officer who captured him at the Euro Ravine. Vázquez Viana believes that the time and place were those originally planned, and that Che had no intention of letting months go by before submitting his Cotter's neophyte Bolivians and reckless Cubans to the test of combat. In his view, the expedition did not founder merely because it was premature, but as a result of a myriad other factors. 56 Prado believes Che's decision was appropriate given the circumstances. The alternatives, fleeing without fighting, or disbanding his group, were less attractive. Flight would not remedy their discovery by the army, and dismissal was not a viable option. 57 However, Fidel Castro himself has stated that premature hostilities exacted a heavy toll. 23 Given the Bolivian army's initial disarray and its natural tendency to elude combat, the guerrillas could have abandoned the field and started over later without any major problem. U.S. intelligence repeatedly emphasized that the 4th Division's patrols, based in Camaray, pursued the guerrillas half-heartedly at best. 14. On March 23, half the army unit of 80 men sent to Che's camp was attacked by the guerrillas in the Nankawazu Gorge, in a textbook ambush. Overflights by the Air Force alerted the rebels. Long experience allowed Che and his companions to execute the operation perfectly. 7 members of the armed forces, including one officer, were killed immediately, 14 more surrendered, among them 4 wounded. The guerrillas did not suffer a single casualty. Their booty encompassed 16 rifles and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 3 mortars, 2 Uzi machine guns, 1 submachine gun, and 2 radio outfits. From a strictly military and tactical point of view, the exercise was a complete success. It was a first, victorious combat experience for the guerrilla unit, both effective and economical. But in its aftermath, the small and isolated group of poorly armed and ill-fed men would have to confront an entire army which, while undeniably mediocre, would enjoy growing U.S. support. Denial was no longer possible. A full-fledged guerrilla war was underway in Bolivia, involving both natives and foreigners. Its location, strength, and tactical capacity were now fully recognized. All the guerrillas' previous plans, so meticulously designed, were overtaken by events. Further meetings with the Communist Party leadership, the recruitment of new Bolivian cadres, the coordinated creation of an urban network, and a timely publication of the guerrillas' goals, became unthinkable. On April 14 the Communist Party was banned, forcing even those militants distanced from the leadership, like Loyola Guzman, the youth leader in charge of finances for the urban network, to go underground. They would no longer be able to fulfill the missions assigned them in the cities. Regis Debray believes today that the skirmish was not entirely negative. Though it by no means constituted a strategic triumph, Che was glad that his troops were no longer idle. Combat helped harden the men, raising their morale and clarifying the situation. 58 It is worth recalling the context of Guevara's unfortunate decision, the climate of apathy and defeat among his men, and his own state of mind. He had become increasingly taciturn and introspective. Sitting to one side on a hammock, smoking a pipe under his plastic shelter, he read, wrote, thought, sipped mate, cleaned his rifle, listened to Havana radio on his transistor at night. He gave laconic orders. He was absent. Locked within himself. A tense atmosphere in the rest of the camp. Disputes, national sensitivities, discussions about the tactics to be followed, all exacerbated by exhaustion, the lack of sleep, and the continual hostility of the jungle. Anyone else would have mixed with the troops, talking or joking with them. Che applied a bare discipline, without any niceties or personal relationships. 59. Before Che's return from the reconnaissance mission, 3 important figures showed up at the camp: Regis Debray, Ciro Bustos, and Tanya. Tanya was not supposed to be there. Her mission resided in guiding recruits and visitors to the guerrilla hideout, then returning to La Paz. But this time she burned her bridges. Either deliberately or unconsciously, in a mixture of fantasy, guilt, desire, an obsession with guerrilla warfare, and her probable love for Che Guevara, negligence and nervousness, the Cuban intelligence agent left her jeep at the Colomine house, which would be taken over by the army days later. In it she had abandoned telephone directories, clothes, and other belongings that facilitated her identification by the military. As Che would write in his journal, Tanya had been individually spotted. 2 years of good and patient work have been lost. According to the German magazine Der Spiegel, Che slapped her when he returned from the reconnaissance march and found her at the camp decked out in guerrilla attire. 61 of his few links to the urban network was lost. The others would vanish in the following weeks, leaving the guerrillas completely isolated. Who was Tanya? Why did she insist on joining a guerrilla campaign for which she was not trained, and which she could have served better in the city? A number of myths arose after her death 3 months later, when she quickly metamorphosed into a heroic guerrilla warrior exalted by the Cubans. According to one hypothesis, she was actually a double agent for the KGB or the East German Ministry for State Security, MFS. This interpretation was based on flimsy evidence and mainly on an interview with a former East German agent, Gunther Mannel, which was published on May 26, 1968. 61 Mannel, who defected in 1961, recalled recognizing Tanya when he saw a picture of her after her death. He had been her handler in East Germany, and claimed that she had worked for the MFS since 1958. Her specialty lay in waiting on foreign visitors, which was how she met Che in Berlin during his first stay there in 1960. In addition, she was a master at the trade traditionally associated with female spies in the literature. According to Manel, in 1960 the KGB decided to expand its presence in Cuba. He was entrusted with recruiting Tanya for that purpose. This he duly accomplished in a Berlin train station. 62 This version of events has never been confirmed, and Manel did not supply any further details. Daniel James reiterated the story in his biography of Che, offering intelligent but unsubstantiated conjectures. Marcus Wolf, the renowned head of East German counterintelligence, immortalized as Carla in the novels of John L. Kerr, was interviewed in 1995 by the producers of a documentary on Che Guevara. He stated categorically that Tanya never worked for the MFS. 63 Moreover, Wolf never mentioned her in any of his public interviews or during his trial in Germany after the fall of the Berlin Wall. He refers to her in his memoirs, published in 1997, but abstains from implicating her as his agent. Of course, he could have been lying, or perhaps, having now reached his 80s, he could no longer recall the names of all his subordinates. But Tanya was a notorious figure, and it seems implausible that he would forget a Matahari of her stature, if indeed she had been under his control. It is in fact quite likely that Tanya, like thousands of other young people from Germany and the East Bloc, was indeed approached at one time by her country's intelligence services. With her excellent Spanish and her Argentine origins, she was a natural candidate for international espionage. She may even have traveled to Cuba in August of that year while still under Wolf's orders. But there is no evidence, either in the German and Soviet archives or in her behavior in Bolivia, to suggest that she was a provocateur or double agent. It is of course possible that she simply fell in love with Guevara, and that this made her commit a series of mistakes unworthy of an agent with her training and experience. Ulysses Estrada maintains, 3 decades later, that she was infatuated with Che and wanted to be by his side at any cost. 24 Like Michelle Firk in Guatemala in the 1960s and the admirers of Subcommandant Marcos in Chiapas today, she aspired to be a guerrilla fighter, not just a bureaucratic liaison between leaders and combatants in La Paz, escorting people to hotels and helping them establish contact, a mere witness to important decisions and heroic deeds. Her sights were set on a greater goal, to participate in guerrilla warfare. When hostilities broke out, her wish was fulfilled. She was unable to return to La Paz in her previous identity, and was forced to stay in the camp. Were she and Che lovers? It is impossible to say. The surviving witnesses of this period have given contradictory reports. Only 5 people who might have a well-founded opinion are still alive. Among them, Pombo and Urbano are Cuban apparatchiks with no independent say in the matter. 2 of the others, Debray and Bustos, have refused either to suggest that they were lovers or to deny it. Debray is skeptical, because he doubts that in the jungle Che had the energy required for anything more than a platonic relationship. 15 Bustos has never addressed the issue. Benigno was unclear in his book, but in a later interview asserted that they did have an affair, though he provides no conclusive arguments to back his claim. 64. There are 2 elements in favor of this interpretation. First of all, the precedents. Tanya and Che met in late 1960, attended countless meetings and parties together, and were both in Prague during the spring of 1966. Everything indicates, at the very least, that she was in love with him. In the second place, when Tanya's body was recovered in August, rumors circulated that she had been 3 months pregnant at the time of her death. However, there is no record of an autopsy. Some have speculated that the autopsy may have been carried out by the same physician who amputated Che's hands after his death, a Bolivian named Abraham Baptista Moises. 6 If Tanya was pregnant, the father may have been Che Guevara. But there is no definitive evidence regarding all of this, and one may suppose that, if there were, some trustworthy witness would have surfaced in the course of the last 30 years. 25 It seems plausible that Tanya was simply a revolutionary groupie, quite naturally fascinated by the larger-than-life guerrilla fighter she met in Berlin. The situation could easily lend itself to temptations and misinterpretations. But it appears unlikely that Che rediscovered the enchantments of his earlier Argentine loves in the austere and somewhat masculine figure of Tanya. Ciro Bustos, the second important visitor to the camp mentioned earlier, arrived at the camp with Tanya in March. He was not the first Argentine summoned to Bolivia. During the first days of February, a leader of the Argentine Journalists Union, Eduardo Josemai, was contacted by Tanya in La Paz and then conducted to Camaray. There he learned that Che had left camp on his reconnaissance mission and would be back in 2 weeks. Josemai opted to depart and return a month later, rather than awaken suspicions in the area. As things turned out, he never made it to the base. He now recalls that the purpose of the trip was never clear to me. He was shocked at the precariousness of the rebels' situation, and was concerned that so many journeys back and forth in the jeep with Tanya and 2 other Peruvian recruits would finally alert the armed forces. 16 They did. In contrast, Bustos did eventually reach Nancawazoo. He had known Che since 1963, at the time of Jorge Massetti's failed expedition. Tanya had invited Bustos to the camp in January. He arrived on March 6, along with Regis Debray. A mediocre painter and naive leftist, Bustos had been assigned his mandate by Che long before. He was to prepare Guevara's return to his native country, organizing communist dissidents and factions, Peronists, and even Trotskyists in order to assemble an armed group in Argentina. Bustos was not scheduled to spend much time in Bolivia. He was to leave quickly and discreetly. Instead, he ended up spending 3 years in the Camaray jail, along with Regis Debray. The Frenchman was on his 3rd trip to Bolivia in as many years, but this time his mission was more purely political in nature. His purpose was to transmit messages and analyses from Fidel Castro to Che Guevara, and back. In addition, Debray was meant to serve as liaison between Che and other revolutionaries in Latin America. His next destination was Sao Paulo, to coordinate Guevara's plans with those of Carlos Mariela. 65 His stay at the camp was likewise intended to last only a few days, so he could leave Bolivia as quickly as possible. The 3 visitors spent less than a month with Che at the guerrilla base. Their departure would trigger another, debilitating crisis that would divide the guerrilla forces in 2. But it was preceded by several additional events which shattered any hopes of rest or tranquility. First, the guerrillas' communications equipment broke down, then a series of desertions and indiscretions took place, furnishing the Bolivian army with a gold mine of information. Communications were the Achilles heel of Che's expedition. The guerrillas had brought 2 huge, heavy American transmitters still operating with vacuum tubes and dating from the Second World War, which required an autonomous generator. According to one of the officers in charge of Bolivian affairs in Cuba, they had a radio transmitter which never really worked, an enormous machine with its own motor which they were never even able to install. They never had communications with the outside world. The only radio they had was a 6-band receiver with which they listened to Radio Havana, but they were unable to transmit anything. 66. One of the 2 devices got wet and stopped working in January. It had to be buried in a cave. As for the other one, 2 of its tubes were broken, and El Loro, Jorge Vázquez Viana, was commissioned to buy new ones in Santa Cruz. Instead of purchasing a box of them, he only bought 2, and deposited them on the floor of the jeep. The tubes were totally useless by the time they reached the guerrillas' headquarters after 1,600 kilometers of bad roads. 67 The guerrillas ran out of gas for the generator in March. They were never able to obtain any more. Their 2 other radios, designed for shortwave aficionados, soon broke down as well. They had a radio telegraph but lacked the codes needed to operate it. Everything was improvised. The communications equipment is supposed to work, but when you get there it doesn't work at all. It's a piece of shit. You buy walkie-talkies that are supposed to be the best in the world and they turn out to be useless. They're really toys for children. Then the batteries run out and there are no more batteries. 68. Beginning in February, Che lost contact with La Paz, Havana, or anywhere else, save to receive messages. He could not transmit reports, pleas for help, or war communiques *26 when the urban network disintegrated and thus communications by messenger were severed, all links to the outside world were lost. Che was alone. Cuba became aware of the situation in February. From then on, Havana's only news from Bolivia stemmed from press reports. Che's support team on the island obtained no direct information, except when messengers arrived from the camp during the first few months and through the urban network liaison, Renan Montero, when he returned to Cuba in March. Given the central importance of communications in guerrilla warfare, isolation was an ominous sign indeed. Havana did not seem unduly alarmed. The onset of hostilities and the guerrillas' exposure caused new desertions and led the armed forces to the rebel camps. At a general meeting on March 25, Che scolded everybody, and lashed out at Marcos and removed him as head of the vanguard. He offered either to demote him to foot soldier or ship him back to Havana. He then declared that 3 of Moises Guevara's recruits were useless, as they contributed nothing and refused to work. They requested permission to go home. Che determined to dismiss them as soon as possible. In the meantime, if they refused to do their duties they would be deprived of food, along with another Bolivian recruit named Eusebio, a thief, a liar, and a hypocrite. He, too, asked to leave. On April 7, the Bolivian Army's 4th Division occupied the rebels' main camp. Their field hospital, medicines, oven, and countless belongings were taken over, providing military intelligence with a load of data. Even so, the army suffered another defeat on April 10. 2 ambushes along the river leading to the camp resulted in 9 dead, a dozen wounded, 13 prisoners, and considerable booty for the guerrillas, including weapons, hand grenades, and ammunition. Rolando's group displayed great tactical skill by not retreating after the first ambush. Rather than strike and flee, it struck twice. This was the most inspiring episode of the war for the guerrillas. It demoralized the government, encouraged rebel supporters, and thoroughly disconcerted the regime of René Barrientos. The situation was indeed alarming for the Bolivian authorities. In just 2 weeks, they had suffered 18 dead and 20 wounded, and lost considerable amounts of supplies. During the same period, the guerrillas had only 1 casualty: Jesus Suarez Gayal, El Rubio. Morale among the armed forces was falling rapidly. Officers exaggerated the number of rebels. Some spoke of 500 and their military prowess. Barrientos toured the area and promised to crush the uprising as soon as possible, but his nervousness and erratic behavior were obvious to all. Only with time and considerable U.S. prodding did General Alfredo Ovando finally take charge of the government's response. He realized that the war would inevitably drag on, requiring foreign arms, training, and intelligence. He would need elite fighting units that could be effective against irregular forces. Though the military were certain of Che's presence, they preferred to speak of Cubans and foreigners in general. They avoided mentioning him by name whenever possible. The first reports about the possible presence of Che Guevara have been handled with great care. We did not make them public, but have contacted the intelligence services of other countries to see if they can be confirmed. 69 The United States did not want the news to spread either, and tried to keep out the international press. *27 The authorities' discretion served them well. As Mario Monge pointed out in a letter to the Central Committee of the PCB in 1968, the fact that Che's identity was kept secret might have protected him, but it also prevented militants from joining an uprising led by the Comandante, now a legend throughout Latin America. How and when was Che's presence in Bolivia definitively ascertained? Gustavo Villoldo, who first arrived in Bolivia in February and returned in late July to head the CIA's country team, became convinced of Guevara's role thanks to 3 infiltrators in the urban network mounted by the Cubans and Communist Party. Villoldo refuses, to this day, to reveal the names of the 2 Bolivians and 1 Peruvian, who still live under CIA protection. He adds, "I can tell you that we placed a series of assets and those assets began giving us the information we needed to neutralize the uprising. That entire mechanism, that logistical support left the guerrillas completely isolated. We completely penetrated the urban network. 70. Larry Sternfield, the CIA station chief in Bolivia until April 1967, has confirmed that he knew of Che's presence before the Bolivian authorities, thanks to mid-level Bolivian sources working for the CIA. 71 John Tilton, Sternfield's successor, has corroborated this in his unpublished memoirs. Barrientos had called me at home that night to ask about a rumor that Che Guevara was in the country. I arranged a meeting and told him I thought the rumor was true. 72 It is not surprising that the CIA establishment at Langley was reluctant to believe its station chief in La Paz. It had reacted similarly in regard to Lawrence Devlin's reports about Che in the Congo. Tilton still resents the obstacles he confronted when he tried to transmit his suspicions to CIA headquarters. By the time Debray and Bustos were captured on April 20, the armed forces already possessed all the information supplied by the deserters and their semi-prisoner Solis Joe Coke, and were already convinced that the guerrillas' leader was Che Guevara. 28 In addition, the Bolivian communist cadre Jorge Vázquez Viana, El Loro, was wounded and captured by the army on April 24. Some have said that he was trying to flee, others, that he was simply careless. After surgery in a military hospital, he was interrogated by a CIA agent who went by the nom de guerre of Eduardo González. To complicate matters further, there were two CIA officers operating in Bolivia under the same name, González, who arrived first, and Gustavo Villoldo who, as previously noted, disembarked in July and would later appear in photos alongside Che's corpse at Valle Grande. 17 It was the former González, now deceased, who interrogated Vázquez Viana, Debray, and Bustos. González set a trap for El Loro, presenting himself as a journalist from Panama. Vázquez Viana spilled everything he knew, down to the last detail. 73. During his first week of interrogation and beatings, Debray stuck to his story. He was a journalist who had come to Bolivia to interview the guerrillas. He had heard rumors of Che's presence, but had not actually seen him. Subsequently, he would acknowledge having interviewed Che, but maintained that the Comandante was no longer in Bolivia. Armed with El Loro's information, González confronted Bustos. The latter was the first to succumb, drawing portraits of the guerrillas and giving a full description of the camp, complete with maps and access routes. Bustos broke down when his captors showed him the photographs of his two daughters whom they threatened to kidnap. Lacking the integrity and stamina needed to resist interrogation, Bustos was not even beaten. On April 18, Che himself triggered a new crisis for the guerrillas. Forced by the revelations of the deserters to relocate, ensure the safe departure of his guests Debray and Bustos, and seek new supply routes, he decided to separate his forces. Intended as a temporary measure, the division would prove both lasting and fatal. The group was too small to be split. Its two halves, lacking any form of communication, would spend the next 4 months seeking one another in the Bolivian wilderness. Though they came within a few hundred meters of each other and even opened fire among themselves upon several occasions, they never re-established contact. Originally, Che's intention was to provide a safe escape route for Bustos and Debray. Both men offered, perhaps reluctantly, to join the guerrillas when they grasped how difficult it would be for them to depart from the area, now surrounded by the army. Che objected that Debray would be more useful elsewhere, relaying messages to Fidel and organizing foreign support. An international campaign had become all the more necessary when hostilities broke out and the urban network collapsed. Che noted in his diary that Debray had been too vehement in his request to leave the camp, but he finally agreed. He left his second-in-command, Juan Vitalio Acuna, with 17 guerrillas, including Tanya, who could no longer return to the city, several sick men, and 4 of Moises Guevara's recruits, who were meant to be dismissed as soon as possible. With the remaining 30 combatants, Che headed south toward Muapampa. He hoped to capture the town and dispatch his 2 visitors in the ensuing confusion. Then his group and Joaquim's would rejoin, avoiding any contact with the enemy. The army, however, reached Muapampa first. Guevara's vanguard, in the meantime, met with a Chilean English journalist who had supposedly been led to the guerrillas by some children. George Andrew Roth made a deal, in exchange for an interview with Inti Peredu. If set free he would return to Camaray with Debray and Bustos, vouching for their status as journalists. *29 The arrangement did not work out. Debray and Bustos were arrested by the police regardless, and handed over to the Army's 4th Division. They were interrogated with the violence typical of Latin America's armed forces, and probably would have been killed had their arrests not become known, setting off an outcry in the world press. Pressure from the CIA, which was not acting out of altruism, but simply in the hope of obtaining more information, also helped. Both men were judged and sentenced to 30 years in jail. They were released only in 1970, when a new government came to power in Bolivia. Che had failed to establish alternative, backup meeting points with his rearguard in case the original rendezvous was foiled by the army or unexpected circumstances. The lack of communications either between the two guerrilla units or a third party, La Paz or even Havana, made it impossible for the two detachments to regroup. When army maneuvers forced Che to march north, away from the original meeting point with Joaquim, all contact was lost. Still, he never stopped hoping for a reunion. When his companions begged him to change strategy, he became furious. We once dared to say to him, "Why don't we stop searching for Joaquim and let them fend for themselves?" He didn't even let us finish. He threw a huge tantrum. 74 Because the area was sparsely populated and its few inhabitants were reluctant to speak with the guerrillas, out of fear or hostility. In the absence of direct communication, only luck would have brought the two groups together again. And Che's expedition was singularly unlucky. Why did Che fail to set up a contingency rendezvous? The mystery remains unanswered 30 years later. In the most profound analysis written by a Bolivian officer, Gary Prado Salmon speculates that Che erred because he overestimated his own forces, while underestimating the Army's. 75 The key should more likely be sought in Che's state of mind at that time. He was racked by fatigue, asthma, ill humor, and innumerable other problems. In his war diary, he recorded constant asthma attacks and depression. None of this was conducive to intelligent, prudent, or far-sighted decisions. Che had hoped, during those weeks in April and May, to forge links with peasants in the area, though he knew it would not be easy. He achieved exactly the opposite. The death of 2 civilians created ill feeling among local residents. The armed forces' anti-communist propaganda proved effective, and the communiques issued by the newly formed National Liberation Army, as Che baptized his band of warriors, went largely unheeded by an increasingly censored press. The local population barely sold supplies to the guerrillas, and only with great reluctance. And they immediately reported any contact to the authorities. On April 15, Havana published an essay by Che in Tricontinental magazine, in which he famously called for the creation of several Vietnams. He also exalted violence and mortal sacrifice or martyrdom, some would say in unusually explicit terms. Hatred as an element of struggle, unbending hatred for the enemy, which pushes a human being beyond his natural limitations, making him into an effective, violent, selective, and cold-blooded killing machine. This is what our soldiers must become. A people without hatred cannot triumph over a brutal enemy. 76. Che's article was also openly anti-Soviet and propagandistic in tone. *30 The magazine published 6 photos of him, 2 in civilian clothing and 4 in olive green fatigues. As he noted in his diary on April 15, "Now there should be no doubt of my presence here." At that point, the Bolivian army's counterinsurgency campaign turned into a manhunt. All local resources were mobilized toward a single goal, to capture and slash or kill Che Guevara. Soon, thousands of soldiers were combing a huge and inhospitable area, tracking down less than 40 weak and hungry men, split into 2 isolated groups. The United States had been involved since the beginning. True, 2 of the 3 Cuban CIA agents, Felix Rodriguez and Gustavo Villoldo, did not fully join the counterinsurgency offensive until June. They landed in El Alto, outside La Paz, on July 31. But analysis meetings had been taking place in Washington since April. According to Andrew St. George, the journalist who interviewed Fidel and Che in the Sierra Maestra, on April 9 the High-Level Committee met for the first time in the American capital to work out a response to reports of Che's presence in Bolivia. *31 The conclusive proof of Che's location, according to St. George, was a photo of the bread oven at Nancawazoo. Its rounded clay design replicated the ovens of Vietnam and Dien Bien Phu. After a visit to La Paz by U.S. General William Tope, Washington concluded that these people have a tremendous problem, but we are going to have great difficulty in getting together on even how to approach it, much less find a solution. 77 On April 29, U.S. officers and 12 soldiers, led by Ralph Pappy Shelton, headed for Bolivia. They immediately began a 19-week training course for several hundred Bolivian troops. The latter would become the first group of Rangers in Bolivia. Less than 6 months later they would capture Che Guevara and defeat his guerrilla expedition. Yet the months of May and June were not all bad for the rebels. At the end of May, they occupied 3 villages in a single day, in a show of ubiquity and professionalism which demoralized the army once again. But while Che's guerrilla fighters had an abundance of courage and tenacity, they showed less and less tactical creativity. Indeed, Che hardly conducted any offensive actions at all in Bolivia. He never attacked any military facilities, either with commandos or with larger units, or any communications routes near urban settlements. Most of the time, he simply reacted to the army's assaults with ambushes and defensive maneuvers, or by occupying villages. During this period, he lost several men who were both valuable and dear to him: San Luis, or Rolando, on April 25, whom he had known since the Sierra Maestra and who was perhaps the best military man on the team; Carlos Coelho, or Tuma, whose death he mourned deeply; and Papi, on July 30, 1967, in a minor skirmish. Though Papi had disappointed him repeatedly, his death was still a terrible blow. If his men kept being picked off at that pace, without any new recruits to take their places, his guerrilla war was doomed. No matter how successful his forces were in striking at the army, they would eventually be worn away. This was already obvious to the leadership in Cuba. Public news of the guerrilla casualties was a clear indication that disaster was fast approaching. *32. Until mid-year, though, the military balance of power was not necessarily unfavorable to the revolutionaries. According to a secret memorandum written in mid-June by the U.S. National Security Advisor, Walt Rostow, to Lyndon Johnson, the guerrillas have so far clearly outclassed the Bolivian security forces. The performance of the government units has revealed a serious lack of command coordination, officer leadership, and troop training and discipline. 78. However, the rebels' advantage was misleading. Che's real weakness lay elsewhere. The local inhabitants of the area he crisscrossed for months on end never supported him, never welcomed him, never understood the meaning of his expedition. Not a single peasant joined the guerrillas, neither in late June when the group came into closer contact with the population as the area of operations shifted, nor when Che practiced as a dentist in several villages. The guerrillas also could not profit from the mining crisis that broke out in mid-June, when workers at the Siglo XX, Huanani, and Katavi mines went on strike supported by the student movement. The existence of a strong labor movement was one of the reasons Che had chosen Bolivia in the first place. Separated from the miners by the Andes and over 1,000 kilometers, without any political ties or means of communication, the guerrillas stood by helplessly as the government massacred dozens of demonstrators on the day of San Juan. The uprising soon subsided. 2 additional crises beset the expedition between April and August. The first had to do with the urban network. It had never really functioned, and ended up in the hands of dissident communists. In the height of paradox, despite their party's distaste for the armed struggle, they were nonetheless persecuted and repressed by the government for their links with Che when the PCB was banned. Mario Monge harassed some of the communists who sympathized with the guerrillas, the government took care of the rest. The party's leadership contributed neither supplies, arms, medicines, nor assistance to the guerrillas, much less combatants. Once Tanya joined the rearguard and Debray was captured, there was only one foreigner left to work the cities, Renan Montefo, or Ivan, whose role in Che's Bolivian venture remains a mystery. There could be only one conclusion for the Cubans in the field: if somebody was not sent through to make contact with the city, the prospects looked very poor to us. Logically, we discussed it among ourselves, we could not possibly tell Che. 79. Montero was originally a Cuban. Thanks to his services during the Sandinista Revolution, he would later obtain Nicaraguan citizenship. He was probably the only Cuban within the network who was not part of Che's old guard. He belonged to the Cuban State Security Services, though not to Pinero's group. His assignment in Bolivia, following his arrival in September 1966, was to, along with Tanya, receive the Cubans, including Che. He and Tanya argued incessantly, mainly according to Ulysses Estrada because of Renan's romantic intentions and Tanya's rejection. 80 Tensions between them soon reached dangerous heights, if we are to believe Pombo's diary. After the combatants had been safely escorted to Nankawazu, Montero's mission was to become a businessman, as Che noted in his diary, and penetrate Bolivian society. Ivan attained the latter aim, seducing a young woman related to Barrientos. Encouraged by Che, he became engaged to her. Renan Montero suddenly vanished at the end of February or early March. He left Bolivia, traveled to Paris, and appeared in Cuba at the end of April, as noted in a coded message from Havana to Che. 81 in Montero's own account. The reason for his departure was quite simple: he needed to have his papers in order. His passport and visa expired after 6 months in Bolivia. Since he had received no further instructions from Che, communications between the city and the guerrillas had been severed for weeks. He decided to proceed according to the pre-established plan. He left the country to renew his papers. 82 This explanation is either disingenuous or deceitful. As Benigno noted, he would not have left on his own initiative. The decision was not his to make. I have no doubt that he received instructions. He was sent to France in order to recover and then come back, but for reasons unknown he did not. I never understood the true story of Renan. 33. According to Montero, he was still in La Paz when Tanya departed from the capital for the last time in early March with Bustos and Debray. 34 Consequently, he knew that she was now burned, useless as an urban contact. He was also aware of the newly begun hostilities, and the intractable problems faced by the communists since they had been forced underground. Finally, his marriage plans were well advanced and had provided him with a number of high-level contacts, who could easily have helped him with his papers. 3 or 4 days after the first battle, I saw Barrientos and the family took the opportunity to back my request for land in the Alto Beni. 83 Under those circumstances, it seems unlikely that he would abandon his post and fly to Paris just to renew his papers. The other reason, mentioned both by Montero and by Che himself in his diary, was illness. But this explanation does not fit in with the custom of the times, which was to suffer any adversity and overcome any weakness for the sake of the cause. In his journal, already quoted, Pombo states that Papi Martinez Tamayo had expressed his misgivings about Montero to Che as early as January. Ivan will not stay, because he has his doubts about the situation. This soon proved true. Even if Montero decided to return to Cuba on his own initiative, a question remains: how did Havana react to his departure from Bolivia, when he was the only contact left in the urban network? Montero himself acknowledges that he spent several long months waiting in Cuba. From early April until September, he expected to be sent back to Bolivia, but it was decided that I should not, for security reasons. Once the guerrillas' presence was revealed, it would have been dangerous. 84. At that time, guerrilla cadres were supposed to die at their posts. Any other conduct was seen as a lack of discipline or even treason, and brutally punished. Not only was Montero never penalized for leaving his post, he still enjoys, 30 years later, the favor and protection of the Cuban government. Given that his own explanation is highly implausible, there are two other hypotheses: either somebody tipped him off, advising him to leave Bolivia and re-establish contact with Havana from another safe country, or else he received ambiguous instructions from Cuba, which he interpreted as authorization to leave. One way or the other, from the time he arrived in Havana, or Paris, the Cuban leadership held all the information it needed to conclude that Che's mission had failed. Its source was Ivan, and this has been his insurance policy for the last 30 years. Renan Montero knew that Castro, Raúl, and Pinero knew that Che's expedition was floundering. The next to the last coded message Che received from Havana informed him that a new comrade would soon be taking Ivan's place. The new comrade never arrived. The second crisis eventually cost Che his life in Bolivia. It derived from a handicap that had pursued him from childhood, his asthma. Considerably aggravated since the onset of hostilities in April, it was now accompanied by other illnesses. In May he wrote, "When I began the hike, I had a terrible colic with vomiting and diarrhea. It was controlled by Demerol, and I lost consciousness as I was carried in a hammock. When I awoke I was much better, but covered in my own filth like a newborn infant." 85. The illness severely affected his mental agility and capacity for decision-making. On two different occasions, June 3 and when planning the departure of Debray and Bustos, Che noted in his diary that my brain did not work quickly enough, I didn't have the courage, I lacked the energy. 86. The vegetation, climate, his generalized weakness, and, especially, the scarcity of medicines, finally defeated Guevara. Each decision, each internal dispute and casualty, exacerbated his condition. Che resorted to a variety of potions and home remedies. Hanging from a branch, he asked his men to beat him on the chest with a rifle butt. He tried smoking different herbs in a desperate search for ephedrine. He stopped eating foods that might trigger an attack, and injected himself endovenously with Novocaine or cortisone. When he could no longer walk, he rode a mule. Unable to carry his rucksack, for the first time he had to be helped. Though his determination never flagged, his body had reached its limit. From June 23, Che's diary contained daily references to his asthma, the lack of medicines, the futility of other remedies, and his despair at finding any relief. This led him to a decision which initially offered some hope, taking the locality of Samaipata, at a crossroads between Santa Cruz and Cochabamba. It was the largest town to be occupied by the guerrillas during their calamitous trek through the Bolivian southeast. The assault was every bit as professional as their first ambush. While some of them harangued the population, the rest fanned out scavenging for supplies and medicines. Che remained hidden in a van appropriated by his men. However, either they could not locate the medicines or there were simply none available. The purpose of the entire operation was defeated. In terms of supplies, the action was a failure. Nothing of use was bought, and none of the medicines I needed was found. 87. Mario Monge drew his own conclusions from the fiasco at Samaipata. Initially, he was encouraged by the fact that the guerrillas had descended into the plain, as this meant they had broken through the military encirclement and were headed for the Chaparral zone, far better suited to an armed struggle. But, when the press reported that the guerrillas were returning south, he exclaimed at a meeting of the party leadership, "Gentlemen, Che will not leave here alive. The entire group is going to be exterminated. They have made the worst possible mistake. We must send somebody to Cuba and tell them to save Che." 88. After a long discussion, it was decided that Monge would go to Havana and present his plan for Che's escape. He traveled through Santiago, Chile, where he shared his project with the Chilean communists, asking them for assistance in reaching the island. Their reaction surprised him. First of all, they were incredulous, then, they hesitated in their response. Monge was stuck in Santiago for several months. He never reached Cuba, mainly because the authorities in Havana did not respond to requests for safe passage or a visa. If the Chilean communists were reluctant to send him on his way, Their passivity arose from the Cubans' own reticence. They would never have acted as they did on their own. 35. After the failed attempt to obtain medicines in Samaipata, Che dispatched Benino, the strongest man remaining on his team, to the caves of Nankawazu over 200 kilometers away, to recover the asthma medication buried there since the previous November. But the caves were discovered by the Bolivian army as he approached them. The announcement was the worst news yet during that worst month of the war. Already, on July 31, 11 rucksacks, the last medicines, and a tape recorder used to copy messages from Havana had been lost. That marked the end of communications from the outside world. On August 8, Che yielded to despair, stabbing his mare in rage. He was overwhelmed by asthma attacks, diarrhea, and the unending string of setbacks, as he confessed in his diary. 89 A Bolivian officer, Captain Vargas Salinas, asserts that the Pareto brothers had in fact assumed command since August and that Che had even attempted suicide. This has not been corroborated in any other diary or account. 18. The Army's discovery of the caves was the worst blow they have dealt us. Somebody talked. Who? That is the question. 90. An informant led the military to the cave near the first camp, which contained documents, photographs, supplies, medicines, and weapons. According to 3 survivors, 2 guerrillas, 1 in the government, the informant was Ciro Bustos. 36. Che had recruited him due to his links with the Salta expedition. He trusted him without knowing him very well. In Debray's view, Bustos was the one who led the military to the base. He would disappear, we could only exchange a few words in the courtyard. But I knew what he was telling them, because I could see what our interrogators knew. 91. Benino also believes that Bustos guided the army to the caves. Che had brought him from Argentina so he could then return, describe the guerrilla operation, and attract Argentine recruits. That is why he showed off the caves to him in the first place, for they were not known to all. He would go out walking with Bustos and show him the caves. Some were known to the Bolivians, others were not. 92. According to Villoldo, Bustos's descriptions of the guerrillas, he drew sketches of them for the army and of the camp and its vicinity, were very important. 93. Villoldo confirms that Bustos took them to the cave, though he also recognizes, I cannot explain why he did this, since his life was not in any danger. I cannot say he acted from a lack of conviction, and he was very attached to Che. 94. When the cave was found, Che's medicines were lost. Benino's effort had been in vain. The government also recovered photos of many of the guerrillas, including Che. They were taken to the OAS as proof that Comandante Guevara was indeed in Bolivia. Che, in contrast, never brandished his identity. He never resorted to his increasingly mythic image to appeal for local or international support. At a conference of the Latin American Solidarity Organization, OLAS, held in Havana on August 15, neither Osvaldo Dorticos nor Fidel Castro revealed Che's whereabouts, much less his desperate plight. They made no effort to launch a campaign to help or save him. Either the deluded optimism of Pinero's team was still in place, despite the countless and ominous warning signs emanating from Bolivia, or else the Cubans had resigned themselves to a tragic outcome. It was not far off. After 3 months of blindly and stubbornly following Che's orders to the letter, and tarrying in the area where they had separated, Joaquim's rearguard finally headed north, 5 members short of its original strength. Tensions had sprung up within the group since the beginning. Tanya got on terribly with the others. She was struck or insulted on several occasions by the Cubans, who accused her of having provoked the separation. On August 30, the rearguard attempted to ford the Rio Grande with the guidance of a peasant named Honorato Rojas, who had helped the guerrillas once early in the year. Inexplicably, Joaquim asked him for advice on how to cross the river, though he had already forded it, without assistance, many times. A signaling system was set up. That afternoon, Rojas would display a white apron at an appropriate crossing point if the coast was clear. Just after leaving Joaquim, however, Rojas came upon a military patrol commanded by Mario Vargas Salinas, the 8th Division's head of intelligence, and promptly informed him of the guerrillas' intentions. Vargas Salinas mounted an ambush across the river, at the ford indicated by Rojas, and simply waited. On the afternoon of August 31st, just before the sunset which would have protected them, the guerrillas started wading across the river at Vado del Yeso. With water up to their chests and their rifles held high, they were mowed down instantaneously. 10 died, including Joaquim, Tanya, Moises Guevara, and Braulio. Several bodies were swept downstream, and only recovered days later, swollen and disfigured. 2 Bolivian guerrillas were captured, one died of his wounds, the other yielded a detailed description of the rearguard's long pilgrimage. Codenamed Paco, he later spread the rumor that Tanya had cancer in her reproductive organs, which delayed her periods and accounted for the bloodstains on the sanitary napkins she used. *37 Paco also made public the constant squabbles within Joaquim's group, especially as a result of Tanya's emotional crises. As Lyndon Johnson's national security advisor informed him 4 days later, after a series of defeats at the hands of the guerrillas, the Bolivian armed forces on August 30 finally scored their first victory, and it seems to have been a big one. 95. With the liquidation of the rearguard, Che's time finally ran out. Vado del Yeso was the end of the road not only for those who died in the river but also for the entire guerrilla expedition in Bolivia. Isolated, decimated by casualties, illness, and desertions, their leader racked by asthma and depression, surrounded by an increasingly energetic and professional army, they had no escape. Only 5 weeks remained before the fully predictable conclusion. Before narrating Che's death, though, and the Christ-like aura that derived from it, it is important to attempt to convey an understanding of what happened, and why. After we dismiss the prevailing fantasies that Che is still alive, that Che had died earlier, that Che never went to Bolivia, there are 2 possible explanations for the tragedy. *38 One rests upon the hypothesis that the Cuban government initially helped Che to a limited degree, only to forsake him later for geopolitical reasons. The other assumes that Havana always maintained good intentions, and that the outcome was simply the result of monumental incompetence and inexperience. It is worth summarizing both theories, leaving the final judgment to readers and to history. This much we know: Fidel sold the Bolivian undertaking to Che in order to avoid his being killed in the broad avenues of Buenos Aires or the jungles of rural Argentina. It is also well established that Che's original idea of a continent-wide movement spreading from Bolivia was soon reduced to the small area of the Rio Grande Basin in the country's southeastern region. There is equally no doubt that the resources at Che's disposal were pathetically inadequate. Neither the men, the weapons, and communications, nor the expedition's allies fulfilled his expectations, much less the needs of the expedition. At the outset, these deficiencies may possibly have been unknown both to Che and to the Havana leadership, including Fidel Castro. But any hypothetical misjudgments or confusion became implausible after March 1967. By then, the Cubans were fully aware that Monge and the PCB had refused to make any concessions, that combat had begun prematurely, that communications had broken down, that the urban network had never functioned, and that the United States had joined the fray. Even if they were ignorant of the guerrillas' separation into 2 groups and the isolation of Joaquim's rearguard, it was obvious to anyone familiar with these circumstances, which were either public knowledge or easily deduced from published reports, that Che's campaign was doomed. Based on these premises, there were 2 possible courses of action open to the Cuban leadership: either to make a greater support effort, or else to launch a rescue operation. The human and material resources required were available in both cases. Thanks to Lino, Benino, and the coded communiques of Ariel, Juan Carretero, it is known that between 20 and 60 Bolivians trained in Cuba were prepared to return to their country and open a second front, or reinforce their comrades in the southeast. *39 They included Jorge Ruiz Paz, El Negro, and Omar. Opposition to Monge and Cal's policy of passivity within Bolivia's Communist Party raised the possibility of greater cooperation in the future, and publicizing Che's presence would have aroused enormous sympathy and solidarity throughout the country, the hemisphere, and the world. Such an effort would have sought to endow Che with the means he really needed for his project. Once it became obvious that those originally planned were insufficient, the cost would have been high, but worth it. However, raising the stakes in Bolivia would have bestowed upon Cuba a far higher profile in Latin America than was compatible with its evolving ties to Moscow and its economic quandary. It was one thing to send a few more men to Venezuela and be caught red-handed once again, it was quite another to declare war on a sister republic, in order to reinforce a guerrilla expedition led by a former Cuban minister of state. Regardless of the outcome, Cuba could simply not afford such a luxury even if its leaders and people had been willing. And in any case, Moscow was not willing, and it was now calling the shots. From several sources, beginning with a secret note from Walt Rostow to President Lyndon Johnson, we know today that a vicious conflict had surfaced since the beginning of the year between Cuba and the Soviet Union over the island's Latin American policy. Dated October 18, 10 days after Che's death, the memo reads in part: herewith a fascinating report on a sharp exchange of letters between Castro and Brezhnev over Castro's sending Guevara to Bolivia without consulting the Soviets. The exchange was one of the reasons for Kosygin going to Havana after Glassboro. 96. Indeed, had the Cubans contemplated the possibility of upping the ante in Bolivia, the stormy visit of Alexei Kosygin to Havana on July 26, 1967, surely dissuaded them from any further Andean fantasies. Moscow and Havana had been arguing over Che Guevara since the early part of the year. How did the Soviets uncover one of the world's best-kept secrets, again? One can barely fathom the Byzantine complexity of the deceptions and conspiracies that still surround the final months of Guevara's life. Mario Monge has always maintained that during his return trip from Bulgaria in November 1966, he stopped nowhere except in Havana, where he met with Castro. But Benigno claims in his memoirs, published in Paris in 1996, that in fact Monge spent several days in Moscow at the time, informing the USSR of Che's intentions and obtaining the Kremlin's tacit permission to leave Che to his own devices. In a letter to this author dated October 1996, Monge confirms that he did stop in the Soviet capital for financial reasons. The Bulgarians were paying for his plane ticket, and his pre-established itinerary included Moscow. In a subsequent phone conversation, Monge revealed that he made 2 stopovers in the Russian capital, one on his way to Bulgaria, and one on his way back. Benigno adds that a Spanish Soviet colonel of the KGB nicknamed Angelito, who was in charge of expediting the discreet arrival of Cubans and Latin Americans at Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport, informed him that Monge was received by a Central Committee official who whisked him off to the capital by car. The Bolivian, he says, stayed in Moscow for a week. 40. Monge's layovers in the Soviet capital confirm Benigno's statement and also establish a context for Monge's meeting with Che. Though he denies it adamantly to this day, it seems inconceivable that Monge would not have informed the Latin America specialists of the Soviet Party's Central Committee, or of the KGB, about the Cuban expedition in his country. 7. As noted previously, Monge received large sums of money from the Soviet Union at that time. He has also resided in Moscow since 1968 and has always manifested greater loyalty to the fatherland of socialism than to Cuba. What is more, Monge likely consulted Moscow about his response to the Cubans' request for assistance. Perhaps the Soviets did not pressure him to deny support to Che's endeavor. 41. One may suppose, however, that they backed his decision to keep any such assistance to a bare minimum. And even if Monge did not mention Che to his hosts, it is highly probable that during a visit by Dorticos and Raúl Castro to Moscow between October 7 and 22, Fidel's brother revealed Guevara's decision to fight in Bolivia either to Defense Minister Greco or to the KGB. It seems difficult to imagine Raúl Castro's hiding a secret of this magnitude from his Russian colleagues. 21. Hence the following hypothetical but plausible version of events. In January, after Monge's visit, the Cuban ambassador to the USSR, Olivares, is summoned to the Kremlin, where he is severely rebuked and treated for the first time as the envoy of a satellite country. he is advised that Havana should stop provoking the United States. Indeed, the diplomat surmises that perhaps the Soviets fear an American strike, and are washing their hands of the affair. The ambassador immediately flies home to report on the situation, giving rise to a series of efforts to deceive the Soviets, as well as a furious speech by Fidel Castro on March 13, directed mainly against the Venezuelan Communist Party, but also at the Soviet Union. This revolution is following its own guidelines. It will never be anybody's satellite. It will never ask permission to uphold its own positions. But tensions rise as soon as the Soviets discover that Che is indeed in Bolivia and that the Americans have decided to oppose him. In a high-level exchange of letters between Moscow and Havana leading up to the Kosygin visit, the USSR accuses Cuba of having violated previous agreements, those reached at the Conference of Latin American Communist Parties in November 1964, as well as a series of bilateral accords. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union particularly regrets that Cuba has proceeded without consulting Moscow. It states that in consequence Cuba should not hold the USSR responsible if the United States were to carry out reprisals against the island for its mischief in Latin America. 8. Cuba replies that the USSR is weakening the cause of revolution in the hemisphere by cutting deals, extending credits, and establishing diplomatic relations with bourgeois governments in Latin America that were murdering and torturing revolutionary activists. 42. Moreover, Moscow is sabotaging the Bolivian expedition by pressuring Monge not to cooperate. Che, the Cubans explain, left of his own volition. They could hardly not help him, though his mission was not government-sponsored. When Kosygin traveled to the United States in July to address the United Nations and to meet with Lyndon Johnson in Glassboro, New Jersey, both the Cubans and Soviets concluded that a visit to Havana on his way back home of Moscow's number 2 man would be fruitful, all the more so since Brezhnev had expressed his disappointment at Castro's failure to give the Soviet Union advance notice concerning the dispatch of Guevara, and in strong terms criticized the decision of Castro to undertake guerrilla activities in Bolivia. He inquired what right Castro had to foment revolution in Latin America without appropriate coordination with other socialist countries. 97. Further, Kosygin learned that Lyndon Johnson was closely monitoring Che's movements in Bolivia. Although the summit was mainly devoted to the Middle East, Vietnam, and disarmament, the U.S. president registered a firm protest over Cuba's interventionism. Finally, I pressed Kosygin hard to use Soviet influence in Havana to deflect Castro from his direct and active encouragement of guerrilla operations. I told him that we had evidence that the Cubans were operating in 7 Latin American countries. I cited in particular the case of Venezuela and told him that it was most dangerous to the peace of the hemisphere and the world for Castro to conduct this illegal activity. 98. The USSR therefore felt obliged to pressure Castro, once again, to renounce his continental aspirations, even as it sought a reconciliation. 99. Kosygin was given an icy reception. Castro did not meet him at the airport, and refused to see him initially, relenting only after enormous pressure from the Soviet embassy. They met on 3 occasions, on July 26 in the company of the entire Cuban Politburo and Osmani Cienfuegos, and on July 27 and 28 with President Dorticos and Raúl Castro. During the July 27 conversation, in response to the Soviet premier's none too delicate complaint that Cuba's shenanigans in the region were playing into the hands of the imperialists and weakening and diverting the efforts of the socialist world to liberate Latin America, 100 Fidel brought up the painful issue of Che. According to the notes taken by Oleg Derosenkov, the only translator present at the meeting, Castro stated, "I wish to emphasize that the revolution is an objective factor, that it cannot be stopped. Comrade Guevara is in Bolivia now. But we did not participate directly in this struggle, simply we do not have the means to do so. We are supporting the local party, through public statements." 101. Kosygin retorted that he harbored serious doubts as to whether Guevara's actions in Bolivia were correct. In the first place, one cannot pretend that the sending of a dozen men to a country will lead to a revolution. One cannot act as if the Communist Party did not exist until Comrade Guevara landed there and started the struggle. 102 He criticized the very notion of the export of revolution, and protested the terms used by Castro to denounce the Latin American Communist parties. 103 On the other hand, the Soviet did try to persuade Castro that the report remitted by his ambassador in Moscow of an imminent U.S. attack on Cuba was false, and that in any case the USSR was certainly not washing its hands of the Cuban affair. Still, the meeting was tense and unpleasant, the reconciliation failed, relations between the two countries remained extremely fractious for over a year, reaching their lowest point in early 1968. In the meantime, however, an operation to boost the Bolivian FOCO became unthinkable. The only option left was to rescue Guevara, or to abandon him to his fate with enormous grief, but also resignation. But even the rescue had to be discarded as a result of Kosygin's trip to Havana. Almost 10 years later, Juan Carretero, Ariel, then Cuba's ambassador to Iraq, revealed to Benigno the details of one of the most dramatic moments of the Cuban Revolution. After a few drinks, overwhelmed by resentment against Manuel Pinero and guilt toward the only survivor of Bolivia, Ariel narrated the following account. When Kosygin visited Havana in July, Carretero participated in the first meeting with the Soviet delegation. Carretero was invited because Pinero was away. Normally Barbaroja would have attended without any deputies. According to Carretero, the Soviets tacitly delivered a virtual ultimatum: either Havana stopped helping the guerrillas in Latin America or else Moscow would cease aiding the Cubans. At that point, Carretero was asked to leave and locate Pinero wherever he was not summoned again. As already noted, Carretero and Armando Campos had previously formed a group of Cubans to assist or save Guevara if it ever became necessary. They had done so on their own, without orders from Castro, but suspecting that Fidel might one day instruct them to do so, they wanted to be ready. A couple of days after the Kosygin meeting, though, Pinero gave Carretero the following instructions: "Hey, those people we prepared, take whatever measures are necessary and send them home." 104. In 1987, during an interview with a journalist who was sympathetic to his cause, Fidel Castro disdainfully discarded the possibility of a rescue. "The chances of sending a group into Bolivia were nil," said Castro. Che's isolation, the military encirclement, and the lack of communications rendered any commando operation virtually impossible. As always with Fidel, this apparent truism is relative: it all depends. Several persons have expressed contrary views as to the possibility of a rescue, and even about Cuban preparations for such a contingency. When Benigno, one of 3 survivors, returned from Bolivia in 1968, he had the following dialogue in Havana with Campos and Carretero. "You knew that the only means of communication were yourselves. What did you do?" Carretero and Armando Campos, as if trying to justify themselves, said, "We are not responsible in any way, because as soon as we found out about Tanya and heard about the deserters talking, we immediately began to prepare a group here in Cuba, in case the high leadership ordered an operation to get you out. We prepared the group, we informed Pinero, and Pinero says he informed Fidel, but we never received any order to carry out the operation. And they said to me, that was as far as our responsibility went. We did what we had to do, but we never received any orders." 43. The fact is that 3 survivors were able to escape the Bolivian mousetrap by crossing the Andes into Chile, partly thanks to the remnants of the urban network. The problem, then, lay not in the abstract chances for success, but in the timing, the placement and organization of resources, and the willingness to proceed. By sending several autonomous special forces teams to Bolivia and using the knowledge of Montero, now back in Cuba, Rodolfo Saldaña, still in La Paz, and other Bolivians familiar with the area, it might have been possible to rescue Guevara. One-way communications, such as they were, would have sufficed to tell him that help was on the way. He could have been sent instructions for meeting points. If necessary, The expedition could have been initially disguised as a reinforcement effort, instead of a rescue mission. The worst that could have happened was failure, and there was no lack of Cuban commandos who would gladly have given their lives to save Comandante Guevara. In fact, beyond his conflicts with the Soviets, Fidel had several other reasons to discard the rescue operation. The problem was not so much failure, as success. What would he do with Che once he had saved him? It would be the third time in as many years that the question had arisen. First there had been Salta, a fiasco which Che had avoided only because he waited too long and the Foco was eliminated too quickly, then the Congo, and now Bolivia. Fidel would be faced anew with a lacerating dilemma. Once again, he would have to find an alternative function for Che, other than death or a bitterly resigned residence in Cuba. The perpetual guerrilla fighter would have to be persuaded that his latest venture had come to an end. And once convinced, what would happen after Che had returned to Cuba? *44. If Fidel Castro did at some point contemplate a rescue operation, he might well have decided that a Che martyred in Bolivia would better serve the revolution than a Che living frustrated and discouraged in Havana. The former would become a myth, a bulwark for the hard decisions ahead. He would be the emblematic martyr required by the revolution in its pantheon of heroes, along with Camilo Cienfuegos and Frank Paez. Guevara alive and disgruntled in Cuba would be a source of ongoing problems, tension, and dissent, all incapable of solution, and, at the end of the road, a similar, if not identical, destination. To imagine Fidel Castro incapable of such cold-blooded cynicism is to ignore the methods which have kept him in power for almost 40 years, and to disregard his conduct in other crises, albeit none as emotionally or mythically charged as that of Che Guevara. Fidel did not send Che to his death in Bolivia, nor did he betray or sacrifice him. He simply allowed history to run its course, fully aware of its inevitable outcome. Fidel did not shape the event, he let it happen. Aside from the evidence supporting this hypothesis, two additional events merit mention. The first took place after Che's death. In 1968, the Cubans attempted a similar rescue mission in Venezuela. They were able to save 24 surrounded guerrillas, including Arnaldo Ochoa, whose execution would be ordered by Fidel Castro 21 years later. They escaped via Brazil, thanks in part to that country's Communist Party. The second event is the peculiar experience of François Maspero. The French publisher had close ties to the Cubans, and traveled to Bolivia to try and visit Debray in the Camaray jail and report back to Havana. He returned from La Paz just in time to attend an important cultural congress and the 26th of July celebrations in the Sierra Maestra. When Fidel Castro, who knew him and was aware of his trip to Bolivia, greeted him and asked how things were in that country, Maspero replied, "Terrible 105." But Fidel never requested any details, he never sought out the Frenchman for a conversation. One may conclude that Castro did not need to know more than he already knew. This may also explain why the Cubans forestalled Mario Monge's visit during this period. They preferred to leave him waiting in Chile, rather than deal with him in Cuba. This attitude is corroborated by the impressions obtained by two witnesses who were with Fidel Castro immediately after the news of Che's death reached Cuba. Pepe Aguilar depicts a man obsessed with convincing Guevara's family in Argentina that Che had died, and much more involved in politically managing the situation than in mourning his friend. Castro was whipsawed by the dilemma of, on the one hand, possessing direct information from Bolivia, thanks to the presence of several virtual Cuban agents: Antonio Argudas, Gustavo Sanchez, Carlos Vargas Velarde, who all confirmed Che's death, and, on the other, the impossibility of using that information to convince Escobedo Guevara Lynch of his son's execution. Carlos Franqui, called in by Castro to confirm that the handwriting from the photographed pages of Che's diary was truly his, remembers finding Fidel frankly euphoric. Both portraits show a man who, though undoubtedly saddened by the loss of his companion of 1,000 battles, had resigned himself a long time earlier to the inevitable outcome of the Bolivian adventure. *45. However, the other explanation of Che's death, based upon an impressive series of errors and misunderstandings in Cuba and Bolivia, is equally plausible. The ineptitude of Havana's apparatus and Guevara's support team, Che's theoretical misconceptions, Fidel's tactlessness toward the Bolivian communists, the irresponsibility of recruits and recruiters in Bolivia, all these factors exposed the mission's essential weakness, the overwhelming disproportion between ends and means. 3 examples suffice to illustrate this point. First, Che never doubted that the conflict he hoped to trigger would become internationalized very quickly. Once the Bolivian army found itself overwhelmed by events, he surmised, it would seek help from its friends, especially Argentina and the United States. This would confer upon the war a nationalist dimension, creating Che's famous 2-3, several Vietnams. The revolutionary group would soon receive support from hitherto undecided or reluctant political factions alienated by Yankee interventionism. Nothing could have been further from the truth. Foreign involvement was limited in both time and scope. The Bolivian army obtained scant assistance from abroad, aside from small amounts of weapons, food, and supplies, the handful of CIA agents previously mentioned, and about 20 Green Berets led by Pappy Shelton, who trained the 2nd Rangers Battalion of the 8th Division. Granted, Gary Prado and the Bolivian military underestimated the importance of U.S. backing at the margins. The latter would surely have been stepped up, had it been necessary. And, as Larry Sternfield has suggested, it is true that the Bolivians' initial reluctance to confront the guerrillas was reversed largely at U.S. urging. The Americans firmed up Barrientos's backbone. 106 Still, Che was defeated by the Bolivian armed forces, with help from an imperial power that achieved its ends without overcommitting itself. If Guevara thought the U.S. would be drawn into a Vietnam-type quagmire, he was wrong. If he supposed it would stand idly by, he was equally mistaken. A second example was the recruitment process, riddled with disasters, desertions, incompetence, and broken promises. Poppy, Martinez Tamayo, Tanya, Rena Montero, Ariel, Juan Carretero, Marcos, Pinas Antonio Sanchez Diaz, Joaquim, Juan Vitalio Acuna, Arturo Martinez Tamayo, Poppy's brother, in charge of radio equipment which he was never able to operate, and others, carefully picked by Che and the Havana team, proved useless for the mission at hand. Poorly selected, badly trained, and undermotivated, they were not up to a revolutionary project of continental scale. Their undeniable courage and dedication could not possibly make up for their inadequacy. They were completely unsuited for the chore, and if nobody else was available, the mission should have been aborted. A third example was the Cubans' improvised relationship with the Bolivian Communist Party, full of deceptions and misunderstandings. In the final analysis, the only thing Havana could hold against the party was that it had opposed the creation of a guerrilla foco led by Che Guevara in its own country. This was perfectly understandable, given its history and ideological position. But it was a delusion to believe that Monge supported the armed struggle and would join the foco against his own party leadership, or that the party's pro-Cuba faction would prevail against the rest of the organization. Such fantasies were typical of Manuel Pinero's team, but were entirely unrealistic. It was foolhardy to expect 4 semi-military cadres from the Communist Party, together with a few young men trained in Cuba and youth leaders like Loyola Guzman, to drag the rest of the party, particularly its small miners' base, into a guerrilla war. Unfortunately, this sort of miscalculation has proved recurrent in the history of the left in Latin America. Given the astounding degrees of incompetence and improvisation involved, one can hardly be surprised at the expedition's failure. As is emphasized by Gustavo Villoldo, the CIA's chief field officer in Bolivia during those months. Everything happened very quickly. In Havana, Fidel had no idea how many assets we had within the country, and he was afraid to start something which our group would pick up on. That kept him from taking steps to help Che. Not because there was a break, or a division, or problems between Che and Havana. Simply, their system failed, and when it failed, they didn't know what to do. In these cases, either you are very aggressive or you do nothing at all, and he decided to do nothing. The aggressive thing to do, for instance, would have been to parachute people into the area of operations, or have an alternative plan for communications. This proves that the operation was not mounted in a truly professional way. 107. The expedition's cotters, its apparatus, and the Cuban leadership were all ill-prepared for the task imposed on them by Che Guevara. François Maspero remembers the day it was reported that Joaquim's group had been annihilated at Vado del Yeso. Companero, Ariel, Lino, and Armando Campos asked him over to view a newsreel that showed the guerrillas' bodies. Afterward, he was invited to stay in the screening room and watch a film starring Ronald Reagan. Such was the indifference of Che's support team. Just as he had at the Ministry of Industries, Guevara asked too much of the revolution, the Cuban population, the island's economy, the USSR. In Bolivia, his demands became increasingly exorbitant. His companions sought to humor him, attend to his needs, and fulfill his aspirations, out of altruism, devotion, recklessness, and irresponsibility. They were overwhelmed by the magnitude of the mission, especially when they were tacitly asked to share in the Christ-like destiny which Che had pursued since his early youth. As in any tragedy, the last act of Che Guevara's history is to be found in both its origins and its gradual unfolding. It was both heart-wrenching and unavoidable. Che's fatal destiny was already written, only death could save him, offering him the respite and the place in history which he had always pursued. His fate caught up with him at La Higuera, in the wilds of the Bolivian southeast, on a morning in October. Thus ended the Calvary of Che Guevara, and there, with his peaceful face photographed on the cement slab in Valle Grande, began the resurrection and the myth. Chapter 11. Death and Resurrection. C. Guevara's death gave meaning to his life. Without his execution at the hands of Lieutenant Mario Terán in the dark, damp, and dilapidated schoolroom at La Higuera, he would still have achieved epic feats and lived a glorious life, but his face would not appear on millions of T-shirts decades later. He doubtless would have rendered far greater service to the causes he espoused had he been spared by the Bolivian government, or saved by the CIA, but the saga of revolution and self-sacrifice he came to symbolize would never have swelled as it did. Death for Che was not only an expected, and perhaps welcome, event, it also marked an inevitable, predictable beginning of a new road to travel, not the end of a career, of a path, of a life. Every feature of that death contributed to its transcending the tragic but after all common occurrence that befalls everyone. It gave birth to a myth that would endure through the end of the century. It was, as Che had always imagined, quite a death, in cold blood, heroic and stoical, beautiful and tranquil as his face showed in the posthumous photographs. The story began with, in a word, emblematic. But just as the specific circumstances of Che's passing are inseparable from the legend they begot, the timing is also uniquely relevant to the aura of fame that levitated from the clear and open-eyed corpse of Valle Grande. Had Guevara perished in the Congo 2 years earlier, or in Argentina some time later, the singular harmony between the man and the epoch might not have come about. Che died on the eve of a crucial year in the second half of the 20th century, 1968, when for the last time everything seemed possible, and for the first time the youth of a large slice of the world engaged in short-lived but far-reaching revolts that Che, more than anyone else, would come to personify. Weeks after his death, North Vietnamese troops and the Viet Cong unleashed the Tet Offensive that inspired rebellion across the United States, Western Europe, and Latin America. Even before then, the first effigies of Alberto Cortés' portrait appeared in the angry autumn of Turin. Then, students led the irreverent sit-ins at Columbia University in New York and the mass demonstrations in the Latin Quarter in Paris. Less than a year after Che's capture at the Euro Ravine, the ubiquitous blood-red posters would vainly attempt to exorcise Soviet tanks rumbling through the streets of Prague. Almost a year later to the day, hundreds marching beneath his banner would be shot by the Mexican army in the colonial and pre-Columbian square of Tlatelolco. The synchronicity is striking, and beguiling. It was Che's death at that particular time that allowed him to voice the desires and dreams of the millions who bore his image, but it was his life that created the bond between his fallen figure and the dreams of a generation born out of the havoc and grief of World War II. The affinities are countless. They include the ideological consonance within families belonging to the movement, as described by alternative sociologists in the United States. 1 Guevara shared his mother's political views until her death. But the analogies also comprise his very life story. Prominent figures of the so-called New Left in Europe and the United States were almost all a product of the white, educated middle classes that emerged from the post-war baby boom. Such was the family formed in Córdoba by Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Celia de la Serna during the Argentine demographic bubble before the Depression. Even in death there were similarities. Millions of teenagers in the 50s and students in the 60s would experience intellectual or political epiphanies over the early, tragic death of their precocious heroes. The death that cancels a life's promise before its time would become a leitmotif of that era, and no one symbolized it as vigorously as Che Guevara. All of these parallels helped create that crucial identification between myth and context. Another life would never have captured the spirit of its time, another historical moment would never have found itself reflected as it did in him. More than impatience or arrogance, the youth of that time found its distinctive mark in a blend of idealism and felt omnipotence which only turned to action in 1968, but had been building for years. The slogans "La plage sous les paves," "We want the world and we want it now," "We must be realistic and demand the impossible," the exuberance, the narcissistic determination to have and achieve everything hic et nunc announced the advent of the empire of the will, where Che lived and died. The objects of desire were also changing drastically. Instead of money, freedom; instead of power, revolution; instead of comfort, generosity; instead of profit and ambition, the rhythms of rock. To stop violence and war, distribute wealth, preach the liberation of passion and desire, live strong and unexplored sensations without risk or cost, these were the values of the generation Guevara came to represent, especially after his death. The kinship between Escobedo Guevara and the youth of his time has elicited many metaphors, but Julio Cortázar's is perhaps the most eloquent. The Argentine students who took over their dormitory in the university city of Paris called it Che Guevara, for the same simple reason that leads thirst to water and man to woman too. Che was no longer young when he became the symbol of youthful insurrection atop the Paris barricades, but something in his premature death rejuvenated him, completing his assimilation by the generation that followed his own. A young man on the verge of middle age is executed in Bolivia, not just a revolutionary, but a martyr, one who was pure. Or perhaps the murder victim becomes a mirror-like object of recognition for youth precisely because of the way he died. A 1968 survey of American university students found that the historical figure they most identified with was Che, more than any of the U.S. presidential candidates that year, and more than any of the other personalities proposed by the study. 3 Moreover, 80% of American college students in 1969 identified with my generation, a sense of belonging and self-definition that would not repeat itself soon. 4 The outstanding features of that generation would not last forever, of course. The aging process would finally bring back to the fold the majority of demonstrators, militants, and heroes of that rebellious era. In the meantime, though, the need to establish links between the here and there, present and future, political position and lifestyle, would permeate the thinking of the generation of 1968, and of Che Guevara. The young people of Paris and Berkeley wanted both revolution in their own countries and neighborhoods, and solidarity with Vietnam and Cuba. Che proposed to forge a new man in Cuba, while also fighting for the liberation of the former Belgian Congo. The students sought to change life itself, not just the political sphere, to overthrow customs, manners, tastes, and taboos without waiting for the glorious new dawn or the building of socialism. Guevara, through his volunteer work, personal asceticism, and international solidarity, tried to link the individual efforts of today with the social and political utopia he envisaged for the future. And his strangely apolitical stance as a university student would extend into his stature as a non-political politician. If a generation that was both highly politicized and disgusted with its parents' politics came to see itself in him, it was because of that paradox. Che was never, strictly speaking, a politician. Similarly, the other guiding principle in Che's life is eternal avoidance of ambivalence, which would pursue him like a shadow from his childhood as to Nankawaza coincided with the attitudes of an era. The 60s rejected life's contradictions. Theirs was a perpetual foot en avant of much of that first post-war generation, that repeatedly fled contradictory feelings, desires, or political goals. The attitudes and sentiments of the protesters of the 60s could hardly tolerate shades of gray, nuances, realism, and coexisting opposites, the times and the nature of the struggles against segregation in the American South, against the Vietnam War or barrack-style mass education in France and Italy, against Soviet-style socialism in Czechoslovakia, and benign or not-so-nice dictatorships in Latin America that gave birth to their protests were largely incompatible with moderate, reasonable. On the one hand this, but on the other hand that views of the world. Yet Che, like the young of the 60s, possessed a hidden reservoir of tolerance flowing from another well, a fascination with things and people different, that would translate into acceptance and respect for otherness. Doubtless, within some dark conceptual corner there lurked a monumental tangle of contradictions between Guevara's authentic self and the persona crafted by his standard-bearers. The exorbitant demands he exacted upon himself could not be transferred onto others without a brutal imposition of authority. The new man embodied by him had no place in the world of that time, nor perhaps in any world conceivable to his contemporaries. But during the 60s, that contradiction was not perceived by the demonstrators who bore his likeness along streets throughout the world. He was seen only as a symbol of subversion, in a decade that sanctified and cultivated it. As several Cuban authors have noted, *1 the lasting impact of Che Guevara derives also from his identification with the subversive significance of the time. In that era of revolt, he became the emblem of three different types of subversion. The first, and most evident, was directly linked to the Cuban Revolution. It sought to overthrow the global hierarchy which would later be couched in North-South terms. It encompassed an effort, ultimately unsuccessful but plausible at the time, to invert the relationship between rich, powerful, dominant countries and small, poor, dominated ones like the Caribbean island. For the young protesting against French colonialism in Algeria in the early 60s or the US bombing of Vietnam in the middle or end of the decade, the task of transforming an unjust and evil geopolitical status quo was no minor matter. The second subversion was rooted in the middle-class youth of the United States and then Western Europe in 1967–68, its target was nothing less than the existing domestic order. As THIRD-WORLDISM and the authors of Generation 6 have so aptly written, the rebellious youth of industrialized countries, in their desperate and fruitless search for positive values and models, finally found them in the opposite of their own realities. Their personal idols and political archetypes were drawn among the enemies of their enemies, first Patrice Lumumba, the Algerian FLN, and its guerrillas from the Kasbah and the desert, then Ho Chi Minh and the FLN in Vietnam, and, always, the Cuban Revolution and Che himself. Later, as the movement waned, a further retreat toward faraway figures and struggles took place. The fewer Americans, French, or Dutch provos in the demonstrations, the more portraits of Che and proclamations of solidarity with the people's struggle. The more remote revolution became at home, the more attractive the foreign ersatz, whether Algerian, Vietnamese, or Cuban. The third target was existing socialism, the prison grey of Stalinism associated with the crushed Prague Spring, but also with the French Communist Party's betrayal in Paris, and that of the Italian Party in Milan. Granted, Che's affinity with this struggle was less evident, as Regis Debray has suggested. The students bearing Che posters throughout the parks and avenues of Western or Czech cities and university campuses did not know that their hero had been deeply pro-Soviet in his early revolutionary years. They neglected to see that his libertarian spirit stopped short of challenging the values of military hierarchy and leadership, denoted by his beret and star and olive green army fatigues. Yet their perception of him was not entirely inaccurate. Che's spirit, theses, and behavior toward the end of his life constituted a ferocious and well-directed critique of Soviet bloc socialism and its implantation in Cuba. But it was his death itself that counted most in the creation of the myth, and in the construction of the consonance between the man and the time. From early October 1967, when the first news stories of his capture and execution began to filter out of Bolivia, through the summer of 1968, when his campaign diary was surreptitiously removed from that country and subsequently published in Ramparts magazine in the United States, by François Maspero in France and Feltrinelli in Italy, and by Arnaldo Orfila and Siglo XXI in Mexico, every detail, every last minute of Guevara's life fit into the mold of the myth. It is a death worth reliving. Initially, Che did not believe the reports regarding the annihilation of Joaquin's rearguard patrol at Vado del Yeso. In his journal he noted that the reports could well stem from government propaganda or disinformation, although as more specifics surfaced he gradually seemed to resign himself to the group's loss. Pombo, one of the 3 survivors of the Bolivian escapade, has stated on various occasions that Che finally did accept the truth of the elimination of Tanya and the rest. *2, Benino, another survivor, is less categorical. What seems indisputable is that Che did not consider the loss of his rearguard as an event that wrought irreparable damage to his campaign. Nor did it induce him to find a way out of Bolivia or the region, rather than persevering in his endeavor. At no point in his diary or in the testimony of the 3 survivors, Urbano, or Leonel Tamayo, is the third living Cuban member of the group. Inti Pareto also survived, but died 2 years later in La Paz. Does Guevara indicate a desire to wrap matters up and escape from the death trap closing around him? Through the month of September, the small group of guerrillas, now numbering between 20 and 25, depending on the day, beset by illness, fatigue, malnutrition, and dissension, wandered northwest from the Rio Grande toward the villages of Pucara and La Higuera, not far from the larger town of Valle Grande. There the 8th Division of the Bolivian Army had established its headquarters, bent on sealing off any escape route to the southeast, across the river. Together with the 4th Division from Camaray, they had boxed Che in, the Rio Grande to the southeast, canyons and gorges to the east and west, and Valle Grande and thousands of troops to the north. From Valle Grande also, the 2nd Ranger Battalion, whipped into shape by Pappy Shelton and the couple of CIA Cuban operatives dispatched from the United States, would soon undertake the pursuit and extermination of the rebel band. The Bolivian Rangers were not quite ready in early September. Not till mid-month were they truly able to participate in the hunt, and even then they were probably thrown in prematurely. Fully trained or not, by the end of September more than 1,500 troops were completely devoted to catching Che and his companions. It was just a matter of time. The beginning of the end came on September 26. After entering the tiny hamlet of Alto Seco, just south of La Higuera, Che himself addressed the minuscule crowd, pulled some teeth, and chatted with the inhabitants, realizing, as he had already ruefully jotted down in his diary, that the faces of the Bolivian peasants were impenetrable. He was simply not communicating. His health, according to the impressions registered by the townspeople with the Bolivian press, had deteriorated terribly. Guevara appeared sick and exhausted. He rode a mule and appeared unable to walk without support. *3 Worse still, at the first opportunity, the natives dashed off to inform the army of the revolutionaries' presence. A vanguard of 3 rebels was assigned to explore the path north to Jagüey. From the heights above the road, an army patrol spotted them and opened fire. Miguel and Julio were gunned down instantly. Coco Pareto was fatally wounded. Benino managed to carry him off, but could not escape with the Bolivian on his shoulders. Pareto was either killed by a new round of gunfire or else shot himself, hoping at least to save his comrades and knowing that he had but hours to live. With the death of one of the 2 leading Bolivian combatants, morale plummeted. There was nowhere left to go. In the confusion, 2 Bolivians deserted: Camba, or Orlando Jimenez Bazan, one of the older, original cadres from the Communist Party, and Leon, or Antonio Rodriguez Flores. On September 30, Rodriguez Flores was questioned by the 8th Division. His interrogators extracted precious information about Che's plans, strength, and disposition. The Bolivian military quickly concluded that Guevara hoped to push toward Valle Grande through the ravines just outside La Higuera, leading toward the larger town of Pucara. They immediately deployed their men along the ranges looking down upon the ravines, seeking either to force Che's men to higher ground, where the vegetation was sparse and visibility in daylight was virtually total, or to pin them down in the gorges. Conversely, Che's intentions during those last few days remained mysterious and confused. Pombo has recalled that the idea of entering and taking Valle Grande, as harebrained as it might seem, made some sense. The group would attempt this desperate act in order to leave its wounded Chino, the Peruvian, as well as the doctor, Marogaro, both in awful shape with some putative sympathizers, obtain the medication Che required, make known their existence to the outside world, and break through the army encirclement to the northeast, in the direction of Cochabamba and the Chaparral region. 7. Benigno has stressed the more irrational aspects of the stratagem. In his view, Che simply wanted to engage in one last, glorious firelight in which he and his men would perish in flames and embrace immortality. If all he wished was to requisition medicines, Benigno today wonders why he did not just send him and one of the other strong Cubans into Valle Grande to hold up a pharmacy. Or even if Che hoped to strike a spectacular blow by taking Valle Grande, it made little sense to have all his men carrying 70-pound knapsacks and dragging the wounded around with them. 8. In the next to last entry in his diary, on October 6, Che wrote that the rebels came upon an old woman with a dwarf daughter. The guerrillas bribed her to remain quiet about their presence, without great expectations regarding her silence. They speculated that by marching at night and hiding and resting in the depth of the ravines during the day, perhaps they would eventually be able to penetrate the noose the army was fastening around them. The old woman acted as anticipated. She promptly notified the closest military outpost of the guerrillas' whereabouts. The circle tightened. After a day of bucolic rest, as Che put it in the final note in his journal, on the night of October 7 the 17 men broke out along the bottom of the Uro or Kuro Gorge, in the thicker and tougher, but still unprotecting, vegetation. A potato farmer across the stream distinguished their figures in the moonlight, a band of bearded, emaciated ghosts carrying guns and rucksacks and doubled over under their weight. He had no doubt, it had to be the guerrillas. He quickly dispatched his son to the military command post of Captain Gary Prado Salmon, just a few miles away. This soldier needed no further notice. He immediately set up a textbook ambush, with men stationed at the entrance and exit of the ravine, and his command post on the high ground. *4 Che's last battle was about to begin. Guevara had also issued his combat instructions, though he was not absolutely certain that the army had discovered the presence of his Group 2. He split up his platoon into several small squads, each ordered to explore the narrow creeks ahead of them, to determine if there was a way out of the ravine. As the sun rose, Benigno and Pacho realized that there were already dozens of soldiers on the high ground above them. Che had two choices: withdraw toward the back of the ravine and hope the soldiers had not bottled it up, or remain quiet until nightfall, trusting that the army would not detect his detachment. He chose the latter option and placed his men in a defensive perimeter, in case the troops did discover them. Around 1:30 on October 8, the vanguard position, at the mouth of the ravine, was hit by army fire. The different rebel positions were isolated from each other. Soon, 2 jets and a helicopter overflew the area, but did not bomb or strafe the hills. Che's squad, made up of 7 guerrillas, attempted to withdraw into the ravine. It would not be able to sustain the army's fire for long. Guevara divided his group in two, first the wounded and weak, then he himself with 2 men remaining behind to cover them. Minutes later, his M1 jammed or was hit by gunfire. Either way, it was rendered useless. Soon he was hit in the calf, a flesh wound that nonetheless made it difficult for him to walk. Willie, or Simon Cuba, one of Moises Guevara's mine union activists, dragged him along a small ridge, his machine gun in one hand, the other propping up his commandante as best he could. Anacito Renaga, another Bolivian, was right behind. 3 soldiers from Prado's platoon saw them approaching, waited for them to climb a tiny cliff, and when they showed themselves, shouted out, "Drop your weapons and raise your hands." Che could not shoot back, his pistol had no clip and his carbine was disabled. Willie held his fire, either because he could not shoot with one hand or because prudence indicated that as the wisest course. According to some accounts, Che then spoke up, "Don't shoot, I am Che Guevara and I am worth more to you alive than dead." Other versions, tainted by Bolivian military spin, attribute a different statement to the defeated Argentine, "I am Che Guevara and I have failed." *5 Another, more plausible story is that it was Willie who threw down his rifle and raised his voice when the 2 soldiers, nervous and exhausted, took aim and seemed indecisive about what to do. "Shit, this is Commander Guevara and he deserves respect." 3. Captain Gary Prado was immediately advised of Che's capture and scrambled down the ravine as the shooting continued below. He made 2 or 3 quick checks of Guevara's identity, requisitioned his knapsack, and promptly and excitedly radioed 8th Division headquarters. Che had been taken. A long procession formed, as Prado marched him off to La Higuera, 2 kilometers away. Behind them followed the other prisoners, mules carrying the bodies of the fallen rebels, the wounded soldiers, and soon, hundreds of onlookers. Guevara was thrown into a mud-floored room in the local schoolhouse. Willie was locked up next door. Through the night the troops celebrated their success, while the Bolivian High Command in La Paz deliberated about what to do with its legendary and intensely discomfiting captive. Che was in minor pain, and obviously depressed, but from available accounts, did not seem ready to die, though he must have contemplated this prospect. If he did exclaim, "I am worth more to you alive than dead," in the ravine or somewhat later, he probably thought so. He may have concluded that the Bolivian government would prefer to try him and brandish his capture as a symbol of victory against foreign aggression, rather than execute him. But things did not turn out that way. At night and in the early dawn, Gary Prado and André Selick, the first with politeness and dignity, the second arrogantly, attempted fruitlessly to interrogate Guevara and establish some form of communication with him. Next morning, around 6:30, a helicopter flew in from Valle Grande with 3 passengers, Major Nino de Guzman, the pilot, Colonel Joaquim Zentino, the head of the 8th Division, and Felix Rodriguez, the CIA's Cuban-American radio man, sent along both out of deference for U.S. support as Rodriguez explains it and to ensure proper identification of Che. Rodriguez also was instructed to question Che and photograph his notebooks and the other seized documents. The army had a monumental problem on its hands. There was no death penalty in Bolivia, and virtually no high-security prison where Guevara could serve a long sentence. The very thought of a trial sent shudders down the spines of President Barrientos, General Ovando, and the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, Juan José Torres. If the country and the government had been subjected to unending international pressure and condemnation for judging Regis Debray, what kind of outcry and campaign would not erupt in favor of Che Guevara, the famous and heroic guerrilla commander? Che in jail, anywhere in Bolivia, would represent an enormous temptation for commandos from Cuba either to seek to free him or to force an exchange for hostages taken elsewhere. It was a nightmare scenario for the 3 military men who held his fate in their hands. Similarly, handing Che over to the Americans, and having them fly him out to Panama for debriefing, was equally unacceptable. The nationalist tradition of the military would not allow it. Moreover, the government would thereby confirm everything the Cubans and others had been claiming. The counterinsurgency effort was nothing more than a disguised form of Yankee interventionism. Every available testimony and account suggests that deliberately, consciously, and unanimously, the Bolivian authorities decided that Che Guevara should be put to death as soon as possible, before pressure from abroad and/or from the Americans became intolerable. The order went out from La Paz at mid-morning. It was received in La Higuera, where Felix Rodriguez related to Zentino, who commissioned a squad of soldiers to carry it out. 9 After a picture-taking session, where far more photographs were snapped than have been made public until today, the soldiers drew lots and it fell to Lieutenant Mario Duran to finish off the disheveled, limp, depressed, but still defiant man lying on the floor of the school at La Higuera. The designated executioner hesitated, after several false starts, a few hard swigs of scotch, and Che's invocation to carry on. Duran fired half a dozen shots into Guevara's torso, one of them pierced his heart and killed him instantly. His last words, according to Colonel Arnaldo Salcedo Parada, head of intelligence of the 8th Division and the man responsible for delivering the official report on Che's final moments, were, "I knew you were going to shoot me, I should never have been taken alive. Tell Fidel that this failure does not mean the end of the revolution, that it will triumph elsewhere. Tell Aleda to forget this, remarry and be happy, and keep the children studying. Ask the soldiers to aim well." 10 His body was lashed onto the landing skids of Zentino's helicopter and flown off to Valle Grande. There, after being washed and cleaned, it was put on display in the laundry room of the Hospital of Our Lady of Malta, where this story began. Although the Bolivians attempted to obscure the cold-blooded assassination of the revolutionary by saying he died in combat, their story quickly crumbled. The doctors who performed the post-mortem medical examination hurriedly declared that Guevara had been dead less than 5 hours when they inspected his corpse that afternoon in Valle Grande. But if Che was alive on October 9 at midday, and the skirmish during which he was captured had taken place on October 8, how could he have died in combat? Hundreds had witnessed the dismal cortege trudging from the Euro Gorge to La Higuera. It soon became evident to all the journalists clustered around the hospital in Valle Grande that Escobedo Guevara de la Serna had been executed. The next day, Che's body disappeared. Although General Ovando initially ordered his hands and head severed for identification purposes, and the rest of his body cremated to discourage the eventual construction of a shrine, history took another course. Various Bolivian officers and Gustavo Villoldo, the senior Cuban CIA man, opposed the decapitation, only his hands were amputated. They were conserved in formaldehyde for more than a year in Bolivia, until they were surreptitiously removed from the country, only to surface later in Cuba. Legend has it that Fidel Castro wished to place them in a sort of mausoleum in Havana, but that Che's family objected. They are stored somewhere in the Palace of the Revolution, where various visiting dignitaries say they have been allowed to see them. The 3 remaining enigmas of Che's life and death do not concern the details and circumstances of his murder. They involve different issues. What role did the United States play in his execution? Did Che expect, wish, or just courageously and resignedly accept his unavoidable end? Was his body incinerated, the ashes spread out in the hills around Valle Grande, as was always claimed by the Bolivian authorities, or was he buried somewhere in the town? The semi-official Cuban version of Che's death claims that President Barrientos, when informed of Guevara's apprehension, promptly visited the U.S. ambassador at his residence that evening and was ordered to eliminate the guerrilla warrior. 11 Ambassador Douglas Henderson, both in his oral history accounts at the JFK and LBJ presidential libraries 12 and in 2 written communications to the author, vehemently denies the Cuban story. 6 According to Henderson, he not only did not receive a visit from Barrientos at his residence that night, but was not even consulted by the Bolivians as to how they should proceed. He argues that there was good reason for them not to solicit his advice. He had strongly opposed the execution of Regis Debray months before, and the Bolivians could guess that he would be as adamantly opposed to Guevara's slaying. 4. Other surviving witnesses all tend to confirm this interpretation, though they possess an undeniable vested interest in this version of the story. Felix Rodriguez, in his memoirs, asserts categorically that he received the order from the Bolivian authorities in La Paz to have Che shot. He considered complying, instead, with his own instructions from Langley. The first thing they told us in Washington was that the Bolivians had a tendency to finish off their prisoners, and were Guevara to be taken alive we should use all means to keep him alive and have him taken to Panama. 7. In the opinion of other CIA people on the ground or who knew him subsequently, Rodriguez probably exaggerated his own role in the entire affair. He was just a radio man at the time, but essentially told the truth. John Tilton, the CIA station chief in La Paz, absent from the country during those days, has confirmed this version to the author in a series of phone conversations, but, again, he would hardly say the contrary. Point 13. Gustavo Villoldo, the head of the CIA country team, was a bit more forthright about his own sentiments. He has narrated how upon his arrival in Bolivia, he was driven to Barrientos's home to meet him. In no uncertain terms he told Barrientos, if Che were captured, he personally would do everything in his power to have him executed. Then he asked, if we take Che alive, what will you do with him? The president replied, if he is alive, he will be summarily judged and condemned to death. You have the word of the President of the Republic. 14. Gary Prado, the only surviving Bolivian army officer directly involved in Che's capture and in the deliberations over his execution. The others have all died in the following years, through a sort of Che hex that seems to have pursued them all over the world. Stressed that the choice to kill Che was strictly a Bolivian one. Though he regretted it, since he admired Che's valor and commitment to his convictions, Prado nonetheless today considers the decision a wise one from the point of view of the Bolivian military and state interests. Prado has provided perhaps the most reliable testimony of Che's state of mind and reflections in the last few hours of his life. He took notes of his conversation with the prisoner, and published them as an appendix to his book in 1987. Guevara acknowledged that the selection of Bolivia may not have been a judicious one, but that on the other hand it was not exclusively his. The most enthusiastic advocates of the Andean nation were the Bolivians themselves. He also revealed his expectations regarding his own destiny. When he inquired of Prado what would happen to him, he noted that on the radio he had heard that if captured by the 8th Division, he would be tried in Santa Cruz, instead of in Camaray, where he would have been sent had he been taken prisoner by the 4th Division. Moreover, Prado emphasizes that the way in which Che was captured, that is, moving up the hill and out of the ravine, shows that he wanted to live, not die. If he had wanted to die he could have stayed further down and kept fighting. But no, he was trying to get out. Once captured, after the initial depression, when he saw we were treating him correctly and speaking with him, he began to feel better, his mood improved. *8. Rodriguez also recalled how Che seemed to think he would be tried and sentenced, but not shot. He remembered how the prisoner blanched when he received the news that his fate was sealed. 15. Lastly, there is the testimony of the townspeople of La Higuera who had access to him for one reason or another, to feed him, for example, and spoke with him during that night and the next morning. They also suggested a man who retained his will to live, and who did not seem at all persuaded that he had only a few hours left before dying. Julia Cortez, a schoolteacher, recalled how after thanking her for some food she brought him and chatting about education and La Higuera, Che asked her to find out what his captors were up to. I don't know, maybe they will shoot me or take me out alive, but I think it is more in their interest to keep me alive, because I am worth a great deal. He seemed to think he would make it alive. He told me he would not forget me. 16. The other Bolivian officers who exchanged bits of conversation with Che that night, mainly Zentino and Selic, died before age and wisdom could ensure the accuracy and sincerity of their testimony. Most likely, Escobedo Guevara faced death with the enormous courage that his entire life had cultivated, but also with the fear and despair that anyone who loved life as much as he did must feel when he is about to lose it. In November 1995, the New York Times ran a page-long article based on the statements of a retired Bolivian Army general, Mario Vargas Salinas. Vargas, the architect of the ambush at Vado del Yeso, reiterated to the Times what he had stated previously, and what other Bolivian officers such as Luis Rick Duran of the 4th Division, in his memoirs had been repeating for some time. Contrary to the generally held belief that Che's body had been cremated by the military, it had in fact been buried beneath the airstrip at Valle Grande. But because on this occasion it was the New York Times that published the story, it became hard news and the Bolivian government was forced to launch a search for the remains. Argentine forensic experts were flown in. Later, Cuban experts descended upon the old town in the hills of southeast Bolivia. Some 20 months later, in July 1997, several bodies were discovered near the airfield at Valle Grande. One of them was officially proclaimed to be Che's by the Cuban government, with the acquiescence of the Argentine experts, though some actors in the original drama, like Felix Rodriguez, remained skeptical. Although it took 3 decades to dispel the myth that Guevara had been cremated *9, there were always sound reasons for suspecting that he had actually been buried. 5 There is no tradition of cremation in a highly Catholic country like Bolivia. It would not have been a simple matter to carry the procedure out secretly. The funeral pyre necessary to incinerate a corpse completely is not small. In a town like Valle Grande, it would have been sighted for miles around that night of October 9, when, after having been viewed by countless correspondents, curious locals, and other spectators, Che's body vanished. Secondly, while burial would require only a couple of strong men, lighting, fanning, and sustaining the fire necessary for cremation would have involved many more participants, one or more of whom would inevitably have come forward in the course of 30 years. No one has. Gustavo Villoldo was absent from La Higuera on the day of Che's execution. On the other hand, he was the leading U.S. official in Valle Grande during the 2 days when these events took place, and was, he firmly avers, directly responsible for the interment of the body. I buried Che Guevara. He was never cremated. I didn't allow it. In the same manner I strongly opposed the mutilation of his body. At dawn the following morning I hauled his body away, together with the corpses of the 2 other guerrillas, in a pickup truck. A Bolivian driver and a Lieutenant Barrientos, if I am not mistaken, accompanied me. We drove to the airstrip and buried the bodies there. I would recognize the site immediately. They will find his body if they keep looking. They will recognize it because of the surgically removed hands. He was not mutilated. There is still no electricity in La Higuera. The small town is as miserable and lost in the wilderness as when Che Guevara died there 30 years ago. In this sense, his sacrifice was in vain. His impact on the lives of the forsaken and destitute peasants of southeastern Bolivia was slight and ephemeral. For its part, the Cuban Revolution, despite a brief fling with his ideas soon after his death and through the summer of 1968, quickly left Che behind. Havana's alignment with the Soviet Union came full circle as the Prague Spring came to an end. By 1970, when Fidel Castro transformed the foolhardy goal of harvesting 10 million tons of sugar into a national crusade, the economic and social ideals that Che fought for were relegated to Stalinist oblivion. Finally, although Cuba's internationalist adventures lasted through the 90s, and met with far greater success later in the century than during Che's time, they all ended indifferently or ignominiously. So where is Che's legacy, and what difference did he make? While the distinctive qualities of the 60s generation endured, their link with Che Guevara enclosed an almost magical symbiosis of symbol and zeitgeist, based upon a real affinity. That unique combination of determination and change, omnipotence and altruism, arrogance and detachment, reflected the stance of broad sectors in various rejuvenated societies and of an individual. If the masses and the movements were all so similar, then their symbols had to be too. The clue to Che's ubiquity lies perhaps in the virtually universal nature of the protests and protesters of 1968. He came to embody the aspirations and beliefs of 68 ERS in Berkeley and Prague, Mexico City and Paris, Córdoba and Berlin. There were differences, to be sure, within the varying dimensions of that homogeneity. The French students were a vanguard sector which also represented a vast, bored, and discontented middle class. In contrast, the massacred Mexican youths belonged to an exceptional, enlightened minority which was irreparably elitist and out of place in a deeply divided society. Nonetheless, it was Guevara's idée of change and the omnipotence of desire, together with the spectacular growth of public university enrollment across the world that generated a new universality, the many in rich nations and the few in poor ones. The figures are worth recalling. An expansion of the generations actually did take place. In 1960, there were only 16 million individuals between the ages of 18 and 24 in the United States. By 1970, the number had reached 25 million, a 50% increase in 10 years. 17 In France, university rolls jumped from 201,000 in 1961 to 514,000 in 1968.18 In Japan, the number of universities soared from only 47 just after the war to 236 by 1960.19. The growth rate was just as high in the United States. In 1960, there were 3 million students enrolled in higher education. By August 1964, that figure had reached 4 million. It passed 5 million in 1965, and was twice that many by 1973.20. Before World War II, only 14% of U.S. high school graduates attended college. By 1961 the rate grew to 38%, and by 1971, to over 50%. 21 In Chile, Brazil, and Mexico, three Latin American countries which saw large student uprisings during the 60s, student body expansion rates reached figures of 200 to 400% for the decade. 22. To paraphrase the Beatles, the road was indeed a long and winding one from the early 60s, before Che's death, to the final dismemberment of all of the movements and their drift into nostalgia and a deeper impact, long after his passing. It began with baby boom demographics in the West and led to the explosion of public higher education around the world. It proceeded from the massing of education, demonstrations, and rebellion against in loco parentis regulations at Berkeley, Columbia, and Nanterre, to marches for civil rights in Mississippi, against the war in Vietnam, and against authoritarian rule in Mexico and Eastern Europe. It then moved on to shrill student politicization on the Bolmich, proletarian general strikes in Billancourt and Milan, radical stridency on the campus, and existential revolt and cultural rejection of the status quo in the communes. It finally ranged from the endless debates at the Odeon in 1968 in Paris to rock, drugs, and sex at Woodstock. The passage from the political to the cultural stranded many and disappointed others, but transformed societies which otherwise might well have remained stagnant and closed. But before leaving their more lasting cultural imprint on the world, the 60s also traced a political trail, though not necessarily the one most of the actors expected. The hubris of those deluded, exuberant young people manning the barricades was built upon an essential foundation that even today gives meaning and relevance to the era. In a sense, those arrogant partisans of a willed, radical transformation of the world were almost right. For the last occasion this century, and doubtless for a long time to come, it seemed reasonable to seek to change the order of things according to a pre-established plan, different from anything already in existence. That occasion would be followed by more successful attempts at other types of transformation, the destruction of the socialist world and the establishment of a capitalist order, or the overthrow of the welfare state and the Keynesian economy. But never again would broad sectors from different societies propose to change the world, starting not from a status quo ante or even other existing realities, but from a utopian ideal, to build a world that had simply never existed before, anywhere. In Czechoslovakia, 1968 truly did represent a last chance to change the course and the soul of barracks socialism. The Soviet invasion in August cancelled any possibility of reform in the Eastern Bloc, in a foreclosure whose cost would become apparent 20 years later. Perhaps the Stalinist regimes were not reformable, but at that time the reformers' hope seemed both plausible and heroic. Similarly, the vast student and labor movements of those years in France and Italy signaled the last time that a profound transmutation of industrial society seemed at all feasible. And the fleeting hope combining optimism, joy, and social solidarity which culminated in Robert Kennedy's presidential bid in the spring of 1968 reflected a final effort to build a more equitable and noble America. Along with Martin Luther King's attempt to unite the civil rights movement with economic and social justice and opposition to the Vietnam War, it was perhaps the last chance for social democracy in the United States. The revolution imagined by the militants of the Latin Quarter did not take place, nor could it have. But the opportunities for profound change were genuine, even if they were ultimately unrealized. in the perceptive words of Eric Hobsbawm. And if there was a single moment in the golden years after 1945 which corresponds to the simultaneous upheaval of which the revolutionaries had dreamed after 1917, it was surely 1968, when students rebelled from the USA and Mexico in the west to socialist Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, largely stimulated by the extraordinary outbreak of May 1968 in Paris, epicentre of a continent-wide student uprising. 23. But since it did not happen, the thrust of the 60s was defeated, as Che was in the barren hills of Bolivia. And so it was nearly unavoidable that if those years and their icon were to leave lasting footprints for the future, they would have to be of another nature, not political or ideological. For Che and his protesting pallbearers to have constructed a political legacy, they would have had to win, somewhere, sometime, somehow. They did not, as unfair as this judgment may seem, or however uneven the playing field may have been. Even in 1968, victory was dragged out of their reach, in Bolivia and throughout Latin America, by coups and counterinsurgency strategies, in France and Italy, by significant social reform and conservative backlash, in Czechoslovakia by Brezhnev's bayonets and doctrines, and in the United States by assassinations, excesses, and the ultimate pragmatism of an American establishment that preferred to cut its losses and acknowledge defeat in Vietnam. So Che Guevara did not end up in a mausoleum or pharaonic square but on t-shirts, swatches, and beer mugs. The 60s, of which he was so emblematic, did not alter the fundamental economic and political structures of the societies the young revolted against, but had their impact relegated to the more intangible confines of power and society. Given their druthers, Che and the movements he came to symbolize would have undoubtedly preferred the former course, to achieve the political revolution they fought for, one way or the other. But in the end, perhaps the true and lasting relevance of the epoch Che personified lies precisely in the other sphere, less spectacular, less immediate, less romantic, more profound and broader, just as meaningful, if not more so. Che Guevara is a cultural icon today largely because the era he typified left cultural tracks much more than political ones. In the 60s, politics and culture converged, but culture lasted, and politics did not, which is why a European definition, after Michel Foucault, is probably more precise. The 60s mainly affected the sphere of power and powers, those infinite, meandering channels of power beyond the state that circumscribe, order, classify, and delineate human lives in modern societies. What the 60s wrought everywhere was, first, an acknowledgement of the existence of power in society outside politics, economics, and the state, and second, the need to resist these latter powers, erode their prerogatives, question their legitimacy, deny their permanence. This is the lasting legacy of that decade, and what bestows on it the singular importance it still bears and the surprising nostalgia it evokes. It is also what made Che the perfect fit, the supreme emblem of that cultural revolt, a man whose politics were conventional but whose attitude toward power and politics attained epic and unique dimensions. The 60s are still with us today for the same reason that Che Guevara's likeness remains visible across the world, because they brought about an irreversible cultural insurrection in the modern part of the globe. Something changed in 1968, and the world would never again be quite the same. The upheaval affected relations between young and old, men and women, between sanity and madness, health and illness, between subjects and objects of power, between teachers and the taught, between black and white, even between rich and poor. Liberation of sexual mores, dress habits, musical and visual tastes, irreverence in the face of authority and, beyond, the recognition of otherness of all persuasions remain today the most outstanding bequests of the 60s. Granted, the extension to all corners of the earth of middle-class propensities in their archetypal American manifestations, genes and rock and roll, homogeneity and equality among those hitherto unequal is not everyone's utopia. But it was better than the status quo ante, and a huge step forward for those banned from the previous tidy and exclusionary arrangements that modern societies worshipped. Che can be found just where he belongs, in the niches reserved for cultural icons, four symbols of social uprisings that filter down deep into the soil of society, that sediment in its most intimate nooks and crannies. Many of us today owe the few attractive and redeeming features of our daily existence to the 60s, and Che Guevara personifies the era, if not the traits, better than anyone. Celia de la Serna's son might not necessarily have recognized these traits as those he fought and perished for, but then even Comandante Escobedo Guevara was not allowed to write the epitaph he desired. He was only destined, like so few others in his time, to die the death he wished, and to live the life he dreamed.